This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Fog Season, Day 1. Suji suddenly lost consciousness on the way to work. When he woke up, he found himself outside a forest. It was silent everywhere. There was an empty open space under his feet. Weeds were overgrown. There was a dark forest in front of him. It was dark behind him. There was nothing. Where is this place? She had just left the subway station. How could she appear here for no reason? What was even more strange was that the whole world was shrouded in a gray and strange atmosphere, making people feel uneasy. Hello, welcome to the National Doomsday Survival Game. Scanning character information. A mysterious voice sounded in her ears. At the same time, Suji could see a bracelet appear on her hand, with a light screen projected on it, and her information was clearly visible on the light screen. Name, Suji. Gender, female. Age, 23. Location, District 10, Novice District. Stamina points, 100, will be reduced by various negative effects. When the stamina points are 0, the player enters a dormant state. Strength, 68, upgradable. Luck index, 92, upgradable. Suji played some small program games after work, and accidentally saw a video of a survival game while eating. After being shocked, he slowly accepted the fact that he had entered a survival game. It's just that she was pulled into the game, and she didn't know whether she disappeared out of thin air in real life or not. If she disappeared, her aunt would definitely be very anxious. But at present, she couldn't get in touch with the real world, so she could only take care of her own survival. In this situation, she had to figure out the rules of the game as soon as possible and search for supplies. The system voice sounded at the right time. The first era of Doomsday, Season of Mist. As the second batch of players to enter the game, you will receive an upgraded gift package. Please check it. Players will stay in the novice area for the first 3 days to adapt to the game. The range of activities in the novice area is limited. After 3 days, they will enter the official area. The main task is now released. Please build a shelter as soon as possible. The current time can be seen on the light screen. 8:46 a.m. There are also several small icons. The first icon is her real-life avatar, as if it was just taken, a small high-definition picture, and her information is displayed when you click on it. The second icon is a backpack. Suji opened the backpack, and found that there were 10 boxes inside, and the first box was a gift bag. Upgraded version of the novice gift bag. A benefit for novices, you can get some basic supplies when you open it. Because it is an upgraded version, players with good luck will get more supplies. The second box has a black bucket bag. The bucket bag belongs to Suji. She carries it with her every day when she goes to work. It contains some things she needs every day, including a cushion with a built-in sun protection index, a small bottle of perfume, sunglasses, and lip balm. These things are not very useful in the survival world, so they can only be kept in the bag for the time being, just in case. Suji did not rush to open the gift package, but continued to click on the next icon. It was a chat bubble pattern, and it showed 999 plus. At first glance, there was a lot of information. The chat channel is divided into public chat and friend chat list. Suji currently has no friends, and can only see the public chat. Suji found out through the details that her area is the novice area of the 10th area. The total number of people is 100,000. Since there is a novice area, it means there is also a veteran area. As the second batch of players to enter the game, Suji is very curious about how far the first batch of players have developed. However, we will know in 3 days. What exactly is this place? What kind of apocalypse survival? Is it real? I feel like it a prank. Can anyone tell me? How can I get back to the real world? I have a wife and kids. Will they also enter the game? Does anyone know how to contact them? You can get a shovel in the novice gift pack, and the shovel can dig things. You can see the shelter icon on the panel, and you can build it with the materials. You need 20 pieces of wood and 10 blocks of stone. Damn. I am not dreaming. Am I? I actually entered the game? It's so cool. There are all kinds of people. And some people are happy to be in the apocalypse survival game. Suji curiously clicked on this person information. Player, Bayun. Region, District 10, Novice Zone, Gender, Male. Age, 21. This person name is as special as his brain circuit. Suji noticed that he could see other people's basic information from the chat channel. Doesn't that mean that if he speaks, Others can also see it? Suji studied it and hid her information. It can only be seen after adding friends. After hiding, she can only see her name and region. And nothing else. Finally, Suji opened her backpack and clicked on the survival gift package. A white light flashed. Obtained, primary shovel X1. Wild fruit X6. Stone X2. Wood X8. Steam bun X2. Mineral water X2. Spinach seed X1. Wow. There are quite a lot of things. It is probably because her luck is relatively high. Suji took out the shovel first. Primary shovel, upgradable durability 47. It looks like a very ordinary shovel, but it is actually very useful. Function: you can dig for supplies at the designated treasure digging point. The success rate is low, after all. This is just a primary shovel. Each use will consume physical strength points. Upgrade conditions: intermediate shovel blueprint, iron or X10. The shovel can be used to dig for supplies. Suji looked around. However, where is the designated treasure digging point? The system prompt came very timely. The daily treasure hunting time is from 10 AM to 6 PM. Players can only hunt for treasure within the specified time. The treasure hunting time has not yet arrived. She looked around, and did not find anything special, only saw a bright spot under her feet. Probably let her build a shelter here. Wait until 10 o'clock. The system prompts again. The treasure hunting channel is open. Treasure hunting points will appear randomly in the misty forest. Players can find treasure hunting points and dig treasure by themselves. Before dark, players must build a shelter. After dark, the mist will cover the whole world. Players without shelter will be eliminated. Elimination is equivalent to death. Players, please hurry up. Suji understood. This is the starting point. She has to enter the misty forest to find a treasure hunting point to collect enough supplies, and then come back here to build a shelter. Although the forest in front of her didn't look safe, she needed supplies to build a shelter. She had nothing except the things in the gift bag. If she didn't build the shelter before dark, she would be eliminated. Suji took a shovel and walked in resolutely. The forest was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. The cold wind made her feel uneasy. There seemed to be no other animals in the forest. There were only lush trees. Where would the treasure hunt be? Suji was confused. Fortunately, it was still some time before dark. She marked the way along the way, so that she wouldn't lose her way back. Suji was glad that she had breakfast before going to work, 2 buns and a cup of soy milk, and she was quite full. Unlike other players, some of them came directly into the game from the bed, and some were pulled in after playing the game all night. At this moment, many players were saying they were hungry in the chat channel. Finally, Suji found a place with light in front of her. She walked over quickly, and there was an arrow under a tree to guide her. When she got there, she saw a bright spot, indicating that she could dig. It seemed that this was the place. Suji picked up the shovel and started digging. With one shovel, Suji saw that her stamina had dropped by 1 point. As expected, as described, using a shovel would reduce stamina points. She dug twice, but didn't find anything. She didn't give up and continued digging. When her stamina had dropped by 15 points, she finally saw a white box appear in front of her. Get a white supply box. Get white supply box. System tips. Supply boxes are divided into levels: white, blue, red, purple, and gold. White is the lowest level, and so on. Although white is the worst supply box, Suji is satisfied that she can dig something out. She immediately opened the white supply box. Get stone X4, wood X5, bun X2. To build a shelter, you need a total of 20 woods and 10 stones. Adding the ones from the previous gift pack, she still needs 7 woods and 6 stones to build a shelter. Suji thought it was quite interesting, immersed in the fun of treasure hunting, didn't want to stop at all, and kept digging. This time, I lost 20 points of stamina before I got anything. Who knew that what I dug up was not a supply box, but a big stone? When you dig up a huge stone, the durability of the primary shovel is reduced by 2. Suji was a little speechless. It seems that the big stone broke the shovel. But this huge stone is not completely useless. Huge stone can be decomposed into ordinary stones X5 on a workbench. She didn't have a workbench, so she could only put the huge stone in her backpack first. Soon, the time came to 12 noon. Suji took out some wild fruit to eat. The fruit looked ordinary, but it was sour and sweet, and tasted good. It could not only satisfy hunger, but also replenish water. She opened the chat channel to see what others were doing. Where did you find the treasure digging spot? How come I couldn't see it after searching for a long time? I was just wandering around, and then I saw a glowing place, which was the treasure digging spot. I used a shovel to dig for a long time, and I lost 20 points of stamina before I dug 2 stones. It not enough. I dug up a white supply box, and there were a few pieces of wood in it. I also dug up a white supply box, but later I only found junk, and my stamina points were almost used up. Seeing what happened to others, Suji suddenly felt that she had made a good harvest. After eating 2 wild fruits, Suji continued to work hard with her head down. Soon she saw the prompt, obtained a blue supply box. Suji was surprised. It was a supply box of a better quality. She opened the box immediately. Obtained, wood X10, stone X4, iron nails X2, wooden bench X1, pillow X1. Great, now we can build a shelter. Suji quickly opened the shelter icon. You don't have a shelter yet. Do you want to build one? Materials required to build a first-level shelter, wood X20, stone X10. Suji clicked yes. Please build a shelter at the starting point. It seems that we must go back to the previous place. She still had some stamina points left. In theory, she could dig once more. But Suji was worried that her stamina points might be too low after digging. What if something unexpected caused her to fail to build the shelter? After thinking about it, Suji decided to go back and build the shelter first, and then come back to dig for treasure. Anyway, she made marks along the way, so it wouldn't be difficult to come back here. After returning to the starting point, Suji immediately clicked to build a first-level shelter. A white light enveloped the open space in front of her, and the materials in her backpack also decreased accordingly. About 15 minutes later, a shabby house appeared in front of Suji. The roof was leaking, there were no windows, and there were holes in the walls. Level 1 shabby house. Defense index, 1 star. Beauty index, 1 star. Overall rating, 3. Upgrade conditions. Wood X30, stone X20, plant fiber X10, iron nail X10. Suji found it funny. It was actually called a shabby house, but it was indeed very appropriate. She walked in and saw that there was nothing inside, but because it was too small, it didn't feel empty. It was too small for one person to live in. It could barely accommodate one person lying down, and then put a cabinet. If it were in the real world, Suji would see such a broken house, and her first reaction would be, can people really live here? Congratulations to the player for successfully building a shelter. Mission completed. Rewards. 1 sapling, 1 watermelon seedling. Saplings and watermelon seedlings? Are they asking her to plant trees and watermelons? But where to plant them is also a problem. At this moment, Suji saw a golden light in front of her. Trigger the lucky sign-in system. Bind to the host. Binding successful. Get host information. Host luck value is being evaluated. 92 points. Super European Emperor Physique. Daily sign-in will receive moonstones and rewards. Accumulated sign-ins can trigger good luck. Moonstones can be used in the Lucky Mall. Host. Please sign in daily. Chapter 2. Suji thought, then sign 1 and try. The sound of successful sign-in rang in her mind. Get, cheese bread X1, card draw opportunity X1. Moonstone +1. A cheese bread appeared in Suji's left hand. The bread was soft, full of milk flavor, like cotton, making people want to take a bite. Cheese bread, delicious bread, rich in nutrients, after eating. It can increase 5 points of physical strength. Do you want to draw a card now? Suji chose yes. Dozens of rolling cards appeared in front of her, and Suji picked one at random. The next second, Suji had a silver card in his right hand, which was thin but very textured. Reminder card. It can be used to indicate opportunities or warn of dangers. Please use it at critical moments. There is such a good thing. If you can sign in every day, it means you can get rewards every day, which is too cool. This lucky sign-in system is probably only available to very lucky people. Suji wanted to see what she could exchange in the Moonstone Mall, but the system told her that her level was too low to open the mall. She had to wait until she signed in for 10 consecutive days before the mall could be unlocked. Suji had no choice but to wait. She looked at her stamina points and found that she had only 45 left. In this way, Suji could dig for supplies twice more. But before that, Suji planned to eat the cheese bread in her hand. The backpack could no longer hold any more, and she had used up a lot of stamina points just now. Now she was tired and hungry. The cheese bread in her hand smelled very good, and she couldn't resist it. After taking a bite, the soft and fluffy bread was dense and sweet. She ate it up in 2 or 3 bites. It was so delicious. She had never eaten such delicious bread before. Every bite was a pleasure. Stamina points increased by 5. After eating the bread, Suji took out a bottle of mineral water and drank 2 sips. 2 bottles of mineral water, normally, are not enough for a day, but this is a survival world. Suji planned to drink only a little at a time, and drink sparingly. After drinking 1/3 of the bottle of mineral water, Suji sat on a small bench and rested while exploring other icons on the panel. There is a handshake icon, which is actually a trading platform. But Suji couldn't click it. Every time he clicked, a prompt would pop up. The trading platform is not available in the novice zone. So Suji went to the chat channel again. I'm so angry. I dug 4 times, and I only dug up boulders. My shovel lost 10 points of durability, and I got 4 boulders. It's so funny. Didn't someone say that boulders can be decomposed into stones? Stones are also essential materials for building shelters. The problem is that it can only be decomposed with a workbench. Without a workbench, this boulder will just be a burden in my backpack. Do you think if I smash the boulder, it will turn into stone? Good idea. Let's try it. I dug up a blue supply box and directly got the supplies needed to build a shelter. Damn. I'm so lucky. I see everyone has a white supply box. I dug 3 times before I found a blue supply box. The first 2 times I found a white supply box and 2 stones. The person who dug up the blue supply box was the player named by Hyun that Suji had noticed before. This time, when he clicked on his information, he found that he had hidden his age and gender, and could only see the region. More and more people built shelters. After all, this was only the first level of the system test, and it was not very difficult, as long as you get a shovel and keep digging for supplies. If your luck is not particularly bad, you can get enough supplies. At most, you will run out of stamina points, and you will fall down as soon as the shelter is built. But Suji thought of a situation. What if he ran out of energy while digging for supplies and collapsed before he could enter the shelter? After dark, he would still be outside the shelter. Would it be unsafe? Suji typed in the chat channel, reminding everyone that it is better to save some energy and not use it all up. After all, no one knows what will happen after dark. Even if there is a barrier, it does not mean absolute safety. Suji, it is better for everyone to save some energy and not use it up before building a shelter. When the energy points are 0, you will directly enter the dormant state. Didn't the system say there a barrier outside the shelter? What are you afraid of? At worst, you can just sleep outside. I only have a little bit of stamina left now. I feel exhausted, sleepy, tired, hungry, and uncomfortable. With only a little bit of stamina left, I'm on the verge of fainting. It would be better if I fainted. I can sleep in the shelter until dawn. I don't have to worry or be scared. It will be dark in an hour. I always feel that something unclean will happen after dark. Please, we are playing a survival game, not a horror game. Everyone was talking about this and that, and they even talked about the supernatural. But the focus of everyone's attention was, what will happen after dark? Suji also wanted to know. But now she planned to go to the treasure digging spot to dig for supplies before dark, so as not to waste the remaining physical strength. Following the mark, Suji came to the previous treasure digging spot. The pit she dug was still there. I always feel that the deeper you dig, the better things you can dig. In reality, treasures are hidden deep. But I don't know if the settings in the game are the same. After digging several times, she has now dug a deep pit. Suji jumped in, holding the shovel, and continued to dig. His physical strength dropped. In the end, he dug a huge rock. Digging a huge rock, the durability of the primary shovel is reduced by 3. Now, only the last 30 points of physical strength are left. Another huge rock. If it ends like this, I will always feel unwilling. She made up her mind. Originally, she only planned to dig once more, but she didn't expect to find the supply box. Suji bit her lip. She thought, I still have 30 points left, so she might as well dig once more. A few points left should be enough. Suji had a hunch that she would definitely find something good next time. Reduce 1 stamina point. Reduce 1 stamina point. I've already deducted 20 stamina points, but I still didn't find anything. I was able to find something with 20 stamina points in the previous times. Why didn't I find anything this time? Could it be that the body is too tired, no strength, so the efficiency has become lower, needing more physical points? Even though Suji was so tired that her feet and back ached, and her wrists trembled, her strength value was not low among girls. She often exercised, and had learned that if it weren't for this, she would have given up long ago. Suji hesitated for a moment. I can't give up all the previous efforts. I have already spent 20 points. I might as well try digging a few more times. After losing another 5 physical points, Suji finally dug something when she was exhausted. Get the simple workbench blueprint X1. Suji staggered out of the pit. Workbench blueprint, this must be a good thing. I spent so much energy to dig it out. With this, I can make a workbench, and the boulder can be broken down into stones. Fearing that he would faint from exhaustion, Suji did not dare to delay, and walked back to the shelter with his tired body. It was already dark. The forest was gray. Suji always felt that something was following him. But every time she looked back, she saw nothing. She felt a chill on her back, and a fuzzy feeling. Back in the shelter, Suji leaned against the corner, panting, and drank half a bottle of water, and then looked at the blueprint. Simple workbench blueprint. A very useful workbench can be made. And materials required, iron ore X2. Wood X15. Let alone iron ore. There is not even enough wood. It seems that it is impossible to make a workbench now. Just now in the chat channel, I didn't see anyone mention iron ore at all. And even if Suji wanted to trade, she didn't have anything good to exchange with others. She could only put the blueprint away first, and wait until she found the materials to make it. And Suji wanted to upgrade the shelter even more. The shelter was too shabby now. There was nothing in it, and it was not suitable for living. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, please pay attention when it gets dark. The fog will cover the whole world. There will be novices to protect the first 3 days. The fog will not enter the shelter. Please hide in the shelter, and don't go out. The night enveloped the whole world. Suji sat in the shelter, and could clearly feel the eerie outside. Although there were no windows, through the cracks in the wood on the wall, one could see the fog outside getting thicker and thicker. And the fog in the distance was even thicker. There were faint black things surging in the white fog, and the naked eye could see that the fog was like living gas, and it would change into strange shapes. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Suji heard a creaking sound in the fog. The chat channel was very lively at this time. Have you noticed that the number of survivors in our area has decreased by more than 200 people? It was 100,000 before, but now it is only more than 99,000. Damn, more than 500 people were really eliminated? Are all those people dead? Help, I only have a little stamina left. Now I can't move outside the shelter. What should I do? Will the monsters in the fog come over? It should be fine with the shelter. The shelter must be protective. Didn't someone remind me to save some stamina before? Who do you blame now that I didn't listen? Didn't the system say that there would be novice protection in the first 3 days? The eliminated players must have not built a shelter. I originally had more than 20 stamina points left, but my stamina points kept dropping without eating. Hunger is also a negative state, which will reduce stamina points. By Yun, ordinary food will not increase stamina points. Only special stamina increasing food can increase stamina points. But stamina points will not drop when you are full. Suji secretly rejoiced that she had eaten a piece of bread and recovered 5 stamina points. Otherwise, she would not be able to dig for the last time, and would not get the workbench blueprint. The steamed buns from the supply box are all ordinary food, which can only fill the stomach, and cannot increase physical strength. Boss, do you have food that increases physical strength? I am willing to exchange supplies with you. By Yun, you can exchange, but I only want blueprints or special items. This person not only dug up the blue supply box, but also got items that can restore physical strength. It is probably similar to the cheese bread that Suji got when he signed in. Chapter 3 Fog Season, Day 2. Through everyone discussion, Suji discovered that the physical strength points consumed by players to dig up the supply box are not fixed. Some players use 30 physical points to dig up the supplies. 30 points seems to be a minimum, and it will not exceed 30 at most. This is based on strength and luck. There was a time when Suji only had 15 physical points to dig up the supply box. Suji's strength value is not low. She usually goes to the gym, and she also learned fencing and martial arts before. In addition, she had a high luck value, and she could dig up supplies with relatively few stamina points. However, no matter how high the strength value was, when the stamina points were less than 5 points, the player could basically not do any physical work. At 11 o'clock, Suji took out the pillow and found a more comfortable position to lie down. Late at night, the temperature in the game became much lower. The room was chilly, and Suji could only hug herself to keep herself warm. When she woke up the next day, Suji found that her stamina value had been restored to full. She slept for 8 hours. She slept well, but she didn't sleep well. Because she slept on the floor, even if she had a pillow to lean on, she still felt sore all over when she woke up. Sleeping on the floor is not a long-term solution. Suji stretched her body and found that the fog outside the house had dissipated. The weather was very sunny, but there was a stuffy smell in the air, which was not pleasant. Suji remembered the sign-in system and quickly clicked to sign in. Signed in successfully, accumulated sign-in for the next day. Obtained, Portuguese egg tarts x3. Moonstone +1. There are 3 egg tarts, but there is no option to draw cards. Super delicious Portuguese egg tarts. Freshly baked egg tarts, steaming hot, crispy, rich in flavor. Eating them can increase 3 points of physical strength. Just looking at the details makes me want to eat them. Suji was not a greedy person before, but in this game, there are not many delicious things to choose from, and it seems that the things in the game are more delicious than those in reality. 3 egg tarts can increase 9 points of physical strength in total, which should help her dig for more supplies. Suji opened her backpack and sorted out the supplies. Primary shovel x1, boulder x2, wood x3, iron nails x2, steamed buns x4, mineral water x1, Portuguese egg tarts x3, wild fruit x2, spinach seeds x1, simple workbench blueprint, unfinished mineral water x1, cue card x1, sapling x1, watermelon seedling x1, moonstone x2. The backpack has 15 slots, just full. There are also wooden benches, pillows, and the bucket bag she brought from the real world. The backpack space is not enough. If you want to expand the backpack, you need space stones. Suji can only use it sparingly. The things that can't fit in are placed outside. She took out the bottle of mineral water that she didn't finish drinking and used it to swallow a dry steamed bun. It not bad. The steamed bun tastes good. It chewy. The more you chew, the sweeter it becomes. And it very filling. Currently, Suji's physical strength has recovered to 100 points, which means she can dig supplies a few more times. A lot of supplies are needed to upgrade the shelter. Currently, the main way to obtain supplies is to dig with a shovel. Suji can't wait to go treasure hunting, but the time has not come yet. With nothing to do, she had to watch other players chat. This can also be regarded as an entertainment activity in the game. I was so cold when I slept last night. This broken house is leaking. I almost caught a cold. Don't mention it. I was so uncomfortable sleeping. There is no bed. Do I have to sleep on the floor in the future? It's the same for everyone. The only thing to be happy about is that my physical strength is full after waking up. Maybe I can dig out a quilt today. I'm thirsty and hungry. The character information shows 2 negative states, hunger and thirst. My stamina points drop by 2 points in 1 hour. Is there anyone kind enough to give me some water, or food? 5 stones for half a bottle of water. Is anyone willing? 5 stones are too few. I need at least 8 stones. I can exchange with you. Do you need 8 stones for half a bottle of water? You know, a boulder can only be decomposed into 5 stones. Boulders can be easily dug, but water is different. If you don't exchange, you will die of thirst while holding the stones. If you are always in a negative state, your stamina points will keep dropping. You won't be able to dig up supplies at that time. The words are rough, but the truth is there. It is indeed true. If you want to obtain supplies, you need to have physical points, and you cannot let your body get into negative states. You will lose physical points if you are thirsty. Players need to drink water in time. But the chat channel started to quarrel. Can't you talk properly? If you don't want to change, then don't change. You are dying of thirst. The angry one is a girl. She is called Luchi. Someone tried to stop the quarrel. Stop quarreling. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. If you are willing, then change. If you are not willing, just talk nicely. At the end of the world, and you still think you're a little princess. Do you want to coax me? Why don't I speak properly? The man refused to give in. Luchi, it really funny. Did I say I must trade with you? If you don't trade, there are many people willing to trade. Let's see if I can die of thirst without your half bottle of water. The two of them started arguing in the chat channel. You said something and I said something. And they refused to give up. Suji discovered the problem of water shortage yesterday. It seems that few people can get water. Suji is very lucky. Although there is not much mineral water. At least there is no shortage of water, Suji thought. If she can get mineral water from the supply box stably in the future, she can also consider trading it with others. But at present, she still has too little water. The misty forest is open, and it is time to dig for treasure. It finally time. Hearing the prompt sound, Suji walked out of the shelter without stopping. She came to the treasure digging point yesterday again, and the pit was still there. But the pit was too deep. Suji hesitated whether to jump in and dig again. If she dug deeper, it might be difficult to climb out. At the end of the digging, she had almost no strength left. But she thought, what if? The deeper the pit, the more good things there are. Suji hesitated for a while, and decided to continue digging in this pit. She could use a shovel to dig a few holes on the side of the pit, so that she could climb out or step on it. If there were no good things in the first 3 or more times, she would change the treasure digging spot. Just do it. Suji jumped down and continued to dig. This time she deliberately made the hole bigger. She didn't dig vertically all the way down. She also shoveled horizontally a few times to make the hole wider. Otherwise, she would be too cramped in the hole. It would be difficult to turn around, let alone swing the shovel. After losing 15 points of physical strength, Suji dug up a white supply box. Suji happily picked it up and opened the lid. Obtained: mineral water X1, stone X5, wood X5, iron nails X2. Seeing a bottle of water coming out of the supply box, Suji was very happy. Water was a necessity. She only had 1 bottle left, which was just not enough to drink. There are still some materials which can be used to upgrade the shelter. The first box is white, which is within Suji expectations. As long as it is not a boulder, it will be fine if it is a box. She continued to dig. She dug twice on the left side first, and then on the right side. As her energy points were lost, Suji finally saw the corner of a box. Got it! Obtained a blue supply box. This time it was blue. Suji could not contain her joy and quickly opened the box. Obtained: mineral water X2, wood X10, plant fiber X5, steamed bun X1, flannel blanket X1, apple X1. The blue supply box gave out useful things. There are plant fibers that I haven't seen before. Of course, among these supplies, Suji's favorite is the flannel blanket. It was so cold last night, and tonight she can finally cover herself with a blanket. As for apples, although Suji doesn't like to eat them very much, it's better than nothing. She opened her backpack and took a look. There are currently 18 pieces of wood, but 30 pieces are needed to upgrade the shelter. It's not enough, and she should continue digging. But Suji needs to stop and rest. Consuming stamina points continuously was a very tiring thing for her. Although digging for treasure seemed to be just swinging the shovel a few times, it was actually very tiring to dig the soil continuously. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock. Suji drank 2 sips of water, took a breath, and continued digging. Another 20 stamina points were consumed. Obtain iron ore X1. A piece of black ore appeared in front of her. Although it was black, it had a metallic luster, which was completely different from ordinary stones. This is the necessary material for making a workbench. There is enough wood, only 1 piece of iron ore is missing. If the shelter cannot be upgraded for the time being, how about making the workbench first? Suji thought about it, and decided to ask in the chat channel if anyone is iron ore willing to exchange. There are not many things in the backpack that can be used. Iron ore is probably rare. If you don't take something good, others may not be willing to exchange. Mineral water can definitely be exchanged, although Suji is reluctant to do so. But for her own development, she still had to exchange. Fortunately, she just opened 2 bottles of mineral water, and now her water is not so tight. Suji, mineral water for iron ore. First come first served. If you are interested, please chat privately. What is iron ore used for? Why haven't I seen anyone mention it? It must have some great use. Otherwise, why would you be willing to exchange it for water? I don't have iron ore. Can wood be used? Many players responded and asked her if wood and stone could be exchanged. Suji received many private messages. Most of them wanted to exchange wood or stones for water. Some players even asked her for some water to drink, saying that they would definitely repay her in the future. Suji ignored all of them. Since no one had iron ore, Suji had to continue digging. Maybe she would find iron ore again in a while. Anyway, There were still 2 chances. And Suji wanted to try to use up her stamina in the morning and then take a nap to see if she could recover her stamina. While digging, Suji suddenly received a new message. Lucci, I have iron ore, how do I exchange it? Seeing the words iron ore, Suji quickly clicked on the message. Unexpectedly, it was the girl I had seen in the chat channel before. Suji, can you show me what your iron ore looks like? Soon, the other party sent a picture, which was exactly the same as the one Suji dug. Lucci, right, is it what you want? Suji, yes, 2 iron ores for a bottle of water. Lucci, 1 bottle of water for 1 iron ore. Suji, 1 iron ore is too little, why don't you add something else? What else do you want? Suji, wood, stones, iron nails or plant fibers are all fine. Then 1 iron ore plus 5 pieces of wood, how about that? Suji thought about it. Okay. Lucci, you're a girl, it better to trade with you than with those stinky men. Lucci, I have more supplies, but I can't make water, so annoying. Suji, yes. Lucci, your name is so nice. You look like a cute girl. I add you. You can trade with mineral water. You should have plenty of water. Next time you need to trade anything, you can ask me. Suji, okay. Soon Lucci initiated the trade. Suji opened her backpack, selected to put a bottle of water on it, clicked to confirm the trade, and received a notification that the trade was completed. She had an extra piece of iron ore and 5 pieces of wood in her backpack. Now a good. I can make a workbench. I only need 2 more digs to dig something out, so Suji didn't rush to make the workbench, but continued to dig down with a shovel. If she stopped for too long, the energy points she just consumed would be wasted, which would be a big loss. She dug a few times, but only dug up a huge rock. Suji put the huge rock into her backpack and climbed out. After returning to the broken house, Suji took out the blueprint and clicked to make it. After deducting the corresponding materials, I saw a piece of empty space in the broken house covered by white light, and there was a crackling sound from inside, and the white light showed, making. Chapter 4. Half an hour countdown. Although I will have a workbench soon, but the workbench will also occupy the space of the broken house. If I don't upgrade the shelter quickly, Suji won't even have a place to sleep at night. She can't sleep standing up. This is a mistake. I made the workbench first, but I didn't consider that the broken house is too small, there is no place to put it. Fortunately, it's still early. There's still some time before dark, maybe I can try to upgrade the shelter before dark. Suji had consumed a lot of energy, and her stomach had been growling for a long time. The status in her personal information was hungry. If she was always hungry, she would lose energy points. Suji didn't want to lose energy points, so she quickly opened her backpack and prepared to eat something. After a hard day, she planned to have a meal. She ate a steamed bun and an egg tart as a dessert after dinner. After eating a steamed bun, she still had some space in her stomach, so she filled it with egg tarts. The egg tarts she took out of her backpack were still warm, and the crispy crust was baked to a golden brown color. The rich milk smell spread in the air, and her mouth began to secrete saliva. Obviously, you can eat 1 egg tart in 1 bite. But Suji still took small bites, a little reluctant to eat it all in 1 bite. The egg tart will taste more delicious as you savor it slowly. After eating 1 egg tart, Suji's stamina points recovered by 3 points. She checked her status, which showed comfortable. After digging for supplies 4 times, 15, 20, 20, 20 points of stamina points were deducted respectively. Her current stamina points are 28 points. This means that she can probably only dig for supplies once. Unless I take a nap in the afternoon, my stamina points can be restored. In order to upgrade the shelter as soon as possible, Suji planned to use the reminder card in her backpack. She took out the reminder card and clicked to use it. This is a one-time reminder card. I saw a text in the air, walk 250 meters south, and you will see a treasure digging point. You will get a good quality supply box if you dig for treasure there. Walk 500 meters north, there is another treasure digging point, where you will dig a lot of boulders. It turns out that the reminder card works like this. Then definitely go south, it close, the stuff is good. Suji went south as instructed above, and indeed found a new treasure hunting spot. She took out a shovel and dug hard, and indeed found a surprise. Get a red supply box X1. The bright color suddenly appeared, making Suji's eyes light up. She shouted in surprise. Red box. I thought it would be a blue supply box, but I didn't expect it to be directly at the red level. Suji couldn't wait to open the box. The result was, red supply box, you need a key to open it. It was locked. Do all supply boxes above the blue level need a key? The red supply box is good, but it is useless if it cannot be opened. Suji thought about it, and decided to ask in the chat channel. No one responded to her, only one person asked what the key was for. Suji would certainly not tell strangers that she needed a key to dig up the red supply box. She decided to continue digging. The current stamina can probably dig for supplies once more. If she is lucky, maybe she can dig up a key next time. Get one discarded iron block. Discarded iron block. A piece of old iron buried in the soil, which can be decomposed into 3 iron ores through a workbench. Suji was a little disappointed that she didn't dig up a key. But the discarded iron block can be decomposed into 3 iron ores, which is a good harvest. Iron ore is a good thing. You can save it up, and then use it to upgrade the shovel. The stamina points were also used up. Suji decided to go back first. On the way, Suji opened the chat channel and took a look. As a result, he saw the word key flashed by. The chat channel messages refreshed too quickly, and many messages flashed by. She quickly flipped up, and found a message. Keys can be exchanged for blueprints or materials to restore stamina points. Suji quickly sent a private message to the other party. Do you have a key? Zhou Shuiyue, yes, do you want to exchange? Suji stopped and replied, how to trade? Zhou Shuiyue, exchange for blueprints or something that can restore physical strength. Suji hesitated. The only thing that can increase physical strength is the egg tart in her hand. Suji, don't you need water or food? Zhou Shuiyue, no. Not even water, it seems that the other party is not short of water. There is no way. She wants to make a deal with the other party. Naturally she has to give him something that will satisfy him. She hesitated for a while, and sent a screenshot of the egg tart information. This egg tart can restore physical strength points, exchange for a key. Zhou Shuiyue, this is too little. Suji, I only have this. You know that things that can restore physical points are rare. There should be few people who have them. And there are even fewer people who need keys. Suji was sure that few players could dig up the red supply box. At least no one has mentioned a box higher than the blue supply box. After a while, Zhou Shuiyue replied, okay, let's trade. Suji breathed a sigh of relief. She was still a little worried that this person would not agree. It seems that she was right. After getting the key, Suji immediately opened the red supply box. The key disappeared, and then disappeared again. The supply box opened by itself. Wood X15, iron nails X8, plant fiber X5, mineral water X3, single bed production diagram X1, resin X5, cantaloupe X1, noodles X1. The backpack was full, so the supplies were scattered all over the floor. There were food, drinks, materials and drawings. It had to be a red supply box. This is too good to be true. Suji picked up the supplies one by one and checked them. Her eyes were smiling and turned into a crescent shape. However, the backpack could not hold any more. Many foods could not be put in. They could be kept fresh in the backpack. They would spoil easily and get dirty if left outside. She could only put the food in the backpack first and free up other things. The wood was piled together, and other things were neatly stacked on top. Not only did she have to upgrade the shelter, she also had to find a way to expand the backpack space. It would be great if she could dig up space stones. There are too many things I want. Suji has no time to rest for the time being. She will first find someone in the chat channel to exchange wood, and then take a nap, to see if she can get her stamina back. Suji, wood, stones, nails, plant fiber for mineral water. Those who are interested can chat privately. The minimum exchange is 15. She saw someone want to exchange 8 stones for half a bottle of water before, so it shouldn't be too much to ask for 15 upgrade materials for a bottle of water. Suji is in urgent need now, so she didn't raise the price too high. Anyway, she didn't need to change too much. She didn't have much mineral water in stock. If it weren't for the 3 bottles of mineral water in the red supply box, Suji would not have been willing to change. After sending the message, Suji wanted to find a place to lean on and take a nap, but her private chat message notification kept ringing. Many people asked her to change water. Mineral water is still very popular. You can endure a few days without food, but you can't stand it without water. Some players haven't had a sip of water since yesterday, and they are already thirsty, and the weather is a bit hot today, so they need to drink water even more. There were a lot of private messages. Suji had to screen them one by one. Some wanted to get something for free, acted pitiful, and wanted Suji to give them some water. Suji ignored them all. She thought she would exchange with whoever gave more. At this time, she received a message from Zhou Xueyue. Zhou Xueyue, do you have a lot of water? Suji, not bad. I just happen to have one more bottle. I want to exchange it and upgrade the shelter first. Lucci also privately chatted with Suji. I still have iron ore. Would you like to exchange it for a bottle of water? Suji, no. I need materials to upgrade the shelter now. I don't need iron ore. One iron ore is useless. It takes 10 to upgrade a shovel. She can only get 3 by decomposing the scrap iron. And there are no upgrade blueprints. It's useless to exchange them. It's more practical to exchange other materials to upgrade the shelter. Zhou Xueyue, my sister needs water. She happens to have what you want. She can trade with you. Suji, how much can she give? She is willing to take out 10 pieces of wood, 5 pieces of stone, and 3 pieces of plant fiber in exchange for a bottle of water. It was more than Suji expected. It seems that she is also a big consumer of materials. Suji's eyes lit up. Okay. You ask her to add me. Or chat with me privately. Probably because she was too lazy to bother. Zhou Xueyue added Suji as a friend. And then created a small group and pulled his sister in. His sister name is Li Ming. As soon as she came in, she said straightforwardly, is it you who want to trade? Suji, well, Zhou Xueyue and I have just negotiated the terms, and I agree, we can just trade directly. After the transaction was successful, Li Ming also added Suji as a friend, and said, if you need to exchange mineral water in the future, you can ask me. Suji, okay. Suji sorted out the existing upgrade materials. Wood X33, iron nails X7, plant fiber X11, stones X18. Upgrading the shelter requires wood X30, stones X20, plant fiber X10, iron nails X10. That is to say, Suji still needs 2 stones and 3 nails. So she asked directly in a small group, 1 steamed bun for 3 stones and 3 nails, do you have them? As a result, Li Ming quickly replied, yes. I trade with you. Suji, okay. Li Ming is quite straightforward and generous. Suji likes to trade with her. Now that she has added a few friends, she doesn't have to send messages to the chat channel all the time. If she does, there will be a lot of messy people chatting with her privately. She also has to spend time screening reliable people, which is very troublesome. After the transaction was successful, Suji immediately clicked the upgrade button. The results showed that the materials were insufficient and could not be upgraded. Suji said in surprise, no. It's obviously enough. I just counted it. She frowned and thought for a while, and immediately realized that the upgrade would deduct the materials in the backpack. She put all the materials outside, and the system could not deduct them even if it wanted to. So she could only take out the food in the backpack temporarily to make room for the upgrade materials. After another try, it worked. The white light enveloped the entire shelter, and a sign of upgrading appeared on it. With a 2-hour countdown, after all the hard work, the workbench was almost done. With only 7 minutes left, Suji thought, why not wait until the workbench is done before taking a break, and see what the workbench looks like. Ding! The workbench was done. Suji stood up and walked quickly to the workbench. The newly finished workbench was shiny, and the new desktop was spotless, divided into 2 parts. On the left is the entrance for putting in raw materials, and on the right is the production interface. Primary workbench can produce various basic items. There are a few simple options above. Simple materials, simple furniture, simple weapons, blueprint production, decomposition materials. Materials can be made, nails, plastics, glass. Furniture can be selected, benches, chairs, square tables. Weapons can be selected, axes, machetes, pickaxes, sickles. Blueprint production is to make corresponding items according to the requirements on the blueprint. To decompose materials, you just put boulders or waste iron blocks on them, and they will decompose. Suji had 3 boulders, and just decomposed them all at once. A total of 15 stones were obtained. The waste iron blocks were decomposed into 3 iron ores. With the workbench, Suji was no longer sleepy. She stood in front of the workbench and studied for a long time. 1 iron ore can make 10 iron nails. 2 pieces of wood can make a bench. 3 stones can make a stone axe. 3 iron ores can make an iron axe or a machete. As long as there are materials, you can make various tools through the workbench. Suji wanted to make a machete. She happened to have 3 iron ores. In case of danger, the machete could be used for self-defense. But now it was still in the protection period, so she could wait 2 days. She took out the blueprint for making a single bed from the red material box in the morning from her backpack. Single bed, 1.2 meters wide and 1.8 meters long single wooden bed. Required materials, wood X5. Iron nails X5. There were not enough materials to make a single bed. Suji was helpless. She had no worries about food and drink, but she lacked basic materials, so she could only continue to exchange. Suji carefully selected from her backpack and decided to take out the apples for trading. She sent a message to Lucci. "Do you want apples?" The other party replied almost immediately. Lucci, "Yes, why not?" Chapter 5. Suji, apples are a little more expensive than mineral water. 10 wood and 10 nails for 1 apple. Lucci, "Ah, so expensive. I just exchanged with you. Now I don't have that much." Suji, "Then do you have anything else? Do you have iron ore?" Lucci, 1 iron ore. 1 iron ore can make 10 nails. Suji can make it himself using a workbench. Then 10 wood and 1 iron ore, okay. Lucci, "Can't it be less?" Lucci just dug up a supply box and got 15 pieces of wood from it. If she accumulates the wood in her backpack, she can upgrade the shelter. This is fruit, it can satisfy hunger and quench thirst, and the apple core can be planted in the soil. Lucci thought about it, maybe she can plant an apple tree by then. Okay then. Anyway, she can dig up supplies tomorrow, and the other materials are not enough, and she can't upgrade today anyway, so she might as well exchange for apples first. Suji was more concerned about the present. For her, it was more important to make the bed first and have a good night's sleep. Forget about the apple tree. At least now, she had no conditions to plant a tree. She didn't even have enough water to drink. So where would she get water to water the soil? After the transaction was successful, Suji immediately used the workbench to make a single bed. It took half an hour. When the shelter was successfully expanded, it should be able to fit a single bed. Suji sat down tiredly. It was estimated that her nap would not last long. But before the expansion of the shelter was completed, she had nothing else to do, so she should try to rest for a while. After all, she still wanted to try to recover her stamina. After closing her eyes for a while, Suji finally fell into a deep sleep. About an hour later, she suddenly woke up. Looking at the time, it was exactly 1 hour and 20 minutes. She clicked on her status to check her stamina points. She actually recovered 10 stamina points. Taking a nap is also useful. It's just that 10 points of physical strength are not enough to dig treasure again. But the body is indeed not so weak. At this time, the shelter is 10 minutes away from upgrading. The single bed has been made. Suji picked up the finished single bed from the workbench and put it in the backpack. Once the shelter is upgraded, he can find a place to put the bed. This single bed is wooden in color. The bed is not high. It looks simple, but the workmanship is exquisite. There is no inlay on it, but the wood grain is very beautiful. It has a retro log style. Suji is quite satisfied. It a pity that there is no mattress, so he can only sleep on the bed board for the time being. Dingling. 10 minutes have passed. Congratulations to the player for upgrading the shelter to level 2. Level 2 bungalow. Defense index, 1 star. Aesthetic index, 1 star. Overall score, 15. Upgrade conditions. Wood X100, stone X80, plant fiber X80, iron nail X100. Reward bathroom blueprint X1, flush toilet X1, wood X10, iron nail X10, stone X10, mineral water X4, steamed bun X4. Seeing such a rich upgrade reward, Suji was overjoyed. The steamed buns and mineral water had just been consumed, and now they were replenished. Suji was more concerned about the changes after the shelter was upgraded. The small shabby house became a small bungalow. Although it was still a wooden house, it was much more spacious. The wooden walls were full of gaps before, but now they have become airtight stone walls. Although the roof is made of wood, it is covered with green plants, which looks pretty. There are 2 wooden windows on the wall, which can be opened for ventilation. But the stone wall was gray and black, so the light in the house was very poor, and it looked very dim. It would be impossible to see anything after a dark night. Suji found a good place to put the single bed. The bed was against the wall, and there was a window next to it. She could open the window every day when she woke up. Suji sat on the bed and felt it. The wooden bed was hard, and it must be uncomfortable to lie on it. There were still very few furniture in the house. There was no toilet or kitchen, and many things were inconvenient. To live here for a long time, she had to buy some more things, and she had to build a bathroom, so that she could put the toilet properly. Suji opened the blueprint and introduced it. Bathroom blueprint, a bathroom with dry and wet separation, which brings players a more comfortable living experience. Making materials, 12 stones, 3 iron ores, and 5 plastics. I have both stones and iron ores, but I still need 5 plastics. Without a bathroom, I don't know if I can put the toilet anywhere, which doesn't seem right. Suji remembered that the workbench could make plastics, and quickly opened the workbench interface to check. Plastics can be made with resins, and 1 resin can make 1 plastic. It just so happened that 5 resins were opened in the red supply box. It came in handy. Suji quickly put the 5 resins on the workbench and clicked on synthesis. A few minutes later, the workbench produced 5 plastics. Great! She immediately clicked to make a bathroom. After deducting the corresponding materials, the system asked Suji where to place the bathroom. It can be placed inside the house, or outside the shelter. Suji was in a dilemma. If it is placed outside, it will not occupy the area of the shelter. But if it is placed outside, it will not be safe to leave the shelter if you need to go to the toilet at night. After tomorrow, the novice protection period will be over. Suji sighed and decided to put the bathroom inside the shelter. Half an hour later, the bathroom was ready. Suji walked in and was quite satisfied. The small bathroom, although small, has everything. It is really separated into dry and wet areas, and there is a shower head inside, which can be used for taking a shower. Turn on the shower, water really flows out, and there is a system prompt. Untreated water cannot be drunk, it is easy to be poisoned. Suji had thought about this problem before. If there is water in the flush toilet and shower head, would it solve the problem of water shortage? It turns out that it cannot be drunk directly. This is also normal. Suji put the flush toilet in place, and the problem of taking a shower and going to the toilet in the future was solved. After being busy until now, Suji realized that it was about to get dark. Suji sorted out his current supplies. Wood X23, stone X6, mineral water X8, iron nails X10, plant fiber X3, iron ore X4, steamed buns X6, cantaloupe X1, large noodles X1, egg tart X1, wild fruit X4, spinach seed X1, sapling X1, watermelon seedling X1, primary shovel X1, moonstone X2, flannel blanket X1, wooden bench X1, pillow X1. The backpack has limited space. Some supplies are placed outside. Seeing that he had 8 bottles of mineral water, Suji took out a bottle and gulped down half a bottle to quench his thirst. After working so hard today, why not have a big pork chop noodles for dinner to reward himself? He said he would eat. Suji took out the big pork chop noodles. Big pieces of fresh and fragrant big pork chop noodles. The big pork chop is fried until golden, tender and fragrant, with vegetables and fried eggs. It is full and delicious. Just reading the introduction, Suji was drooling. The steaming big pork chop noodles were fragrant, and the whole room was filled with the aroma of meat. Just as she was about to eat, she found that she had no utensils to eat noodles. She had to put the noodles back into her backpack and go to the workbench to make a pair of chopsticks. 1 piece of wood can make 2 pairs of chopsticks. Suji made 2 pairs and used them alternately. After having chopsticks, Suji sat on a small stool and began to enjoy the noodles. She also adjusted the light screen to a suitable position so that she could watch while eating. I have been digging for a day and found nothing but huge rocks. I am really crying. Is there anyone willing to exchange the huge rocks for food? I dug up all white supply boxes and got a lot of wood. Luckily, I got a bottle of water from the last box, or I would have died of thirst. It's only the 2nd day, and we're having such a hard time. This game is too hard. There are a 3-day novice period. After the novice period, it will probably be even harder. I got a pack of instant noodles. It's a pity there's no hot water, so I can only eat it dry. After the upgrade, the shelter has become much bigger. Look at my little bungalow. Damn. Big brother, you leveled up so quickly? Ha ha ha, I was pulled into the game with my good brother, we put our supplies together and used them, and now we live together, of course we leveled up quickly. Suji was stunned, if possible. Then, wouldn't it mean that one person's shelter level would always be low? Smart. The house is big enough for 2 people anyway. The question is, how did you find each other? I didn't see anyone else here at all. We were together when we were pulled into the game. And we were at the same starting point. It just happened to be like this. I'm so jealous. Not only do we have company, but we can also hunt for treasure together. It's so great. Unlike us, we are all fighting alone. There is nothing to do every day except treasure hunting. It's so boring. Did Suji see anyone else near the starting point? She thought this game was always played alone. It seems not. However, it seems that there are still few players who have reached level 2. So she is relatively ahead. We have to gradually expand our advantage. At present, we are a bit short of supplies before the next upgrade. How can we quickly accumulate enough supplies? It is definitely not enough to dig out the supply boxes by ourselves, so we still have to exchange goods. She now has 8 mineral water bottles and 6 steamed buns. If she takes half of them to exchange for upgrade supplies, it is still not enough. Before I knew it, it was already 8 o'clock. Unlike the first day, the system would give a voice prompt. Today 8 o'clock came silently. She had just finished eating pork chop noodles and drank all the soup. Her stomach was full, and she felt very comfortable. She stood up and moved around for a while and observed the situation outside. Suji gently opened the window, only a crack, and saw thick fog not far away. There were some dark things approaching in the fog, gathering outside the shelter, and they were blocked from coming through. Suji observed for a while, and after confirming that there was no danger, he closed the window. As soon as it got dark, the room fell into darkness. Apart from watching people chatting on the screen, there was nothing else to do. It would be nice if there were lights. But lights cannot be made directly on a workbench, they require special drawings. With nothing to do, she thought of a way to earn materials. She now has a workbench, but many people don't, so could she help decompose the boulders and collect interest? A boulder is decomposed into 5 stones. Suji can collect 1 stone for each boulder decomposed. This is also profitable. And those players who don't have a workbench should also want to decompose the boulders as soon as possible. Thinking about it this way, this business seems to be quite profitable. Suji quickly posted a message on the chat channel. Suji, I can help decompose the boulders and collect 1 stone. If you are interested, please chat privately. Chapter 6, Season of Mist, Day 3. Suji didn't expect that his message would cause such a big response. The chat channel was instantly boiling. Damn. There is a workbench so soon? That amazing. I have 8 boulders. I want to disassemble them, and my shelter can be upgraded after disassembling them. I have privately chatted, reply to the message. Boss, I want to disassemble them. Is this the first player to have a workbench? Look at the name. It seems like a girl. Can it be decomposed now? In addition to decomposing the boulder, can other tools be made? Suji's private messages were about to explode. Then, several friends also sent her private messages. They also had things to decompose. They didn't know Suji had a workbench before. Now they saw the chat channel and immediately sent private messages. The first one to send a message was Lu Chi. She was always well informed. It seemed that she was always squatting in the chat channel. Lu Chi, wow sister. You are so awesome. You actually have a workbench. Can I ask you to help me decompose it? I will give you a reward. Suji naturally gave priority to replying to messages from friends. Sure, how many boulders do you want to decompose? Lu Chi, I have 5. Can I decompose them all for you? Suji, okay, then I will take 5 stones. Lu Chi, 5 boulders can be decomposed into 25 stones. Right? That means you will have 20 stones in the end. Suji, yes. Lu Chi, okay, I send it to you now. Suji originally wanted to trade with Lu Chi. She gave 5 boulders, and Suji traded 20 boulders to her. This was just right. But she only had 6 boulders in her backpack. Lu Chi was not afraid of being cheated, and directly sent the boulders. Suji was a little surprised to see that she trusted him so much. But thinking about it, he was not a liar. It can only be said that Lu Chi is good at judging people. Then wait a moment. Suji immediately took the boulder to the workbench and disassembled it. It took only a few minutes for the boulder to be disassembled. She kept 4 of the disassembled boulder. It was considered a discount for Lu Chi. After all, it was the first order, and they were good friends, and they trusted me so much, so it didn't matter if I lost 1 stone. Lu Qi was very happy. Thank you, Gigi. She called him so intimately, and Su Ji was still a little uncomfortable. But she got 4 stones in a few minutes, and Su Ji had to take the next order quickly, because her private messages were already flooded. Zhou Shuiyue also sent a message, but he didn't want to decompose the boulder. Zhou Shuiyue, would it be convenient for me to see the specific function of the workbench? Su Ji, not very convenient. The workbench is mainly used to make some simple tools, and can also decompose and process most basic materials. Zhou Shuiyue, okay, then can I trouble you to help make a weapon? You can tell me the benefits. Su Ji, what weapon do you want? Without the blueprint, the workbench can only make the simplest weapons, such as axes and machetes. The materials required for both the axe and the machete are 3 iron ores. If you want a weapon, Su Ji recommends making a machete. The axe is more functional, and can also be used as a tool to chop trees, but the lethality is a little weaker. He briefly introduced the choices of several weapons, and the materials required to Zhou Shuiyue. Zhou Shuiyue chose the machete. Zhou Shuiyue, can I give you 1 iron ore as a reward for your hard work? It's still worthwhile to earn 1 iron ore. Anyway, you can make a machete by putting the materials on the workbench. It just takes more time than decomposing the boulder. Su Ji, okay. But I can't give it to you until later. Can you wait? Zhou Shuiyue, okay. I send you the materials. And you can find me when you're done. After finishing the chat with Zhou Shuiyue, Su Ji began to check the private messages one by one. There were too many people who asked her to decompose the boulders. Su Ji couldn't keep up. There were 100,000 people in the novice zone of the entire 10th district. Su Ji might not be the only one who had a workbench. But among the 100,000 people, there were at least 80,000 who needed a workbench. It was impossible to reply to them one by one. Su Ji had no choice but to send another message in the chat channel. Su Ji, too many players are looking for me to decompose the boulders. How about this? Just trade with me directly. 1 boulder for 4 stones. Just treat it as a stone as the labor fee for decomposing. It just so happened that Su Ji earned 4 stones through Lu Qi. There were 10 stones on hand. Currently, 2 boulders can be traded. She can trade 2 boulders with 1 person first, and then decompose them at the same time. After decomposing, she can trade with the next person. As soon as this message was sent out, more people sent messages to Su Ji. Before, many players were worried that if they gave the boulder to Su Ji would not return it. This way the transaction would be more secure. Almost within a minute, Su Ji received hundreds of trade requests. Her eyes were wide open. So many? Su Ji's heart was hanging in the air. She felt like she had received a huge order. Maybe she won't be able to rest tonight. But if she doesn't sleep, her physical strength won't be restored. She needed to sleep for at least 7 hours. She calculated that she could work until 12 o'clock. If she felt sleepy, she would sleep. If she didn't feel sleepy, she would hold on for a while. She would sleep until noon and go treasure hunting in the afternoon. Su Ji quickly started the next transaction, and put the boulder on the workbench to decompose it. The boulder decomposed very quickly, but Su Ji was still in a hurry, and couldn't keep up. An hour passed. Su Ji decomposed a total of 45 boulders. She earned 45 stones. Su Ji planned that, when she had 80 stones, enough to upgrade the shelter, she would stop accepting stones. If she wanted to decompose them, she would give her wood, nails or plant fibers. Su Ji was worried that someone would soon compete with her for business. Unexpectedly, 2 hours later, she had already collected 80 stones, and no one else with a workbench appeared in the chat channel. She only saw someone asking for iron ore in the chat channel. Maybe someone had a workbench blueprint, but didn't have enough iron ore. Su Ji didn't have time to think about that. She wanted to gather all the materials for upgrading the shelter today, and it would be best if she could upgrade the shelter to level 3 tomorrow. Even if she asked to exchange the reward for wood or other materials, those players who wanted to decompose it would be willing. Because the boulder is useless in hand, it must be decomposed into stones to upgrade the shelter. Even if some people feel that they are losing money, but with a base of 100,000 people, the number of players looking for Su Ji is still increasing. It was 1:30 in the morning. Su Ji was exhausted. She had just eaten an egg tart, which gave her 3 points of strength. Otherwise, she would have fainted. But the results were fruitful. She looked at her backpack. All the other supplies were enough, except for 30 nails. Su Ji could make 30 nails with iron ore, but iron ore was hard to come by, so Suji was reluctant to use it. Many good things could only be made with iron ore. While she still had some strength, Suji put the materials for making the machete on the workbench. 10 minutes later, a brand new and shiny machete appeared on the production platform. Suji sent it to Zhou Xueyue, who traded it to her in exchange for a piece of iron ore. Zhou Xueyue, thank you. Suji, thank you. They both said thank you almost at the same time. Suji curled his lips, thinking, this guy is quite polite. There are a lot of materials, so he must be quite capable. However, Suji was so tired that she quickly washed her face and lay down to sleep. In order to have a good rest, she turned off the message notification. Suji slept until 10 o'clock. If the system hadn't prompted that the time for treasure hunting had come, Suji would probably have continued to sleep. This sleep was quite comfortable. Not only did she sleep on the bed last night, she also had a blanket to cover her, so she wasn't cold at all. Her stamina was also full. She slowly got up from the bed. She opened the screen and saw that there were tens of thousands of messages. All of them were asking her to decompose or help make tools. But now there are several players with workbenches, and they all learn from her, earning supplies by taking over decomposition. But there are so many people in one area, and only a few people have workbenches, but many people still look for Suji. It is already the third day. After today, when the novice protection period ends, I don't know what will happen. Everyone wants to prepare a weapon in advance, in case of emergency. Suji also has this plan. She plans to spend half of the daytime digging for treasures, and the other half using the workbench to earn supplies. But the most important thing is to sign in first. Sign in successfully. Get a basket of cherries, card draw opportunity X1. Moonstone +1. The backpack can't hold it anymore, so a basket appears in Suji's hand. Inside were large cherries, like rubies. A full bamboo basket, which looked so beautiful. Do you want to draw a card now? Of course. Suji really wanted to know what card he could draw this time. Just like the first time, a dozen cards appeared in front of him. Suji chose the card in the middle. Get double card X1. Double card, after using, all items obtained within 3 hours will be doubled. Suji's eyes were shining. This card is simply a god card. Although it was only 3 hours, but in these 3 hours, whether Suji used it for treasure hunting or trading, she would get double the supplies. Treasure hunting, or using the workbench to earn supplies. Suji hesitated for a while, and quickly made a decision. She should go treasure hunting. Although the risk is high, there may be high returns. The workbench can only earn some basic supplies. At her decomposition speed, she can complete one order in 3 minutes at the fastest. Each order earns 1 piece of wood, and double it to 2. You can get about 40 pieces of wood in an hour. But if you dig for treasure, as long as you can get a white supply box, you can get 2 bottles of water, the income will be more than 40 pieces of wood. Suji went to wash up first. After the treasure hunt started, the chat channel was almost full of discussions about treasure hunt. Before going out, Suji took out a lot of supplies from his backpack, in order to make room, otherwise he would dig up too many things and have no place to put them, and it would be too tiring to carry them back by hand, and it would also be a waste of time. The things that were suitable to be taken out of the backpack were fruits, saplings, and seeds. She temporarily placed these things in the corner of the shelter, and planned to make a wooden box to store them when she was free at night. Suji decided to continue digging at the treasure digging spot yesterday. When she started digging later, she would use the double card, try to use up her stamina points as soon as possible, and then rush back to try to do some business. Since she had marked them before, Suji found the treasure digging spot quickly. At the beginning of the digging, she did not use the double card. When she had used up 15 points of physical strength, she took out the double card and clicked to use it. A countdown appeared on the double card. The 3-hour countdown began. Suji dug twice more, and the first harvest of the day appeared. I was so lucky today. The first box was the blue supply box. Chapter 7 obtained. Wood X12, Stone X5, Iron or X1, Iron Nail X2, Resin X1, Metal Fragment X1. Double card takes effect, double the harvest. Obtained. Wood X12, Stone X5, Iron or X1, Iron Nail X2, Resin X1, Metal Fragment X1. This double card is so useful. Suji was excited. She put the things into her backpack and hurried to continue digging. Time waits for no one. Her double card has a time limit. We can't waste every precious minute. Soon, Suji dug hard. He found something again. This time it was a white supply box. Suji opened it without thinking. Getwood X5, nonwoven fabric X1, plant fiber X5, tissue paper X2. Double card takes effect, double the harvest. Getwood X5, nonwoven fabric X1, plant fiber X5, tissue paper X2. Suji stopped to drink some water, and took a look at his backpack. Fortunately, I emptied my backpack before I came out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to put my stuff in. Now there is only one space left. Because there are 4 new supplies. Suji didn't have time to look at the introduction of these supplies. And had to hurry up to dig for treasure. The first 2 times I dug for treasure, I used 40 points of physical strength. Suji's physical strength dropped by half at once. It was noon at this time, and the sun was scorching. Suji's throat was very dry. She took a breath, drank some water, and continued to dig without stopping. Obtain mysterious parts X1. Double card takes effect, double the harvest. Obtain mysterious parts X1. What is a mysterious part? Suji picked it up curiously. Mysterious parts. After collecting 10 mysterious parts, you can use the workbench to synthesize them, randomly synthesize high-level items. Wow, it looks like a good thing. Suji felt that she had gained a lot today. Double card is really great. Although her body is tired, but she is energetic and full of energy. But you can't stay hungry all the time. Otherwise it's easy to lose physical points. Suji had to stop and eat something. There were not many food options in the backpack. Only steamed buns and egg tarts. Suji decided to eat a steamed bun to fill her stomach. While eating, she checked the details of what she had just dug. Metal fragments, important materials for making high-grade metal products, or fused into metal blocks, which can be used to melt weapons. Non-woven fabric, high-grade material, with moisture-proof, breathable, flexible, thin, flame retardant, non-toxic and tasteless characteristics, and can be used in various fields. Tissue paper, a kind of daily necessities, made of plant fibers from trees. Tissue paper is good, and it is quite needed. The others are not useful at the moment, but they look like good stuff. Then Suji used another 22 points of stamina, and dug up a key fragment. Double card takes effect, double the benefits. 1 fragment becomes 2. Key fragments. Collect 3 to combine into a key. Suji's eyes lit up when he saw the key. He only needed 1 fragment to combine into a key, and if he dug up a red supply box next time, he could open it himself. After all, it would be troublesome to find someone to change the key. But while being happy, Suji faced a problem. She didn't have many stamina points left. She didn't have enough to dig again. She could either go home or eat the egg tarts to add 3 stamina points, and try to see if she could dig something. She still had 18 stamina points. After adding 3 points, she only had 21 points. It was possible that she would get nothing even if she used up all the stamina points. After all, she had used 22 points to dig up the key fragments last time, and she couldn't use up all the stamina points. After hesitating for a minute, Suji decided to go back first. There was no need to take risks. Even if she was lucky, and only used less than 20 points of physical strength to dig up supplies, she would be very tired and exhausted, and she would have to go back to sleep. She could save some physical strength to do a few transactions, and use the last bit of time on the double card. Suji stood up, took the things that could not fit in her hand, and ran quickly towards the shelter. The journey that was supposed to take 10 minutes, but she ran back in 5 minutes. She came to the workbench, opened the light curtain again, and sent a message in the chat channel. Suji, I decompose boulders. Scrap iron blocks. For 1 iron nail. Suji only needed more than 20 iron nails to upgrade the shelter. And now she wanted to earn more iron nails. After sending the message, she looked at the time on the double card. There was less than half an hour left. It should be enough. As soon as the message was sent, someone came to her. I want to decompose 2 scrap iron blocks and 3 boulders. This is a big order. Suji immediately replied, okay. The total cost of the OEM is 5 iron nails. So, you send me 2 scrap iron blocks, 3 boulders, and 5 iron nails, and I will trade you 6 iron ores and 15 stones. If Suji hadn't just dug up iron ore, she wouldn't have been able to do this deal. She had exactly 7 iron ores in her backpack. This way, the man wouldn't be afraid that she would run away, and she could get the things faster, saving time. The other party readily agreed. After the transaction was successful, Receive 2 discarded iron blocks, 3 boulders, and 5 iron nails. Double card takes effect. Double the income. Damn! This works. What a mistake. Suji slapped his head. If the transaction can also double, then wouldn't it make more money from the transaction? Alas, but think about it, trading won't get you those special goodies. You can only make more money in the last half hour. While she was sifting through the private messages, she put the discarded iron block she just got on the workbench to decompose it. What was surprising was that, after the discarded iron block was decomposed, obtain iron or X3. Double card takes effect, double the income. Double card can be used like this. Suji had no experience using it for the first time, and felt that he had missed tens of billions. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed at home and exchanged materials crazily, and then decomposed and produced crazily. That right. Production. Suji quickly put the iron ore and wood on the workbench and made a machete. It takes 3 iron ores to make a machete, and it can be made in 5 minutes. She put the materials on and continued to send messages in the chat channel. 1 machete for 5 iron ores, only 2, first come first served. The cost is 3 iron ores. After doubling, Suji can get 10 iron ores, which is equivalent to a net profit of 7 iron ores. When Suji calculated the account, she felt very happy. As soon as the message was sent, the chat channel was boiling again. Selling it so cheap. Someone just sold a stone axe for 1 iron ore and 10 iron blocks. Are you sure you are selling a machete? I have already chatted privately. Check the message. I want to buy it. This Suji is really a big shot. She sells mineral water, and then she decomposes it. Now she can sell machetes. What does selling machetes mean? It means that she is no longer short of weapons, and has a lot of iron ore. Yes. And I saw that she was exchanging things as soon as she came out. She had no shortage of food, drink, or materials. It seems that she has developed very well. What she needs is not at the same level as us. Suji. Suji. I sent you a private message. Why didn't you reply? Check my message. Suji was in a hurry, and had no time to read other people's discussions about her. There were many people who wanted to buy the machete. Suji said that it was first come first served, so she would naturally trade with the first person who found her. Just at this time, the machete was finished. Suji picked up the machete, and her double card is effective. She got 2 machetes. Suji said that she would only trade 2 machetes, but there were hundreds of people looking for her. It seems that she has a lot of money. If Suji didn't have the double card and the workbench, there would probably be only a few iron ores in her backpack. Suji is now racing against time. Using the workbench and double card, she can make as much money as possible. Suji traded the machete. A total of 5 by 2 iron ores were obtained. Double card is effective. 10 iron ores, double to 20. There are still 11 minutes left. She plans to sell 2 more machetes and 2 iron axes. Since there are so many people who need them, I think everyone should have no objection to raising the price a little. Suji, the 2 special machetes have been sold. There are too many people looking for me. I decided to sell 2 more machetes and 2 iron axes. But there are too many people and too little porridge. The highest bidder wins. The time limit is 5 minutes. Whoever offers the highest price in 5 minutes will trade with me. It just so happens that making a machete also takes 5 minutes. There are many players who bid, and a lot of meaningless private messages, and many people ask her to send them some supplies. Some people play the victim to gain sympathy, and some people can't bear to see others live well, and are sarcastic to Suji. Luchi also sent a message, wanting to buy weapons. Luchi, Shiji, I don't have enough iron ore, can I use something else? Since they are acquaintances, Suji replied, what? If it were a stranger, Suji would not have time to chat. Luchi, metal fragments. Suji raised her eyebrows. She also had 2 metal fragments, which were high-level materials. Of course, Luchi knew that metal fragments were good things, but she needed weapons more. Although metal fragments were good, they were not useful now. Most players did not need them either. She did not have enough iron ore to buy a machete. The novice protection period would end tomorrow, so she had to get a weapon for self-defense. Just when she was worried whether Suji would be unwilling, Suji replied, okay, 3 iron ores plus a metal fragment. If you trust me, send it to me first, and I give you the machete later. This price is a friendly price. It will definitely cost more than this if you sell it to others. After all, The cost is 3 iron ores. But she has a double card. If Lu Qi is willing to send it first, she will also make money. Lu Qi can also get the machete he wants. This is a win-win situation. Lu Qi, okay. Of course I trust you. Lu Qi is not a fool. She doesn't trust others easily. After several transactions, trust is accumulated little by little. Suji doesn't talk much, but he is very honest, and he is a big boss, worth making friends with. What more? Lu Qi also knows that this price is already very favorable. It takes 5 iron ores before, and now other people bids must be higher. Get iron ore X3, metal fragment X1. Double card takes effect. Get iron ore X3, metal fragment X1. Suji plans to make a machete for Lu Qi and send it to her after he is done. Business with acquaintances is always cheaper, so let her wait a little. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, Suji got 2 more machetes from the workbench. The player who made the highest offer was a player named Qian Dongyan. He offered a high price of 8 iron ores and 2 resins. Suji of course chose to trade with him. Get iron ore X8, resin X2. Double card takes effect. Double. Get iron ore X8, resin X2. What a great deal. The second highest bidder was Li Ming. She sent the message relatively late. Suji saw her message just after he finished making the machete. 6 iron ores, 10 wood and 2 stones, for an iron axe, is that okay? Okay, do you mind if I collect the materials first, and give you the iron axe after it's done? If you don't mind, I give you a discount, and I won't charge you for the 2 stones. Li Ming hesitated and didn't reply immediately. Suji was just asking. Forget it if it doesn't work, she wanted to earn more supplies. So she just said that to her acquaintances, it's easier to trade directly with strangers. And what Li Ming wanted was an iron axe. She only had a machete now, and she had to make another iron axe anyway. Time was running out. She continued to put materials on to make an iron axe. The materials of an iron axe were the same as those of a machete. Both were 3 iron ores. She continued to look through the chat messages, looking for a good offer. Most people offered 6 iron ores plus a little wood or stone. After all, when they couldn't see other people bids, most players wouldn't offer too high a price. There was no one like Qian Dongyan who directly offered 8 iron ores. Suji wrote down Qian Dongyan's name, thinking, this person must have a lot of supplies. At the last minute, Suji got 2 iron axes. She currently has a machete and 2 iron axes. She quickly found 3 people and completed 3 transactions. Iron ore X6. Stone X2. Plant fiber X2. Double card effective. Iron ore X6. Stone X2. Plant fiber X2. Iron ore X6. Wood X3. Stone X2. Double card effective. Iron ore X6. Wood X3. Stone X2. Iron ore X5. Wood X5. Stone X6. Double card effective. Iron ore X5. Wood X5. Stone X6. Li Ming also agreed and sent the supplies over. Iron ore X6, wood X10. Double card takes effect. Iron ore X6, wood X10. At the same time, the time of the double card is up, and the double buff in the upper right corner disappears. Suji also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to rush. She continued to put 3 iron ores on the workbench, making a machete. This will be for Lu Qi later, and then she will make an iron axe for Li Ming. Suji sat on the bench to take a breath. Too tired. I never stopped. This double card is cool, but it's too tiring. She opened her backpack and felt a sense of steadiness and satisfaction. Her supplies have increased several times. I'm rich. Upgrade the shelter quickly. Chapter 8. This small bungalow has only been lived in for 1 day, and it is about to be upgraded. Suji is full of expectations, wanting to know what it will become. Suji clicks on the information of the shelter, clicks to upgrade. Level 2 bungalow. Defense index, 1 star. Aesthetic index, 1 star. Comprehensive score, 18. Upgrade conditions. Wood X100, stone X80, plant fiber X80, iron nails X100. The iron nails are still a little short. Now Suji will not be reluctant to give up the iron ore today. He earned more than 80 iron ores in one go. Using 2 will not affect it at all. She took out 2 directly to disassemble. Clicked OK on the light screen, and immediately deducted a lot of supplies. Before the exchange, Suji would probably feel bad. But today she really made too much money, so she felt okay. The backpack was still full, and there was no need to sort it out by herself. The supplies were sorted by quantity and placed neatly. Wood X90, iron ore X90, mineral water X7, boulder X6, steamed buns X5, abandoned iron blocks X4, metal fragments X4, tissue paper X4, iron nails X4, moonstone X3, non-woven fabrics X2, resin X2, mysterious parts X2, key fragments X2, egg tart X1. In addition, the backpack could not fit the supplies left outside. Stone X1, wild fruit X4, cantaloupe X1, spinach seed X1, sapling X1, watermelon seedling X1, primary shovel X1, a basket of cherries. As for the daily necessities, there are not many. Suji just needs to know the number. Suji picked up the cherries. Early ruby cherry, bright color, big and sweet, like a ruby, strong aroma, not sour at all, taking one can increase a little physical strength. Is this cherry so strong? It is indeed a treasure that you get by signing in. Suji had not checked it before, but when he saw it, she smiled crookedly. It is amazing. Each one can add a little physical strength. There are more than 20 in this basket. Suji hurriedly counted them carefully. 28 in total. She was very happy. This kind of treasure, keep it for emergencies. The shelter was shrouded in white light, and the upgrade countdown was 5 hours. It looks like there will be another big change. Fortunately, when upgrading, the shelter can still be used as usual. Suji washed her hands and face, and prepared to eat something. She only ate one steamed bun today. It was almost 2 o'clock now, and her stomach started to growl. There was nothing to eat in her backpack, so she decided to eat 2 wild fruits and another steamed bun. It tasted average, but it was enough to fill her stomach. The machete was ready. Suji sent it to Luchi. Luchi, I got it, thank you. Gigi. Suji, it nothing. Luchi, the novice period will end tomorrow, and I don't know what the official zone will be like. I'm so worried. How about you? Suji, I have some. 2. The novice area is full of novices, but the official area is full of veteran players, so the gap will be huge. In addition, the protection period is over, and the danger of the end of the world is coming, so survival is not as easy as it is now. At least in the past few days, she didn't feel the cruelty of the game. While she was talking to Luchi, she had already made another iron axe. She sent it to Li Ming. After receiving it, Li Ming replied, "Thank you." Suji, I should say thank you for your trust. Li Ming, it's a pleasure to work with you. I look for you again if I need anything in the future. Suji, yeah. In general, the few friends she added were all easy to talk to. Luchi was simple and lively. Li Ming didn't talk much, but was very straightforward. And Zhou Shuiyue was also a brother and sister to Li Ming. They had similar personalities, and were generous and direct. It was also comfortable to trade with him. After a busy half-day, Suji's stranger private chat messages kept ringing. All of them were looking for her to process weapons. Although the double card has expired, there is still money to be made by taking orders for processing. It takes 5 minutes to make a weapon, and it is good to earn 2 or 3 iron ores. However, as mentioned earlier, the auction is limited, and the highest bidder wins. Now it is trading at a low price, which is easy to cause trouble. Suji simply set a high price, and the price of making a weapon cannot be less than 7 iron ores. Anyway, she is alone and cannot handle so many orders. She wants to take a nap later, restore her physical strength, and then go to dig a treasure chest. After Suji sent out the message that the minimum charge was 7 iron ores, not many people came to her anymore. Everyone cursed, saying that she was asking for a high price. At the beginning, she only wanted 5 iron ores, but now, it has only been a short time, and she is asking for 7 iron ores. Suji neither defended nor changed the price. There are so many people in District 10, she can't do business with everyone. Besides her, there are other people who have workbenches. She looked around and found that other people charges are not cheap either. To process an iron axe or a machete, it costs 50 pieces of wood, and she has to provide the raw materials herself. Suji needs 7 iron ores, and the cost is 3 iron ores. It depends on whether you think 4 iron ores or 50 woods are more expensive. Wood can be used to upgrade shelters, but iron ore cannot. Without a workbench, iron ore is temporarily useless. People continue to contact Suji. It seems that there are indeed many rich people. Those who are really capable don't need a few iron ores at all. Suji looked at his iron ore inventory and felt happy. He thought his iron ore quantity should be ranked in the top 10 in the entire novice area. Suji did 2 orders and exchanged 2 machetes for 14 iron ores. Seeing that there was nothing to do, she took a nap in the afternoon. After sleeping for 2 hours, Suji got up. Her spirits were much better. Looking at her physical strength, she recovered 22 points. Suji jumped up from the bed. Great! She can go treasure hunting again. It is 5 o'clock now. It was dark when she came back from treasure hunting. So Suji sorted out her backpack, put all the useless things in the shelter, and freed up space first. Then picked up the shovel and went out. With quick steps. Arriving at the treasure hunting spot, there was already a big pit. Suji jumped in. She had been digging here for 2 days, and it was already full of pits. When she jumped down, dust flew up immediately. Suji didn't care about anything else, and shoveled the soil out. 10 minutes later, Suji saw a glowing object appear. I found something. Get the stove blueprint. Stove, a must-have item in life, can be used for heating, baking food. Required materials: soil X1, fuel fire source. The fuel can be wood, but where can I find soil and fire source? Suji stared at the soil on the ground. Can the soil dug here be used? If it can be used, wouldn't the ground be covered with soil? But she didn't have a container to hold the soil, or she could go back and make a wooden box. It might work. With 21 points of energy left, Suji prepared to eat an egg tart and dig again. It was getting late, eating an egg tart to fill her stomach, and then having some fruit for dinner later. She finished the egg tart in 2 bites. Compared with the dry steamed buns, the egg tarts were much more delicious. Suji thought, if only I could have a few more egg tarts. After a frantic digging, Suji's stamina points were about to run out. 3 points left. No way, is it so unlucky that I have already used 21 points and still can't dig anything? No matter what, I have to save 2 points of stamina. Suji could only dig a little more. She took a deep breath. If it doesn't work, I can only eat cherries. Dig a little more. If I don't dig anything, I eat a cherry. She didn't believe it. I couldn't dig anything. Suji poked hard into the soil. Her stamina points dropped a little. Still nothing. Suji looked up and sighed. Fortunately, she brought cherries out. She ate one angrily. Her expression suddenly became subtle. It was really delicious. The cherry was soft and juicy, the flesh was thick and tough, the juice was also deep red, and it was sweet to the heart. It was really delicious, it was so big, and it was also very delicious to eat. Stamina points increased by 1. Suji tried again. This time, he finally dug it up. Get the red supply box. Suji, hard work pays off. Her egg tarts and cherries were not wasted. Chapter 9. Suji was very excited. Although she was exhausted now, she could only hug the red supply box and laugh foolishly. The sad thing was, she didn't have the key. Now she only had 2 key fragments. She had to find someone to exchange the key, or exchange a key fragment. Suji thought of Zhou Xueyue. Why not ask him if he still had a key? If he did, Suji could trade with him. I didn't know if I had what he needed. Suji sent a message to Zhou Xueyue. Do you still have a key? Zhou Xueyue, no. Now she can only ask in the chat channel. She is now the most conspicuous person in the chat channel. Originally she wanted to be more low-key, but now it seems that it is not possible. She put the red supply box into her backpack, and then walked back to the shelter while sending a message in the chat channel. Suji, exchange weapons for keys or key fragments. Some people can chat privately. The message caused heated discussions again, but no one who came to her had a key. Suji turned off the light curtain, checked the time. It would take another 2 hours for the shelter to complete the upgrade. Suji prepared to make 2 wooden boxes, one for storage, the other for soil. Clay was needed to make a stove. Suji planned to dig some soil. Just right. A shovel could be used to dig soil. The wooden boxes could be selected in different sizes. Suji made 1 large and 1 small. A total of 5 pieces of wood were used. After the boxes were made, Suji put the large one in the corner, and the things that could not fit in the backpack were neatly placed in it. The small box was left aside for use. It was getting late, and it was time to dig for treasure. But you could dig soil outside the shelter. Just fill a box with soil before dark. Suji found a piece of land not far from the shelter. Took out a shovel and tried it. She found that as long as she didn't dig at the treasure digging point, she wouldn't lose stamina points. Suji dug a box of soil with great effort. Put it in her backpack. Clicked to check. And found that there was indeed more ordinary soil X18 in the backpack. Ordinary soil. Soil without nutrients. A building material. Can be used to make bricks, tiles, pottery, pipes, etc. It can only be used as a material, not to grow things. Suji had expected this. The soil looked dry, yellow, all yellow sand. It would be strange to grow vegetables on it. But it could be used to make a stove. At least one of the materials for the stove was solved. At this time, night had fallen, and thick fog had already poured out of the misty forest. Suji did not dare to delay, and hurried back to the shelter. She closed the door and looked out. There was thick fog outside, and it seemed that she could not go out. The fog spread around the shelter, but kept a certain distance. Suji thought, the protection period is about to end. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. At night, the temperature becomes very low. The temperature difference between day and night in the game is too big. It's hot during the day. It's chilly at night. Especially tonight, it seems to be colder than yesterday. Suji is glad that she is not living in a first-level shabby house now, which is drafty, and she will catch a cold when she sleeps at night. The key is still not found. She opens the light curtain to see if there is any new news. Then he saw a familiar name. Bayun, I have a key fragment, but I want to exchange it for a blueprint or a special item. Suji didn't expect that Bayun would come to trade with him. The used blueprints can't be traded. The only blueprint Suji can trade is the furnace blueprint, but this is a good thing. I must use it in the future. Suji can't exchange it. As for special items, maybe cherries, metal fragments, mysterious parts can all be considered special items. Suji is in urgent need of key fragments to synthesize a key to open the red supply box. It would certainly be good to get more goodies before the novice protection period ends. But what should he trade with him? Of course he can't choose. Suji has to decide for himself. Suji, I trade you a cherry. It's a rare fruit. You can add some physical strength after eating it. The cherry core can be used for planting. There are more than 20 cherries. But the number of mysterious parts and metal fragments is not much. Changing to a cherry won't make much difference. Bayun, did you get this from the treasure chest? Suji, yes. She and Bayun are not familiar with each other, and she certainly can't tell him that she has a lucky sign-in system. Anyway, the treasure chest can open all kinds of things, so she just says yes, and there is no way to verify it. Bayun read the introduction of the gem cherry twice. He himself has food that increases physical strength points, but this cherry is different. As Suji said, there are pits after eating it, maybe if it is planted in the soil. A cherry tree can grow, and the fruits harvested at that time may have the effect of increasing physical strength points. In that case, this cherry is a great treasure. This Suji is actually willing to exchange such a good thing for the key fragment. It means that this is not very important to her. Maybe she has a lot of similar things. Bayun, then exchange it. Suji is not worried that Bayun will not agree to the transaction. The value of this cherry is here. Even if it is not certain whether a cherry tree can be grown, but at least there is hope, and fruits are rare, not to mention something that can increase physical strength points. Although it is a small amount, it can play a big role at a critical moment. Maybe it is just a little bit of physical strength to dig up supplies. After the transaction was successful, Bayun took the initiative to add Suji as a friend. Suji had paid attention to him before, and when he saw him adding him, he readily agreed. After the transaction was successful, Suji got the key fragment. The first thing to do is to synthesize the key. There is no need for a workbench to synthesize the key. Just click on the synthesis in the backpack. After 2 seconds, the 3 key fragments in the backpack will be directly transformed into a key. The box can be opened. Suji clicked on the red supply box, and a prompt popped up on the screen asking whether to use the key to open the box. After confirming, a flash of white light. Obtained, wood X12, stone X10, metal fragment X1, non-woven fabric X1, mineral water X3, roasted corn cob X1, Chihan sword blueprint X1. A large amount of supplies came out of the red supply box. What Suji cared about most was this blueprint. Chihan sword, a blue weapon that can cut through iron like mud, can be made using a workbench. Required materials, iron or X5, metal fragment X3. Like the supply box, divided into levels. This is a blue weapon, which means the level is okay, and the higher ones are red, purple, and gold. It is good to have a blue weapon at the beginning. After all, Others use machetes and axes. Suji has not made a weapon for herself yet. Because it is still early, she plans to make it before going to bed. Now it is good, she can make a Chihan sword directly. It just so happens that she has 4 metal fragments. The materials are all ready. Suji came to the workbench and placed the drawings and materials on the production table one by one. After clicking on the production button, a 20-minute countdown appeared. Good weapons require much longer time. Suji had no choice but to wait. He also opened the chat channel to see if there was any new information. My shelter has also been upgraded. This bungalow is much better than the shabby house. I almost froze to death last night. This is a damn game. It's so cold at night. How can people sleep? It's too cold. Who has a quilt? I'm willing to exchange it for mineral water. This shabby house is leaking. There's not even a bed. I'm shivering in the corner. Save the child. It's fine if he doesn't have food or water, but he's freezing. He can't survive. It seems that most players still live in shabby houses. In fact, upgrading is not difficult. There are not many materials needed to reach level 2. But Suji figured it out quickly. In 3 days, even the unlucky players can dig up enough materials for upgrading. But many people have no water and food, and they trade materials with others every day for water and food, so they don't have enough materials to upgrade. Now it is getting colder at night. I can't stand it anymore. Only those who are a little luckier, or those who can withstand hunger in the early stage, can upgrade the shelter now. If I can make a stove, maybe it can help everyone. After all, the stove can keep warm, but it consumes wood. But Suji himself has no fire source, so he can only give up for the time being. At this time, the Chihan sword was made. Suji picked it up and weighed it. It was quite heavy. She had learned fencing before. But the sword used for fencing was different from this one. It was made of a kind of elastic alloy steel composite material, which was much lighter than the Chihan sword. So Suji was not used to it at all. But this sword was very sharp. Compared with the Chihan sword, the machete and axe were very crude and simple. She took a piece of wood and tried it. She chopped it hard, and the wood broke directly. It was quite useful. It seemed that she had to find time to practice sword. Ding! The shelter has been successfully upgraded. Congratulations to the player for upgrading the shelter to level 3. Rewards: Storage Cabinet Blueprint X1, Grill Blueprint X1, Dining Table and Chair Set, Mineral Water X4, French Bread X3. Congratulations to the player for being the first to upgrade the shelter to level 3 in the novice area. Rewards: Flint X1, Mysterious Parts X2, Key Fragments X2, Old Pickled Cabbage Instant Noodles X2. Suji was overjoyed. There are rewards for upgrading the shelter, and the first person to successfully upgrade will also receive rewards, and the rewards are very generous. She got so many good things at once. So many supplies were scattered all over the floor that her backpack couldn't even hold them. This feeling was so happy. The small bungalow became a big bungalow, although it still had stone walls and a wooden roof, but the area was much larger, and the layout had also changed a lot. It was just a one-bedroom apartment before, and the toilet was made based on a blueprint. Now it has become a one-bedroom and one-living-room house, divided into a bedroom and a living room, and there is an extra balcony, and the toilet is next to the bedroom. Suji was quite satisfied with this bungalow. She clicked on the information of the shelter. Level 3 bungalow. Defense Index, 1 star. Beauty Index, 1 star. Overall score, 29. Upgrade conditions: Wood X 300, Stone X 100, Nails X 100, Glass X 50, Sand X 50, Cement X 50. The upgrade conditions have also become much more demanding. There are more materials such as glass, sand, and cement that have never appeared before. It seems that if you want to upgrade to level 4, you have to work harder. Suji walked around the room. Her feelings at the moment were somewhat complicated. Some satisfaction, some expectation, and high morale. Since the first person to upgrade will receive a reward, she will have to work harder in the future. She didn't get a reward for reaching level 2 before, which means someone reached level 2 before her. When they reach the official area tomorrow, the gap between them, the newcomers, and the old ones will probably be huge. If they want to catch up with others, they can't just rely on luck. Before going to bed tonight, I will make the drawings I just got. And with flint, Suji can get a source of fire. A stove can also be made. Suji has never used flint before, but she has watched some wilderness survival programs, and knows roughly how to use it. You need something dry and flammable. She cut the wood into fine sawdust and tried it, but it didn't burn. It probably because it's hard to ignite. Suji thought of tissue paper. This should work. It really works after one try. The tissue paper quickly caught fire. Suji threw the burning tissue paper on the sawdust she had prepared earlier. The sawdust also caught fire. She then took the wood that had been chopped by the Chihan sword. Now it was all right. There was a source of fire. Suji took out the materials needed to make the stove, and put the blueprint on the workbench. At first, Suji was worried that the blueprint would be burned by fire, but it turned out to be a waste of worry. The blueprint was fine. It took 8 minutes to make the stove. Now that the stove was made, if she made a few more, many people would probably want it. But Suji hadn't figured out the price to sell it at. Suji was also a little worried about whether she should reveal that she had a stove so early. Chapter 10. She opened the chat channel. Today I also drew a blueprint for a sofa bed, made a bed, and can sleep on it at night. It's so cool. You leveled up so quickly, you must have earned a lot of supplies from the workbench. Ha ha ha, a small profit, if you want to find me to decompose or make weapons. Please PM me, I stay up all night tonight, and have a special offer, making weapons for 6 iron ores, decomposing materials or making materials, or 1 iron nail, but you can get a discount if you make more 10% off for more than 5, and 20% off for 10. Wang Xianghui. You are doing business in the real world. Right? You are quite professional. I think he wants to make more money before the novice protection period ends. That not true. I want to help everyone. The novice protection period ends tomorrow. Players without workbenches are short of weapons and materials. What if something happens tomorrow? It a big loss. I made a machete from Suji with 7 iron ores this afternoon. I should have waited a little longer. This Wang Xianghui also has a workbench. In the afternoon, he saw Suji accepting orders in the chat channel. He followed suit and started sending messages to help decompose materials and make weapons. Suji had seen his message a long time ago. It seemed that he had received a lot of orders, and now he was offering discounts to do more business. Don't think that it seems easy to make a weapon and earn 6 iron ores, and you can earn 3 iron ores in a few minutes. But in fact, it takes time to communicate with those players, and not everyone is so straightforward. Suji selected those who were straightforward in many private chats today. But he still met several players, who came up to ask a few questions, tried a few times, or talked about this and that, and then they were worried about this and that, and didn't do it. Some players really wanted to trade. But they would also hesitate. Sometimes it would take more than 10 minutes to communicate. On the contrary, after she charged a high fee, she persuaded a lot of people to quit. And those who came were more direct and straightforward. And there were more players with workstations than just Suji and Wang Xianghui. Wang Xianghui lowered the price. And naturally others followed suit. At this time, Suji did not intend to engage in a price war with them. She was busy. She first sent a message to her acquaintances, asking them if they needed a stove. Suji sent them to Lu Qi, Zhou Xueyue, and Li Ming respectively. Lu Qi replied the fastest. Lu Qi, stove! Gigi, you are so awesome. There is a stove right now. Suji, lucky. I dug up the stove blueprint this afternoon. Lu Qi, of course. I am freezing to death. How much do you charge? Suji, in exchange for blueprints or special items. She does not need basic materials for the time being. And the things needed to upgrade the shelter cannot be collected in a short time. After a while, Lu Qi said, I only have a blueprint here. Can you take a look? Tar lamp blueprint. Tar lamp can be used for lighting. A tar lamp can be used for 24 hours after being lit. Making materials. Glass X1, tar X1. This thing is quite useful. It is pitch black at night. It is much better with a lamp. No need to turn on the light during the day. Use it sparingly. A tar lamp can be used for several days. Suji agreed. Okay, let's change this. Lu Qi, okay. Thank you Gigi, you are so kind. Suji, it okay, but you have to wait a moment. The stove is not ready yet. Lu Qi, okay. Okay. Call me when you're done. There aren't many materials needed to make a stove. Just a piece of clay and a burning piece of wood. It's still very profitable to exchange for a blueprint. Zhou Xueyue and Li Ming also replied. Zhou Xueyue, how do I trade? Li Ming, yes. What do you want? The two people's styles are indeed the same. Both are concise. Suji replied, special items or blueprints. Zhou Xueyue sent her a few things for her to choose. Flashlight, mysterious parts, Textile machine blueprint. I want textile machine blueprint. Zhou Xueyue didn't say anything nonsense, and directly initiated a transaction. She sent the blueprint over. Su Ji's stove was not ready yet. Wait a minute, it will take about 10 minutes to finish. Zhou Xueyue, okay. Li Meng, see which one you want, I have some special supplies here. Li Meng has quite a lot of things. Send a screenshot, and there are all kinds of things. Mysterious parts X1, damaged blueprint X1, coconut tree seedling X1, instant noodle seasoning X1, bear sofa blueprint X1. Don't mention it, Su Ji really wants it. Let's take the blueprint of this little bear sofa. The living room happened to be empty, and a sofa could be put there for rest. You can't just lie on the bed whenever you want. Li Meng, okay. Su Ji, then wait for me for a while. I haven't finished it yet. I ask a few friends first. When it done, I trade it. It will take about half an hour. Su Ji gave a loose time. In fact, it can be done in more than 20 minutes. Half an hour later, all 3 stoves were traded successfully, and Su Ji also got 3 blueprints. The stove was still being made on the workbench. Su Ji's own portion was already made, and when she placed it in the room, the whole room became warm. It seemed that the stove was quite effective. 1 stove for 1 blueprint. If she didn't work harder tonight, she could make all the remaining clay, and get a dozen blueprints. And she would be rich. Who knows what will happen in the official area tomorrow. At least now, the stove is a priceless treasure. So Su Ji didn't bother making other things, and sent a message in the chat channel first. Su Ji, the stove can be exchanged for a blueprint. It can be used to keep warm, and heat food or boil water. It is limited. And it is first come first served. After that, she posted a photo of the stove in the chat channel. It is very convenient to post photos in the game. You can directly take a screenshot of everything you see. In the picture, the fire in the stove is burning brightly. Su Ji did not want to expose her shelter, so she could only see the stove. You could not see anything even if you enlarged the picture. The boulder stirred up thousands of waves. Everyone was saying that they were freezing. But when they saw the stove, their eyes turned red. I have the blueprints. Exchange them with me. This Su Ji is really a big shot. She can bring out anything. Others don't even have fire. She just sells stoves. Comparison is frustrating. I want to buy one too. Damn, I exchanged the blueprints for mineral water this morning, and now there are no blueprints. Just the blueprints? Can something else be done? With a stove, I can boil water. Luckily, I found a bucket of instant noodles this afternoon, and I almost ate it dry. Now I can eat hot instant noodles. Won't it be awesome? Don't be too happy too soon. Limited, first come first served. You may not be able to exchange. I sent the message as soon as possible, but you must come in order. The first one to send the message will be the first to exchange. Su Ji, the furnaces are limited. Once I reply, the transaction will be made immediately. If no transaction is initiated within 1 minute, it will be the next person's turn. She still has 14 pieces of soil left, 14 furnaces for 14 blueprints. Blueprints are very useful. You should know that opening a blue supply box, you can only get 1 blueprint at most. Fortunately, Su Ji caught up with the right time. She was the first to upgrade the shelter to level 3. So she got the flint, made the stove early, and dug up a box of soil before dark. Otherwise, she would not have been able to do this business. It was really the right time, right place, and right people that made her make a lot of money. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Su Ji finally sold the last stove. The soil was also used up, including the one sold to friends. Su Ji sold a total of 17 stoves. He got 16 blueprints. And only Bayun exchanged a set of clothes with Su Ji for a stove. 2 hours ago, Bayun sent her a private message, asking her if she could trade clothes for a stove. Su Ji thought about it, but did not agree immediately. She only said that she would give him a reply later. Although the blueprints were valuable, changing clothes was also a necessity. She had not changed clothes for 3 days, and she could not take them off to wash them. Otherwise she would have nothing to wear. In the end, Su Ji kept a stove, because there were no blueprints that she particularly wanted anyway. Bayun was very grateful to her. He had a workbench, and all the blueprints on hand were used up. When he saw Su Ji selling a stove, he wanted it very much. But unfortunately, there were no blueprints. There happened to be a friend of Su Ji, so he tried to ask if he could trade clothes for it. At first, Su Ji didn't agree, and he thought it was hopeless. But later she agreed, seeing everyone's desire for the stove in the chat channel. It must be possible to sell it. He thought Suji had done him a favor. Suji traded the stove. By Yun, next time. If you need anything, come to me. I will definitely help you if I can. Suji, okay. By Yun, it getting late. Go to bed early. It was indeed late. But Suji planned to stay busy for a while. With so many drawings, he had to check them one by one, and try to make the ones that could be made now as soon as possible. There were too many drawings, and they could not be placed in the backpack. Suji placed all the drawings he had on the workbench one by one. Tar lamp drawings, textile machine drawings, bear sofa drawings, small trap drawings, elementary bow and arrow drawings, fishing rod drawings, frying pan drawings, kettle drawings, backpack drawings, bamboo umbrella drawings, spear gun drawings, chicken coop drawings, water purifier drawings, stove drawings, alarm clock drawings, spear drawings, storage cabinet drawings, barbecue grill drawings. Of course, the one Suji wanted to make the most was the water purifier drawings. With this, you can get clean water resources and solve the problem of drinking water. When there is more water, you can also trade it for supplies. However, the production conditions are a bit troublesome. Water purifier can purify water in nature, can purify water from streams, rivers, lakes and seas. Required materials: metal fragments X3, activated carbon X2, ceramic X1. She had to do what she could do at the moment. After looking around, she could only make a frying pan and a storage cabinet first, and there was not enough materials for the bare sofa. With a frying pan, at least you can boil some hot water to drink. And the storage cabinet can be used to store things. It is true that she has made a fortune. Suji has become a big drawer. However, a good cook cannot cook without rice. She can't do anything with so many drawings. The material of a frying pan is simple, and it only needs iron ore. Suji made a frying pan with 2 iron ores, put the pan on the stove, and boiled a pot of hot water. She hadn't had hot water for a few days. After drinking a sip, her whole body warmed up. By the way, she can go to the toilet to get some water to boil and use it for foot bath. Foot bath is good for the body, and it can also let her sleep well. But she doesn't have a foot bath bucket. There seems to be no option to make a bucket on the workbench, so she can only make a wooden box. How about using a wooden box to soak feet? Suji studied it, and found that it wouldn't work, because the wooden box would leak. Forget it. Let's soak feet another day. Suji put the materials for the storage cabinet on the workbench, and went to take a bath and sleep. Tomorrow, she will enter the formal area, and she doesn't know what will happen, so she still has to go to bed early. Chapter 11 Misty Season, Day 4. Suji woke up at dawn. She didn't sleep very well last night. She woke up once in the middle. Because she slept for less than 8 hours, her stamina points were not fully restored. Suji quickly closed her eyes and continued to sleep. If she didn't restore her stamina points, it would be a waste. Fortunately, she fell asleep again soon. At around 9 o'clock, she opened her eyes again, looked at the light screen, and breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally full. She was about to get up, and suddenly a few paragraphs of text appeared on the light screen in front of her, accompanied by the sound of the system. The sound was very loud. Originally, Suji was still a little sleepy, but he suddenly woke up. The protection period for new players has ended. Players are welcome to the official area. Announcement: the experience server of the survival game is closed. All players enter the official server. The fog season has entered the official era. The duration of the fog season is 28 days. Unlock lakes and gobi plates. Players can explore the new map on their own. More fog monsters. The difficulty of survival has increased. Fog will also appear during the day in special scenes. Increase the number of treasure digging points. The materials obtained from the material boxes dug in different plates are different. New and old players merged, trading center upgraded, unlock personal shops, add new player skills and professions. A lot of text, too much information. Suji read it for a long time before digesting it. After the merger, Suji saw that his district had become the 10th district, official server. He opened the chat channel, and there were more people speaking. Currently, the number of people in the 10th district has exceeded 180,000. With so many newcomers, the competition for resources has become more intense. There are more newcomers, But there are also more resources. Didn't the announcement say that 2 new sections were added? Before, there was only the forest section. Now there are 2 new sections. There must be a lot more supplies. Joining the organization will bring many benefits. Faster development, faster upgrades. And you can sign up with me if you want to join. I'm more curious about what the player's skills and professions are. Is there any big guy who can answer this? You can put the goods on the shelves in small shops, and you can do it anonymously. This is great. It will be more convenient to buy and sell things in the future. What the use of that? The organization has almost monopolized many goods. The prices are low, and the goods are guaranteed. Most players will buy from the organization, and will not look for private players at all. That's not necessarily the case. There are also things that the organization doesn't have. Suji looked at the chat channel for a while, and was a little confused. As a new player, she knows too little about the game. At this time, she needs an old player to help her solve her doubts. Fortunately, there are many people who share the same idea as her. Many new players asked questions. What is the organization? The organization is called the Organization. It is a group founded by Tong Haosong, the top player in the 10th district. All the high-level players in the 10th district have joined the organization. As long as you join, you can get stable supplies every day. But you need to hand in a certain amount of supplies. The higher the contribution value, the higher the authority. Can you join if you want to? Of course not. You have to pass the assessment to join. Not just anyone can join. Our requirements for novice players may be lower. You can add me as a friend for details. In short, in a word, all those who are capable have joined the organization. Suji's mind moved, and he found the trading center on the light screen, and the so-called shop creation. Each player can create his own small shop, and can hide his information anonymously, similar to the online mall in the real world. I have always wanted to see the trading center. And now it is finally unlocked. There are all kinds of things on it. Suji was dazzled. Weapons, stoves, furniture, blueprints, mineral water, food, everything. A stove only costs 1 iron ore. And weapons are also very cheap. 4 iron ores for a machete. Suji was immediately glad that he had sold a lot of things before entering the official area. Otherwise, how could he earn so many supplies? She was just about to see if there was anything she wanted to buy at the trading center. The treasure hunting channel is open, and treasure hunting points will appear randomly. Players can find treasure hunting points and start treasure hunting. Suji jumped up. She got up late today, and the game released an announcement, and she had been looking at the light screen for a long time without washing up, and now it was time to hunt for treasure. She had to start the treasure hunting quickly, but she hadn't signed in yet. Suji thought of signing in, and she signed in successfully immediately. Get Wine X1, Card Draw Opportunity X1. Moonstone +1. There was wine. Suji clicked on the wine introduction. Top wine. Rich taste, rich tannins. Each sip can increase 2 points of physical strength, but be careful not to get drunk easily. 1 sip can increase 2 points of physical strength. This is too good. A bottle of wine, at least 20 sips. Suji happily put the wine away, and then started to draw cards. The card drawing process was the same as before. Suji quickly selected a card. Copy card. After use, you can copy any inanimate object, can only be used once. This is also a good thing. Although Suji didn't know what he could copy for the time being. He couldn't use it casually. He had to copy an item of particularly high value. Put it away first. Suji picked up the shovel and went out. As for some system updates, he would come back to study them after digging for treasure. The time for digging for treasure couldn't be delayed. After leaving the shelter, Suji found that the forest had changed a lot. Unlike before, there was only a single kind of tree in the forest before, and there were no other plants and animals. Now it has become a real primitive forest. There are not only all kinds of flowers, plants and trees, but also many insects, birds singing, and insect eggs or animal feces on the ground. There are complex smells in the air. Before, she had a sense of unreality, as if she was playing a rough single-player web game. But now it was like she was in a holographic game, and everything in front of her can be picked up. Suji randomly found a tree and chopped it a few times with the Chihan sword. After the tree was chopped down, it quickly turned into wood X5. Suji clicked to pick up, and the wood went into her backpack. She continued to do the same with another tree. Soon she got another 5 pieces of wood. In this way, She would soon be able to collect enough trees to upgrade the shelter. Suji was very happy. But she couldn't spend all her time cutting trees. She had to find a treasure hunting spot. The forest had changed. She didn't know if the treasure hunting spot would change. Suji continued to search in the direction of the previous treasure hunting spot. Soon she found the treasure hunting spot that she had dug into a deep pit. However, the area was no longer just yellow sand, but many dead leaves and pine needles were scattered around. Suji took out a shovel and started the first treasure hunting of the day. She was very motivated and dug 20 times in a row. Then she found the first supply box. Maybe it was because of her good luck today, or maybe it was because after entering the official area, the probability of finding a high-level supply box became higher. Suji found a red supply box for the first time. Seeing the red supply box right up there, Suji's eyes widened. But the problem is that she doesn't have the key. Why not check if the trading center has it? She opened the trading center and looked around, and found a search bar. She searched for the key keyword directly. She soon found the shop that sold the key. Isn't the shop just released by the system? Why is there so much stuff in this shop? Suji was a little puzzled. But she soon understood. The owner of this shop is anonymous, but the name is the Organization Mall. Is this the organization she saw other veteran players mention in the chat channel? The inventory of keys is actually 50. One key needs 20 iron ores, or 10 metal fragments to exchange. It's a bit expensive. Although 20 iron ores, Suji can still take it out. In the novice area before, Suji exchanged keys and key fragments for items that increase physical strength. She curiously looked through the other products in the Organization Mall. She found that there were also items that increase physical strength. The price is not particularly expensive. For example, Yanshan Peach, juicy and sweet, melts in the mouth, increases 5 points of physical strength after consumption. The price is 10 iron ores. It is much cheaper than the key. Suji scratched his head. Zhou Shuiyue would probably vomit blood if she saw it. It seems that Suji exchanged a key for an egg tart in his hand before. But this is a different time. It seems that there are many good things in the official area. Suji thought about it. First put away the red supply box, wait until I go back to study the prices thoroughly, and then see how to exchange the key. She rubbed her palms, and continued to dig for treasure. The second time she dug up a set of bedding. Tinsel 4-piece set. The smooth touch has excellent skin friendliness, and is more suitable for use in hot weather. Although it is a necessity. It has been quite cold when sleeping at night recently. And I don't know if it will be too cold to use. But it is better to have it than not. Suji put away the 4-piece set. After consuming a lot of physical strength, Suji, who had not eaten breakfast yet, stopped to rest. She drank half a bottle of water first, and then took out the roasted corn cobs from her backpack. This is a roasted corn cob sprinkled with spicy sauce. The golden corn is covered with fragrant chili oil. The hot corn exudes a sweet and sticky fragrance. When combined with the chili oil, it smells delicious. Her throat moved twice, and she immediately took a bite. It smells so good. The corn kernels are very tender, and the roasting temperature is just right. The sauce on top is spicy and fragrant. Suji has never eaten such delicious roasted corn cobs. She quickly ate the corn cob clean. She hadn't eaten enough, but she was already extremely satisfied. She drank the remaining half bottle of water, and squinted her eyes comfortably. After eating and drinking, she continued to work. This time, Suji only consumed 18 points of physical strength, and dug something. Obtained the blueprint for the intermediate shovel. Great! It was a shovel blueprint, and her shovel could finally be upgraded. Intermediate shovel can be used to dig supplies, with a medium to high success rate, and it consumes less physical strength when used. After reading the introduction, Suji was even more delighted. Chapter 12. With the intermediate shovel blueprint, you only need to add 10 more iron ores to upgrade. And the durability of her shovel is almost exhausted. Only 4 points of durability left, which means that this shovel will be scrapped soon. Getting the intermediate shovel blueprint at this time is like timely help. Suji immediately climbed out of the pit and walked towards the shelter. Upgrade the shovel first and then come back to dig. After the upgrade, the efficiency will be higher, which means it will only take one more trip. Suji kept rushing back. She walked very fast, but on the way back, she actually saw a fog. Her expression changed, and she quickly took out the Chihan sword and held it in her hand. Not only was she worried about the fog being poisonous, she also had to be careful of what was in the fog. She was extra careful. But fortunately the fog came and went quickly. She covered her mouth and nose, held her breath, and rushed out quickly. She didn't encounter anything strange. After returning to the shelter, Suji first put the shovel on the workbench to upgrade it. The storage cabinet she made before going to bed last night was already done. Suji put it together with the table and chairs she got yesterday in the living room. She sorted the miscellaneous supplies into the storage cabinet, thinking that she would mark them later, so that it would be easier to find things. The shovel upgrades very quickly. It very early. With not much stamina left, Suji didn't rush to dig for treasure, but opened the chat channel to see if there was any useful information. Do I have to join the organization? It seems that the organization has a lot of rules. It's okay not to join, but many resources are monopolized by the organization, and if you don't join, you can't upgrade. That can't be generalized. There are also masters in our 10th district who are lone rangers. Isn't that the case with Chiron? Chiron? That different. He is not at the same level as us. Even if he doesn't join the organization, he can still do well. How can we be the same? No matter how powerful Chiron is. Can he be as powerful as Tong Haotsong? Tong Haotsong only reached level 5 with the help of the entire organization. But Chiron also reached level 5 yesterday. The old player has only been 1 week older than us. But he has already reached level 5. It's too exaggerated. I heard that there is a huge gap between level 4 and level 5. Level 5. Suji looked at her own level, only level 3. The difference is not small. It seems that the gap between old players and new players is a bit big. But this also means that those materials that Suji has never seen are already common in the official server, and she can exchange them. Click on the trading hall. Sure enough, those glass, cement, sand, are all sold very cheaply. Iron ore is hard currency here. 1 iron ore can be exchanged for many things. For example, exchange 20 pieces of wood for 5 pieces of glass, or 5 pieces of sand, or 5 pieces of cement. Suji opened her backpack and looked at it. She now had more than 80 pieces of iron ore. And there were also several pieces of discarded iron that could be decomposed into iron ore. Looking at it this way, she could use these iron ores to reach level 4. Suji did not expect that the iron ore she earned with the help of the double card would be so useful in the official server. But 1 key required 20 pieces of iron ore. This means that the key is more useful. If it is just to open a red supply box, it would not be so expensive. Maybe those high-level players change the key to open a higher-level supply box. It seems that if you want to develop quickly in the game, you have to stock up on iron ore. Suji now has to decide whether to change the key. The red supply box will be opened sooner or later, and the key must be used. If she does not want to use iron ore, she can also consume other supplies to exchange, but in fact these supplies can also be exchanged for iron ore, but it is just a detour in the middle. For example, if you pick any of her blueprints, you can get 10 iron ores. She looked at the trading center and found that blueprints were good things. The most common blueprints could be exchanged for 7 iron ores. Besides, the blueprints in Suji's hand were all good. Thinking that these blueprints were exchanged for furnaces, Suji chuckled. Furnaces are cheap now. Suji picked up the intermediate shovel. Intermediate shovel, upgradable durability 72. Exquisitely crafted red shovel. Good feel. Strong power. Not only can shovel soil, but also fearless of boulders. Function, can be used to dig materials, with a medium to high success rate, and it consumes less physical points when used. Upgrade conditions, advanced shovel blueprint. Metal fragments X20. She was ready to try the power of the intermediate shovel. Arriving at the treasure digging spot, Suji raised the new shovel and poked it into the soil. As expected, the effect was different. The new shovel felt better and was still light, but it could dig out more soil at a time. She only shoveled 12 times, and something came out. It only took 12 points of physical strength. Suji was very happy. Obtained N95 mass blueprint X1. It was a blueprint. Not bad. Suji took it and put it in her pocket. Keep digging. I thought I only had more than 40 points of physical strength left, so I could only dig twice. Now I can probably dig 3 times. This shovel is really useful. I don't know when I can get a high-level shovel. While Suji was thinking, the next treasure was dug out. Key X1. Suji shouted in surprise. Key. The key she had been thinking about. Now, she didn't have to change it. Suji picked up the key and put it on her face like a treasure. However, she didn't open the red supply box here, because her backpack was not big enough. If she opened too many things later, she would have to take them back by herself if they fell out, and she didn't know what danger she might encounter on the way. When she got to the official server, the risk factor increased, and she had to think more. The remaining stamina points could be used to dig once more. Suji planned to go back after digging. The last thing she dug was a white supply box. Suji thought she might as well go back and open them all. She climbed out of the pit and patted the dirt off her body. She was dirty, but she got a new set of clothes from Bayun yesterday, so she could take a shower and change clothes today. By the way, she could dig some more dirt and go back, as the box from yesterday was still in her backpack. Anyway, the stove is easy to make, and it's not bad to be able to exchange for iron ore. Anyway, she can't dig treasure after using up her stamina points, so it's not bad for her to make some stoves and sell them. Most of the newbies don't have stoves, and there are more than 100,000 people in the whole district. Suji filled a box and put it in her backpack. On the way back, Suji saw a few colorful mushrooms under a tree, but she didn't dare to pick them. These mushrooms are so beautiful, and I'm afraid they are poisonous. If I touch them, I will be poisoned. It's not worth it. Picking mushrooms is not as practical as cutting down a few trees. Suji walked and thought, I'd better go back and make an axe. It's not good to chop trees with a Chihan sword. You still have to use an axe to chop trees. As they were about to reach the shelter, she saw fog floating in the distance. Her expression changed, her steps paused, and she ran away. The fog seemed to have life, and it could sense Suji's presence, and it came straight towards her. Luckily, Suji ran fast. The fog became thicker and thicker, even from gray-black to thick black. The moment Suji turned around, she saw a tentacle reaching out from the fog. She widened her eyes, and dared not look back, and rushed into the shelter, and closed the door tightly. While panting, she was still carefully observing the movements outside the house. The thick fog was still a little scary for the shelter, but it was slowly approaching. When it approached the shelter, it dispersed and turned gray again. When the thick fog faded, Suji breathed a sigh of relief. It always felt that this fog would kill people if they touched it. She opened the chat channel, wondering if other people had encountered this situation. But she saw someone say, "Go to the forum quickly." Chi-Rong posted on the forum again, this time talking about the experience of treasure hunting. Damn, big boss, Chi-Rong finally posted a thread. Newbies, you are in luck. Chi-Rong will tell you a lot of strategies every time he posts. I never thought that digging for treasure points could actually lead to a treasure cave. High-level players have all joined the organization. People in the organization never leak this information, only Chi-Rong will share it with all of us. Only then did Suji realize that there was an extra forum, which was only available in the official server. The forum can be entered from the trading center, in the corner of the light curtain. She had never noticed it before. After finding it, Suji opened the forum, and the first hot post was the strategy post posted by Chi-Rong. Some experience sharing on treasure hunting. Poster, Chi-Rong. 1. The distribution of treasure hunting points has increased. The treasure hunting points in the forest area are still the same as before. The treasure hunting points in the lake or gobi can only be reached after the passage is opened. 2. The deeper the treasure is dug, the better. But some treasure hunting points are connected to the treasure cave. You can reach the treasure cave after digging through. There will be high-level material boxes or lucky wheels in it. 3. Going to a new treasure hunting spot every day can result in a high-level supply box. And the supplies are richer. The deeper you dig, the more single the supplies are. But the supplies in the treasure cave will be better. Not all treasure hunting spots are connected to the treasure cave. The probability is 10%. Players can choose whether to dig through. A treasure hunting spot needs to be dug at least 20 times before it can be dug through. After reading it, Suji suddenly said, no wonder. Her supplies have not changed recently, because she doesn't change the treasure hunting spot. These days, she has been digging at these two treasure hunting spots. But she was very interested in the treasure cave. She had dug deep into both treasure hunting spots. In this case, she might as well dig through them all. Since the chat channel said that Chi-Rong often posted, he must have posted other strategy posts. Suji clicked on his name, wanting to check other posts, but found that they were hidden. It was a pity. It would be nice if he could see them all. Chi-Rong's personal information was also hidden, and he didn't even know if he was a man or a woman. Suji had no choice but to check other posts in the forum. I also saw some useful information. It was about the organization. The first leader of the organization was Tong Haotsong. After creating the organization, he led the organization to develop rapidly, recruited talents, and he himself was called the leader of the 10th district. Almost all the high-end materials of the entire organization were in his hands. Of course, he would also reasonably distribute them to the members of the organization. The higher the contribution value of the player, the more materials he could get, such as keys. The top 10 players in contribution value could get a key every day. But if you want to get more contribution points, you have to hand in high-level materials, such as blueprints, weapons, and special materials. You can also get contribution points by upgrading. For example, if you hand in a key, you will get 30 contribution points. And if you upgrade to level 4, you will get 500 contribution points. Therefore, those with high contribution points are all high-level and lucky players. But there are also many benefits for ordinary members. Basically, daily necessities can be traded within the organization. And members of the organization can also get discounts when buying things in the organization mall. The organization has monopolized a lot of blueprints and materials. And basically everything must be bought from the organization. This is why everyone wants to join the organization. However, there are many rules for joining the organization, such as taking screenshots of your backpack and sending them to the team leader every day. Even your personal information, shelter information, is not a secret and must be disclosed to the organization. All members' information is transparent within the organization. When Suji saw this, he had no interest in joining the organization. Chapter 13. Suji opened the white supply box first. Obtained mineral water X2, metal fragment X1, non-woven fabric X1, cement X2, bare slippers X1. Other things were fine, but mainly she had slippers. Suji was very satisfied. She just needed a pair of slippers to wear at home, otherwise it would be inconvenient. While looking forward to the good stuff in the red supply box, Suji used the key to open the box. Primary Forging Skill Book X1, Iron or X10, Metal Fragment X5, Quilt X1, Toothpaste and Toothbrush Set X1, Seafood Spicy Hot Pot X1, Curry Rice X1. You can always trust the red supply box. The things that came out this time were really good. Suji was the first to pick up the skill book. Primary Forging Skill Book. After using it, you can learn the primary forging skill. Forging skill can be used on the smelting table, forging various weapons. The system announcement said that various new skills were added. It seems that forging is one of them. Suji immediately clicked to use it. After learning the forging skill, you can view the skill information. The proficiency of the forging column is 0. Forging skills can also be upgraded. Forging weapons can increase proficiency. Studying books related to forging can also increase proficiency. As long as a certain standard is reached, it can be upgraded. Forging weapons requires a special smelting table. It is estimated that the weapons made are very advanced. The Chihan sword is already very powerful. It is unknown how powerful the forged weapons will be. But she doesn't even have a smelting table now. It is a great help to open so many foods. Suji was worried about having nothing to eat. The corn cob she ate this morning was the best choice besides steamed buns. Now that spicy hot pot and curry rice were here, Suji took off immediately. She was just hungry. What should she eat? Seafood spicy hot pot, with clams and shrimps. Fragrant and spicy. She was drooling just looking at it. Curry rice had carrots, potatoes and onions. And it was stewed with beef. Compared with the two, Suji wanted to eat rice more. Curry mixed with rice must be very delicious. She made 2 pairs of spoons, took out the curry rice, sat down at the dining table, and mixed the curry evenly first. The potatoes were already stewed, and they deflated with a light press of the spoon. She mixed the potatoes with the rice, scooped a full spoonful of rice, stuffed it into her mouth, and then picked up a piece of beef. The aroma of curry is rich, accompanied by a light coconut milk flavor. Each grain of warm and moist rice has a salty and fragrant curry flavor. The thick taste explodes in the mouth. Suji simply loves this bowl of rice. She ate it like crazy, and quickly finished all the rice. There is no need for side dishes at all. The sauce alone can eat a whole bowl. After eating, Suji decided to study the existing drawings while making the stove. The stove is easy to make. The soil is free, and you can shovel it casually. It is not bad to make a dozen and throw them in the trading center to exchange for a dozen iron ores. She put the materials on the workbench and started making them herself. Suji first picked up the N95 mask blueprint he found today. N95 mask, dust, acid mist, paint mist, microorganisms. With a filtration efficiency of 95% can help reduce the risk of inhaling toxic mist. Required materials: cotton X1, non-woven fabric X1. This is a good thing. Suji encountered toxic mist twice today. If he could wear this mask, at least he would not be so easily poisoned. There are not many materials for making it. She has non-woven fabrics, and cotton can be exchanged from the trading center. It is simple to make. Suji opened the trading center and found cotton with a random search. But non-woven fabrics are quite expensive. 1 iron ore can be exchanged for 5 cottons, but 1 iron ore can only be exchanged for 2 non-woven fabrics. Luckily, the mask is small, so it doesn't take much materials. Let's make one first and try it out. I think someone will want this if I exchange it for iron ore. Suji searched, and the trading center didn't have N95 masks, only medical surgical masks, and ordinary masks that are not medical. A surgical mask requires 3 iron ores. Only the organization shops sell it. Suji thought that according to the real-world prices, N95 masks are several times more expensive than surgical masks. What price should she mark? 6 iron ores? Wouldn't it be too expensive? But things are valuable because they are scarce. If you don't sell them at a higher price when everyone doesn't have them, when everyone else has them, you won't be able to sell them at a higher price. Just then, a stove was made. Suji used 1 iron ore to exchange for 5 cottons from the trading center, and 2 non-woven fabrics, then changed the blueprint, put the materials on and started making them. It takes 5 minutes to make, which is shorter than making a stove. I keep 1 for backup, and try to sell the other 4. Suji thought that no one wanted them, so he lowered the price. If he could earn more iron ore, he could reach level 4 in one fell swoop. There is no reward for the first upgrade now, and people have already reached level 4 and level 5. After making the stove and the mask, Suji looked at the time, and it was past 4 o'clock. She quickly applied to create a store, thinking that anonymity would be better, so she hid the owner information, and buyers could only leave messages to communicate, and not even send private messages. The system prompts you to name the shop. Otherwise, the default name is Suji Shop. Suji thought about it and changed the name. Cheese Shop. After successfully creating it, at least 2 products must be put on the shelf. Suji selected a few things from his backpack and hung them up. They are N95 masks X4, stoves X18. After finishing, Suji plans to take a rest. If he can sleep for an hour, it would be good to increase a dozen physical points and go treasure hunting again before dark. But she was afraid that she would oversleep. And she was always worried. She simply checked the chat channel. She had just come to the official zone, and she could get some useful information every time she checked the chat channel. Today fog is so thick. I just encountered it while digging for treasure. I accidentally inhaled a lot of it. What should I do? I feel like I'm poisoned. Will I die? I won't die in a short time. I must take detoxification pills. If I don't take them, I will always be in a negative state. Fortunately, I wore a medical mask. Not to mention, this mask can block 50% of the poisonous fog. I can still run around in the poisonous fog. Are the detoxification pills too expensive? Who can afford it? 1 detoxification pill costs 15 iron ores? There's nothing we can do. Detoxification pills are too rare. You need to use Ganoderma lucidum to make them. Ganoderma lucidum grows in the poisonous fog. Not to mention that you need blueprints and a medicine table. Suji thought that the mask seemed to be quite effective. I guess everyone would be willing to buy it. No one wants to be poisoned. Detoxification pills are so expensive. Should she sell it at a higher price? Suji opened the shop and changed the price to 8 iron ores. Neither the stove nor the mask were sold. She was not disappointed, and closed her eyes to prepare for sleep. When she woke up, an hour and a half had passed. It was 5:30, and there was still half an hour to 6, so why not rush out? 15 points of physical strength were restored, just enough to dig treasure once and run back. Suji put on the mask and rushed out, unexpectedly. Running fast was quite useful here. With the mask, she felt more at ease. She was not afraid of being poisoned even if she encountered poisonous fog. Suji thought about the treasure cave and decided to go to the treasure spot where she had dug the most times. The forum post said that she dug through it at least 20 times. She had dug 5 times a day before. She had dug here for 3 days. It would probably take another day or 2 to dig through it, because there was only one chance. Suji just dug casually. But when she shoveled, she used a lot of force. Shoveled a little more soil. And took a box of soil back. Get white supply box X1. There is another box. Suji is still very happy, even though it is just a white supply box. But it can always get some useful things. But the soil under her feet doesn't seem to be about to be dug through. She stomped her feet hard twice. It very solid. Forget it. Just pack the soil and go back. On the way back, Suji saw a piece of land covered by several big trees, not far to the right, which made it look particularly special. There was a faint golden light in the fog, and it was obvious that there were good things. This made Suji eager to move. She wanted to go over and take a look. But getting close to the fog was like getting close to danger. Would she be courting death? Suji was a little nervous. But what if there was some treasure inside? If she was not mistaken, it was golden light. The highest level of the supply box was gold. She was wearing a mask, which should be able to isolate the poison gas, or she could go over and take a look. If there was real danger, she also had a weapon in her hand. Suji clenched the Chihan sword, and her heartbeat began to accelerate, thinking of the tentacles she saw in the black fog before. However, the fog in front of her was not black, nor gray, but a white fog. I guess different colors of fog have different characteristics. She calculated the time while walking into the fog. She was still a little worried. Even though she was wearing a mask, she held her breath, and even covered her mouth and nose with her other hand. Under the big tree in the fog, there was indeed a golden light. And the golden light wrapped something. Suji looked closely, and saw that it was a Ganoderma lucidum. This is probably the material for making detoxification pills. Suji moved quickly, and picked the Ganoderma lucidum in a flash. She checked the surroundings, and it seemed that there was nothing else. After thinking for a while, since there was Ganoderma lucidum growing under this tree, it might be some high-grade tree. She didn't know it, so she just chopped it down first. She forgot to make an axe, so she had to use the Chihan sword to chop the tree. But this tree was not as easy to chop as an ordinary tree. After a few chops, there was no movement. Suji frowned, and chopped the tree a few more times, and finally it fell. Obtain iron birch X5. It not called wood anymore, it has a unique name, it probably high-grade wood. Suji didn't have time to read the introduction. She had to leave here quickly. It was almost 6 o'clock. Rush back to the shelter. She had time to open the light curtain. Just then the system popped up a few messages. Cheese shop. 1 N95 mask has been sold. Cheese shop. 2 N95 masks have been sold. Chapter 14. Suji clicked on it, and saw that the masks were sold out. And just a minute ago, someone left a message under her product. Hello, I am the leader of the third group of the organization. I want to invite you to join the organization. Please add me as a friend. Thank you. The organization came to her door so quickly. Luckily, her shop is anonymous. The people in the organization don't know who she is, and can only leave messages under her products. Suji thought about it. I didn't add the friend of the leader of the third group. If I added him, wouldn't my identity be exposed? Anyway, they couldn't find out who she was. She decided to ignore the message. There were only 4 N95 masks in total, and they were all sold out. At one time, many people went to comment under Holu products, saying they wanted to buy more masks, and asked her when she would increase the stock. Suji thought they were all sold out, and people were still looking for them, so they shouldn't be searchable after they're sold out. She opened the chat channel, and sure enough, they saw that they were discussing her cheese shop. I went too late, the N95 masks are sold out. I have left a message, I hope it will be put on the shelves again. I found that the shop owner is not from the organization. People from the organization left messages below, probably to recruit people to join the organization. Isn't it a novice player? It turns out that he is not from the organization, and has such a good thing. N95 masks are really amazing, can block 95% of the poisonous fog. It is a must-have for players, and it is not expensive, only 8 iron ores. One can be used for at least a few days. Yes, after wearing the N95 mask for 6 consecutive days, the effective filtration can still reach 90%. Brothers, I'm lucky I bought it. Medical surgical masks can also block poisonous mist. If you can't buy N95, you can only buy ordinary ones. There's nothing you can do. Surgical masks are so inefficient that they can also cause poisoning. I would rather buy N95 with iron ore. You can't buy it now if you want to. They are out of stock. And I suspect the organization will do everything they can to get people away. After reading the news, Suji hurried to the trading center to buy cotton and non-woven fabrics. Since masks are selling so well, he had to make more. It takes 5 minutes to make a mask. And if he works hard every day, he can make 50 or 60 masks. And then he can get hundreds of iron ore. Wouldn't that be a big fortune? But this is the most ideal situation. Suji opened the trading center and found that the amount of cotton and non-woven fabrics that can be traded is not much. Most shops only have 5 or 6 stocks. It is impossible to buy so many raw materials. Suji was a little disappointed. There was no other way, just buy as much as you can get. She hurried to buy. She bought out several shops, and finally bought 30 cotton and 22 non-woven fabrics. It took 16 iron ores in total. These can make 22 masks. Suji planned to make them quickly, and put them on the shelves. You know, every second counts when you stock up in the game. If someone else also has the blueprint for the N95 mask, she won't be the only one selling it, and maybe the organization will get the blueprint soon. Now things are scarce and expensive. If there is a price war, she won't make so much money. Of course, Suji wanted to make more money as soon as possible. 1.5 hours later, Suji finally made 22 N95 masks. She took a break in the middle, and also looked at the chat channel for a while. Many people are speculating whether she will join the organization. At least there is no news yet. There are also people from the organization who speak in the chat channel, asking her to respond to the organization as soon as possible, and not to be ungrateful. Some players are just watching the fun, and bet that the organization can't find the person who sells N95 masks. How can it be impossible to find it? Although the shop can be anonymous, this person earns so much iron ore. He will definitely level up quickly. Once he is on the list, his identity will be exposed. By then, it will be too late. Do you know the saying of settling accounts after the autumn? I think it better to join the organization earlier. If you join earlier, you can increase your contribution points after you level up. If you wait until you are upgraded to join, you will not have any contribution points. These news made Suji remember. She had to be low-key and careful in everything from now on. After entering the official area, there were many people, fierce competition, and many disputes. But she was not a timid person. Whether in reality or in the game, the strong were respected. Only with strength could one be respected and feared. What she had to do now was to upgrade quickly and become stronger. After the N95 mask was made, Suji immediately put it on the shelves. The news of the listing was quickly spread to the chat channel. After all, there were more than 100,000 people, and there were always some people who had nothing to do but stare at her shop. She only put the masks on the shelves, but did not reply to the comments of the organization. Nor did she add the 3 group leaders as friends. This was a disguised rejection of the organization's solicitation. This matter immediately attracted the attention of the top leaders of the organization. If it was something else, it would be fine. But it was an N95 mask. The people of the organization needed something that all players in the game needed. If this player could be brought into the organization, then all players in the organization would not have to worry about not having masks. Since the blueprint of medical surgical masks was obtained, the organization distributed medical surgical masks for free to players, with a contribution value of 500 every day. And other members could also buy medical surgical masks at a low price. But now that we have N95 masks, everyone would like to use better ones, of course. And the organization has been sending people to the poison fog to find supplies. Most players don't know that there are high-level supplies in the poison fog. Only a few people in the organization know about it. And it won't be spread outside. For example, Ganoderma lucidum can only be found in the poison fog. With Ganoderma lucidum, you can make detoxification pills. Detoxification pills are very expensive, and many high-level players need them. So N95 masks are very important to them. The leader of Group 3 found Tong Hao Song to report this situation. Brother Song, the player who made the N95 mask, did not respond, but he has newly put N95 masks on the shelves. Tong Hao Song, yeah, I know. Tong Hao Song is also paying attention to this matter. The leader of Group 3, do you want to continue to comment and contact him? Tong Hao Song, sure, show some sincerity, N95 masks are very important to us. The leader of Group 3, but you can only comment, and you can't send private messages. All players can see our comments, so it's hard to negotiate terms. Tong Hao Tsong, it doesn't matter, talk directly. It's not a bad thing to let everyone see our organization's sincerity towards capable people. Team leader of Group 3, what if the other party still doesn't agree to join the organization? Tong Hao Tsong pondered for a moment. Then talked to her about business. And 95 masks have just come out. Even if we can't pull people into the organization, we must monopolize the mask business. If the other party is a newcomer, then he definitely doesn't have enough materials. It will definitely be troublesome to gather materials everywhere. But the organization has a large number of people and rich materials, and can provide him with stable raw materials. Moreover, even if this person created the shop anonymously, it is not impossible to find him. There are only a few materials for making masks. It is entirely possible to let the people in the organization put these materials on the shelves in the anonymous shop. When someone buys a large number of them, they can chat with the buyers. It only takes a little time to find this person. The 22 and 95 masks were quickly sold out. Su Ji made a fortune. Excluding the cost, he actually made more than 100 iron ores in a short time. Su Ji never thought it would be so fast. But it just this wave. The trading center doesn't have much cotton and non-woven fabrics for the time being. It is estimated that these two materials are relatively rare supplies, and not many people open them. Su Ji sorted out the iron ores in her backpack. There are already more than 200. She can now directly upgrade to level 4. Level 4 should not be very impressive in the official area, so just upgrade it. Su Ji clicked on the trading center, planning to purchase the materials needed for the upgrade in large quantities. She calculated that she only needed 55 iron ores to exchange for all the materials for the upgrade to level 4. I have to say, it's quite cheap. But no store has so many supplies that can be exchanged at one time. Even if you find a few more stores, there are not so many goods. The store with the largest inventory is the store of the organization. If Su Ji wants to exchange so many supplies quickly, she has to go to the store of the organization to exchange. Although you can buy things anonymously, the numbers are the same. You can see that it is the same person trading. She traded so many at once, it will definitely arouse suspicion. But at present, there is no better choice. Su Ji planned to buy some from other shops now, and then buy the rest from the organization shop. She scraped together some supplies, and only bought a little bit. She wanted to ask a few friends she had added in the novice zone, but they had just arrived and were probably saving supplies to upgrade. So she decided to forget it. Anyway, they didn't know that they were the same person selling in 95 masks. Su Ji had to buy in batches. She bought a dozen at a time. She bought them in 5 batches. Then she got the supplies. The supplies were ready. She didn't care so much, and directly clicked to upgrade. This upgrade would take 8 hours. It was getting late. She would have to rest after a while. She had been busy since 6 o'clock, and hadn't eaten dinner yet, and only now did she realize she was hungry. Before, she was too hungry, and didn't feel anything, but now her stomach was empty, and she felt very uncomfortable. She drank some water first, and took out a small French bread and a wild fruit from her backpack. Anyway, I'm going to sleep soon, and sleeping doesn't consume anything. Just eat some bread to fill my stomach. I eat more tomorrow. She remembered that there was a white supply box that she hadn't opened. While eating, she opened her backpack and took out the supply box. Obtained, iron ore X2, plastic X2, cotton X2, non-woven fabric X1, woven sunproof straw hat X1, old pickled cabbage instant noodles X1. Not bad, most of the things are what I need. In the real world, Su Ji didn't like instant noodles. But when she came here and saw the words instant noodles, she started drooling. Decided, I eat this tomorrow morning. There was also a Ganoderma lucidum in the backpack. Su Ji didn't know whether to sell it in the store. She had no use for it for the time being. It needed a medicine table to be used, and she didn't have the blueprint for making detoxification pills. How about trading it for detoxification pills? Although in 95 masks can block 95% of the poisonous fog, there is still 5%. If she is poisoned, she will also need detoxification pills. So Su Ji put the Lingji on the trading center and asked to trade for detoxification pills. 1 Lingji for 2 detoxification pills. Let's see if anyone can find her to trade. Anyway, there is no rush. Su Ji washed up and prepared to go to bed. But she received a message from Lu Qi. This was the first time Lu Qi contacted her after coming to the official area. Lu Qi's sister. Are you asleep? Su Ji, not yet. Lu Qi, the official area is really too competitive. I'm almost busy. Suji saw Lucci's words and could imagine the tone of her voice. Suji, yes. The old players are far ahead of us. What do you want to talk to me about so late? Lucci, something. Lucci, I want to exchange something with you. I don't know if you have it. I have a blueprint and need metal fragments. I don't have enough. Do you have any? I want to exchange with you. Suji did have some metal fragments, but she planned to keep them for herself, unless the other party showed her something she was very interested in. Suji, yes. I do. But I need it myself. What do you want in exchange? Lucci, what do you want? Suji thought about it, and the only thing she wanted at the moment was the key. Suji, the key. Lucci, I don't have a key. Lucci, how about this? Give me the materials, and I make one for you. I have a good blueprint. Suji, what blueprint? Lucci, crossbow. Chapter 15 Misty Season, Day 5. Crossbows are good stuff, long-range attack weapons. Suji only has a Chihan sword, no long-range attack. Suji, how many metal fragments do you want? Seeing her agree, Lucci was overjoyed. Not many, just 3. I have one myself. If you give me 3, I can make 2 crossbows. Lucci opened the workbench blueprint yesterday, and now he has a workbench. Metal fragments are not cheap in the trading center, and can be exchanged for one with 5 iron ores. This means Suji uses 15 iron ores to buy a crossbow arrow. Suji thinks it a bit expensive, but it also depends on the rarity of the crossbow arrow. She opened the trading center and searched. There are crossbow arrows for sale, which are exactly 15 iron ores. In this case, she didn't want to change it very much. For Lucci, it was a profit. The materials were provided by Suji, and she made it herself with the blueprint and the workbench, so she didn't have to buy metal fragments herself. But Suji didn't need the crossbow arrows that much at this time, and if she wanted it, she could just buy it directly at the trading center. She can keep the metal fragments for herself. She has learned the forging skill, and will inevitably need metal fragments in the future. With this in mind, Suji still rejected Lucci. Forget it. If you need 1 metal fragment, you can buy it at the trading center, and you can get it in exchange for 5 iron ores. Lucci sighed, but I don't have 5 iron ores. She just made a workbench, and only 2 iron ores were left in her backpack. Suji, then I can't do anything. Well, hey, how about I sell the blueprints? Weapon blueprints are expensive. Maybe I can sell them for 20 iron ores. Then I can buy a crossbow and a medical surgical mask. What do you think? Suji, you can try. In fact, Suji can take her blueprints, make a crossbow for her, and give her an N95 mask. After Suji gets the blueprints, he can make crossbows by himself. The material cost of making a crossbow and an N95 mask is not much. After getting the blueprints, he can mass-produce crossbows. She could exchange crossbows for other supplies. Just now, I saw that the only shops selling crossbows in the trading center were those of the organization. But she didn't bring it up, lest Lucci think that she was just trying to take advantage of her and covet the blueprint. And there was a certain risk in giving her N95. When the cheese shop puts crossbows on the shelves, it would be easy for Lucci to know that she was the owner of the cheese shop. But she did have a lot of iron ore on hand. How about this? If you have anything to trade, I exchange some iron ore for you, and you can use it to buy metal fragments. Is it okay? Lucci thought it was hopeless. Look at what you want. I have these here. Lucci took a screenshot of her backpack and showed it to Suji. In addition to some basic materials, she also had a lot of miscellaneous things. Activated carbon X1, thin rope X2, damaged blueprint X1, coconut shell X1, coconut treasure X1, silk thread X1. Suji actually found what she wanted. For example, activated carbon. She remembered that she had a blueprint for a water purifier, and she just needed activated carbon. There is also this broken blueprint, although it is broken and seems useless. Suji feels that since it can be dug out, there may be a way to repair it. I want the activated carbon, the string and the broken blueprint. I will give you 3 iron ores. Suji saw that Lucci had 2 iron ores, so giving her 3 would be enough. It is equivalent to exchanging 1 iron ore for 1 thing. It is a good deal for Lucci. And Suji also got what he wanted. With activated carbon, all he needs is a ceramic. And Suji can make a water purifier. I opened the trading center and searched, but I didn't find any ceramics. It seems that this water purifier is not that easy to make. It was getting late, and she should go to bed. The shelter would be upgraded tomorrow. In the early morning, Suji opened her eyes at the moment when the shelter was upgraded. She happened to hear the prompt sound of the successful upgrade. Her shelter didn't change much. At least there was one more room. The walls and floors were made of cement. And there were a few more windows on the wall, all of which were glass windows, so she could clearly see the scenery outside the window. Suji thought that the extra room could be used as a storage room. After all, she didn't need a kitchen now, because there were no ingredients to cook, and she was not very good at cooking. It was no problem to heat it with a stove, but it would be difficult for her to make something delicious. Suji clicked on the information of the shelter. Level 4 large bungalow. Defense index, 2 stars. Beauty index, 1 star. Overall score, 38. Upgrade conditions. Wood X 1000, stone X 500, iron or X 200, glass X 100, sand X 100, cement X 100. The materials needed for upgrading are much more, especially 100 iron ores. No wonder everyone said, from level 4 to level 5 is a watershed. Where can ordinary players get so much iron ore? Suji calculated that even if she used all her supplies, she would still be a little short of upgrading. However, as long as she got the materials for making masks and sold a batch of masks, it would be enough. It doesn't need to be too much. Just make 20 more masks. But where can I get it? Forget it, sign in first. Suji mind moved. Today's sign-in is completed. Receive. Crispy pork feet X1, card draw opportunity X1. Moonstone +1. Freshly baked crispy pork feet, fried and then baked, sprinkled with secret spices, fragrant and spicy, no sound after taking a bite, increase 10 points of physical strength after eating. Suji figured it out. This sign-in system gives her a stable food that increases her stamina points every day, and a chance to draw a card, and another moonstone. And the food is getting better and better. Suji guessed, maybe one day, she will be given a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall or a seafood feast. However, Suji is most looking forward to drawing cards. If there is another double card, her upgrade will be easily solved. She is already familiar with the card drawing process, and soon got today card. Blind box card. You can choose to get any category of blind box, such as food, equipment, materials, tools. This is new, there is actually such a card. This can be used directly, no need to save it. Suji likes to open blind boxes. Actually, it is a bit like opening a supply box, but this is a classified blind box, probably all the same category of things, similar to a snack gift pack or a tool box. She doesn't know what she will get. This makes people very excited. Suji directly uses the blind box card. Suddenly a huge box appears in front of her. It is covered with cute cartoon patterns. It is really a blind box. But she couldn't tell what was inside. She picked it up, and it was quite heavy. She shook it, and could hear the sound of things colliding. Suji didn't want to guess, and directly tore open the package. It was actually full of snacks. There were chocolates, small cakes, and egg yolk crisps, a total of 10 snacks. Each of them could increase her physical strength by 2 points. So she now had a lot of things that could increase her physical strength. It was still early, and she could use some hot water to cook some instant noodles. Suji hadn't eaten instant noodles for a long time. It must be said that this thing is really delicious after a long time. She even drank up the soup. After eating, the system just prompted that it was time to dig for treasure. Suji sorted out her backpack and left all the things that took up less space in the shelter. Freed up 6 spaces. Currently, the backpack mainly contains iron ore, metal fragments and mysterious parts. Suji came to the treasure point where he dug yesterday. The goal today is to try to dig through this treasure point and find the treasure cave. An hour and a half passed, and Suji had used up 40 points of physical strength. She dug up white supply boxes, mysterious parts, and key fragments. Today luck seemed a bit average. This also confirmed what Chiron said, that the deeper you dig, the better the things you will get. On the contrary, the fewer and more common the things you will get. But Suji was digging for the treasure cave. She continued to dig. She used up another 15 points of physical strength. And this time, she dug up a black seed. Obtained mysterious seed. The seed looked ordinary, even like a piece of soil. The details were very simple. I don't know what will grow. You can give it a try. Half of my stamina points have been used up, and I don't know if I can dig it out today. Suji took a break and drank half a bottle of water. The sun was particularly hot at this time. and fine beads of sweat appeared on Suji's forehead. After drinking water, she felt a little better. Digging again, she felt a little different. The treasure digging point has reached the bottom. Please change the treasure digging point. Suji was stunned. Digging out? This hint means that it is hollowed out. But why is there nothing else? Where is the treasure cave? Just when Suji was puzzled, a hole appeared under her feet. Suji hesitated for a moment, and simply jumped in. The hole was not deep. After Suji jumped in, she found that there was actually a road ahead. It seems that this is the treasure cave. Although it was pitch black, the light from the hole allowed her to see the scene 4 or 5 meters in front of her. The empty hole was a bit scary. Although it was not horrible, she always felt that there might be something bad inside. Suji hesitated for a moment, opened the trading center, and bought a torch. The price of a torch was the same as that of a furnace, which was 1 iron ore. With the torch, Suji felt safe. She lit the road ahead and walked slowly forward, holding the torch in one hand and the Chihan sword in the other. As long as she saw something dangerous, she would stab it with the sword. Fortunately, she didn't see anything at the end of the road. Not to mention things. She didn't even see a stone. After going so deep, Suji was still wondering if there would be a mine here. It turned out that she was overthinking. There was no mine. Wasn't this a treasure cave? It was just an ordinary cave. Would there be a mine if we dug to the end? It shouldn't be. Suji didn't believe it was that simple. She walked to the end, stopped and looked around, and finally found a strange place in the corner. There was a bulge here, and she knocked it with a Chihan sword, and the stone loosened, and she heard the sound of something breaking. Another big hole appeared on the ground. This time, she saw something in the hole. Purple light flashed. At the same time, she heard the system prompt, "Get purple supply box." Suji exclaimed. Although she had some expectations in her heart, she thought it might be a higher level supply box, but when she saw it was purple, she was still surprised and excited. A key is needed to open the purple supply box. Suji currently has only 1 key fragment, and when she came out, she didn't bring the fragment with her, it took up space. Suji hesitated for a while, and decided to put the purple supply box into her backpack first, and then go to another treasure hunting spot to continue digging, to see if she could empty the other treasure hunting spot in one go today. She still had half of her stamina points left, and she still had a lot of things that increased her stamina points, so she could just eat some. After coming out of the cave, Suji immediately went to another treasure hunting spot. It was already past 3 o'clock. Fortunately, the other treasure hunting spot was not far away, and she walked very fast, so she arrived in just over 10 minutes. The traces of treasure hunting were still there. Suji jumped down and started digging with ease. Obtained a blue supply box. Another supply box. Suji did not open it, put it in the backpack, and will open it when he returns. Obtained key fragment X1. Great, that's what I need. One more, and I can synthesize the key. However, maybe fragments can also be found in the blue supply box. We know when we return. There are only 20 stamina points left. Suji did not stop, and dug hard. She made up her mind to work hard on this treasure digging spot today, and empty it before dark. In this way, leveling up to level 5 will definitely not be a problem. Obtained mysterious parts X1. The stamina points were insufficient. Suji ate an egg tart. Added 3 points. Eat a few more cherries, drank 2 sips of wine, and increased the stamina points to 15. This way, she can dig once more. Obtained white supply box. It has not been emptied yet. Counting the number of times, I have probably dug here 17 or 18 times. If you dig 3 more times, you will need about 40 points of physical strength. Eat all the cherries. And eat a pig foot. That enough. Consider it today dinner. She climbed out of the pit first, eating while watching the chat channel. Today chat channel is very lively. There are many things to discuss. What Chirong said is true. I dug out a treasure digging point and found a treasure cave. I got a red supply box. But there is no key. The key is too expensive. It takes 20 iron ores to exchange for one. The value of the red supply box must be more than 20 iron ores. It's definitely worth it. How about I give you 25 iron ores, and you give me the red supply box? You're dreaming? I'd be crazy to trade with you. Does anyone know how to get to the lake and Gobi plates? Aren't they unlocked? How come there's no news at all? I guess only the top brass in the organization knows, and only high-level players have the chance to go there. Maybe they can only be unlocked after level 5. I guess so. I didn't see anyone talking about the other 2 blocks. Everyone was just focusing on the forest block. Suji was also very curious. Since the lake and the desert were unlocked, there must be a passage. After eating the cherries and crispy pork trotters, Suji's stomach was full and he was very satisfied. Okay, go down and keep digging. Suji dug 3 times in a row. Get the mysterious part X1. Get the white supply box. Get the key fragment X1. Okay. Now we can combine a key. The next second, the soles of her feet were empty. It was hollowed out again. Suji's eyes lit up. With experience this time, she jumped down directly. It was getting late, she had to hurry. It was past 5 o'clock now. Once it was 6 o'clock, it would be dark. The poisonous fog after dark was much more frightening than during the day. It was still white during the day, but it would turn black at night. Suji held a torch, ran all the way, and rushed into the treasure cave. But she didn't find a supply box inside, and there was nothing wrong with the ground. Suji, unwilling to give up, poked around with a shovel. In the end, she really got something. She poked a stone, and a glittering object fell out. Get Lake Teleportation Stone X1. Chapter 16 Primary Lake Teleport Stone, a must-have for the lake plate. After using it, you can directly teleport to any territory in the lake plate. Using it again will return you to the starting point. A one-time item. It turns out that you need to teleport to go to the lake. No wonder the players didn't find the entrance to the lake plate and the next plate. Suji explored the treasure cave again, confirmed that there was only this teleport stone inside, and left here quickly. For the last 10 minutes, she ran all the way to the shelter. On the way, she encountered a fog. Seeing that it was white, she did not take a detour, but went straight through wearing an N95 mask. If she took a detour, she would not be able to return to the shelter before dark. The white fog followed her all the time. As time passed, the color became darker and darker. At first, it was white. Then it slowly turned gray. And it was about to turn black. Suji opened the door of the shelter. Fortunately, there was no danger. When she looked back, the fog did not approach, but floated nearby. And there was obviously something in the fog. Suji's intuition told her that, perhaps soon, the shelter would not be able to block the fog. But at least she was safe now. Suji decided to synthesize the key first. There was no rush to go to the lake. The new plate brought more unknowns, so she had to be well prepared before going. It would be best to upgrade the backpack otherwise. With such a small grid, not only would it not be enough to store things, it would also be difficult to get the supplies back from there. When Suji took out the purple supply box, just when he was about to open it, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Didn't she just happen to have a copy card? Just copy the purple supply box, wouldn't she be rich? It's always more cost-effective to copy a whole supply box than to copy a single item. Let's try and see if it works this way. Suji found the copy card, put it on the purple supply box, and clicked to use it. A flash of light passed by. Copy successful. The purple supply box on the ground suddenly became 2. Suji's eyes were wide open, really great. Now there are 2 boxes, and she only has 1 key. No matter what, let's open one first and see. Suji opened the purple material box expectantly. Obtained. Smelting Table Blueprint X1, Fishing Rod Blueprint X1, Ceramic X1, Soil Nutrient Solution X2, Fishing Net X1, Mysterious Parts X2, Metal Fragments X2, Fish Tank X1, Detoxification Pill Formula X1. The purple material box is rich in items, and there are many advanced items. The smelting table that Suji has always wanted is now available. Smelting table can be used to smelt various metals, essential for forging weapons. Required materials: iron or X10, metal fragments X2, smelting table blueprint. Suji has all these materials, and can make them directly. This soil nutrient solution is also something she needs. Soil nutrient solution can change soil quality, increase soil fertility, make ordinary soil into plantable soil into high-grade fertile soil. 1 bottle can be used for 1 square meter of land. Such a powerful thing makes Suji very happy. Doesn't this mean that Suji can grow vegetables and fruits by herself? She still has a lot of seeds and saplings. But there are only 2 bottles, can only change 2 square meters of land. Probably only 2 kinds of things can be grown. And Suji didn't want to use it now. The detailed introduction said that it could turn the arable land into high-grade fertile land. So why didn't she keep it until there was arable land to use? High-grade fertile land would definitely be better than arable land, and the things grown would be more and better. There is no arable land here, which does not mean there is no lake plate. Suji can go there to look for it, and then decide whether to use the soil nutrient solution. As for ceramics, she can use it to make water purifiers. The water purifier is more useful. Suji plans to make this first. When she goes to the lake section, she will bring back a few buckets of water. After purifying it with the water purifier, she will not have to worry about drinking water. Suji put the materials on the workbench. They are activated carbon, ceramics, metal fragments. Add the blueprint of the water purifier, click to make, and a countdown appears on the workbench. It will take 30 minutes. Suji opened the detoxification pill formula again. Detoxification pill can remove most toxins and has a significant effect on poisonous fog poisoning. Production conditions: alchemy table, Ganoderma lucidum. 1 Lingji can make 5 detoxification pills. Without alchemy skills, and without an alchemy table, there is no way to make detoxification pills. At this point, Suji felt that the people in the organization were still quite capable. It was estimated that no one had bought the Lingji that she had posted at the trading center. It was estimated that the organization saw that it was sold by the cheese shop and deliberately refused to buy it. And this thing was useless to ordinary players. Most players did not have the detoxification pill formula or the alchemy table. The workbench was in use, and other drawings could not be made. Suji then turned his attention to another purple supply box. Although it was copied with a copy card. But when she copied it, the box hadn't been opened yet. So she wasn't sure if the contents would be the same. She would know after she opened it. Suji was going to exchange the iron ore for a key. It was better to save money and spend money. She had already dug up a few key fragments today, which saved her money. And since this was a purple supply box, she would just buy a key for it. Just when she opened the trading center, Bai-yun sent a message. Do you have any seeds? Could he grow things so soon? But then she thought, hadn't she just got the soil nutrient solution? As long as she wanted, she could grow things. Bai-yun was doing well. It was not surprising that he could grow things. Suji had seeds, but she kept them for herself, and had no intention of trading them. And she found that there were very few seeds and saplings for sale in the trading center, and the prices were very expensive. There were no fresh fruits and vegetables, which meant that the people in the organization had not started to grow vegetables. If she can grow it, she will definitely make a lot of money. Suji, yes. I do, but I have to keep it for myself. Suji is not afraid of offending people. There is no need to lie. Just say that she doesn't want to change. She is so honest and straightforward. Bai-yun is a little surprised. Bai-yun, okay, if you want to change, you can find me. He has asked several players who have developed well, but none of them have it. Suji finally got it, but she didn't want to change. There is no way if she doesn't want to change. You can't force her to buy or sell. Suji, do you have the key? She asked casually. What do you want to exchange? Suji thought for a moment. I can give you an important piece of information about the new section and give you 2 bottles of water. Information is also very valuable. At least, no one has mentioned this in the chat channel yet. Water is something that no one wants too much of. In the absence of a stable source of drinking water, everyone wants to stock up on water. Mineral water in the trading center also costs 2 iron ores per bottle. Bai-yun hesitated for a moment and asked, is it what was said on the forum? I've read it all. Suji, of course not. I have specific instructions on how to go to the new section. Suji knew that since the new section had been opened, the game would allow players to go there on a large scale sooner or later. She was in the first batch now, and more people would definitely know about it later. Anyway, she would go there tomorrow morning. It was already dark today, so she couldn't dig for treasure. Even if she told Bai-yun, even if he was very lucky and could find the treasure cave tomorrow and successfully get the teleportation stone, he would have to wait until tomorrow afternoon to go to the new section. Moreover, normal people would do the same as her, making a lot of preparations in advance. After all, the teleportation stone is a one-time use, and it is impossible to set off without any preparation. By using this information to do a favor, in exchange for a key, Suji would not lose out. In the survival game, many players' words are untrustworthy, but perhaps because of Suji's straightforward statement just now that he had seeds, but did not want to exchange them with him, Bayun felt that Suji's words were quite credible, and he really wanted to go to the news section, so he agreed. The key is indeed important, but it can be bought with iron ore. He is not short of iron ore now. What he lacks is a better opportunity. Bayun, okay. To be on the safe side, I will give you a key fragment first, and I will give you the other 2 fragments after you finish speaking. You will not lose anything. Suji, what if you don't give it to me? Bayun, risk sharing. I am worried that the information you said is useless. And you are worried that I will not give you all the key fragments. But I can only give you 1 key fragment first. And you believe me. And do as I say. Suji, okay. From Bayun's perspective, it's understandable. But if Bayun cheated her, after all, her loss is not big, just block her and delete her as a friend, and learn from her mistakes. Bayun immediately sent a key fragment. Suji, after the treasure point is emptied, a treasure cave will appear. Look carefully in the treasure cave, and there is a certain chance to find something called a teleportation stone. That it? Bayun thought it was complicated, but it turned out to be just like this. Yes, give me the other 2 key fragments, and I can send you the introduction of the teleportation stone. This is useful. Bayun looked at his luck value of 89. Not low, could Suji's luck be higher? How did she get the teleportation stone? Bayun was a little skeptical, but still kept his promise, and sent the 2 key fragments. Received. Suji also sent a screenshot as promised. After reading the introduction of the teleportation stone, Bayun understood how to go to other sections. With this screenshot, the information Suji gave was very useful. After getting the key, Suji started to open the boxes. She laid out all the boxes in her backpack. She planned to open them all at once. 2 white boxes, 1 blue box. After opening them all at once, there was a sense of joy of a great harvest. Open the white box, obtained, stone X5, cotton X1, non-woven fabric X1, white sneakers X1, plastic X1, socks X1. Open the white box, obtained, fish hook X1, bamboo X1, bamboo basket X1, fishing line X1, roll of paper X1, flower pot X1. Open the blue box, obtained, iron ore X3, plastic X1, non-woven fabric X2, cotton X5, beer X1, mysterious parts X1, primary bow and arrow blueprint X1. After opening the 3 boxes, the ground was full of supplies. The entire living room floor was almost full of them. Suji looked at this, and then at that, and was satisfied. The best was saved for last, and now it was time to open the purple supply box. She took out the key, and prayed in her heart that it would be better if it was not the same thing as the purple supply box in front. Open the purple supply box, get, primary lake teleportation stone X1, elastic rope X1, a bunch of rose-scented grapes, a basket of strawberries, jacket X1, candles X2, key X1, foot bathing bucket X1. It not the same. Great. Another teleportation stone was opened, which means Suji can go to the lake twice. She can't stay out at night. She leaves in the morning, and has to come back at 6 p.m. If the resources are good, she can go the next day. It seems that I have to plan it well. What should I bring with me? Since it is a lake, there must be lake water. She first makes a few plastic buckets to hold water, brings it back and purifies it through the water purifier. There must be fish in the lake, and the fishing rod must be made in advance. Oh! She remembered that among the drawings she had obtained before, there were also drawings for spear guns. Suji took out the 2 drawings and checked them. Fishing rod, don't underestimate it. It's just an ordinary fishing rod. But it can easily catch fish. But it's just small fish. If you want to catch big fish, you need a more advanced fishing rod. Required materials, iron birch X1, fishing line X1, fish hook X1, spear gun, a spear gun with a certain power. As long as you master the method, it will almost always hit the target. Required materials, elastic rope X1, iron ore X2, iron birch X1, metal fragment X1. Suji happened to have all these materials, and she couldn't help but feel lucky that she ate so many things that increased her physical strength today to dig for treasure. Otherwise, how could we get so many supply boxes? All the materials we got were just needed. Suji added the production of 2 blueprints, the fishing rod and the spear gun, to the to-do list on the workbench. First, prepare the materials and blueprints, and put them next to the workbench, and put them on the workbench when the water purifier is ready. At the same time, he also needs to sort out the supplies. Now his supplies are too messy. Sometimes he can't figure out what he has. The main problem is that the backpack can't fit in otherwise. The backpack can be sorted and organized with one click, which won't be so troublesome. Suji urgently needs to upgrade her backpack. She had searched for space stones before but to no avail. Now she opened the trading center to search again. Unexpectedly, she found one. The other party asked to exchange a skill book or a red supply box for a space stone. Suji didn't have any now. The skill book only had one forging skill, which she had already learned. The red supply box was even gone. A primary backpack can have 5 grids with 1 space stone. You know, 5 grids are very important in the early stage. The person who traded looked very familiar. It was Chi Rong. Suji really needed the space stone. So she had to send him a private message to ask if she could exchange it for something else, such as blueprints. If that didn't work, she could give him a few N95 masks. It just so happened that she had a lot of materials for making it today. Suji sent a private message to Chi Rong. Hello. Can the space stone be exchanged for something else? Do you need N95 masks? 3 masks for 1 space stone. 3 masks are worth a lot. It would be easy for Chi Rong to know that she was the owner of the cheese shop by trading masks. However, through the understanding of these days, Chi Rong and the organization were not in the same group, and they even didn't get along with each other. He was also unwilling to join the organization, and he would probably not tell the organization. It has been a while since Suji sent the message, but he has not received a reply. He does not know whether he did not see it or does not want to respond. It may also be that too many people have sent him private messages. After all, Chi Rong is a famous person in the 10th district. In fact, Suji also has another principle, which is to join the organization. It may not be difficult to get the space stone from the organization. Not to mention that she has N95 masks in her hands, which they seem to need. But Suji will not join the organization unless she has no choice. She still likes to develop freely. Her luck was so good. If she joined the organization, she would have to give everything to the organization and serve the organization. Even her own backpack and information would be exposed. She really didn't like that feeling. Suji decided to ask Zhou Shuiyue and Li Ming to see if they had space stones. She was about to send a message when Chi Rong replied. Are you the maker of N95 masks? Chapter 17 Misty Season, Day 6. Suji hesitated for a moment. Although he neither admitted nor denied, he asked again, can I exchange 3 N95 masks for space stones? Chi Rong, I can give you space stones, but there is a condition. Suji, what condition? I promise that I can buy N95 masks from you steadily in the future, according to the market price. 8 iron ores for 1, of course, I only buy them for myself, and I won't buy too much. This is not a problem. She was going to do business anyway, it doesn't matter who she sells to. Suji, okay. So Chi Rong initiated the transaction. Suji put 3 N95 masks on, and received the space stone he sent. I didn't expect to get the space stone so easily, Suji thought. God really helped me. She is more confident about going to the lake plate tomorrow. Chi Rong, let me ask you a question. Suji, you say. Why don't you want to join the organization? For newcomers, joining the organization will help you more. Suji, everyone has different ideas. But I think you and I may have some similarities. Chi Rong, then I wish you good luck. Suji, thank you. Other players said that you posted a lot of strategy posts on the forum. But now I can't see them. Is there any way to find them? Chi Rong, if you have any questions, you can ask me directly. The posts on the forum will be lost after the expiration date. That a pity. Suji thought to himself. There are still many questions he wants to know. But it's not good to ask too many questions. I can only pick a few important questions. Have you ever encountered something in the fog? Suji has always been worried that the thing in the fog is some kind of scary monster. Chi Rong, as long as you don't go out after dark, you won't encounter it. Chi Rong words are scary, as if he has encountered it himself. If I am discovered by the organization, will they use any extreme means? That not the case. The organization is not as scary as you think. Although Chi Rong did not join the organization, he often dealt with the organization. The organization leader was actually quite familiar with him. The two were both leaders of the 10th district. They were both rivals and friends. If you don't want to join, hide yourself. Otherwise they will be very annoyed. This game is still a single-player game. No one can find you even if you don't want to. But it's hard to say in the future. Unless you become very strong. Suji, I understand. After getting some information from Chi-Rong, Suji wanted to return the favor. However, since he was the first person to know that the treasure digging point could be dug through, he must also know about the teleportation stone. Maybe he has been to other sections? Suji, do you know how to go to other sections? After saying that, Suji felt that her expression was not very good, because the method to go to other sections has not been circulated yet. Maybe it is a secret among advanced players, and Chi-Rong did not mention it when sharing her experience. Maybe she didn't want to say it, not that she didn't know, so she added, I followed your method and got the teleportation stone in the treasure cave. Teleportation stone? Chi-Rong doesn't know? Suji, to go to other plates, you need a teleportation stone, which can be found in the treasure cave. Chi-Rong, okay, I know, thank you for telling me about this. Suji, you're welcome. It was because you told everyone about the treasure cave that I was able to find this thing so quickly. After the two chatted, the water purifier was also made. Suji changed the materials and started making a fishing rod. She clicked to use the space stone, and the backpack grid increased by 5 immediately. I don't know why Chi-Rong is willing to trade the space stone. Such a good thing. Is his backpack enough? She wanted to ask just now. But this involves the other party development situation, so it's not easy to ask. Suji was busy until 12:30, and finally laid down. She closed her eyes, and was still thinking about whether the things in her backpack were enough. This time, the main purpose of going to the lake area was to collect supplies. I don't know what can be dug out at the treasure digging point there. And if you find a lake, you have to collect more lake water and fish resources. For this purpose, she made several plastic buckets, which could hold lake water and fish. She also made several wooden boxes, so that if there was any mud or sand, she could bring some back. Thinking about it, Suji fell into a deep sleep. The next day, her biological clock woke her up on time. At 8:30, she had just had breakfast, prepared herself and set off. Before that, she had to sign in first. Sign in successfully. Get 1 fresh meat wonton. 1 card draw opportunity. 1 moonstone. Fresh meat wonton. Fresh wontons made by hand. Can only be eaten after being cooked. And eating 1 wonton can restore a little physical strength. Fresh meat wontons have to be cooked before they can be eaten. There are so many. Estimated to be 1 pound. At least 30 wontons. Save them for later. Suji started to draw cards. None of the cards drawn these days were repeated. Suji was very curious. What special cards would appear today? Get help card. Help card, after using, you can summon any player to appear. Time is 5 hours. Restriction, need to get the other party consent. If the other party refuses, the help card will be invalid. There is such a card. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. Put it away first. Yesterday, she opened a snack box to replenish her food inventory, so Suji can eat egg yolk crisps and small cakes this morning. The temperature was low in the morning. Suji also boiled some hot water to drink. After eating and drinking, she opened her backpack and did a final check. Iron ore. Intermediate shovel. Lake teleportation stone. Qing'an sword. Spear gun. Iron axe. Fishing rod. Plastic bucket. Wooden box. Snack box. Seafood spicy hot pot. Mineral water. Flint. String. Bamboo basket. These things took up 15 grids, and the remaining 5 were reserved for backup. She put on an N95 mask and a woven straw hat, and when the time came, she took out the teleportation stone and clicked to use it. The teleportation stone emitted a strong light, lighting up the whole room. Suji felt a force, and a few seconds later, she disappeared in the shelter. When she opened her eyes, there was green grass under her feet. No one had been here before, and there was no road. Suji didn't know which way to go for a while. She had to explore around. It was past 10 o'clock, and the sun was not very hot. She planned to find a treasure hunting spot first. The ecology of the lake is completely different from that of the forest. The forest before was full of trees. Once you enter the forest, there are all towering trees. If you don't make a mark, it's easy to get lost. It was wet everywhere. The grass was covered with dew. Under the sun, the dewdrops glowed, reflecting beautiful colors. Suji chose a direction, with the Qing'an sword in hand, walking and exploring the grass, fearing that there might be snakes or something else hidden in the deep grass. She walked out of the grass, and saw a sparse forest. There were also bamboos. Suji ran over and took out an axe from her backpack. Bamboo is a good thing, very useful, and you might even be able to dig up bamboo shoots. There weren't many bamboos. Only a small piece. Some thick and some thin. The thin bamboos had leaves that were all light green. And they had just grown out. The thick ones were dark green. And both the leaves and the bamboos were old. Suji chose the thickest ones to start chopping. Bamboo can be used to make bamboo tubes, bamboo umbrellas, and can also be used to weave various bamboo products. She planned to take more back. She just chopped them without any method. She saw many bamboo +1 prompts appearing in front of her. Suji didn't stop until she was tired of chopping bamboo and had finished chopping the thicker ones. At this time, she could see that there were already 27 bamboos in her backpack. She lowered her head and looked carefully, trying to find bamboo shoots. Unexpectedly, she actually found them. The bamboo shoots were thick and big, hidden in the soil, covered by bamboo leaves. If she hadn't had sharp eyes, she wouldn't have found them. She didn't have any other suitable tools to dig bamboo shoots, so she used a shovel to dig the soil bit by bit. It took her 7 or 8 minutes to get one out. It was too troublesome. It would be better to find a treasure hunting spot instead of wasting time here to get bamboo shoots. There were only 8 hours in total, so we couldn't waste too much time here. After walking for about 10 minutes, Suji finally found a glowing treasure hunting spot. It was under a big banyan tree. There was a stream not far away, but the water was very shallow. Very small fish and shrimps could be seen in the water. Such small fish and shrimps looked inedible, but Suji wanted to take them home to raise them. Maybe they could grow up. The growth cycle of plants and animals in the game was different from that in reality. The fishing rod and spear gun she prepared were not suitable for catching these small fish and shrimps. She could only use a plastic bucket to hold water and try to put the fish and shrimps in the water together. It turned out that she had thought too well. These fish and shrimps were very agile and did not come in at all. She filled the plastic bucket with water. There was not a single small fish in it. They swam away in a flash. Suji filled several plastic buckets with water and was about to give up, but suddenly she thought of a way. She brought a bamboo basket with her. She tried it with the bamboo basket. The water leaked out and the fish and shrimps remained in the basket. She took out the bamboo basket and scooped some fish in the water. It really worked. Several small fish jumped around in the bamboo basket. She quickly put them into a plastic bucket. She repeated the same method several times and caught more than a dozen small fish and 5 small shrimps. Seeing that it was already 12 o'clock, Suji did not dare to waste any more time, put all the things in the backpack, and ran to dig for treasure. The materials dug out from the lake plate must be different from those dug out from the forest plate. Suji was quite looking forward to it. Moreover, the soil here is very soft and not difficult to dig at all, but Suji checked it out, and this soil is not plantable soil. It looks good. I don't know what kind of soil is suitable for planting. After digging for more than 10 times, a blue supply box appeared. Sure enough, the things dug out for the first time at a new treasure hunting site will not be bad. Suji really wanted to open it and take a look, but she was afraid that there were too many things, and the backpack grid would be full and there would be no place to put anything else, so she decided to keep the supply box and open it when she went back. She continued to dig hard, and soon, there was a second thing. She saw a small bottle with a white lid and a green body. Obtain Soil Nutrient Solution X1. What a good thing. Although there is only one thing that is not a supply box, Suji likes the nutrient solution very much. If she doesn't find soil for planting this time, she will use the nutrient solution to upgrade the ordinary soil when she goes back and start growing vegetables. When the stamina points are used up, Suji will go to find out if there is a lake, otherwise the fishing rod and spear gun will be useless, and she also wants to catch some big fish to eat. Suji put the wooden box aside. While digging for treasure, she put the soil into the box. Get a piece of rock salt. Rock salt, high-quality natural salt, rich in minerals. Can this be used for seasoning? Good stuff. The problem is, she doesn't seem to have any ingredients that need seasoning. Only the bamboo shoots she just dug. Suji thought of stir-fried bamboo shoots. It's been a long time since I've eaten freshly fried vegetables. Suji felt a little hungry when he thought of this. It was getting late. Suji decided to eat the seafood spicy hot pot in her backpack. It would definitely take a lot of energy today, so she had to eat well. There are a lot of ingredients in the seafood spicy hot pot, and the taste is very strong. After eating, The state is full. Although it can't increase physical strength, it feels good to be full. She ate while checking the chat channel to see if there is any useful information. I dug a lot of things today. It feels like the system is giving benefits today. I dug out the treasure point. But I didn't find anything in the treasure cave. The organization shop actually sells soil nutrient solution. I really want to buy it. But it's too expensive. I can't even get iron ore. I can only exchange it with keys. And the keys are all off the shelves. With soil nutrient solution, you can grow vegetables. Who doesn't want it? Who can afford to exchange 2 keys for a bottle of nutrient solution? Who said I can't afford it? The inventory just decreased by 1. Suji opened the trading center and saw that it was true. There was no more keys to exchange. It seems that the organization has obtained more high-level material boxes. The keys are not enough. And they are willing to exchange nutrient solution for keys. Suji regretted it a little. If he had known earlier, he would have stockpiled some keys. With the organization as the trend, there would be more and more high-level material boxes in the future. And they could not be opened without keys. They can take out the nutrient solution. Maybe they have found the land for planting. Or there is a lot of nutrient solution. The organization has developed so well. I have to work harder. Bai Yun, after finding the treasure cave, you can look around. There will be a teleportation stone to other plates in the treasure cave. Really? I didn't expect there would be a teleportation stone. What a good person. Willing to share such an important thing. But I didn't find anything in the treasure cave. Bai Yun, you have to look carefully. Not all treasure caves can be found. It depends on luck. Suji was a little surprised to see the message sent by Bai Yun. He was quite generous. He borrowed flowers to offer to Buddha. But Suji didn't mind. Since she told him. She couldn't tell him whether he told others or not. He wanted to do good things. And she couldn't control it. Before telling him, she didn't say any conditions. Chapter 18. The chat channel was boiling because of Bai Yun. They were all discussing the treasure cave and the teleportation stone. Suji was not worried. She quickly finished her spicy hot pot and continued to dig for treasure. However, so many people knew about the existence of the teleportation stone today. There might be more people coming to the lake area tomorrow. She was also a little curious. If she came tomorrow, would she meet other players? In the early stage of the game, everyone still developed peacefully, but fighting for resources was also necessary. Suji plans to go back tonight to add a few weapons and equipment to herself, such as crossbows, with long-range attacks, and the Qinghan sword. There should be no problem. With her physical fitness and weapons in hand, she will have no problem dealing with ordinary men, unless she encounters a group of people. But now everyone is fighting alone, and they can't gather together, and maybe they won't meet anyone tomorrow. Suji quickly dug up the 4 supply. Get a red supply box. Since you can dig up a red supply box, today's goal is basically achieved. I also got a lot of water, soil and bamboo. I can make a lot of items when I go back, and sell them for a lot of iron ore. If I work harder, it won't be a problem to reach level 5 tonight. Suji still has 40 stamina points left. I won't dig twice more. I have to save a few stamina points. In case I encounter something later. I can't run fast. The only things that can increase stamina points are wine and wontons, which I didn't bring this time. It okay to dig enough. I can come again tomorrow. I have to use the stamina points slowly. While thinking, she dug up something else. Obtained 2 eggs. Suji was a little surprised. She could dig out eggs. She picked up the eggs carefully, fearing that they would be damaged. The 2 eggs were small, and it would take up a lot of space in the backpack. Suji wanted to put them in her pocket, but she was afraid that they would be damaged. She thought about it and put them aside first. When she had time, she would take them in her hand and teleport them directly. With the eggs, Suji thought about whether to use them to hatch chicks or eat them directly. The main thing is to hatch chicks. She has no experience. She will think about it when she gets back. But to be honest, the resources in the lake area are really different from those in the forest area, much richer. It's a pity that it's not easy to get the teleportation stone, otherwise I could come here every day. Now at the lake teleportation stone, but the Gobi teleportation stone hasn't come out. Maybe it will take some time. Get the white supply box. Suji took a look at the stamina points. Okay, stop in time. She still has 10 stamina points left. She plans to go around the area again. After getting up, She received a message from a friend. She did not turn on notifications for private messages from strangers or messages in the chat channel. She could only hear notifications for messages from friends. She opened the screen and saw that Bayun asked her, "Have you gone to the lake sector?" Suji did not intend to reply, but she thought of what he said in the chat channel and was curious about why he asked this question. What wrong? Is there something wrong? She did not answer directly, but asked a question instead. Bayun, nothing, I found the teleportation stone today, but it was late, so I didn't go there. I want to ask you, if you had gone there, what would happen there? Suji's mind moved, and she checked the chat channel. Although the messages were refreshed very quickly, she still saw many people flattering Bayun, saying that he was like Chi-Rong, selfless and dedicated, seeking benefits for everyone. The people in the organization all hid the news about the lake plate, but fortunately Bayun was willing to come out and tell everyone. Bayun said, I also hope that the players in our 10th district will develop better. Maybe in the future. The major districts will compete for rankings. Helping others is helping ourselves. Suji couldn't figure out whether he really wanted to help everyone improve together or to establish a persona for himself. However, he got information from her and then gave benefits to others. Suji was not very comfortable, although his statement of preparing for a rainy day was not without reason. However, if he wanted to do good things, he had to rely on himself. Why did he ask her? Suji shook her head, turned off the chat, picked up the 2 eggs beside her and left. She followed the stream, walked all the way down to the stream, where the stream flowed into the lake, and there were some resources to collect along the way. Her wooden box and plastic bucket were full, so she could only collect some wild vegetables and fruits. But Suji had been growing up in the city, and didn't know what wild vegetables there were. If she stopped to put every vegetable into her backpack to check the details, it would be too inefficient. Time waits for no one, and it would be dark soon. She could only collect wild vegetables that she knew, such as wild onions, which were very easy to identify. A large patch of wild onions grew on the small slope beside the stream. Suji grabbed a handful and put them directly into her backpack. The backpack now had a compartment, which was only vacated when she took the Chihan sword in her hand. She picked wild onions one by one, picking as she walked. Soon, more than 100 pieces of wild onions were accumulated in her backpack. With so many wild onions, Suji didn't know how to eat them. Roast them? Or eat it mixed with other ingredients? It seems that many people also like to eat scallions raw. Suji thought of the 2 eggs she had dug up. Scallion fried eggs are also a good choice. But if the eggs can hatch chicks, wouldn't the chicken be even more delicious? Walking and stopping along the way, although she had already sped up, there were no roads in this wilderness, and it was not easy to walk by the stream. Sometimes she had to go around. Suji finally found the lake at 5 o'clock. She looked at the big lake in the distance from afar, like a beautiful emerald in the sun. The lake was calm, clear and transparent, and countless resources were hidden under the emerald water. Suji could swim, but she didn't dare to go into the water easily alone, because who knew what was in the lake? What if there was a monster? But at this time, the fishing rod came in handy. Suji had never fished before. But the system products must be different, after all. She had never used a shovel to dig for treasure before. She lifted a big stone, found a place to sit down, picked up the fishing rod, and threw it directly into the lake. After a while, the fishing rod didn't move. Suji thought, no way. Why can't I catch anything? Could it be that I didn't use bait? That right. She didn't put anything on her hook. Suji thought of the small fish and shrimp she caught. Wouldn't they be used as bait? She quickly took out 2 small fish, put them on the hook, and then threw them into the lake. Unexpectedly, as soon as the bait was put, it worked immediately. The fishing rod moved. Suji immediately pulled it up. It was quite heavy. It seemed to be a big fish. Her arm strength was not small, and she quickly pulled the fish up. Obtained, fresh salmon X1. Salmon, high in protein, low in calories, contains a variety of vitamins and other minerals, can be eaten raw or cooked. After decomposition, it becomes salmon meat X8. What a big salmon! We can have grilled fish tonight. We have to catch more. Luckily, she caught a lot of small fish and shrimps before, so she has no shortage of bait now. The small fish fry are strung on the fishhook, and they are sure to catch one at a time. In less than 10 minutes, 3 big salmon were caught. I didn't expect that salmon likes to eat small fish. Then, will it be possible to catch different big fish if we use small shrimp instead? There are still a dozen small shrimps in the bucket. Let's try to catch big fish with them. Suji changed the bait. It was indeed different. This time, he caught a trout. Get fresh trout X1. Trout, tender meat, delicious, liver and ovaries are both delicious treasures after decomposition. You can get trout meat X5. It seems that trout likes to eat shrimp. Suji has figured out the baits that the two fish like to eat. Time passed quickly. The sun was about to set, and the sunset shone on the lake, making the scenery even more beautiful. But this was not a good thing for Suji, because it also meant that she would have to go back soon. Once it got dark, she couldn't stay here anymore, and she had to go back to the shelter immediately. Who knew what the fog on the lake plate looked like at night? As soon as Suji thought of this, she saw a faint white fog inexplicably appearing on the lake. The white fog came without a sound, and it caught people off guard. Suji's fishing rod moved. She quickly pulled the fish up, and without taking any more time to look at it, she put it in her backpack and planned to use the teleportation stone to teleport it away. But the fog suddenly became thicker, and in the blink of an eye, it floated in front of Suji. This thick fog was completely different from the thick fog in the forest. It was very fast. It came suddenly, and it was very fast. The fog in the forest would react and then slowly catch up. But the fog in the lake was in front of her in a flash, and there seemed to be particles in the fog. Transmission takes time. Suji had to wear a mask before transmission. She did wear a mask when she first came here, but after eating, she didn't see any fog, so she relaxed her vigilance. At this moment, she had a bunch of things in her hands, so she had to put them down first, and then hurriedly took out the N95 mask and put it on. But in less than a minute, the poisonous fog came over, and she accidentally inhaled a breath of fog. As soon as she smelled the fog, Suji felt something was wrong. Not only did she feel uncomfortable, but she even felt suffocated. Her face changed. She didn't have time to think. She took out the teleportation stone and clicked to use it. After a while, Suji returned to the shelter. Seeing the familiar shelter, Suji slowly breathed a sigh of relief. But the discomfort in her body did not improve. After opening her personal information, Suji was shocked. She was infected with a negative state, and it was a very serious one. Poisoning state, poisoning index 58%. If not treated, a point of physical strength will be lost every 30 minutes. This is good? She just inhaled a breath of mist, and it was so serious. She had seen others say in the chat channel before that the fog in the forest, after inhalation, would only have a 20 to 30% severe index. Suji took a deep breath. She had placed the Lingji in the trading center to exchange for the detoxification pills. She opened the trading center and saw that the people in the organization had commented on the Lingji product. Only people in the organization have detoxification pills. If you want to exchange for detoxification pills, you must join the organization. Please contact the leader of Group 3. Suji. I give up. She needed the detoxification pills the most right now. She would lose a little bit of strength in half an hour. She couldn't bear it. Suji frowned. What should she do now? If she joined the organization for the detoxification pills, it would be too frustrating. But if she didn't join, where would she get the detoxification pills? Suji decided to ask a few friends if they had a medicine refining table. After all, she had the formula for the detoxification pills. She asked in the chat channel first. Then she asked Zhou Xueyue, Li Meng, and Lu Qi respectively. As for Bai Yun, she didn't ask. After thinking about it, she sent a private message to Qirong. He was doing better. Maybe there was a way. After a while, everyone replied, and no one had a medicine refining table. Qirong said, currently the alchemy table is in the hands of the organization. I only have one detoxification pill here, but I can't give it to you. Some players have it, but they won't come out to trade. Nor will they reveal that they have detoxification pills. You can send a message in the chat channel to ask for it, and maybe a player will privately message you. Qirong didn't get along with the people in the organization, and it was difficult to get a detoxification pill, and it was impossible to give it to someone he didn't know. Suji knew that Qirong was telling the truth, but she had already asked in the chat channel. No one asked her at all. Everyone just said to go to the organization store to buy it. Her stamina points had already dropped a little. Suji didn't want to do anything else at all. She couldn't just watch her stamina points drop. Oh, by the way, she could ask someone for help and buy the detoxification pills at the organization store. But in this way, She would have to explain to others why she couldn't buy it herself and had to let others buy it. Either join the organization or reveal to friends that he is the owner of the cheese shop. It seems that the latter is easier to accept. Suji sighed and was about to ask Lu Qi for help, but saw her message. Lu Qi, although I don't have a medicine table, the organization does. I have joined the organization. Whatever you need, I will buy it for you. You can get a discount. Suji, well, don't ask. What if Shou Shuiyue and Li Ming also join the organization? After all, in the early stage, you need to develop quickly. Joining an organization is the most convenient. Many things are only available in organizations. By the way, there is another way, you can try it. Qirong sent another message. Suji, what is it? Do you have any mysterious parts? Suji, yes. Can the mysterious parts be combined into an alchemy table? Qirong, gathering 10 mysterious parts can synthesize high-level items. You can try it. There is a chance to synthesize an alchemy table. Suji, great, thank you so much. It's urgent now. Wait until she really synthesizes the alchemy table. No, regardless of whether she synthesizes the alchemy table or not, I have to give something to thank Qirong for the information. Before Suji went out, she put the mysterious parts on the storage rack and didn't bring them in her backpack. She hurried to find them, counted them, exactly 10. Hurry up and try to synthesize them. She put the 10 mysterious parts on the workbench. Mysterious parts are synthesized successfully, obtained. Primary Collection Skill Book. Suji. Primary Collection Skill Book. After learning, you will get the Primary Collection Skill, which can effectively identify various useful plants and animals. Chapter 19. The skill book is indeed a good thing, but to solve the urgent problem, she needs the detoxification pill. Suji sighed. No, she still has a few boxes to open. There must be good things in the boxes dug up in the lake area today. Suji didn't dare to rest, and quickly took out the boxes dug up today. Now is an emergency. Hurry up and open the red supply box first. Luckily, she has a key in her hand, so she doesn't need to find someone to change the key. Just open it directly. Obtained. Alchemy Table Blueprint X1, Soil Nutrient Solution X1, Milk X1, Freshly Squeezed Watermelon Juice X1, Metal Fragment X1, Basic Recipe X1. The Alchemy Table Blueprint was obtained, which was a false alarm. She immediately made an alchemy table. Alchemy table can refine various medicines. If you don't have alchemy skills, you need a recipe. Required materials: metal fragments 5, iron or tin. The materials required are not small, but fortunately Suji still has enough on hand. It takes half an hour to make the medicine on the alchemy table. Although she still needs to lose 1 stamina point, Suji is no longer so nervous. She will be fine after making the detoxification pills later. Now she can make detoxification pills by herself, so she doesn't have to be so scared in the future. However, the material of the detoxification pills, Ganoderma lucidum, is very rare. 1 Ganoderma lucidum can make 5 detoxification pills. Suji plans to keep all of them. Unless she finds more Ganoderma lucidum, she will not trade them. The poisonous fog is unpredictable. Who knows what the next poisonous fog will be like? Compared to the forest, the poisonous fog in the lake is much more bizarre. It was not dark yet, and the time was not up yet, but the fog was so strong that it caught people off guard. Suji thought, I must not take off my mask next time I go out. During this half hour, Suji was not idle. She continued to open the other 2 boxes. Open the blue supply box. Obtain mineral water X2, shampoo X1, radish X1, mysterious parts X1, metal fragments X2, trousers X1. Open the white supply box. Obtain milk X1, hay X1, cotton cloth X1, cotton X2, non-woven fabric X1. In addition to the supply box, the other harvests are also very rich. Wild onion X132, barreled lake water X3, ordinary soil X32, salmon X3, trout X5, small silver fish X11, egg X2, bamboo X32, rock salt X1, bamboo shoot X1. These things are very useful. Wild onion Suji plans to sell it on the cheese shop. The lake water is treated with a water purifier. Part of the soil is used to make a stove, and part is left, and nutrient solution is poured into it, making it suitable for planting. In this way, it is ready to plant vegetables. There was no place to raise fish. Suji planned to break them all into fish meat, put them in her backpack to keep them fresh, and eat them piece by piece. She kept the small silver fish as bait, because she had to go fishing tomorrow. As for the eggs, Suji had long planned to hatch chicks from them. But she had no experience in how to hatch them, so she planned to ask if anyone knew in the chat channel. If anyone was willing to teach her, Suji would naturally give her a reward. You don't have to handle the fresh fish yourself. Click to break it down, and it will turn into fish meat. If you don't want the discarded viscera and fish scales, you can choose to discard them. If you want to keep them, choose to put them in your backpack. These things are useless at the moment. They will stink if left outside and take up space in your backpack. Suji chose to discard them directly. With so much fish meat, we can eat fish tonight. But Suji's cooking skills are not good. He doesn't know the complicated cooking methods. He decided to cook them directly. You have seen pigs run even if you have never eaten pork. He doesn't know how to cook. But it shouldn't be difficult to cook a hodgepodge in one pot. First, pour a bottle of mineral water into the pan. Put fresh fish meat in. She chose trout meat. The fish meat is firm, and it turns white after boiling. Add the bamboo shoots dug today, and a little wild onion to add fragrance. Cook the fish meat until it turns milky white, and finally sprinkle a little rock salt. After about 10 minutes of boiling, Suji heard a ding sound. The medicine table is ready. Suji quickly got up, took down the medicine table first, and found a place to put it. The medicine table is quite large, slightly smaller than the workbench, with a medicine pounding device on one side and a production table on the other. Put the raw materials in the medicine pounding device, put the formula next to it, and the medicine will be made soon. Suji immediately put the Ganoderma lucidum into the medicine pounding device. In less than a minute, 5 black pills appeared on the production platform. Suji clicked on the details of the detoxification pill. Detoxification pill. Remove 50% of the poisoning state. She quickly took the detoxification pill. Soon, the detoxification pill took effect, and the negative status of Suji's personal information changed. Poisoning index 8%. Low level. Go to bed early and get up early, and supplement nutrition. Suji breathed a sigh of relief. This should be fine. Fortunately, I was lucky today. After so much trouble, I finally detoxified. Her stamina points only dropped by 2 points, so the impact was not that big. The fish was cooked. Since she was asked to supplement more nutrition, she had to eat more. The meal made today must be rich in nutrition, all fresh ingredients. Although Suji was a novice in cooking, good ingredients did not require great cooking skills, nor did they require complicated seasoning. The shelter was filled with fragrance. The freshness of the fish and the freshness of the bamboo shoots went very well together, and the soup had turned milky white. The bamboo shoots were also white, with some green onions sprinkled on them, and the color was also good. The color, aroma, and taste were all that was missing. Suji couldn't wait to scoop up a little soup with a spoon, blew it before putting it into her mouth. So fresh. It tasted delicious, and a little sweet. I don't know if it was because her own cooking was particularly fragrant. Suji wolfed down the whole pot. Not to mention the fish and bamboo shoots, she even drank up the soup. This big pot usually lasts 2 meals for her. After eating, she touched her bloated belly, and felt particularly satisfied. It was easier to work after eating. Suji sorted out the materials first, and then started making N95 masks. She put the materials in while browsing the chat channel. Why is there no detoxification pill in the trading center? What is the organization doing recently? Neither keys nor detoxification pills are for sale. Didn't you find that ordinary medical masks don't seem to be able to prevent poisonous fog? I wore it all day today without taking it off, and I was still poisoned. Fortunately, I have N95, I'm fine. The seller of N95 hasn't been selling new ones recently. Why isn't he making money with iron ore? Has he been taken away by the organization? No, if so, the organization must have started selling N95. Has anyone found the teleportation stone? I found it. I leave early tomorrow morning. I found it in the treasure cave this afternoon. Ha ha ha, I saw a red supply box as soon as I entered the treasure cave, and there was a teleportation stone hidden under the box. What a lucky guy. There is a red supply box and a teleportation stone. It a pity that there is no key. Otherwise, I have already opened the red supply box. Is there anyone who wants to team up with me to go to the lake area tomorrow? Suji was stunned when he saw the news. Can we still team up? Someone soon said. I haven't seen anyone in the forest area for so many days. You still want to team up to go to the lake? What are you talking about? Isn't this a cloud team? Let's discuss what we encountered and what we found there. We don't really need to meet up together. So that the case. That not impossible. The lake plate map is probably fixed. The teleportation stone is randomly teleported to different places. Suji is alone. His ability and time are limited. He can only explore a small part of the entire map. If you can improve the map with others, you will know where the resources you are looking for are after going there more often. For example, Suji found this lake today, but others may not be able to find it. But others may be able to find something good that Suji didn't find. The resources in the game are constantly refreshed. And Suji has another guess. What if the lake section is open in the future? You can go there without teleportation stones. Or if there are more and more teleportation stones, you can go there whenever you want. In short, the resources of the forest section are limited. If you want to speed up development, the lake section is a breakthrough. Who should we find to cooperate with? Suji thought of Chirong. Although the two have not added friends yet, she thinks Chirong is not only capable, but also quite reliable. But there is no rush now. She has only been to the lake once. From Chirong's reaction yesterday, she has never been to the lake. Neither of them has figured out the situation, nor are they familiar with it, so there is no need to cooperate for the sake of cooperation. Let's wait and see. Suji's current task is to upgrade to level 5. She clicked on the information of the shelter. Level 4 large bungalow. Defense index, 2 stars. Aesthetic index, 1 star. Comprehensive score, 38. Upgrade conditions. Wood X 1000, stone X 500, iron or X 200, glass X 100, sand X 100, cement X 100. Level 4 to level 5 is indeed a watershed, and too many materials are required. First, she had to get 200 iron ores. She currently had enough materials to make 4 N95 masks. She just took a look at the trading center, and someone put non-woven fabrics and cotton on the shelves. Suji bought them all without hesitation. In the backpack, cotton X18, non-woven fabric X12. Make 12 masks tonight, and you can exchange for more than 90 iron ores. Make 1 in 5 minutes, and finish it in an hour. Suji also thought of a way. Exchange N95 masks for cotton and non-woven fabrics. 1 N95 mask requires 8 cotton or non-woven fabrics. Any number can be mixed. This way she can quickly accumulate materials. Although this also easily exposes that she needs these two things. But she can exchange a lot of materials in a short time. This allows her to quickly earn iron ore and sprint to level 5. Suji thought she could give it a try. Suji put 11 masks on the shelves at 10 p.m., leaving 1 for herself. No need to advertise yourself. With such a small inventory, hundreds of thousands of players, there are always people watching. Just 1 minute after it was put on the shelves, it was sold out. Some people actually exchanged cotton and non-woven fabrics. 11 N95 masks, a total of 80 iron ores for cotton, 6 non-woven fabrics. In this way, Suji can make 6 more masks. If he can keep doing this, he will soon have enough supplies to upgrade. The leader of the third team also bought 2 N95 masks as soon as possible. The boss Tong Haotsong ordered to keep an eye on the cheese shop, so whenever he was looking at the light screen, he would open an extra backstage to pay attention to the dynamics of the cheese shop. As soon as the store was put on the shelves, he discovered it. His first reaction was to buy it first. He was lucky and grabbed 2. He found that Suji not only wanted to trade iron ore, but also cotton and non-woven fabrics. He immediately realized that this might be the raw material of N95 masks. The materials of the medical masks they organized to produce also used cotton. The leader of the third group immediately told Tong Haotsong about this discovery. Boss, do you want to find a way to prevent her from making N95? Tong Haotsong, no need. You can ask the organization to not trade with her, but there are so many players. There are more than 100,000 people in the 10 districts, and the organization currently has 10,000 people. There are so many people that someone will be willing to trade with her. Besides, everyone wants N95. What should I do? I think she really doesn't plan to join the organization. She hasn't contacted me for so long. And she doesn't reply to my comments and private messages. Tong Haotsong, then talk to her about cooperation. How to cooperate? Tong Haotsong, we provide materials. And she has a stable supply of N95. Since she is short of materials, we can seize this opportunity to talk to her. Okay. I go now. Wait. What the matter? Boss? Let me do it. I go in person to show my sincerity. No need. Right? Why do you need to go in person? It okay. I go to talk. And I can also see the sincerity of our organization. The leader of Group 3 said hurriedly, but boss, we don't know who she is. If you want to find her, you can only leave a comment under the product, which will be seen by everyone. Tong Haosong paused in sending the message. Forgot about it. Now they don't even know whether the other party is a man or a woman, or who he is. However, this person is so determined not to join the organization, which is a bit like Chi Rong. And according to the number of N95 masks he sold, even if he is a newcomer, he should have reached level 4 by now. Tong Haosong went to the lake plate yesterday. The fog there is unpredictable and very toxic, which is much more dangerous than the forest plate. Even if you wear a surgical mask, there is still a chance of infection. And N95 masks are safer. The organization will definitely send a large number of people to the lake plate in the next few days. But the drawings of N95 masks have not been released yet, although it is only a matter of time before they are released. Time is too important. If you delay for a day or two, the development of the entire organization will slow down. Not to mention that it is also dangerous. He was poisoned by gas yesterday. If the organization did not have enough antidote pills, he would have been poisoned. Chapter 20, Season of Mist, Day 7. Tong Haosong estimated that the man was unwilling to join the organization because he thought the organization had too many rules. But cooperation was less restrictive and focused on interests. However, the organization was composed of upper-middle level or high-level players, so joining would definitely be beneficial. Many players developed faster after joining the organization. Tong Haosong made a decision and personally commented to see if the man would respond. He found the cheese shop at the trading center. N95 masks have been sold out, and there are still a few stoves in the shop. The price of the stove is very transparent. Many people have stove drawings. If you organize to sell an iron ore, everyone will sell it at this price. There are too many people who have fire now. The price of stoves has been falling. It is normal that the stoves in her shop are not sold out. Just when Tong Haosong was about to comment, he saw that there were more shops in the shop. Newly added, Wild Onion X100, Bamboo X20, Pure Water X10, Trout Meat X10, Salmon Meat X10. Tong Haosong immediately reacted. This person had been to the lake and got a lot of resources. Seeing the fish, Tong Haosong wanted to buy some. Yesterday, he went to the lake area, but he didn't get any fish, only some wild vegetables. However, he found some land for planting and brought some back. He has arranged for players with planting skills to start planting vegetables. His hands followed his heart. As soon as he thought of it, he bought all 20 portions of fish. His hand speed was amazing. The chat channel was also buzzing because of Su Jixi's new products. The cheese shop has new products. There are fish. Fish? No way. I've been in the game for so long, and I haven't seen any fresh meat. I give up. It was sold out in seconds. It was gone as soon as I saw it. My hands were too slow, and I didn't get any. I got a portion of wild onion, which is good to eat with steamed buns. This cheese shop is awesome. Where did they get so many good things? He must be a big shot. He sells purified water, not mineral water. I don't know where he got it. Su Ji has been busy. He used the mask to exchange materials and started making new masks. While waiting, he also hung some of the supplies in his backpack on the cheese shop, thinking of exchanging them for something useful. She set the transaction to only use iron or metal scraps, non-woven fabrics or cotton, except for fish. All other items were traded at a 1-to-1 ratio. Fish was expensive, and 5 iron ores were exchanged for 1 piece of fish. Although Suji guessed that these things would be easy to sell when she put them on the shelves. Everyone purchasing power was really amazing. They were sold out in 1 minute. Suji received the materials he earned from the cheese shop with 1 click. Iron ore X186, metal scraps X4, non-woven fabrics X12, cotton 28. This was really enough. You can upgrade to level 5. Tong Haosong is sure that this person is a novice player, but why is she developing so fast? He knows the current high-level players of this game. Either they have very good luck, or they work very hard every day. He has an above-average luck value. He can become the first. A big part of the reason is that he established an organization. Chi Rong is the type who works very hard. He has also seen people with very good luck. The second in command of the organization has a luck value of 90, and can dig up good supply boxes every day. It seems that regardless of whether there are N95 masks or not, This person must be won over. This kind of talent is exactly what the organization needs. Players with particularly high luck can get high-level materials that many people cannot get. For example, the formula of detoxification pills and the medicine table are all made by the second-in-command of the organization. Of course, the detoxification pills he made are sold in the organization store, and most of the profits belong to him, mainly to give discounts to players within the organization. With the help of the organization, he can give more Ganoderma lucidum and make so many detoxification pills. Tong Haosong had been thinking about his words for a long time, and finally commented on Su Qi's shop. Tong Haosong, hello. I am the first team leader of the organization. I want to discuss cooperation with you. It is not necessary to join the organization. Is it convenient to add a friend to chat? His comment was quickly drowned out by other players' comments asking for new comments. Like a stone thrown into the sea. At midnight, Tong Haosong did not wait for Su Qi's reply. Instead, other players saw Tong Haosong comment and posted it to the chat channel. Tong Haosong went to the cheese shop in person to discuss cooperation. But they didn't seem to care about him. Maybe they contacted each other privately. There were probably too many comments, so I didn't see them at all. From the comments, it seems that the organization doesn't insist on letting the cheese shop join the organization. The treatment of the big guys is different. Others who want to join the organization have to take assessments. Su Qi didn't go to the trading center to trade materials through the cheese shop. She used her real identity. No one knew who she was, and no one would associate her with the cheese shop. At present, the iron ore for upgrading is enough. What is lacking is basic materials. You can just exchange them with iron ore. But for such a large amount of basic materials, you could only find the organization shop. Other players only have some scattered ones. Su Qi will first exchange as much scattered materials as he can, and then go to the organization shop to make up for the remaining insufficient ones. After a series of operations, Su Qi found more than a dozen players, and exchanged them for 188 wood, 70 stones, 10 sand, 12 glass, and 20 cement. The wood was too scarce. Everyone was hoarding wood. After all, it was a necessary material for upgrading. The trading center didn't have it, so Su Qi asked Lu Qi, Zhou Shuiyue, and Li Ming. They did have some wood, but they were all saved for upgrading to level 4. Su Qi said they could exchange it for iron ore, so they agreed. Iron ore, a hard currency, was more important than wood. Zhou Shuiyue had the most wood. It was estimated that he went to the forest to cut trees every day. Su Qi exchanged 300 pieces of wood from him. Li Ming and Lu Qi exchanged 320 pieces of wood together. Seeing the 700 pieces of wood in the backpack, Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Only 300 pieces were left, so it should be fine. She went directly to organize the transaction in the shop. 300 pieces of wood were not a large number, and trading them would not arouse suspicion. But 300 pieces of wood were exactly the number required to upgrade to level 4, so Su Qi reduced the number by 50 pieces, and only traded more than 200 pieces. She went to the chat channel to buy the remaining 50 pieces. The chat channel was still very lively in the middle of the night. As soon as Su Qi opened it, he saw many people teasing Tong Haosong. They said that he was so proactive, but no one paid attention to him. Su Qi was stunned when he saw Tong Haosong's name, thinking, isn't this the leader of the organization? Is there something wrong? So proactive. Can you still have a relationship in the game? Su Qi didn't look carefully, only sent a message. I grabbed a fish meat. I want to exchange it for 80 pieces of wood, if you need it. Please PM. The fish meat was sold so quickly before it was put on the shelves, I guess everyone wants it. Fish meat was previously exchanged for 5 iron ores. Iron ore can be exchanged for 20 pieces of wood, so it's cheaper this way. Sure enough, someone responded soon. Damn, fish meat for wood, it's a waste of resources. Can't you just go chop down trees yourself? You can get more than 80 pieces of wood by chopping down trees in an afternoon, but where can you get fish meat? You're so confused. If someone else wants to exchange, it's none of your business. I've already sent you a private message. I want to exchange. It's only one copy. I just saw it. I guess it's not my turn. Forget it. This is indeed the case. The next second after Su Qi sent the message, someone privately chatted with her. Qian Dongyan, I trade with you. Su Qi looked at the name and felt familiar with it. Since it was the first person to contact her, Su Qi had no reason to disagree. Okay. You. Qian Dongyan had a deep impression of Su Qi. He bought a machete from her before. Later, He had a workbench and entered the official area and never contacted her again. There were many people in the big area, and he was busy upgrading. After Qian Dongyan said this, Suji didn't remember him, but just felt that his name was familiar. After all, there were too many players who had traded with her. She couldn't remember every one of them. After the transaction was completed, Qian Dongyan said again, add me as a friend, and you can trade with me if you have food. Suji, okay. Do you still have glass, cement or sand? I can trade with you for fruit. Qian Dongyan, what fruit? He has been in the game for so long, and fruit is a luxury. Except for wild fruit. He has never eaten other fruits. However, he couldn't exchange too much, and couldn't exchange all the ingredients for the sake of his own desire. Grapes? Strawberries? Do you want them? Qian Dongyan was a little tempted. How do I exchange them? A bunch of grapes for 40. A strawberry for 15. Any of them will do. The price was not expensive. It would sell quickly if it was placed in a cheese shop. But she thought it was better to keep a low profile, although she was already high profile enough. Qian Dongyan looked at her backpack. Give me a bunch of grapes. I give you 20 pieces of cement and 20 pieces of sand. Suji, deal. After the transaction, Suji went to Suji's shop to exchange cement, sand and glass. He made up for the remaining ones. Now he only needed stones. Suji thought about it, and put half of the remaining wild onions on the shelf to collect stones. 1 piece of wild onion for 10 stones. Suji needed more than 400 pieces of stones. More than 40 pieces of wild onion were just enough. This time the wild onions were sold out again. In fact, wild onions are definitely not as popular as fish, but there are too many people in the whole area. More than 100 pieces are just for sprinkling water, and 1 piece of wild onion is quite a lot. Not only can it be used for planting, but also for eating, so it's not a loss. After working until 1 o'clock, Suji finally upgraded. She had planned to go to bed at 12 o'clock, but she had only finished it now. She quickly opened the shelter information and clicked on the upgrade. The countdown for this upgrade was 15 hours. It seemed that I would have to wait until I came back from the lake section to see the upgrade results. Before going to bed, Suji turned off the water purifier. The 3 buckets of lake water she brought back had all been filtered and turned into pure water. She bought some plastic at the trading center and made 10 plastic buckets. She would bring them tomorrow and bring back more lake water. She wanted to make another blueprint, which could be used tomorrow. She had wanted to make a small trap blueprint before, but unfortunately, she didn't have the materials. Now she had enough materials, so she made it right away. Small trap can capture small animals, such as pheasants, rabbits, making materials, iron or X2, then rope X1, bamboo X2. Fortunately, she got bamboo in the lake area yesterday. After putting the materials and blueprints on it, Suji quickly went to take a shower and go to bed. The next day, Suji got up on time at 8 o'clock. Although she didn't get enough sleep, she still opened her eyes. The small trap was ready. Suji took it and put it in her backpack. She had already thought about what to eat last night. Heat up the milk and have a small cake. While pouring the milk into the pot and heating it, Suji signed in. Sign in successfully. Get Deluxe Pancake X1. Moonstone X1. Card Draw Opportunity X1. This deluxe pancake has something special. It has eggs, tenderloin, ham, pork floss and lettuce. The stuff inside is so full that it's about to burst, and eating it can add 18 points of physical strength. I take the hand-pulled pancake as lunch when I go to the lake today, and I can dig for more supplies. It's time to draw cards every day again. Suji really wants a double card, and has been looking forward to it for a long time. A row of cards is placed in front of him. Suji hesitated for a while, and chose one of them. Get Upgrade Card. Upgrade Card. You can upgrade any item with a level, primary to intermediate, intermediate to advanced. Although it's not a double card, but this one is also very good. At present, what Suji wants to upgrade the most is of course her shovel. The others are all elementary. It's a bit of a waste to upgrade to intermediate. But her shovel is just intermediate. After upgrading, it can be directly turned into an advanced shovel. Suji took out the shovel and used the upgrade card. A golden light enveloped the shovel. After just a dozen seconds, intermediate shovel upgraded successfully. Advanced shovel, durability 92, the golden shovel that all treasure hunters dream of. Function, can be used to dig materials, the success rate is relatively high. Using it will consume very few physical points. Tip: the highest level cannot be upgraded. If it breaks, it needs to be repaired with gold ore. Suji looked at the golden shovel in her hand and was very happy. With the golden shovel in hand, she can dig more and better supplies. She can't wait to go treasure hunting. Looking at the time and date, today is already the 7th day. Suji remembered the Moonstone Mall, which will be open on the 10th day. She has saved up a few moonstones now, and wonders what she can exchange for. After breakfast, Suji made the same preparations as yesterday. Having been there once and having experience, Suji knew what to bring. This time she replaced the spear gun with a small trap, and originally thought of not bringing the wooden box, and she still had no time to deal with the soil she brought back yesterday. But she thought that the organization was selling soil nutrient solution, and thought that they might have found land for planting. What if she was lucky enough to find it today? She might as well take it with her. So she made a few more large wooden boxes. When she put the supplies into her backpack, she saw the collection skill book, and Suji quickly used it. She almost forgot about it. It would be more convenient to go out and look for supplies after learning the collection skill. Iron ore, advanced shovel, lake teleportation stone, Chihan sword, small trap, iron axe, fishing rod, plastic bucket, wooden box, mineral water, luxury hand grab pancake, flint, bamboo basket, small fish. These were placed in the backpack. She wore a hat, mask and jacket. There was also a piece of chocolate in the pocket of the jacket. When the time came, Suji clicked to use the teleportation stone, waited for a while, and came to the lake plate again. Today air is more humid than yesterday. The air seems to be full of water vapor, and the ground is also wet. There is a small slope in front of her, and there is no road next to it. But everything in her eyes seems to have changed. Some things have icons that can be picked. There are no faraway ones, but there are within 5 meters. Is this the function of the gathering skill? This way, she doesn't need to judge by herself. After all, she knows too few wild plants. Suji was overjoyed and just picked up the nearest harvestable plants. Wild chrysanthemum X1. So this is wild chrysanthemum, which is different from the ones sold in supermarkets. There are a lot of them here. Suji grabbed a handful and put them all in her backpack. It feels so good to see the number increase. Chapter 21. After more than 10 minutes, Suji had picked more than 70 pieces of chrysanthemum. The only plants that could be picked around were chrysanthemum and a little ground husk, not many, a total of 15 pieces. Suji put the ground husk in a bamboo basket so that it would not occupy the grid. Then she went to find a treasure digging spot. Since the location of this teleportation was not the same as yesterday, she could only look for a new treasure digging spot. With the golden shovel, it would be better to go to a new treasure digging spot so that she could dig more supply boxes. Suji quickened his pace, but he would stop when he saw something to pick. Wild onions can sell so well, let alone wild vegetables. There are also forests in the lake area, but the trees here are different from those in the forest area. There are more varieties, and they are not so tall. Most of them are small trees. Suji originally wanted to cut a few trees, but then he thought that it could only be put in the backpack, and cannot be held by hand. It occupies a grid, but is not valuable. So it is better not to have it. A portion of wild vegetables can be exchanged for a lot of wood. The wood in the forest area can be cut at will. Those who are unlucky will cut wood every day to exchange for supplies. She also checked the trees here. Nothing special, all ordinary trees. But there were some unexpected gains under the trees. There are a lot of mushrooms here, all hidden under the trees or in the grass. Suji didn't know a few kinds of mushrooms before, but fortunately she has the skill of collecting. There will be prompts for those that can be collected, and it will be clearly written whether they can be eaten. The most common ones here are porcini mushrooms, which have thick stems, are very large, and have fat and thick meat, and a few of them can be used to stir-fry a dish. Next are the shimeji mushrooms and the chicken mushroom. Suji opened the introduction to see the information of these mushrooms. The bamboo basket soon became full. Suji didn't have a suitable container, so she had to use a wooden box. Anyway, she brought a lot of wooden boxes, so she could use one of them to store mushrooms. There are so many mushrooms here, so she could pick more. After picking for about an hour, the whole wooden box was full. Suji saw that it was getting late, so she stopped quickly. She had to find a treasure hunting spot, and couldn't pick mushrooms all day. The main reason was that picking mushrooms was too much fun. It was more fun than picking wild vegetables. Each mushroom was like a small umbrella of various shapes and colors. They were hidden under the trees and in the grass. They seemed to be playing hide-and-seek with her. She felt very accomplished when she found them, because they were placed in a box. The backpack only showed one box of mushrooms. There was no separate count. Suji didn't know how many mushrooms there were, but Suji roughly estimated that there were several hundred. If we counted them one by one, there should be more than 100. After passing through the grove, Suji finally found the treasure digging spot, hidden behind a tree. Suji almost missed it when he went around it. But fortunately Suji looked back, seeing an arrow. She was stunned for a moment. Found it. She took 2 steps at a time, holding the golden shovel, and dug hard. She only lost 10 points of physical strength to dig something. 10 points. That means she has to dig at least 9 times a day. With the golden shovel, you can win at the starting line. Get the blue supply box. The first one to get the blue supply box. It seems that today harvest will not be bad. This treasure hunting spot is good. Suji became more passionate. He cleared the tools in the backpack and put the treasure chest in first. Get a planting bag. What is a planting bag? Suji immediately clicked it to see. Planting bag, a gift bag essential for planting, contains soil nutrient solution X1, planting instructions X1, hoe X1. Wow, there are a lot of things in a planting bag. Put it away first. I'm afraid that when the backpack is not big enough to put it back today, Suji will probably have to carry a lot of things by himself, and can't go too far. Just move around here, find a place to hide the things that can't be put in, and come back to get them when you want to go back. The sun was getting more and more glaring. Luckily, she was wearing a hat, so she wasn't too exposed to the sun. She drank half a bottle of water, and continued digging. Anyway, she would have to come back later. Suji planned to go around to see if she could find other good things when she had only 20 points of physical strength left. She didn't know if this place was far from the lake, or if there were other lakes. She was also thinking about catching a few more big fish. Get coffee beans X2. Suji was stunned when she saw the coffee beans. Will you take them back and grind them into coffee powder to drink? Although there are 2 of these things, they are only the size of a palm, so you can just put them in your pocket. Obtain mysterious part X1. Obtain key fragment X1. Obtain red supply box. Small things can only be put in pockets. Both pockets are full. Suji thought it would be best to get duplicate things, such as blue or red supply boxes. As a result, her wish came true. She dug twice more. One was a blue supply box, and the other was a white supply box. Okay. She has already dug 4 boxes. After she eats the hand-pulled pancake, she can dig twice more. It's so early now. She has already harvested so much. By the evening, she will return with a full load. Her hands were full of dirt. Suji decided to wash her hands with some mineral water and eat the hand-pulled pancake. The luxurious hand-pulled pancake is different. It is thick and big. You have to open your mouth as wide as possible to put it in. One bite is full of ingredients. The taste is very rich. There are meat, vegetables, eggs, and fragrant chili oil. She ate one without making a sound. Of course, her mouth was full, and it was a bit hard to chew. But she ate slowly, so she could just check the chat channel. There are too many things in the lake area. So cool. I found a lake, and there are so many fish in it. I'm so jealous. I haven't found a teleportation stone yet. It's so awesome. The fish in the cheese shop must be from here. Ha! I can also have fish freedom. Can you send us some pictures of the lake area? No problem. Picture. Damn, such a big lake. Is this water drinkable? Is the new purified water in the cheese shop lake water? No, the lake water is not drinkable directly. It is estimated that more and more people will reach the lake plate, but Suji is not worried. There are too many monks and too little porridge, and the lucky ones are still a minority. At least in the first 10 days, the resources in the lake plate are in great demand. She can use her leading advantage to raise her level. I will be level 5 when I return. I have used so many materials. I hope I can live in a big house when I return. After she finished eating the pancake, she felt full of strength and wanted to continue digging for treasure. But she was sharp-eyed and saw fog coming from afar. Although it was very light, the fog was in the shape of a long ribbon, spinning and moving strangely. Suji did not dare to be careless this time. She put on the mask immediately after eating. Now she hesitated whether to run when she saw the fog. She switched the shovel to her left hand, and held the Chihan sword in her right hand, and was ready for battle. If she ran now, there would still be many things she couldn't take away. The fog was still far away, and she didn't know if it would come over. What if she moved and was detected by the fog? She simply didn't move, and stood there to observe. If the fog showed a trend of coming over here, she would run again. She observed carefully, and actually found something. The fog looked like a ribbon, but it was actually wrapped around a long, twisting thing. Suji had a guess in his mind. Maybe it wasn't a ribbon, but a tentacle? If it is really a tentacle, then what is on the other side of the fog? In fact, by the 7th day of the game, players' understanding of fog is very one-sided. Analysis in the forum is also mostly half-understood. Suji has encountered fog several times, and only knows that the characteristics of fog in the forest plate and the lake plate are different. The lake plate is more poisonous, more strange, and reacts faster. She thought of a possibility. Maybe the fog in the forest plate is the lowest level, the lake plate is higher level, and the Gobi plate may be a very scary fog. But it was just a guess. Maybe different plates have different characteristics. Although she had a lot of thoughts in her mind, her eyes were always fixed on the fog belt. It didn't seem to notice her. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Suji felt that time had stopped. She couldn't just stand there until dark. Suji's concentration was okay. She was just anxious. Time was very important. This couldn't go on. Suji decided to either take the initiative or get away. She was wearing a mask, so the poisonous fog didn't do much harm to her. And she also had antidote pills in her hand. Or give it a try. Suji made a decision immediately. Give it a try. She took a deep breath and took a step back holding the Chihan sword. As a result, the mist did not notice it, so Suji hesitated again. Or should we be more cautious, leave here first, and look for supplies somewhere else? After all, she still knew too little about the mist. Suji continued to retreat, and ran away. At this moment, the mist actually changed its shape, and turned its head to look at Suji like an ordinary arrow. Suji frowned. This mist was too unpredictable. When she wanted to attack, it didn't move. She tried to yo-yo, and it set its sights on her. Suji ran away. She was very fast. It didn't take long for her to distance herself from the mist. But she didn't dare to run blindly, because there were some supplies there, and she had to go back later. So she was observing the surrounding environment all the way, and remembering it before coming back. Unexpectedly, after getting rid of the fog, Suji actually found a small lake. The lake was greener, and there were all kinds of flowers and plants growing around it. From a distance, the lake was as beautiful as a fairyland. Just as Suji was about to walk over, she felt something approaching behind her. Looking back, she saw several tentacles formed by fog rushing over. The fog seemed to have a substance, and it looked gray and black to the naked eye. Suji raised the Chihan sword and chopped it. The fog wanted to drill into her face, so Suji quickly increased her speed and closed her eyes at the same time. Although she was wearing a mask, her eyes were still exposed. What if the poisonous fog could enter her body through her eyes? As for her ears, she had no way to take care of them at this time. She moved quickly, even with her eyes closed. She was not afraid. She only heard a hissing sound, as if the fog was screaming. The sound was not loud, but very gloomy. Suji waited until she could no longer hear the sound before opening her eyes. What she saw made her speechless. Several tentacles lay twisted on the ground, and were even twitching. But soon, the tentacles turned into something else. Mysterious Parts X5. Key X1. Ganoderma lucidum X1. Suji was stunned. Is this what they call killing monsters to get supplies? Killing the fog monsters will give you such good supplies. It no worse than treasure hunting. Suji's backpack couldn't fit in any more space. After thinking about it, she simply took off her jacket, made it into a bundle, and wrapped the things in her pocket and the supplies together, and tied it to her shoulders. She even wondered, should she go find the fog again to chop it? Chapter 22. But she was just thinking about it, because she didn't know where to find the fog, and there was a ready-made lake in front of her. Of course she had to get the resources of the lake first. She took out the fishing rod, put on the bait and prepared to cast the rod to fish. But she found that there was a grouse flying not far away. Suji paused, quickly put away the fishing rod, and took out a small trap from her backpack. There is also this thing. Put the trap on it when fishing, maybe there will be a harvest. What do grouse like to eat? It seems to like eating pine cones or wild fruits. Suji picked up some pine cones and put them in the trap, and exchanged some wild fruits at the trading center and put them in together, and found a hidden place, and camouflaged the trap with weeds. If there are grouse coming to the door, they can be packed and taken back to the shelter when they leave. Fishing went well today, but there were only small silver fish as bait, and no small shrimps, so all the fish caught were salmon, and no trout. Suji thought, why not change to some other bait? For example, small bugs or something. The question is where to find bugs. It seems that earthworms can also be used. She had heard from friends who like fishing that earthworms are universal bait. Generally, earthworms live in moist soil. She looked down and stepped on it with her feet. The soil here is quite soft. She dug a few times with a shovel and really saw a few earthworms twisting and turning and drilling into the soil. They were fat and very long. They looked like reddish-brown and had no hair on their bodies. In short, they were not likable. But she didn't keep it as a pet, she used it for fishing. So Suji dug a few out and strung them on the hook. After changing the bait, she caught something else. Get fresh turtle X1. Turtle, the fish tastes delicious, has high nutritional value, is rich in collagen, has the effects of lowering blood pressure and lipids, beautifying the skin, replenishing deficiency and strengthening yang. After decomposition, you can get trout turtle meat X5. Turtle is not a fish, but a tortoise, commonly known as a turtle, a reptile, which can survive in water. Suji never thought that. Fishing with earthworms. The first thing to be caught was this thing. However, although turtles are good things, they are also very difficult to handle. Suji, a novice in cooking, is definitely not good at it. But no matter what, he has to take it back. The earthworms here are easy to dig. So Suji is also very generous, putting several earthworms on the hook every time. An hour later, 2 more turtles were caught. And 2 catfish. Catfish looks ugly. And it is not big. Catfish contains protein and fat, and has a good therapeutic effect on people who are weak and malnourished. After decomposition, you can get catfish meat X3. There is less meat after decomposition of catfish, which is not as cost-effective as other fish. Suji thought about it, and decided to switch to small fish as bait. There are still 10 small fish in the backpack, so she can catch more salmon. After using up the small fish, she can free up a grid. Calculating the time, she has to reserve an hour to go back and get things to dig for treasure. After fishing, she filled several buckets with lake water. One of the buckets looked full, but it didn't have much water, because it was full of fish. When it was almost 4 o'clock, the silver fish had just run out, and many fish had been caught. Suji planned to dig a few boxes of soil here to bring back, because there were earthworms in the soil here. She didn't know where she had seen it, but earthworms could help loosen the soil, which was good for growing vegetables. Suji took out the box and started digging. At first, she put it in ordinary soil. As she was digging, she suddenly saw a prompt. Get plantable soil X1. Suji was stunned. How could there be plantable soil mixed with ordinary soil? She had just used a shovel to mix the plantable soil and ordinary soil. She was worrying about how to separate them, but she found that she was worrying too much. Different types of soil have different colors and textures. She just needed to take them out. Suji put the plantable soil into her backpack separately, and the ordinary soil was still packed in a box. I didn't expect to get a surprise for earthworms. Suji continued to dig happily. After digging 3 boxes, she only got 2 portions of soil for planting. But this was pretty good. At 4:30, Suji quickly packed up and left. She came to the place where she had set the trap before. The wild fruits and pine cones inside were all untouched, so naturally there was no harvest. Forget it, she didn't have much hope in the first place. She picked up the trap and threw the pine cones and wild fruits inside into the bamboo basket, carrying a strange bag made of a jacket. She held a shovel in one hand and a sword in the other. On the handle of the shovel, there were 2 turtles hanging with straw ropes, which looked very funny. There was no other way. The backpack was really full. Suji had thought about it. When she was teleported later, she would hold all the things and take them back together. It would be a bit troublesome to go back to the previous place. Suji ran all the way here, although she remembered the way. The situation was urgent at that time, and the environment here was complicated. She only walked once, and she was always worried that she would go astray. Fortunately, relying on her intuition. She returned to the place where she dug for treasure, and saw what she had left there. The remaining stamina could be used to dig twice more. Suji put down her bag, and held a turtle, with a Qinghan sword to prevent it from running away. With 2 remaining opportunities to dig for treasure, Suji thought that she could dig anything, and go back after digging. She still had a lot of things to do. She was even more concerned about upgrading the shelter. Obtained, Key Fragment X1. Obtained, Incubator Blueprint X1. Good stuff. She was just worrying about how to hatch the 2 eggs. With the incubator blueprint, she could hatch chicks. Suji was overjoyed. With half an hour left, Suji didn't plan to run around anymore, and just picked some wild vegetables nearby. This time she found Houtuinia cordata. The leaves are purple-red, and the roots are white. Suji had never eaten it before. If it weren't for her gathering skills, she wouldn't have known it was edible. But the name of Houtuinia cordata was well known to her. It was said that the taste was very magical. People who liked it would love to eat it, and people who didn't like it couldn't accept it at all. Suji didn't know how it tasted, and didn't dare to try it easily, because it smelled fishy, which didn't feel good. Houtuinia cordata can be used for cold dishes. Houtuinia cordata can be dried, and made into tea or boiled in water for drinking. It has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying. It looks good according to the introduction. She picked dozens of them, but couldn't put them in her backpack, so she could only stuff them into her bag. Fortunately, the jacket was big enough to hold a lot of things. Suji originally thought that if she could encounter fog again, she could chop a few more times, and maybe she could find something good. But until the last few minutes, no fog came. What a pity. Suji held all the things that could not fit into the backpack in his arms, then took out the teleportation stone, and clicked to use it. After waiting for a while, Suji finally returned to the shelter again. At this time, the shelter had been upgraded. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 5. Rewards: Planting Soil X2, Log Sofa Blueprint X1, Coffee Table Blueprint X1, Rancho Hood Blueprint X1, Planting Pots X5, Bathtub X1. Congratulations to the player, the 10th person to upgrade the shelter to level 5. Rewards: Small Pond Blueprint X1, Basic Swimming Skill Book X1. As soon as Suji came back, I couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow! She really lived in a big house." The shelter became a 2-story attic. 2 bedrooms and a living room on the first floor, and a room with a large balcony upstairs. Suji looked up and down twice. Downstairs: living room, bedroom, dining room, kitchen, toilet, storage room. The room upstairs can be used as a studio, and the balcony can be used to grow vegetables. It's so cool. This house is comfortable to live in. Roughly estimated, it about 100 square meters, enough for 1 person. It will probably get bigger after future upgrades. But there is not much furniture in the house now, and it looks quite empty, so she can slowly add things. And this upgrade gave a lot of rewards, so she can make a sofa and a coffee table, and the living room will not look empty. She also got a bathtub, so she can take a bath in the future, which is really cool. The best thing is the small pond blueprint. Small pond, a small round pond, with a diameter of 2 meters, can be used to raise fish, frogs, shrimps, ducks, geese, or various aquatic plants and animals. Making materials: 50 stones, 500 L high-quality river and lake water, 10 plastics, 50 sands. With a small pond, Suji can raise fish by herself. Maybe in the future, the small pond can become a big pond, and then a big fish pond. The materials are almost enough. Except for water. 500 L of water is too much. Although she brought 10 plastic buckets this time, she only brought back less than 100 L of lake water. It seems that she has to go to the lake section again to make a small pond. Suji clicked on the shelter information. Level 5 Small Attic Defense Index, 2 stars Beauty Index, 2 stars Overall Score, 45 Upgrade Conditions, Wood X 5000, Stone X 1000, Iron or X 500, Copper or X 100, Metal Fragments X 100. Overall score reaches 60. The next upgrade will be difficult again. There is an extra copper, or that I have never seen before. There are so many metal fragments. Suji feels it is far away. I don't know if there is anyone in the entire 10th district who has reached level 6. If there is, he is probably the leader of the organization. But Suji didn't have time to think about it. She really has a lot of work tonight. Sorting out the supplies is a big project. But it must be sorted. She herself can't figure out how much supply she has now. It's better to find a way to get another space stone. Suji set her sights on Chi-Rong. Just then, speak of the devil. Chi-Rong sent her a message. Buy 2 and 95 masks. Suji, okay. Wait a minute, I make them for you. Do you have any more space stones? Chi-Rong, you just used one, it not enough? Suji thought, it not enough, it far from enough. She was eager to exchange for 3 more space stones, to increase the backpack slots to 35. Suji replied, not enough. Chi-Rong, I don't have any more here. If you want, I can ask my friend for you. Suji, okay, whatever you need, and 95 masks or detoxification pills will do. Chi-Rong, you made the detoxification pills too? Perhaps because she thought Chi-Rong was reliable, Suji didn't guard against him too much. Besides, she really needed space stones urgently. If she didn't bring out some good stuff, she probably wouldn't be able to exchange for space stones. Suji, hee, I have 2. Chi-Rong, let me ask first. You wait a moment. Suji, yeah. No matter how urgent it is. It not the time to do it now. Chi-Rong went to ask. And she sorted out today harvest. Chrysanthemum X76, ground vegetable X18, planting bag X1, blue supply box X2, coffee beans X2, mysterious parts X6, key fragment X1, red supply box X1, white supply box X1, key X1, Ganoderma lucidum X1, salmon X16, turtle X2, catfish X2, plantable soil X2, ordinary soil X62, 9 barrels of lake water. Houtuinia chordata X34, key fragment X1, incubator blueprint X1, a box of mushrooms. There are still 4 unopened supply boxes. Suji took out all the scattered things. He dumped a box of mushrooms on the ground, and then picked them up with one click, and put them into his backpack. This way, he could classify and summarize how many portions of each type of mushroom there were. Boletus X51, Jiangshaoking X33, chicken mushroom X48. Suji planned to sell half of the chrysanthemums and ground vegetables, and only sell 1/3 of the mushrooms, and dry the rest. As for the fresh salmon, he only kept a few, and all the others were broken down and sold. There were fewer turtles and catfish, so he kept them in water first. All the Houtuinia chordata was sold. And Suji didn't dare to eat it herself. She sorted it out while putting it on the shelves in the cheese shop. It was so late. She was already hungry. So after putting the things on the shelves, she turned off the light screen and didn't look at them again. Naturally, she didn't know that her new products had caused heated discussions in the whole district. A few minutes later, Tong Haotsong held an organizational meeting. Tong Haotsong, there are several things to discuss in the meeting today. The first thing is, the 10th level 5 player appeared. It an unfamiliar name. It should be a newcomer. Group 2 leader. Leader, everyone can see the players on the leaderboard. Do we need to contact this player? Tong Haotsong, looking at the name. It should be a girl. Let the leader of Group 5 contact her. The leader of Group 5 is a girl. Girls may be easier to talk to. Meng Ruin. Okay, I will contact her right away and ask her if she is willing to join the organization. Group 3 leader. Now the new players are developing very well. We have recently recruited several new players. They are all level 4 and developing rapidly. Tong Haotsong. Second thing, now there are several new gangs. Do you know about them? Team leader of Group 4. The new gangs with the biggest momentum are the Survival Gate and Freemasonry, but they are not comparable to the organization, so don't take them seriously. Tong Haotsong. But many people are unwilling to join the organization, but are willing to join them. Have you ever thought about why? Team leader of Group 3. Boss, could it be that the owner of the cheese shop was pulled away by other gangs? Chapter 23. Suji planned to make a grilled fish. Although she didn't know how to make it, she probably just put it on the fire and grill it until it was cooked. She happened to have a grill blueprint. She might as well make it and use it to grill food in the future. Grill. Small outdoor grill, used to grill various ingredients. Required materials. Iron or X10, metal fragments X3. She decided to make the grill first, and then make the incubator blueprint. It takes half an hour to wait. And Suji just prepared the dishes. In addition to grilled fish, Suji planned to get some mushrooms to eat. Grilled mushrooms are also delicious. Wash them all and skewer them with wooden sticks. Although there is no barbecue seasoning, it is very good to have salt. Suji also washed some wild onions. Chop them into chopped green onions. and sprinkle them on the grilled meat. It will probably be more fragrant. This is a little trick she saw in the barbecue restaurant. Those barbecue chefs will sprinkle seasonings on the grilled meat skewers, such as chili powder, chopped green onions, cumin. Although she was surviving in the game, Suji also tried her best to make her meals better. She was also thinking about practicing her cooking skills. Maybe practice makes perfect, and she could cook well in the future. The dishes were ready. Suji opened the light screen to see how the food was selling. She saw a message from her friend. Luchi, Gigi. You leveled up so fast. You're already level 5. Baiyun, congratulations. You're already a level 5 player. Suji frowned. How did they know she was level 5? Could they see it somewhere? Suji opened her own information. The level of the shelter was clearly hidden. After searching for a while, she finally found that there was a level list next to the chat channel. The names of level 5 players were displayed on it. There were only names, and no other information could be seen when clicking on it. Fortunately, Suji had already hidden some basic information, but her name should be able to tell that she is a girl. Chiron, I asked. My friend just got a space stone today, but he doesn't want to exchange it, unless you use a teleportation stone or a skill book. Suji thought. Who would be willing to give away treasures like teleportation stones and skill books? Suji, okay. Forget it. With the teleportation stone, she can go get water, and then come back to make a pond. It is even more impossible to trade the skill book. A gathering skill is a big help. She only has a swimming skill book now, which is very useful in the lake area. It cannot be exchanged. Although she is not a landlubber, her swimming is just average. After learning the skill book, she will be able to go into the water, and the spear gun will also be useful. However, she is in urgent need of the space stone at present. Who should she find to exchange it with? Or, what can she exchange it with? In fact, she still has a lot of good things, but they can't be put in the backpack. She has to organize them. Suji came to the storage rack and checked all the drawings and special items she had. She actually found a good thing. Basic recipe. Players who have learned cooking skills can use it. After using it, it will increase cooking proficiency by 5 points. Why not take this to exchange? Suji hesitated a little. What if she gets a cooking skill book in the future? But that was just in case. If you don't get it, it's useless to keep it. With a ding, the grill was ready. Suji hurried to take down the grill, and then put the fish and mushrooms on it to grill. You don't have to keep an eye on them while grilling. So Suji opened the light screen and replied to the message. She hadn't replied to the messages from Luchi and Baiyun before. Because it wasn't urgent, she put it aside for now, and replied when she had time. She replied to Luchi first. Thank you, I'm lucky to get something good. Luchi, don't you really want to join the organization? You are now level 5. You can become a team leader directly after joining the organization. Luchi is doing well in the organization, and has made many new friends. Suji, no, I am doing well on my own. Luchi, okay, if you want to join, you can tell me, we will be together, so we can look after each other. And I think someone will find you soon. The organization is recruiting new people now. You suddenly reached level 5. The organization must have noticed it. Suji was also worried about this. Although the cheese shop was opened anonymously, there were only a few high-end players. She suddenly emerged. It would be easy to attract attention, and someone might immediately suspect her relationship with the cheese shop. But even if that happened, it didn't matter. She would never admit it, anyway. As long as she didn't admit it, and didn't make the information public, no one could find evidence. She simply replied to Baiyun's message, thank you. Since the last time, Baiyun occasionally sent her a message, she either didn't reply, or just said a few perfunctory words. Baiyun, if you need any help, you can find me. My friends and I have set up a gang called Freemasonry. There are many benefits in the gang. If you join, you can directly become an elder. At that time, the gang resources will be given priority to you, and we can help you reach level 6 as soon as possible. Freemasonry now has only one level 5 player. Who is the leader of Freemasonry? Baiyun saw Suji reach level 5, and while he was envious, he immediately thought of pulling her in. Suji didn't expect that in addition to the organization, there were other gangs, but it was normal to think about it carefully. In such a large area, with more than 100,000 people, how could there be only one group? Seeing that Suji didn't reply, Baiyun continued, Freemasonry doesn't need to hand in supplies every day. Nor does it need to check information in backpacks. It's very free. Anyway, if you don't refuse, there is a chance. However, Suji really wants to ask if there are space stones that can be exchanged. Ordinary players don't have them, but organizations and gangs may have them. Anyway, Suji can also exchange good things. So Suji asked Lu Qi and Baiyun separately. Suji, can you help me ask if anyone has space stones? I can exchange it with a book that adds cooking points. Lu Qi, space stone? That thing is very precious. I have always wanted it. I will ask for you. Baiyun, okay, I will go ask. During the conversation, Suji smelled the smell of burning. She quickly turned the fish over. Fortunately, the rescue was timely. The fish was not completely burnt black, only the surface was a little burnt. It can be scraped later. Such a big fish, if it is roasted, it will be wasted. Suji had to turn off the light curtain and stared at the roasted fish seriously. Flip it over and grill it for another 10 minutes. When you smell the fragrance, it's probably done. Suji sprinkled chopped green onion and salt on it and prepared to eat it. It tasted good. The fish meat had very fine fibers and tasted fresh and sweet. If it hadn't been a little burnt, it would have tasted better because the skin couldn't be eaten. But Suji was already very satisfied with it. The grilled mushrooms tasted good, too. Fresh grilled mushrooms tasted better than meat. Suji ate 5 or 6 in one go. After eating, Suji cleaned up the garbage and prepared to open the boxes he had dug up today. Since he had the key, Suji decided to open the red supply box first. Open the red supply box. Get Mysterious Parts X2. Metal Fragments X1. Random Blue Weapon Blueprint X1. Fertilizer X1. Ganoderma lucidum X1. Random Blue Weapon Blueprint. After use, it will become a suitable weapon blueprint according to the player-owned conditions. The level is blue. This is a good thing. It will also be generated according to the needs of the player. For example, Suji is good at using swords, so it will become a blueprint of a certain sword. The attribute of Chihan's sword is blue. She has several other weapon blueprints, which have not been made yet. For example, she doesn't know how to use the basic bow and arrow blueprint, so she hasn't made it yet. There are too many things to learn and explore in the game. Suji is very busy every day. She wishes she could create a few clones to help. Fertilizer, used to fertilize plants. Help plants grow and speed up by 50%. This thing is not bad. Suji should plant vegetables today. She got some land for planting today and some nutrient solution. So the vegetable planting project must be put on the agenda immediately. First, we need to choose a good place. Suji originally wanted to plant outdoors, but today she got some planting pots, so she can plant indoors. The best place is of course the balcony. Such a large place. It is useless to leave it empty for the time being, so we can build a small vegetable garden on the balcony. 5 planting pots. It is best to put soil for planting, and then add nutrient solution to the land to upgrade. Suji did what he said, taking out all the tools and going to the balcony. Put the soil into the planting pot, and you can plant the seeds right away. Checking the information shows, plantable soil, rich in nutrients, suitable for most plants to grow. But Suji has already thought about it. Try upgrading a pot with nutrient solution first. She poured the soil nutrient solution into the plantable soil. There was only a white light. Plantable soil upgraded to advanced planting soil. Advanced planting soil, suitable for all plants to grow, grows 20% faster than ordinary plantable soil. Plants grown with advanced planting soil will yield more, and the quality of vegetables and fruits will be better. Great. She knew that these soil nutrients should not be used casually, and should be used on good soil. If used on ordinary soil, it can turn ordinary soil into plantable soil, but the effect will not be so good. Now the harvest will be faster and better if we grow vegetables on it. In this case, what should we plant in the first pot? Plant the spinach seeds first. Suji took out the seeds and buried them in the high-grade planting soil. Then the planting pot prompted watering. Suji took out some lake water and poured it in. A harvest countdown immediately appeared on it. Harvest in 3 days. The mid-growth period of spinach is 3 days. That's pretty fast. She did the same thing, upgrading all 4 existing plots of land with soil nutrient solution. She planted watermelon seedlings in the second pot. Because they were watermelon seedlings instead of seeds, she needed to dig a small hole to bury them. As soon as the wilted watermelon seedlings were buried, they suddenly seemed to have life, and their branches and leaves straightened up. Suji also watered them. Harvest in 7 days. It seems that watermelons can be harvested in 7 days. She searched in the supplies and found another mysterious seed. This was dug up separately in the previous treasure hunt. She didn't know what it would grow out of, but Suji was looking forward to it. She put the mysterious seed into the soil. This time, she didn't see the harvest countdown prompt. Mysterious seed, I don't know what it will grow out of, and I don't know when it will bloom and bear fruit. Please take good care of it. It quite magical. Suji thought of many possibilities. It would be great if she could grow Ganoderma lucidum. Then she could mass-produce detoxification pills. There was also a sapling, which Suji also planted. Sapling. It's just a small sapling at the moment, and we know what kind of tree it is when it grows up. Chapter 24 Misty Season, Day 8. There was one planting pot left. Suji planned to leave it empty for now, since there was nothing to plant for the time being, but she had saved some cherry pits, dried them, and left them there, and when she found new land for planting, she would plant them. After planting, Suji started to make an incubator. Incubator can incubate 10 eggs at a time. Instructions: keep the temperature at 37.8 degrees, and the eggs will hatch after 15 days. If they are not successfully hatched after 10 days, it means that the eggs are not fertilized, or they are bad eggs. Required materials: metal fragments X5, plastic X2, iron or X1. There are many things that need metal fragments now, and Suji doesn't have many metal fragments left. You can't get much of this stuff from opening boxes. Suji's previous accumulations are almost all used up. I feel that metal fragments will be hard currency like iron or in the future, especially after the level is upgraded. But the incubator must be made in order to hatch chicks. Chicks can also lay eggs, so you can eat chicken and eggs in the future. While making the incubator, Suji continued to open the supply boxes. There were still 2 blue supply boxes, and 1 white supply box left to be opened. She opened them all in one go. Open the blue supply box, get planting guide X1, metal fragments X3, key fragments X1, plastic X5, cabbage seeds X1. Open the blue supply box, get plant encyclopedia X1, metal fragments X2, golden mango X2, small raft blueprint X1, then rope X1. Open the white supply box, get iron or X4, non-woven fabric X2, cotton X2, cotton cloth X1, 4-piece bedding set X1. Not bad, 2 books were opened. Planting guide. After opening, you can learn various planting techniques, effectively helping players to plant various vegetables and fruits and get better harvests. Plant encyclopedia contains graphic introductions of various plants and details of their growth habits, which can increase the proficiency of collection techniques after learning, up to 5 points of proficiency. These are all good things. She sorted the things and put them away, and the egg incubator was also successfully made. Suji placed the egg incubator in the studio on the 2nd floor, and then put 2 eggs on it. After a while, the egg incubator began to heat up, and it would automatically turn the eggs, so that each egg was heated evenly. Since 1 egg can be hatched at a time, why not get more eggs? Will there be any in the trading center? Suji opened the trading center to check, and actually found eggs. A player posted 5 eggs, requesting to trade with a key or advanced blueprint. At first glance, the name looked familiar. It was Qian Dongyan, who had traded with him twice before. The 2 even added each other as friends. Suji quickly sent him a private message. Hello, I see you have eggs to trade. How about I trade with you for fish meat? Qian Dongyan, no. I got some fish today. And I want to exchange eggs for blueprints or keys. Suji, what type of blueprint do you want? Qian Dongyan, preferably a weapon blueprint. Suji hesitated. Today, she did get a blue weapon blueprint, but she wanted to keep it for herself. She was reluctant to trade the bow and arrow blueprint. Although she couldn't use a bow and arrow for the time being, she would definitely learn it in the future. Bows and arrows can be used for hunting. How about this? I trade you a bow and arrow. She kept the blueprints for herself. Wouldn't it be better to make a bow and arrow for Qian Dongyan? That fine? I just want a handy weapon. A bow and arrow will do. In fact, Qian Dongyan was very satisfied with the bow and arrow. He was actually a shooting athlete, and the bow and arrow were very suitable for him, and it was perfect for hunting. Okay, then it's settled. Wait a minute. Suji immediately took out the basic bow and arrow blueprints. The conditions for making a basic bow and arrow are not difficult. You need iron birch X2, iron or X3, metal fragment X1. Suji clicked to make it. It will take 20 minutes. She asked Qian Dongyan to wait for her for 20 minutes. At the same time, she began to sort out the income of the cheese shop today. Selling so many vegetables and fish, she made a lot of money. Suji got more than 500 iron ores, and some materials for N95 masks. She thought that if she had time tomorrow, she would make another batch of masks to sell. Unable to get the teleportation stone for the time being, Suji was thinking about building a small pond. Oh, right. She couldn't go, but others could go, or she could exchange materials for lake water. Lake water wasn't valuable anyway. She got the small pond blueprint too late, in fact. As long as you find a lake, you can have as much lake water as you want. Just fill it up. So Suji sent a message in the trading center. Lake water for iron ore. 10L for 1 iron ore. A large plastic bucket can hold 10L of lake water. The materials used to make the plastic bucket are not expensive, and Suji can return the plastic bucket as long as the lake water is enough. I think someone would be willing to exchange it for iron ore. But it's too late now. I guess I have to wait until tomorrow. Suji thought so. But she didn't expect that. Someone would send her a private message soon. How much lake water do you want? Suji, how much do you have? Suji wants 500L, which is not a small amount, so she will ask how much there is first. She will take as much as she wants. As much as you want. Suji. No way, does he live by the lake? Suji glanced at the other person's name. Yenchen. I don't know him, and I haven't seen him on the list. But no matter what, as long as there is lake water, Suji said directly, then I want to change 500L. Yenchen. Okay, wait a minute. Suji didn't expect that. He actually had it. This person must live by the lake. Otherwise, where would so much lake water come from? This is 500L. Living by the lake is too good, Suji envied it. But the problem is, it's already late at night. Why can he live by the lake? Isn't he afraid of poisonous fog? Didn't you come back after using the lake teleportation stone to the lake plate? Can players spend the night in the lake plate without a shelter? This is a major discovery. Suji planned to communicate with this player more, to get information. Are you going to fill the lake water now? She waited for a long time, but didn't get a reply. Is he lying to her? Are there cheaters in the game? Come to think of it, how can anyone take out so much lake water? Living in the lake is not realistic at all. Once it gets dark, it's full of poisonous fog, it's impossible to bear it. Suji closed the conversation in disappointment. She gave Qian Dongyan the finished elementary bow and arrow, and exchanged it for 5 eggs from him. The eggs were placed in the incubator to hatch together, and it would take 15 days, which was quite a long time, but there was no need to watch them by herself. Just leave them there. It happened that someone else came to trade with her at this time. Many people went to the lake today, and brought back lake water, but the amount was not much. Most people went there for the first time, and they did not prepare many plastic buckets, and at most they brought back 10 buckets. Usually, only 1 or 2 buckets are brought. Lake water cannot be drunk directly without treatment, but it can be used to raise fish, or as domestic water, and the shelter has domestic water, so some players are willing to trade it. Suji traded twice, and got 50L of lake water in exchange. Although it is a little less, but a little adds up to a lot. If someone else goes to the lake area tomorrow, they can bring more back for her. It is getting late, and she should go to bed, and tomorrow is another day to get up early. After Suji finished washing up, and was about to lie down to sleep, Yenchen actually sent a message. The lake water is ready. Can I trade it to you now? Suji was stunned. Really? She immediately got up from the bed. Okay. I saw you didn't move just now, and thought you didn't want to trade. Then trade directly now. 500L means 50 iron ores. It doesn't matter if you take more. Suji can keep it to water the plants. It can also be slowly converted by the water purifier. After the conversion, it can be sold as purified water. It will definitely be worth it. But she really didn't expect that Yenchen could really get so much lake water. He was really amazing. Yenchen initiated a transaction. Confirm the transaction. Suji saw that he really sent 10L lake water x 50. No wonder it took so long. 50 barrels. It really took time. Suji clicked to confirm. And Su received the lake water. In the middle of the night. Suji was really curious. How did he get so much water? Suji took the initiative to add Yenchen as a friend. Suji, can I ask, how did you get so much lake water? Yenchen, I got it from the lake. Suji, how can you still be in the lake zone so late? Is it not dangerous? Yenchen, yes, but it can be solved. Suji started to imagine. It sounds complicated. No one knows what the lake zone will be like after dark. Suji always left before 6 o'clock. Last time. Before 6 o'clock, the poisonous fog came, and she couldn't run away, so she never thought of staying. So you are still there now? Don't you need to go back to the shelter? Suji asked. Yenshin didn't reply. Suji guessed that he probably asked too many questions, and he didn't want to answer. This is normal. If it were him, he wouldn't answer either. He probably wouldn't even accept the friend request. Suji looked at the time. It was too late today. Let's make the small pond tomorrow. It takes time to pour 50 buckets of water into the pond. If she doesn't sleep, she won't be able to get enough energy tomorrow. Neither Lu Qi nor Baiyun responded, and it was unknown whether they had helped her find out about the space stone. If they hadn't asked, Suji planned to ask Chi-Rong tomorrow how he got the space stone he traded with her last time, and maybe he could get some information. The next morning, Suji got up from bed. She had thought about it last night, and would go build a small pond today. However, signing in was still the first priority. Sign in successfully. Reward, Shrimp Xiaomai X5. Moonstone X1. Card Draw Opportunity X1. Shrimp Xiaomai. Hot and freshly baked shrimp xiaomai. Pure meat filling with chewy shrimp. Fresh and delicious. Rich in flavor. And 1 xiaomai can increase 5 points of physical strength. 5 xiaomai. Looking at the small one, it feels like you can eat them all in one go. Suji planned to save it for later. She was in a hurry to build a small pond, so she drew cards quickly and picked one at random. Get Repair Card X1. Repair card. Can repair damaged, incomplete, old items, repair them once, and make them look brand new. Seeing the repair card, Suji suddenly remembered that she had a damaged blueprint. She had exchanged it from Lu Qi before, and had been keeping it on the storage rack. I guess the repair card is specifically designed for this, and it just happened to be used. Now that it's out, just use it. Suji went to find the damaged blueprint and clicked to use it. A faint white light emerged from the repair card, which poured onto the damaged blueprint. Golden lines immediately appeared on the blueprint. After waiting for about a minute, repair successful. Suji heard the prompt tone, the repair card disappeared, and the blueprint turned into a piece of craft paper, looking very advanced. Lake Plate Blueprint. After Suji saw the introduction, his eyes were wide open. I never thought that it was a map of the Lake Plate. With this, wouldn't it be even more powerful? The next time she goes to the Lake Plate, she will know where to go and how to get there. She carefully checked the map and found that the locations of large and small lakes were clearly marked on it. The entire Lake Plate is very large, about 100,000 square meters, with hundreds of lakes. Suji only found 2, so there are still many lakes waiting for her to explore. Suji was a little excited. She didn't expect that the damaged blueprint she accidentally got would be so useful. It was also thanks to her opening a repair card. Suji studied the blueprint for a while, thinking, it would be great if I could get the teleportation stone today. Chapter 25. To build a small pond, you must first choose a good location. Suji chose the open space in front of the shelter. After choosing to build, after deducting the corresponding part of the materials, you can see a ball of white light enveloping the open space, and the sound of digging can be heard from inside. There is also a half-hour countdown on it. Suji saw that there was still time, and decided to have breakfast first. Today she prepared a glass of milk and grilled mushrooms for her breakfast. The grilled mushrooms left over from last night can be eaten after heating them in a pan on the stove. While eating, Suji looked at the screen for a while. She found that she had a new friend. It turned out that Yenshin had accepted her friend request. Suji's mind moved and asked, "Are you still in the lake now?" The other party did not reply. Suji thought that he might be busy at this time. Since he had added a friend, he just had to wait for his reply. The chat channel was full of heated discussions. They were discussing which new gang or organization was better. Suji also took a look, and indeed each had its own advantages. But Suji only wanted to fight alone at the moment. She was lucky, and she could develop on her own. She was worried about not being free if she joined another team. After eating, it was almost time to dig for treasure. Suji decided to pour the lake water into the small pond first, and then go to the forest to dig for treasure. Today, we will dig for treasure in the forest. We are familiar with the place, so there is no need to rush, and we can still come back and rest in the afternoon. A large circular pit was dug out of the small pond, which was neat and tidy. The bottom was paved with stones, and the edges were also paved with stones, and a place for planting flowers and plants was reserved. Suji took out buckets of lake water from her backpack and poured them in. The water level in the pond gradually rose. The water looked a little turbid when she poured it in. After a while, it became clear. Suji put the few fresh fish left over from yesterday into the small pond. She could raise fish at her doorstep in the future. She didn't know if she could get more fish fry. It would be nice to raise crabs. Watching the fish swimming around in the small pond, she felt very happy. Let go treasure hunting. I haven't been to the forest for 2 days. I feel that the forest has become a little different. Suji also found grouse feathers here. There are animals in the forest. Suji was overjoyed. She quickly turned back and went to the shelter to get a small trap. She found a suitable location and put some food that grouse like to eat in the trap. I will come back to check it after the treasure hunting. Today she is going to find a new treasure hunting spot. The previous 2 spots have been dug out. So Suji changed direction and planned to go deeper into the forest. Before, she had been wandering around the periphery and had never walked in. Today, she kept walking inside and found that the resources in the forest were not as poor as she had thought. It may also be because she learned the gathering skill. She found some wild licorice. Wild licorice. The stems and leaves will taste sweet when chewed in the mouth. Also known as rock sugar grass. Can be used as medicine. Relieve wind and cough. Mainly treat colds and fever. Lung heat cough, sore throat. If there is a recipe, you can use the medicine table to refine the medicine. Without the gathering skill, you really can't recognize it. It looks like ordinary wild grass. There were just a few inconspicuous white flowers on the branches. There were not many. Suji picked 8 in total. There was also a milk tree. Suji opened the detailed introduction, and then he knew that this milk tree had a great effect. If you cut the bark with a knife, white milk would flow out, and it tasted like milk. Suji collected half a bucket in a plastic bucket. The sap of the milk tree can be used as medicine. It can cure colds and fevers, bronchitis, indigestion, and can be synthesized using a medicine table. This is good. It can be used as a drink or as medicine. Suji has a medicine table. It will definitely be useful to keep these things. She was collecting materials while looking for a treasure digging spot and saw a cloud of fog again. The fog in the forest is different from the fog in the lake. The fog in the forest seems to be dull, as if it has a lower IQ and is slower. Seeing Suji just approaching slowly, it is still a cloud. Since he had the experience of killing the fog and exploding the materials last time, Suji saw the fog and directly slashed with the Chihan sword. But nothing was chopped out this time. The fog dispersed as soon as it was chopped. It seems that there is no monster inside. Supplies can only be dropped by killing the actual fog monster. These clusters may just be poisonous. But after the fog was chopped away, it changed and became bigger. And the fog suddenly wrapped around Suji. Suji was startled and quickly closed his eyes, while retreating, while continuing to chop with the Chihan sword. If chopping it once doesn't work, then chop it a few more times. Don't let the fog gather again. She always felt that the mist could penetrate into her body through her eyes, mouth, ears and nose. And it was not safe even with a mask. She would have to plug her ears with some cotton next time she went out. She chopped several times, and then ran away. She opened her eyes after running a certain distance. The mist did not completely dissipate, but became little by little, drifting in one direction. Suji felt strange and planned to follow the mist to see if she found something wrong. She would run immediately. Anyway, she had not found the treasure hunting spot yet, and maybe she would get unexpected gains if she followed it. The fog was not moving very fast, and Suji could easily keep up. After walking for about 10 minutes, she saw a gray-black fog in the distance. The fog covered the bottom of a towering tree, as if it was covering something. But she could vaguely see light in the fog. Even a fool would know that the light must be a good thing. Suji observed the size of the gray-black fog, which was about the size of 2 basketballs, and was motionless, as if it didn't notice Suji approach at all. Should I go over and take a look? Suji was actually a little tempted, mainly because she was thinking about the good stuff in the fog. What if there was a space stone that she wanted? Suji needed it the most now. Since other people could get the space stone, it must be found in the game. But Suji was already very lucky, and she had never dug up a space stone, which meant that the space stone was most likely not in the supply box, and it was not something that could be dug up by treasure hunting. Then, in this place that she had not explored, there was a chance of finding a space stone. Suji felt that she could give it a try. She had detoxification pills, blue weapons, and N95 masks, so her equipment could not be worse than others. She took a deep breath and walked towards the gray-black mist. She clenched the Qinghan sword, and her palms were a little sweaty. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid at all, but Suji still had confidence, otherwise she would not joke about her own safety. She walked to the front of the mist, held her breath, and then closed her eyes tightly, and swung the Qinghan sword in the direction she had just chosen, and slashed it more than a dozen times. She felt that the Qinghan sword seemed to have hit something dull, and was bounced by a thick mass of stiff flesh. She frowned and simply stabbed it straight in again. This time it seemed to have hit something rough flesh, and she heard a gurgling sound, which was a bit scary. Suji was almost certain that this fog was real. Unlike the fog she had just encountered, this was the fog with monsters. It was estimated that this monster was resting here and did not notice her, so she attacked it by surprise. Suji still didn't dare to breathe, although she didn't hear any more sounds. She probably thought the monster was dead, but she didn't dare to relax. She took a few steps back before slowly opening her eyes. It was clearly a ball of black fog, but now it was lying limply on the ground, turning into gray mud. The fog melted and turned into black water and disappeared. The glowing thing was a sign of a treasure digging point. There were several Ganoderma lucidum on the tree trunk. There were supplies scattered on the ground. Suji happily walked over to pick up the supplies. Obtained: Space Stone X1, Metal Fragment X4, Mysterious Parts X3, Black Scale Armor X1. Damn, there is really a space stone. Suji grinned. Although she came here just for the possibility of getting a space stone, she was still very surprised when she actually picked up a space stone. Big profit. Big profit. The fog monster guarded this treasure hunting spot, and also guarded a bunch of Ganoderma lucidum. Killing it can also drop a lot of supplies. It's just like killing monsters and beating bosses in the game. But this boss is indeed a bit stupid, and it is very easy to kill. There is also a black scale armor that I have never seen before. Suji picked it up to see what it is. Black scale armor, rough animal skin scale armor, can be used to make armor, requires sewing skills. This is also a good thing, but Suji can't use it at the moment. If the information about monsters is used to exchange for supplies, it should be quite valuable. Suji plans to ask Chiron later, to see if he wants to know. Suji first picked a few Ganoderma lucidum from the tree trunk and put them into her backpack, a total of 3. Then she took out the golden shovel and prepared to dig. This was a treasure hunting spot guarded by monsters. Maybe the harvest would be better. Although she was digging for treasure, Suji did not dare to relax. She kept holding the Qinghan sword in her hand, even if it would affect the efficiency of treasure hunting, because it was not easy to operate. Before, she used both hands to hold the shovel together. But her life was important. This was deep in the forest. If she encountered an emergency, she would have to take out a weapon, which would waste time. Although it is inconvenient, it is not impossible to dig up materials. It just takes a little more time. Obtained: Mysterious Parts X2. I have accumulated a lot of mysterious parts. I can synthesize them when I go back. I got a collection skill book last time. Maybe I can get another skill book this time. Obtained: Forging Encyclopedia X1. Forging Encyclopedia, a detailed introduction to all aspects of forging. After learning, you can increase your proficiency in forging skills. You need to master forging skills before learning. This is a professional match. Suji can learn it. Chapter 26. Suji was a little tired. She decided to explore the area nearby. After making sure there was no danger, she would take a break and eat something, and then continue to dig for treasure. She would not return to the shelter at noon. She was now deep in the forest, some distance away from the shelter. It would be a long way to go back and come back. She had a lot of things to do today. Even if she took a nap and came back, she would only dig for supplies once more. It would be better to do more things in the shelter. Even if she only made some masks, she could earn a lot of iron ore. There was nothing special around. The trees here were all relatively tall. Suji cut down a few trees. They were all ordinary wood. The iron birch that Suji found before could be used to make weapons. I haven't seen it recently. Suji found a relatively clean place to sit down and drank a bottle of mineral water. The weather was quite hot today. Suji was busy for so long that she didn't even drink a sip of water because she didn't dare to take off her mask casually. At this moment, she had to make a quick decision. She drank some water and ate a chocolate to replenish her energy. She planned to finish digging early today and return to the shelter. So she just needed to fill her stomach and not be too hungry. The hazelnut chocolate tasted very strong. After taking a bite, the sweetness in her mouth made her feel comfortable all over. Eating sweets really makes people feel good. Suji ate all the remaining chocolate and chewed it slowly. Then put on a mask. It was already afternoon, and Suji hadn't seen the light screen yet. She opened it and took a look when she remembered. Sure enough, someone sent her a message. Yun said that the leader of the Freemasonry Hall had a space stone, but he was unwilling to exchange it with others. If Suji was willing to join the Freemasonry Hall, they would be more friendly since they were all family members. After all, she was still an outsider. The space stone was so important that it should not be used by outsiders. Suji smiled and replied, "Forget it." She now knew where to find the space stone. There was still one in her backpack. She would just use it. Before she went out today, she put all the useless things in her backpack in the shelter, so there was enough space in her backpack. She did not use the space stone immediately. Soon, Suji found another milk tree. She cut the bark and used the bucket that had been used to hold the sap. The sap didn't smell good, but it looked a lot like milk. It stopped flowing when the bucket was almost full. Suji put it in her backpack, which showed that it was 28 sap from the milk tree. Although it looked like milk, it wasn't milk. Otherwise it could be used to make some dairy products. She missed the milk tea, cream, yogurt, cheese, and so on in the real world. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Suji just had this idea and felt that she was thinking too much. Even if there was milk, she wouldn't do it. Back to the treasure digging point, the traces left by killing the poisonous fog monster before seemed to have disappeared, but the pit was still there. Suji checked carefully and found nothing else unusual, so he took out the shovel and continued digging. Get the blue supply box. I dug the first blue supply box, put it in the backpack first, and then open it when I go back. Get cucumber seeds X1. Seeds are also needed now. It's definitely right to order more dishes. Cucumbers can be eaten raw or stir-fried. And the cooking method is simple, which is very suitable for Suji. She has already thought of cold cucumber salad and cucumber scrambled eggs. When she hatches the chicks will grow up and lay eggs. And then they will be free to eat eggs. It is just around the corner to eat cucumber scrambled eggs. Get white supply box. Get key fragment X1. Get damaged computer disk X1. Get chili powder X1. Get red supply box. After digging 9 times, Suji stopped. There were not many stamina points left, and it was getting late. Suji planned to go back early today. She did not eat anything that could increase her stamina points, and planned to save them for later use. Today harvest was not bad, and it would take time to sort out all the things she brought back. Fortunately, she got the space stone today. Otherwise the backpack would not be big enough. Now the backpack has 20 slots, which can basically meet her travel needs. And she will definitely get more space stones in the future. Suji started to walk back. On the way back, she did not forget to check the small trap she had left behind. She saw a fat grouse in the trap from a distance. Suji was overjoyed and rushed forward. He really caught it. This grouse was smaller than an ordinary chicken, but it looked plump, full of meat. And it didn't make a sound even when trapped in the trap. Suji was afraid that it would run away, so he picked it up and put it in his backpack along with the trap. Another great day of harvest, Suji said with emotion. Today is not over yet, and we have gained so much. I have to make a big meal to reward myself when I go back. Suji wanted to eat this grouse, but she couldn't bear to do it. Can the grouse be kept and raised to give birth to baby grouse? Although there is only one now, she can catch more tomorrow. Since the trap worked today, there will definitely be more grouse in the future. Yes, she has to leave the trap here, in case there are more grouse coming at night. She can check the trap early tomorrow morning. Suji took the trap out of her backpack again, then carefully grabbed the grouse wings, held it tightly, and tied its feet with a rope, so that it could not escape. Then Suji put new bait in the trap. Some wild fruits. Back in the shelter, Suji walked around twice, but she didn't know where to keep the grouse. She remembered that she seemed to have a chicken coop blueprint, and it seemed necessary to make it now. Suji locked the grouse in the bathroom first, and then went to find the blueprint. The chicken coop blueprint was put together with other blueprints, and it was easy to find. This is a simple chicken coop, which doesn't look big. A chicken coop can only hold 2 chickens, so not many materials are needed. Bamboo X3. Hey X1. The rectangular chicken coop has a lid on it. Suji came out of the studio with the chicken coop, put the grouse directly in, and then threw it on the balcony. Suji said to the chicken coop, "You will live here from now on. When the time comes, the chicken manure will be used as fertilizer, and any rotten leaves will be used to feed the chickens." After arranging the grouse, Suji returned to the studio. She planned to make some N95 masks for trading today, and then make all the Ganoderma lucidum she dug into detoxification pills. But before that, she wanted to synthesize the mysterious parts to see what good things she could synthesize. Since she had a studio, Suji moved the alchemy table, workbench, and smelting table to the second floor. The storage rack is also here. Now it is very convenient to do anything. However, there are more and more things, and the storage rack seems to be not enough. Suji prepared to make 5 storage racks, put them together, so that the whole wall would be full of storage racks, and many things could be put in it. As long as they were classified and labeled, it would be easy to find things in the future. Each storage rack could only hold the same type of materials. While making things, Suji also opened the light screen to check the messages. She has been too busy recently, and the frequency of her checking the chat channel has decreased a lot. She didn't know a lot of messages. The poison gas in the lake plate is too poisonous, and it will follow this person. Everyone must be careful. Is it useless to wear a mask? I was infected while wearing a mask. Medical surgical masks cannot completely block the poisonous mist, so everyone should buy N95. But there are too few N95 masks in the cheese shop. I can't get any at all. Ha 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 ha, I got the blueprint of the N95 mask. Damn, why don't you make it quickly? I don't have the materials. I need cotton and non-woven fabrics. Does anyone have these materials? I will buy them in bulk. I can exchange 20 materials for a mask. Suji had guessed long ago that it was impossible for her to monopolize N95 masks, and there would always be other players who could get them. She had already earned a lot of supplies from masks, so she didn't feel sorry. Moreover, more and more people were going to the lake sector, and it was really impossible without N95 masks. With her own strength, she simply couldn't meet the needs of so many people in the 10th district. However, this person didn't have the materials now, and the price was high, so it probably wouldn't affect Suji business. At least in the next 2 days. Suji masks must still be in short supply. Ding, mysterious parts have been synthesized successfully. Obtained, Blue Sword Skill Secret Book X1. Sword Skill Secret Book? This is the first time Suji has seen this kind of thing. Is it the same as the legendary martial arts secret book? Sword Skill Secret Book. Randomly generate a blue quality sword manual based on the player physique and needs, which can be used by players to learn. Click to use it. This is okay. Suji learned fencing before, but he was not very good at using the Chihan sword. Every time he encountered poisonous fog, he would just slash randomly. Now that he has the secret book, of course, he has to learn it systematically, and it will be generated according to her conditions. Suji wanted to see what kind of sword manual she would get. After she clicked to use it, a blue sword manual immediately appeared in her hand, with a few words written on it, 13 sword methods. It was different from what she imagined. She thought it would be the name of some awesome sword method that appeared in those TV dramas she watched when she was a child. The result was very plain. But since it was of blue quality, it should be good. Suji picked it up and flipped through it, and found that it was indeed suitable for her to learn. She has good physical fitness, fast speed, and agility. She has learned fencing and has basic skills. This set of sword techniques is suitable for people with basic skills. Moreover, the basic sword style looks simple, but it actually requires a long time to learn. The 13 styles are draw, carry, lift, block, hit, stab, point, collapse, stir, press, chop, intercept, and wash. Each movement is difficult. She plans to start learning tomorrow morning. However, Suji also thought of a problem. Since the system has opened this kind of thing, in order to make the players stronger, does it mean that survival will be more difficult in the future? After all, fog monsters have appeared in the depths of the forest block. You know, at the beginning, the forest block was still very safe during the day, and no one said they encountered anything. Although the stupid one that Suji encountered today will not move. What if the monster is upgraded in the future? It is just a simple mode now, which does not mean it will always be like this in the future. Suji didn't know if her guess was right or not. But she had to prepare for a rainy day. Just as she was thinking, Yenshin replied, "Do you still need lake water?" Suji smiled, did not answer her question, but only asked her if she wanted lake water. Could it be that he was short of iron ore, and wanted to trade with her? Suji thought about it, replied, "I don't want lake water. Do you have anything else?" Yenshin, "What else?" Suji, "You have been in the lake plate, then use the resources of the lake plate to exchange." Yenshin, "What do you want?" Suji, "Fish or soil for planting." Yenshin said after a while, "I can't catch any fish. I can't find any soil. Do you have any fish?" It was obviously her who wanted it, but he asked her if she had any fish, which was a bit funny. But Suji was so curious about this person, so he replied, "I have it. What do you want to exchange it for?" "Iron ore." Suji, "Did you get the iron ore from me?" Yenshin, "Yeah." Suji was overjoyed. "This guy is really good. What do you want fish for?" "To eat." Suji, "You are in the lake plate. Fishing is very simple. You can use a fishing rod, or a fishing net." Yenshin, "I don't have a fishing rod." This guy is weird. Suji mainly wants to know, why can he stay in the lake plate all the time? Then let do this, you tell me, why can you stay in the lake plate all the time, and I will give you fish. Suji took a screenshot to show him, to prove that he is fish. Yenshin, "How can I trust you?" Suji, "Then I give you a small piece first." Suji had a lot of fish, so he took out a portion, cut it in half, and sent it over. Chapter 27. I don't know why I came here from the office, which is what you call the lake plate, but I don't have a shelter, and I can't upgrade. Suji found it hard to digest what the other party said. Then why is he here? Isn't he a player? Then why can you trade with us players? I can see the chat channel, I can chat with others and trade, but I don't have a shelter upgrade system. Suji roughly understood that. This person traveled to the game, but his system only had a chat function, and nothing else. What going on here? Where the trading center? Can I see it? No. Where the backpack? Do you have one? No. The plastic buckets that Yenshin used to hold lake water for Suji were all obtained by him from trading with people one by one. Luckily, plastic buckets are not difficult to obtain. He picked some wild fruits and bamboos in the lake area and exchanged them for them. It took a lot of time at the time. But fortunately, he exchanged 50 iron ores from Suji. He also used these iron ores to exchange for many daily necessities, such as machetes, stoves, and waterproof cloth. Today, he finally built a shabby and simple shelter by himself. It was worse than a shabby house. Just a shed. Knowing that Suji could exchange 50 iron ores at a time. He must be a lucky guy. So he agreed to Suji's friend request. But he was busy building a shelter today, so he only had time to check the news at this time. Suji sent the fish as promised, and then decided to make a deal with Yenshin. How about this? I give you a fishing rod, and you can fish, but you have to give me 2 fish or some bamboo and wild vegetables every day. Do you agree? There is no shortage of supplies in the lake area, as long as there are tools. Yenshin will definitely be able to get some good stuff. He doesn't have a workbench, and he doesn't have many basic tools. He can only exchange with others in the chat channel. But the chat channel information is too messy, and he doesn't have anything to trade with others. It's not easy to get the tools he wants. Suji's proposal made Yenshin very excited, because he doesn't have much supplies now. He has very few things on hand, and even storage is very troublesome. He thought about finding a partner, who could at least help him trade or store items at the trading center. But he had to trust this person. Suddenly he entered the game, and he had no relatives here. There was no one he could trust. Of course, he also had doubts about Suji, although the cooperation method proposed by Suji was not bad for him. Instead, Suji should be worried about whether he would take the fishing rod without giving anything. For Suji, a fishing rod was nothing. He could just make one with a blueprint on the workbench. But there were many benefits that could be exchanged later. Even if Yenshin was a person who went back on his word, she would only lose a fishing rod. But if he was a person who kept his promises, Suji could cooperate with him and get many things he needed. And she did this for a very important reason. That is, she had a map of the lake plate. But she could not go to the lake plate at will. Yenshin, how about this? I still have some iron ore. I will trade it with you, in exchange for a fishing rod. And I will trade you first for the materials I get in the future. This is a little different from what Suji thought. She wanted to get resources from Yanchen for a long time in the future. But Yanchen was quite smart, and only agreed to trade first. One thing for one thing. Suji, in that case, I might as well exchange things at the trading center myself. There's no need to cooperate with you. Yanchen, what do you mean? Suji, if you want to cooperate, show your sincerity. I can provide you with fishing rods, fishing nets, and even various tools and weapons. You need to provide the lake plate with materials for a long time, and then keep a clear record of which place has what materials. This is cooperation. Suji is confident that Yanchen will find it difficult to find a better partner than her. However, she was not in a hurry, and could give him some time to think. After that, Suji did not send any more messages, but went to open the supply box. Today, he got 3 supply boxes. Suji first combined the key fragments into a key, and then opened the red supply box. Obtained, Sausage Machine Blueprint X1, Barbecue Ingredients X1, Lazy Sofa Blueprint X1, Metal Fragments X2, Plastic X10, Fruit Knife X1, 4-inch Ceramic Bowl X1, 8-inch Plate X1. The Sausage Machine Blueprint can be made into sausages. But Suji does not have the materials now. Or she does not know how to make sausages. So this thing can be put aside for now. As for the Lazy Sofa Blueprint, it can be made, and the Lazy Sofa can be placed in the studio. Sometimes when you are tired while making something, you can lie down and take a rest. The plates and bowls are very practical. Suji has been eating directly from the pan recently. After it is done, she just eats it directly from the pan with chopsticks. It would be better to have a bowl, so that there is more ritual sense of eating. In general, she is quite satisfied with this supply box. So she continued to open the remaining supply boxes. Open the blue supply box, get Peach X2, Key Fragment X1, Mysterious Parts X2, Metal Fragment X1, Copper Ore X2, Fish Hook X1, Waterproof Cloth X2, Hiking Boots X1. Open the white supply box, get Planting Pot X1, Small Mill Pan X1, Silicone Spatula X1, Soup Spoon X1, Milk X1, Apple X1. Most of the things opened today are daily necessities. She took these things to the kitchen one by one, and put them away. Now she has quite a lot of fruits. She hadn't eaten the previous ones. She couldn't put them in her backpack, so she had to leave them outside. They didn't seem fresh after being left for too long. Suji planned to eat more fruits tonight. She would trade the ones she couldn't finish. The longest stored fruit was Hami Melon. It opened the next day. It had been there for a week. Fortunately, she had put them in her backpack at first and took them out later. After so many days, the skin of the Hami Melon was no longer so tender. The lines on it were very deep. Generally speaking, the more lines, the deeper they are. And the rougher the surface of the Hami Melon is, the more ripe it is, and the sweeter it tastes. Suji knew it was fully ripe when she saw it. It just so happened that she had opened a fruit knife today, so she used it to cut the melon. The fruit knife was not big, but it was very sharp. With a slight cut, the melon skin cracked. It can be seen that the melon skin is very thin. As soon as it was cut, the sweet fragrance came out. The top was a little soft, and it was still a little soft when pressed. Fortunately, she cut it and ate it today. If she didn't eat it, it would rot in a day or two. Suji ate 2 pieces herself. They were very sweet. She had never eaten such sweet cantaloupe before. It was really delicious. She kept half of it and put it in her backpack. Today, she used the space stone, so there was still space in the backpack. She cut 2 pieces to share with a few friends. It would be nice to exchange some things. She had a lot of fruits now. Anyway, she couldn't finish them. So Suji sent private messages to Lu Qi, Zhou Xueyue, Li Meng, and Qian Dongyan. She didn't want to give it to Qian Dongyan, but he seemed to have said before that she could find him if she had food. He would probably want it. She first took a photo of Hami Melon and sent it to each of them, and then said, "I have delicious Hami Melon here, do you want it?" She soon received replies from everyone. Lu Qi, "I want it. It looks delicious." Zhou Xueyue, "You can have one." Li Meng, "Have one." Qian Dongyan, "How do I exchange it?" Suji didn't want to exchange anything expensive. She was originally sharing with everyone, but it didn't seem good to give it away for free. It would make her look like she had a lot of supplies, and it would also make people misunderstand. Trading is the best. Others don't have to feel embarrassed to receive it. So Suji simply replied in unison, 2 iron ores will do. 2 iron ores for a piece of hami melon. This price is very favorable. Everyone can tell at a glance that it is a friendly price. Lu Qi, okay. Okay, then can I exchange for 2 pieces? Zhou Xueyue initiated the trade. Li Ming initiated the trade. Xian Dongyan, can I exchange for 2 pieces? Suji first replied, only 1 piece. Then he traded a piece of hami melon with each of the 4 of them. She cut them evenly, so they were about the same size. She got feedback soon. Lu Qi was the first to say, "It delicious, so sweet, Shiji, you're so nice, you're still thinking of me when you have something delicious." Suji, ha ha ha, it okay as long as it delicious. Suji was in a good mood, and suddenly felt that it was the right decision to share the delicious food with everyone if she had the conditions to do so. It was a pity that she had to eat such a delicious cantaloupe alone. Zhou Xueyue, do you want apple juice? Li Ming, I made fish. Do you want some? Qian Dongyan, honeydew melon is very sweet. I have some wild vegetables here. I can give you some. Do you want some? She simply shared the fruit with her friends and asked for 2 iron ores. It was not given away for free. She received the kindness from her friends in return. And Suji was even more satisfied. She had always been a loner before, and she only contacted her friends when she needed to trade or exchange things. Now I suddenly feel that it is good to communicate and share with everyone more. Suji, no. Keep it for yourself. As soon as she sent it, she received the grilled fish sent by Li Ming. She was going to refuse, but looking at the pictures, Li Ming grilled fish was completely different from hers. Why is Li Ming fish called delicious grilled fish? Suji remembered that her own fish was called a little burnt, but it was still edible. Is this the difference between people? This made Suji a little curious. Is Li Ming cooking skill good? In any case, it must be better than hers. After hesitating for a while, Suji still accepted the grilled fish. The comparison was more intuitive when he held it in his hand. The fish was grilled just right. The white fish looked fresh and juicy. There was a light oil on it, and the skin was golden yellow. Suji swallowed his saliva. The fish was served on a bamboo stick. Suji took out the plate he opened today, and put the fish on it, which looked more delicious. The sense of ceremony was full. Suji was sitting at the table, and was about to start eating. The system prompt sound suddenly sounded, "Good evening, now an announcement is issued. Starting from 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the system will issue lake teleportation stones to each player. Players who get teleportation stones can form a team to explore the lake area on their own. For 2 days, the specific rules can be found in the email. After the 10th day, the first settlement will begin. Players whose shelter level is not up to level 5 will be eliminated. After the 10th day, the fog season will enter the difficult survival mode. Players are requested to seize the time to upgrade and be prepared." Chapter 28. The announcement was released too suddenly. Suji had no time to enjoy the food, so he had to check the email quickly. The team formation rule is that at least 3 people, and at most 5 people form a team. Spontaneously create a group. Team members click to use the teleportation stone to teleport at the same time, and they can reach the lake plate together. But there are only 2 days to form a team. You can choose to go tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Anyway, the system only gives each player 1 teleportation stone. Who should I team up with? Suji was confused. Since the system said that he had to form a team, Suji couldn't go alone. For a team of 3 to 5 people, Suji preferred to go with 3 people. It doesn't mean that the more people, the better. With more people, the resources will be less. And with more people, it will be difficult to reach a consensus. The bigger the differences, the more problems will arise. And even if we go to the lake plate, everyone has to dig for treasure separately. If we dig at a treasure digging point, 3 people together, there is a high probability that we can dig out a treasure digging point and enter the treasure cave. Besides, Suji was holding a golden shovel, and her luck was so good. She didn't want too many people to know. Choosing teammates was very important to her. This time, she had to find teammates with good character, good luck, balanced strength, and complementary abilities. She sighed. Let's eat first. The meat will be cold later. She took a bite, and her eyes lit up. It was so delicious. The skin of the fish was crispy, and it was roasted just right. The fat inside was sweet and fragrant, and the crispy and soft were intertwined. The taste was very rich. The fish melted in the mouth without much chewing. and it seemed to be mixed with a little bit of sourness of tomatoes. It was very appetizing, and made people want to eat more. Suji wanted to give all the fish in his backpack to Li Ming to grill. What they cook is called gourmet food. What she cooks is just edible. How is this fish cooked? Why is it so delicious? Even though he might not be able to make it, Suji still asked. Li Ming, it just grilled and added a little wild tomato. If you want to learn, I record a video and send it to you next time. Okay, but I may not be able to learn it, or I trade with you. Li Ming, no need to trade. I make more next time and give you some. I give it to my brother anyway, just give me the ingredients. Okay, when do you usually cook? It doesn't matter, about 7 or 8 o'clock, I cook when I'm done. Suji, yeah, okay, I send you the ingredients at 6 o'clock. Li Ming, no problem. Suji was very happy to solve his own meal problem. At this time, Chi Rong suddenly sent a message. Do you want to team up and go to the lake play together? Suji was not surprised that Chi Rong invited her. He was the only one who knew that she was the owner of the cheese shop, and he had a deep understanding of her strength. In fact, cooperating with Chi Rong was indeed a good choice. Suji considered it carefully. She did want to team up with a strong person, and, based on her observation, Chi Rong's character was trustworthy. However, a team must have at least 3 people, and just because she trusted Chi Rong, it didn't mean she could trust others. How many people do you plan to team up with? Suji asked. Chi Rong, 3 or 4, still being determined. If you go, it will be 4. It means that he currently has 3 candidates. Suji is an extra one. If she doesn't go, he will have 3 people on his team. Suji, who are the other 2? Although I know I definitely don't know them, I still have to ask, at least to understand the basic information of those 2 people. Chi Rong, they are all my friends, I can trust them. Suji, are they all boys? Chi Rong, 1 man and 1 woman. Both are strong. One has gathering skills. The other has sewing skills. I will create a group before departure, so we can learn and communicate in advance. Just when Suji was hesitating, Zhou Shuiyue sent a message. Do you want to team up? Zhou Shuiyue also invited her. My sister and I. And you. 3 of us can go together. This is a group of acquaintances. Trustworthy. And reassuring. Suji hesitated. On one side is Chi Rong invitation. And on the other side is a group of strong people. On the one hand, there was an invitation from a friend who had known her for a long time. Zhou Shuiyue and Li Ming were definitely doing well. But they were definitely not top players. Suji had to think clearly about what she wanted to do when she went to the lake this time. Would she get better results by going with the top players? Probably not. In fact, even if she went alone, she could get a lot of good things. In fact, the most important thing was teamwork, which required a unified opinion. If she went to Chi Rong's side, she probably wouldn't have a say, as the 3 of them were together, and were all old players. Thinking of this, Suji's heart has already leaned towards Zhou Shuiyue and Li Ming. Moreover, the food Li Ming cooked today is so delicious. With her, the food will probably be very good. So it was decided, with Zhou Shuiyue and the others. Suji went to reject Chi Rong. Forget it, I only know you, it not very convenient. Let cooperate again when we have the chance in the future. Chi Rong expressed her understanding. Okay, that it. Let me buy a few N95 masks. Do you have any left? Suji, I can sell you 3. I send them to you when they're done. Can you buy a few more? I can provide the raw materials. Suji guessed that he probably wanted to share them with his teammates. She was going to sell them anyway. N95 masks were not exclusive now. Chi Rong could buy them elsewhere. She didn't need to hold them back. Okay. How many do you want? Chi Rong really needed them urgently, because he and his friends planned to go to the lake tomorrow after getting the teleportation stone. 5. Please. Buy them at the market price. I give you 5 non-woven fabrics and 5 cottons. Okay. I give it to you later. Chi Rong directly sent 40 iron ores and raw materials to Suji. This man is really straightforward. Suji really wants to cooperate with him if there is a chance in the future. Zhou Shuiyue created a group. There were only 3 of them in the group. Li Ming, there are only 3 of us. Do you want to invite 1 or 2 more? Zhou Shuiyue, I don't think it necessary. It's troublesome to have too many people. Besides, the 3 of us are enough. We can divide the materials equally, and it will be easier to discuss when the time comes. Suji and Zhou Shuiyue had the same idea. Li Ming, So should we leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Zhou Shuiyue, I think we can leave tomorrow, so we can go earlier. Su Ji, in fact. If there is only one teleportation stone, it doesn't matter if we go the day after tomorrow. We can wait for the people who went on the first day to come back and tell us what happened. Such a large-scale team is heading to the lake plate, and there might be some strange things. And the risk factor of the lake plate is greater than that of the forest plate. I've been there, so I know. Li Ming, my brother and I also went there once. But we found the fog there was strange. But we didn't find anything else. Since they had decided to cooperate, Su Ji felt that he had to be open and honest and share the information he knew with them. Su Ji, some poisonous fogs contain monsters. Killing the monsters will cause supplies to drop. The monsters in the lake area are more flexible and fast. The monsters in the forest area are generally clumsy and slow to react. The monsters I encountered in the lake area before were similar to tentacles. I killed them with weapons. And some very useful supplies dropped. In addition, there are many lakes in the lake section. If we are teleported together, we can work together to find a treasure digging point. And then take turns digging. In this way, there is a high probability of digging through a treasure cave. When one person digs, the other two can explore the surrounding area to find supplies and kill monsters. This is what Su Ji thought. Zhou Shuiyue was a little surprised after reading the message sent by Su Ji. He originally just thought that Su Ji had a lot of resources and was a good person. They had known each other for a long time and could form a team together. He didn't expect that she had so much useful information. This information was really too important. She could join any strong team. Zhou Shuiyue realized that he might have underestimated Su Ji's strength. Su Ji was stronger than he thought. She had killed the fog monster twice by herself. No one in the chat channel mentioned that killing monsters would drop supplies. The high-level players might know, but no one would share it in the chat channel. Zhou Shuiyue received a message from Li Ming. Brother, I was right, wasn't I? Ask Su Ji to team up with me. I'm not very good at judging people. Zhou Shuiyue, yes. In the group chat, Zhou Shuiyue, okay, then I listen to you. We make preparations tomorrow and set off the day after tomorrow. Su Ji, okay, tomorrow we unify what to bring. Don't bring duplicates, after all. The backpack space is limited. Li Ming, I prepare food and tools. You just need to empty your backpack. My backpack has a lot of space. Su Ji, have you upgraded your backpack? Li Ming, yes, I found a space stone in the treasure cave, so my backpack is quite big. Su Ji didn't expect Li Ming to be so lucky. This is even better. Su Ji wanted to play with people who are lucky. This way, no one would care too much about other people's things. Her luck is too good. If she is with a non-African, she always feels embarrassed. When distributing materials, she will also distribute her own things. After talking to them, Su Ji went to work first. It was getting late. She still had a lot of things to do today. She made dozens of N95 masks first, and then began to sort out today's harvest. Su Ji took out the forging encyclopedia and after using it, she found that her forging skill proficiency increased by 5 points. She had not used the smelting table yet. Since there was a blue weapon blueprint, she might as well give it a try today. Using the forging skill to make a weapon might be better than using the workbench. The Chihan sword was quite easy to use. But what if she could make a better one? Su Ji took out the blue weapon blueprint and came to the smelting table. She actually wanted a light weapon that was suitable for her to hide on her body, because the Chihan sword did not need to be eliminated now and could be used again, unless she got a better red weapon. If it is light, then a dagger is better. Random blue weapon blueprint, after use. It will become a suitable weapon blueprint according to the player own conditions. Level is blue. Su Ji expected that this random weapon could randomly produce a dagger, and then click OK. There was originally just a blue question mark on the blueprint, but it soon became a clear blueprint with a pattern. Blue Bowie hunting knife blueprint. It is really a dagger. Bowie hunting knife. This knife was born for fighting. But it is a versatile knife, easy to stab, can also be used for skinning and chopping, with a sharp blade and tip, excellent durability and stability. Chapter 29 Misty Season, Day 9. The Bowie knife requires a lot of materials, and a lot of metal fragments. Although the hunting knife is small, it is very troublesome. Blue Bowie knife, upgradable steel X2, metal fragments X3, iron birch X1, black scale armor X1. Steel must be synthesized on a workbench, and 2 discarded iron blocks can synthesize 1 steel. It can be seen that this knife uses a lot of materials. Suji first synthesized the steel, and it took a few minutes to synthesize one. After synthesis, then take it to the smelting table for processing. The smelting table can change the shape and size of steel. Suji can directly follow the blueprint, or she can do it herself. But her proficiency is not enough, she definitely can't do it herself. When her forging skills reach advanced level in the future, she can make weapons without blueprints. The function of black scales is to wrap the handle of the hunting knife, and the scabbard of the dagger. Metal fragments can add patterns and hardness to the blade. First put the steel into the smelting table to heat and forge. Primary forgers can't make any complicated patterns, so basically there is no need for superimposed forging. Suji learned this after studying the forging encyclopedia. Primary forgers do not have many forging skills. There is a chance of failure when forging weapons of blue quality or above. So if you get a high-quality weapon blueprint, it is best to wait until the forging skills are upgraded before forging, otherwise the forged weapon will have defects and the quality will be reduced. The better the quality of the weapon, the higher the durability, and the stronger the lethality. Although Suji's forging skill proficiency is relatively low, this is the first weapon she forged by herself, so Suji is particularly careful. She was very serious about every process. Even if she couldn't make any beautiful patterns, Suji wanted to make this knife special. So she made a mark on the handle. Suji thought about it, and only left an X mark. From the drawing, we can see that the handguard of the hunting knife is made of metal fragments and iron birch, of which the iron birch is used for hand patches, and finally wrapped with black scales, so that the knife will feel better when held. It took Suji a long time to finish this knife. She worked until the second half of the night, and was a little excited. Suji had never thought that she would be so interested in forging knives. She was so immersed in it. After she finished, she named the knife, called Nightlight. Because the blade was very beautiful, although the pattern on it was irregular, it was very artistic. The black pattern reflected the luster in the sun, although it was black, it was shiny all over, and the tip of the knife had a cold light. Suji liked this knife very much. She tried to chop wood with it, and easily split the wood in half. When she lay down to sleep, Suji opened the screen to take a last look at the messages. She found that Yenshin had sent her several messages. I agree with your proposal. And I do as you said. I saw the chat channel talking about forming a team to come to the Lake Plate. How about we meet? When you come, tell me where you are, and I see if I can find you. Suji thought. The entire Lake Plate is so big, it would be difficult to meet. Besides, maybe players who are not in the same team can't meet at all. But if we can meet, will we be unable to avoid fighting for supplies? Having never met other players before, Suji relaxed his vigilance and never thought that it would be possible to compete with players face to face. If this is true, then this time, the team will explore the lake. It will not be as simple as searching for supplies. She has to prepare some weapons and practice swordsmanship during the day tomorrow. However, since Yenshin wants to meet, it would be fine if they could really meet. Suji has 3 people, so he is not afraid of being alone. Besides, Suji was quite curious about this person. If it was really like what he said, he was different from ordinary players, but rather like a resident of this game world, who accidentally owned their chat channel. Suji replied, "Let's discuss it tomorrow afternoon." And then he fell asleep. The 8th day of the Misty season. In the morning, the system distributed hundreds of thousands of lake teleportation stones. Every player received an email, and clicked to receive the teleportation stone. Suji also got one. As soon as many players got the teleportation stone, they teamed up to teleport to the Lake Plate. The chat channel was very lively, and everyone was discussing this matter. Suji and her teammates had agreed to go tomorrow, so they were not in a hurry. She signed in first. Get a basket of pan-fried buns X1, Moonstone X1, card draw opportunity X1. Pan-fried buns. Steaming hot pan-fried buns. Be careful that the juice will burst when you bite it, and you can increase 5 points of physical strength after eating. There are 6 pan-fried buns in total, and you can add 30 points of physical strength after eating them all. Suji used the card draw opportunity without hesitation. This time she got a hint card. This was the card she had gotten before. Very good. Suji put it in her backpack, planning to keep it for now, and take it to the lake area tomorrow. Today is the 9th day, and the Moonstone Mall will be unlocked tomorrow. The moonstones that Suji saved will finally come in handy. After breakfast, Suji took the newly made bowie hunting knife and prepared to go treasure hunting in the forest. She set off at 10 o'clock and did not return to the shelter until 3 in the afternoon. When she came back, she looked a little embarrassed and dirty. But she was smiling, because she had a good harvest today. She dug up 2 blue supply boxes, 2 white supply boxes, and 3 metal fragments, 1 broken computer CD, 1 treadmill blueprint, and 2 copper ore. In addition, Suji also found a few Ganoderma lucidum, killed a fog monster, and got 2 black scales, and 5 mysterious parts. She checked the small trap, but there was nothing inside. She simply took the trap back, and would use it at the lake tomorrow. After returning, Suji was very tired, but she just changed her clothes and started practicing sword. The sword manual said that one should start with the basics, and sword practice is a gradual process. But Suji had a foundation before, so she learned quickly. In just a few hours, she learned to move, and she took some wood to test it. It was indeed more powerful than her previous random chopping. She could also chop it easily before, but the cut was not neat, and there were wood fragments. It was different now. With one strike of the sword, the wood turned into pieces, and each piece was about the same size. After dark, there was no sword practice. Suji considered whether to build a practice room for himself inside the shelter, but there seemed to be no suitable place at the moment. Then he could only wait until the next shelter was upgraded. After being busy until dark, Suji returned to the shelter, and rested on the sofa to catch his breath, and turned on the light screen to check the unread messages. The latest one was a message from Li Ming asking her what she wanted to eat in the evening. Half an hour had passed since the message was sent, and she quickly replied, "Sorry, I was busy just now, and just saw it. Have you made dinner?" "Li Ming, just finished. What do you want to eat?" "I send it to you." Li Ming sent a photo, and you can see that she made a fish soup, tofu with scallions, and 2 baked buns. Suji had been hungry for a long time, and seeing these foods, he was drooling with greed. "But I haven't given you the ingredients yet. Is it enough for you?" "Li Ming, almost. I made a lot. I can give you half." There was a big pot of fish soup. It was definitely enough for 3 people. Suji opened her backpack and took out some fruit. "Then I give you some fruit." She sent half a basket of strawberries to Li Ming. Although the strawberries had been stored for a few days, they were still fresh. Li Ming was also very happy to receive the strawberries. She liked to eat fruit very much, especially strawberries. "Li Ming, thank you. Do you have any more?" "No need to give so much." "Suji, I have some more. Take it and eat it. You can share it with Zhou Shuiyue." Just like that, Suji didn't need to cook by herself, and dinner was settled. She sat down happily, turned on the screen, and prepared to check the chat channel while eating. The smooth and delicate fish soup and the fresh and tender tofu looked light and simple, but they were very delicious. Li Ming's cooking skills were really great. "Li Ming, what do you want to eat tomorrow?" "I make it tonight, put it in my backpack, and take it tomorrow." Suji was excited. That fine. She'd have to think about it. The ingredients she could provide were mushrooms, fish, a radish, wild onions, turtle, ground vegetables, and seasonings, including chili powder and rock salt. Why not give half of the seasoning to Li Ming? This stuff will play a greater role in her hands. At night, Suji fed the chickens, watered the plants on the balcony, and began to sort out the supplies to be taken tomorrow. She specially made a few detoxification pills, and put them in her backpack for future use. She also prepared 5 masks. She will give them to Zhou Shuiyue and Li Ming tomorrow. She also made a lot of containers for things, fearing that they would not be enough. For example, bamboo baskets, plastic buckets, wooden boxes, and she also made 2 backpacks with bamboo, which made it more convenient to put supplies, and it would not get in the way when she carried it on her back. After all the supplies were brought, Suji finally remembered to open the supply box. Opening the supply box before going to bed was a very enjoyable thing. After opening it, she went to bed satisfied. Open the blue supply box, get table lamp X2, tar X1, cotton cloth X1, waste iron block X5, loofah seed X1, silk pajamas X1, laundry detergent X1, apple pie X1. Open the blue supply box, get mysterious parts X3, iron ore X5, metal fragments X2, milk powder X1, instant noodles X1, yellow peach yogurt X2. Open the white supply box, get fishing net X1, sickle X1, candy jar X1, toothbrush X1, toothpaste X1, plastic basin X1. Open the white supply box. Get hairdryer X1, folding chair X2, folding table X1, sweet potato X1, corn X1. There are a lot of things. Suji can't wait until tomorrow to pack them up. Just put them in the box first. Wait until I come back to sort them out. It was getting late. She had to go to bed early. But she could still check the chat channel. Today many people went to the lake section, and she didn't know if anything new had happened. The antidote pills are sold out. My teammates and I are poisoned. Does anyone have a solution? The poisonous fog in the lake section is too poisonous. We haven't even finished digging for treasures, and we've been infected. Have you noticed that? There are monsters hidden in the poisonous fog in the lake section? Damn, I noticed it too, and it almost swept me away. Luckily I ran fast, and I was teleported away directly. It's so dangerous. You can't go without an N95 mask. Luckily, there are several people selling N95 masks now. Try to kill the monsters in the fog. Will there be a surprise? What do you mean? Will there be rewards for killing monsters? Hee hee, after trying. Joining the organization can get internal intelligence, obtain information about the lake plate, help you search for supplies safely. The Freemasonry also has information about the lake plate. Everyone is welcome to join the Freemasonry. A large number of people will also go to the lake sector tomorrow. Suji thought for a while, and still said in the chat channel, killing monsters will drop supplies, and half of the places with more fog will grow Ganoderma lucidum, and the material for detoxification pills is Ganoderma lucidum. Damn, then it's useless to say that you need detoxification pills just because you are afraid of poisoning, but the material for detoxification pills is in the fog. It seems that the game also emphasizes mutual promotion and mutual restraint. Even if you get Ganoderma lucidum, it's useless. You need a medicine table, and the medicine refining skills to make detoxification pills. It's not like everyone has it. The fastest way is to buy it. But now the organization detoxification pills are no longer sold to the public. Only internal members have the right to buy them. Even ordinary members can't buy them. They are all given priority to players with high contribution values. Don't ask me how I know. I am a member of the organization. Suji just gave a reminder, and didn't plan to say more. Suji basically knew all the things that everyone was talking about, and there was no new information. However, she could ask Yinchin. Did you meet other players in the lake sector today? Yinchin, no. Then I guess we won't see them tomorrow. There are at least tens of thousands of people going to the lake sector today. It doesn't make sense that you didn't see any of them. There is only one possibility, that is, players from different teams can't meet each other. Yinchin, can I team up with you? Suji was stunned. It seems that it is not impossible. The system email said that. The conditions for teaming up are that the captain invites team members to join the team and enter the team group chat. Then, they are considered members of the same team. Then, can Yinchin also join in? But in this case, it is definitely necessary to ask for the consent of Zhou Shuiyue and Li Ming. They are a whole. Although Yinchin identity is a bit troublesome to explain. But there are 3 people in my team now, including me. If you don't mind, I still have to discuss it with them, and I have to tell them about your affairs. Yinchin only wanted to establish cooperation with Suji, but didn't want to be with other people. But he had been watching the chat channel today, and he knew that there were at least 3 people in a team. And Suji definitely didn't come alone. In this case, if he wanted to join Suji's team, he would have to be teammates with the other 2 people. And there was only one day to form a team. He had been in this game for a few days. He had been alone all the time, and hadn't seen anyone. Humans are social animals. And he was almost suffocated by being alone all the time. Yinchin, you asked them. Suji, okay, I don't know if they are asleep. Wait a minute. Suji was talking in the group. Have you slept? I have something to ask you. Zhou Shuiyue, no. Li Ming, not yet. Suji, it like this, I met someone 2 days ago, his situation is rather special. Suji briefly described Yinchin's situation, asked if they could bring him into the team, then they could work together, and it would be more convenient to exchange things from the lake plate. If there are 4 people in a team, Yinchin can choose to trade with any of them later. Li Ming, is there really such a person? Suji, we will know when we go there tomorrow. Judging from the fact that Yinchin can give himself 500 L of lake water in the middle of the night, the credibility is still very high. People in the forest area cannot fill the lake water in the middle of the night. Moreover, in this case, Yinchin is probably not afraid of poisonous fog. Otherwise, he has no protective gear and no shelter. How can he survive in the lake area? We had planned to go to bed early, but ended up chatting until late. But the matter was settled. Li Ming and Zhou Shuiyue both agreed to let Yanchen join. But he couldn't share the supplies, because he didn't have the tools to dig for treasures, and could only be a guide to the lake. When they returned, they could give him some benefits, depending on what he wanted. Su Ji conveyed the meaning of Li Ming and Zhou Shuiyue. Yanchen also agreed, so Su Ji pulled him into the group. The 4-member team was officially established. Zhou Shuiyue changed the name of the group, Lake Squad. Yanchen entered the group and said hello, and chatted with Zhou Shuiyue for a few words. Su Ji was really sleepy, and didn't read the messages anymore, and fell asleep directly. When she woke up the next day and looked at the group, there were 99 messages in it. I don't know what they talked about, and why they talked so much. Su Ji didn't have time to look carefully, and just glanced at it casually. It was probably Zhou Shuiyue asking about the situation at the lake. The agreed departure time was 10 o'clock. Su Ji could sign in first, have breakfast, and do the final preparations. After feeding the grouse and watering the plants last night, Su Ji went to check on the small pond. The water in the small pond was very clear, because it was not large. The fish could be seen directly. The turtle was lying on the stone beside the pond, sticking its head out. It looked funny and funny. Su Ji took some bread, tore off a little, and threw it in to feed it. Unexpectedly, it would actually eat it. I don't know if Li Ming can cook turtle. I heard that turtle is very nutritious and delicious if it is cooked well. Li Ming cooked a lot of delicious food last night, and said she would bring it today. Su Ji was looking forward to it. She specially brought some snacks in her bag, and let Li Ming try them. By the way, bring some fruit too, so that everyone can eat together. Why does she feel like she is going on a picnic? Chapter 30. Before setting off, Su Ji finally checked whether the things in the backpack were complete. The weapons he brought were hunting knives, Qinghan swords. The tools were golden shovels, sickles, axes, hoes. The rest were some containers, such as plastic buckets, backpacks, etc. Su Ji prepared a lot of masks and detoxification pills. All the Ganoderma lucidum he got was made into detoxification pills, and put in the backpack, so that even if he was really infected, he could take the medicine immediately. Su Ji distributed in 95 masks to the other people. Take this. Put it on first and then teleport. Yanchen also sent one, although I don't know if he needs it after all. He has been in the lake plate for so long and nothing happened. I guess I have a way. But this one is not bad. Zhou Shuiyue and Li Ming both gave it to him. It would be bad if I don't give it to him alone. When the time came, Zhou Shuiyue, get ready to go, no problem. Return 1. Li Ming, 1. Su Ji, 1. Yanchen, 1. Su Ji thought, so funny, does Yanchen have a teleport stone? Just wait there, why return 1? The 3 of them clicked to use the teleportation stone at the same time. After a short time, the scene in front of Su Ji turned into a swamp. As soon as she was teleported, she felt her center of gravity sink, and her feet sank into the mud. She hurried to the side, but there were potholes and mud everywhere. She finally found a dry piece of land and stood on it. Looking around, she didn't see anyone else. Where were Li Ming and Zhou Shuiyue? Su Ji opened the map and could see 4 points. The red dot is her, and the other 3 dots are white, which are probably the locations of the other teammates. Only 1 dot is far away, and the others are a few hundred meters away from her. This is convenient, and everyone can gather together quickly. Su Ji opened the group chat and saw that Zhou Shuiyue and Li Ming had already posted their map screenshots in the group. Su Ji also sent it over, so that they could distinguish which dot represents who. Yanchen is the farthest dot. The straight line distance is 2 kilometers, and it won't take long to get here. If you have to take a detour, it should take 1 or 2 hours to get there. After all, this is a lake plate, and there are no mountains. At most, you have to go around the lake, which will take a little more time. Zhou Shuiyue, Li Ming and I are closer. I will go to her first, and then we will go to find Su Ji together. Then we will observe the surroundings and find a treasure digging spot first. Once the treasure digging spot is confirmed, Yanchen, you come over. Zhou Shuiyue arrangement was very good. Su Ji should have agreed, but she looked around and there was nothing. It would be better for her to go and find them. Su Ji, my side is a swamp with no resources. How about this, you guys meet up first, I come to find you. She sent a photo. The photo shows what Su Ji is seeing. Many swamps are formed from lakes. The resources here are mostly aquatic plants, reeds are everywhere, and the stagnant water is full of sediments. There are many birds, but Suji doesn't know how to use a bow and arrow, so she can only watch them fly in the air. Zhou Shuiyue, it okay, we come over, you just wait there. Seeing his firm attitude, Suji did not refute. Although there were few resources here, she had the skills to gather them, so she could find some useful things. Soon she found a kind of bright red fruit, which had a nice name, called bilberry. It was bright in color, and the fruit was very small. There were bunches of bilberry hanging on the branches. Suji had never seen it before. Bilberry fruit X2. Bilberry fruit X3. She took a few and put them in her mouth to taste. It tasted sweet and sour. It burst open when she bit it, and it was very juicy. I didn't expect it to be delicious. The detailed introduction said that this fruit can be used as medicine, has anti-inflammatory effects, and can also be used to extract pigments. If you want to dye clothes, it may also be useful. The leaves can be used to make tea, and the seeds can be used to extract oil. It feels like a treasure, and it is very useful. So Suji simply took out a hoe and dug it out with its roots. Since this thing is so good, take it back and plant it. She dug a few trees and put them in her backpack, and Zhou Shuiyue and Li Ming also found her. It was the first time we met, and we were still a little unfamiliar. Although we had known each other for a few days, it was like meeting online friends. It was Li Ming who took the initiative to say hello. You must be Suji. I am Li Ming, and I finally meet you. Suji has a bright and charming appearance. Her height of 1.68 meters makes her look very outstanding. She wears a gray-black jacket, and her hair is tied up high. She is full of energy and temperament. Before we met, I thought Suji was a low-key and capable person. But when we met, she gave me a bright feeling. Li Ming looked more elegant and dignified, with an oval face, long hair, and a yellow dress. The dress did not match her temperament, and it was probably a material in the game. Suji had a good first impression of Li Ming. Maybe it was because she smiled generously and gently. When we chatted, I felt that she was quiet and didn't like to talk. I didn't expect that she was like a gentle big sister. Zhou Shuiyue was just as I imagined. Tall and steady. She looked cold, and her jawline was clear and three-dimensional. I'm Zhou Shuiyue. Nice to meet you. Zhou Shuiyue politely extended her hand to shake hands with Suji. Suji shook hands back. Finally we meet. Zhou Shuiyue nodded. Then let's get started. Why do you want to come to my place? This is a swamp, and there are not many supplies. I just found a wild fruit. Which is this one? Called bilberry. Suji told them what he had just found. If you see it, you can pick some too. Both the fruit and the leaves are useful. Li Ming, is this delicious? I'd never seen it before. Suji, try it. It not bad. Zhou Shuiyue, I saw a lot of flying birds in the photos you sent. I happened to bring a bow and arrow, so I want to try to shoot a few. Suji was a little surprised. Can you use a bow and arrow? Zhou Shuiyue, I opened a book called Archery Skills, and I learned it, but I haven't practiced it yet. Zhou Shuiyue said, as she took out a set of bows and arrows from her backpack. Suji, then you hunt here, Li Ming and I will go to the nearby area to see if there is anything we can collect, and look for treasure digging spots. Zhou Shuiyue, okay, you guys be careful, and keep in touch at any time. Suji glanced at the group chat. Yanchen said he was on his way to them, but he brought some things with him, so he might walk slowly. Suji was not surprised, after all. Yanchen didn't even have a backpack, so he had to carry everything he wanted. Anyway, there is no rush. Just wait for him to take his time. Suji has a reminder card, and is going to use it now. Today, all three of them are here, and it is the time to get supplies. If you find a good place, there will be more people and more power, and you can get more good things in a short time. She walked behind Li Ming, and when she was looking at the road carefully, she took out the reminder card calmly, and clicked to use it. A text that only Suji could see appeared in the air. There is a large lake 350 meters west, but the water there is corrosive, contains a lot of alkalinity and salt, and the pH value of the lake water is as high as 10.5, which is almost like ammonia, and there are no fish living in it. Walk 1 kilometer south, through the fir forest. You will see a small lake, and there is a high-quality treasure digging point by the lake, but there is a lot of fog in the fir forest at this time. Suji certainly wanted to go to the lake with treasure hunting spots. Although the fog in the fir forest was a problem, they were wearing masks and had enough antidote pills, so they shouldn't be too worried. At worst, she could walk in front to lead the way and get rid of the fog monster first. Zhou Xueyue can use a bow and arrow, can attack from a distance, and can also help her. After deciding, Suji and Li Meng suggested going south. Although it was 1 kilometer, she could find more supplies on the way. Suji told them that she had learned the skills of gathering, so they would listen to her opinions on which direction to go. After all, she could see where there were more materials to be collected. They walked south for a while before walking out of the swamp. Suji took Li Meng to find some wild vegetables and fruits. In fact, once you know it, you will know that you can collect it when you see it in the future. Of course, it is better to learn the collection skill. Li Meng, collection skills are really convenient. But unfortunately I learned cooking. Suji, cooking is better. The food I cook is worse than yours. It is hard to swallow. But if I learn this cooking skill, I probably won't be able to do it well. You should be good at cooking in the real world. Right? Li Meng, not bad. I like to study some food and often cook at home. Suji, no wonder, what did you bring today? Li Meng, braised fish, fried mushrooms, fish head and vegetable soup. I also made some noodles with flour, and cooked 3 bowls of noodles with scallion oil, using the wild onions you gave me, which were so delicious. Suji was surprised. Do you have any oil? Li Meng, I roasted a piece of fatter meat from the fish to get a little oil, and used it to fry the scallion oil. Suji praised, you are awesome. So many food, I am drooling just hearing about it. The two of them were talking and laughing. It was rare to be so happy. Before, they were just netizens. After meeting today, the relationship warmed up all of a sudden, and they have become good sisters. Suji was glad that she chose to team up with Zhou Xueyue and Li Meng. If she had gone to Qirong Place, there would definitely not be such a good atmosphere. Seeing the fir forest from a distance, Li Meng asked curiously, then, there is a forest in front. It seems there is nothing there? Suji was not convenient to reveal her cue card, after all. No one else had this thing, so she could only explain. Generally there will be a lake outside the forest, and this is also the direction Yenshin came from. Let go and have a look, and there may be Ganoderma lucidum in the forest. Li Meng thought about it, and it made sense. Okay. Let go. Suji paused. She was not afraid of the fog in the fir forest. But she was not alone now. She had to be responsible for Li Meng's safety. She knew it was dangerous. And she had to take her in. If something happened, she would be blamed if she failed to take good care of her. Why don't we wait for Zhou Xueyue? He should be here soon. Okay. I asked him. Zhou Xueyue used a bow and arrow for the first time. He was not very skilled at first and missed a few times. But he soon mastered the essentials. After all, after learning the skills, he could use it. He just needed to get familiar with it. After he shot a white-browed frog, he continued to get more. There were also crested lapwings, black-bellied whistling pheasants. 3 were enough. Zhou Xueyue tied the 3 together with straw ropes, put them in a basket, and put them in his backpack. After receiving Li Meng's message, he hurried in their direction. Suji saw Zhou Xueyue coming over, and asked him with a smile how he had caught. Zhou Xueyue took out the basket to show her. So many, and they are not small. This murhen is the biggest. The others are a bit small. But unfortunately you can only eat them after shooting them. You can't keep them. There is no other way. Hunting is to eat them. And if you want to keep them alive, you have to catch them alive. Moreover, this kind of bird is not easy to keep, and it has many requirements for the living environment. Suji, even if you catch it, it's not easy to keep it. Forget it. It's more practical to find a way to get some pheasants when the time comes. Zhou Xueyue, that right. Suji, let go this way. Have you seen the fog monster mentioned in the chat channel? After killing it, supplies will be dropped. There may be some in this forest. I want to go in and take a look. What do you think? Zhou Xueyue, have you encountered it before? Suji, yes, the supplies that are dropped are very good. If you are lucky, there will be space stones, and some metal fragments and Ganoderma lucidum. Zhou Xueyue's eyes lit up when he heard about space stones. He really needs space stones now. The backpack is no longer enough. Chapter 31. The 3 of them entered the fir forest one after another. Before entering, Suji gave them some cotton and asked them to put it in their ears to plug their ears. Suji had this plan before. She was always worried that the poisonous fog would get into her ears. Afterwards, Suji suggested that she walk in front. She took out a blue weapon. I have a blue weapon. I will lead the way. Li Meng held her back. No. Let my brother walk in front. He also has a blue weapon. Suji took a look and saw Zhou Xueyue took out an axe, which was also of blue quality. The axe looked extremely sharp. The handle was wooden, and there were patterns on the axe. It looked different from ordinary axes. The shape of this axe was more special, and the production process was more complicated. This is a Viking battle axe, Zhou Xueyue introduced. Suji, I have never seen it. Zhou Xueyue, battle axes were more common in ancient times, because battle axes can not only be used for fighting, but also for logging and shipbuilding. Mine is a short-handled axe. The iron used in the axe is less than that of the sword. So poor people use axes, and rich people use swords. Suji glanced at the sword in his hand, and couldn't help laughing. Okay. Then you go ahead. Suji protected Li Meng from behind. Li Meng didn't have a blue weapon, but she took out a shield. I have this. Don't worry about me. Suji nodded. The fir forest was very quiet. After walking a few steps, you can see a white mist, which blocks your vision and makes everything in front of you look hazy. Suji whispered, be careful. The few of them walked forward for a while, and soon heard rustling sounds. Suji held the Qinghan sword tightly in her hand, and she tied the bowie hunting knife to her waist so that she could pull it out at any time. Going deeper into the woods, the color of the fog changed, becoming darker and darker. Some of the fog coiled around the trees, and some coiled around the tree trunks like snakes. There were all kinds of shapes, strange and scary. Those strange sounds seemed to come from all directions. There seemed to be a lot of poisonous fog in here. Zhou Xueyue looked serious, looking around, as if she was looking for which one was the fog monster Suji mentioned. It seemed that all of them looked alike, but she couldn't be sure. He just wanted to get a space stone. In a flash, the fog that was coiled on the tree before seemed to have discovered their existence, and turned into a long tentacle that jumped up and rushed directly towards Suji and the others. Zhou Xueyue raised her axe and chopped it. The Viking axe had a strong killing power. Almost in an instant, the tentacle was cut off directly. But the tentacle could still move. After all, it was a tentacle made of fog. It twitched a few times on the ground, and turned into a ball of fog again, and merged with its body again. Seeing this, Suji hurried forward, not giving the tentacle a chance to breathe, and stabbed it wildly with the Qinghan sword. Her attack method was very violent, and her main feature was to slash and stab it without any rules, to completely disperse it, leaving it no chance to gather. In this way, the fog monster was truly killed. Zhou Xueyue and Li Meng were both stunned. The look Suji showed just now was really fierce, even sturdy. Maybe they didn't expect that she had such a side. It useless to chop it once. Suji imparted his experience to them. Every time she killed the fog easily, she used this move, closing her eyes and operating it, and she was fast and strong. Basically, she killed the fog monster with this move. Zhou Xueyue's move just now was indeed powerful, but the fog could be refused, so it was useless to chop it once. Zhou Xueyue roughly understood. Some supplies fell on the ground. This is the exploded supplies. Suji picked it up. We share it later. Metal fragments X3, mysterious parts X1, cockscomb mushroom X2, Ganoderma lucidum X1. This one didn't drop much. I guess it not a big boss. We can still look for more. Zhou Xueyue, there are still a lot of things. I go see if there are any other. Li Meng secretly regretted that her fighting ability was not good, and she didn't have a good weapon, otherwise she could join the battle. How about I try with a machete? She could only hold the shield now, and felt a little useless. You can try. The monsters here are not that powerful. Good weapons are just more effective. Ordinary weapons should also be useful. If they are useless, just use the shield to block them. I will help you. Hearing Suji's encouragement, Li Meng nodded. Okay. Suji tried to stand closer to her, so that he could take care of her. Other fog monsters also rushed over here. There were not many of them, but each one was fierce. Li Meng imitated Suji's previous actions, swinging the machete and slashing wildly. After she found that she had cut off several tentacles, she said happily, it really works. But she was too happy too early. The machete was not powerful enough, and the damage it caused was small. After the tentacles were broken, they merged very quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, the tentacles attacked her even more frantically. Li Ming was so scared that her face turned pale. But she still raised the machete and chopped hard. But her movements were obviously not as fast as before. Her fighting power was not good. It was the first time she encountered such a situation. She was already good enough to do this. Fortunately, Suji was right beside her. With Suji's help, she quickly killed the monster. Looking at the supplies on the ground, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Suji with gratitude. But Suji had already gone to kill other fog monsters. These were all small minions. Suji wanted to find a big one. Zhou Xueyue obviously thought the same. He raised his battle axe like a killing god, slashing horizontally and vertically in the fog, and actually killed a way out first. The fog on this road dissipated, and the vision became clear. It seems that there is no big boss in this fir forest, Suji said. Zhou Xueyue, no space stone was dropped, but some Ganoderma lucidum was found. Overall, the harvest was not bad. Even if 3 people share it, they can get a lot. But Li Ming, who saw this kind of scene for the first time, was still frightened. I hope everyone is okay. Let go out first. Suji clicked on the map and looked at the distance of Yenshin. He came very quickly, only 1 kilometer away. Suji, Yenshin is almost there. Let go find a treasure hunting spot first. The prompt card said, you can see a lake after you leave the fir forest, and the treasure hunting spot is next to the lake. The lake is really small. The whole lake is very clear. You can even see the fish swimming in the lake. Suji used the swimming skill book, and now her swimming skills have improved a lot. Although she has not put it into practice, it can be confirmed from her personal information. Name, Suji. Gender, female. Age, 23. Location, District 10. Stamina points, 100, will be reduced by various negative effects. When the stamina points are 0, the player enters a dormant state. Strength, 58, upgradable, luck index, 92, upgradable, existing skills. Primary collection skills. Proficiency points 3 when you encounter useful plant resources in the game. A collection icon will be displayed. Click it to view the introduction. Unlock more new types of materials through collection, and increase proficiency points. Primary forging skill. Proficiency point 1 you can use the smelting table to forge various equipment, make high-quality weapons. As the forging skill level increases, you can start making more advanced weapons and equipment. Forging more high-quality weapons can increase proficiency, unlock the use of more ores and rare metals, can also increase proficiency. Primary swimming skill. Proficiency point 1 hold your breath underwater longer than ordinary people, master various swimming techniques and postures, can only be upgraded through skill books. After so long, Suji data value has only increased by 2 points in strength. Her luck hadn't changed. But that was normal. Her luck was already good enough. Her swimming skills had improved, which made Suji want to go into the water. She didn't dare to go into the water before, but she was worried that there was something under the water. But since she had the swimming skill, she would definitely support going into the water. Suji was a little conflicted, seeing what Suji was struggling with. Zhou Xueyue took the initiative to ask, "What wrong?" Suji said, "I'm thinking about going to the lake to take a look." Go into the lake? Isn't it too risky? Zhou Xueyue was worried. Suji sighed. Let's find a treasure hunting spot first. Zhou Xueyue, well, if you want to go into the water, wait a little longer. It's still early. Li Ming found a treasure hunting spot behind a big rock. Found it. Suji and Zhou Xueyue hurried over. They looked at each other. Who will start first? Zhou Xueyue took out an intermediate shovel. How about I do it? Anyway, no matter how much we get, we will share it equally. It was agreed before coming here that the backpack should be shown to teammates. Anyway, they only brought what they needed to go to the lake this time, and their own personal collection and inventory were all placed in the shelter. So it didn't matter if the backpack was seen. This was just for fairness, to prevent anyone from hiding supplies. Everyone agreed. There was nothing in Suji's backpack that couldn't be shown to them. So in their opinion, it didn't matter who dug first. There was no difference. But Suji wanted to dig first, because normally, at a new treasure digging spot, the first thing you dig is the best. Suji had the best luck. She felt that she could dig better supplies. Let me go first. Suji took out the golden shovel directly. As soon as the golden shovel was taken out, Zhou Xueyue and Li Ming's eyes changed. High-level shovel. No one had ever seen it. They both used intermediate shovels, and thought their shovels were already good. Unexpectedly, Suji used the golden shovel at first. In that case, it was natural that Suji would dig first. Zhou Xueyue couldn't help but wonder how many surprises Suji could bring him. Chapter 32. Originally, Suji was digging for supplies. Others should have taken this opportunity to find supplies, but they all wanted to see the effect of the golden shovel. This was the first time that she was watched digging for treasure. Suji still felt a little pressure. She shoveled the soil with all her strength, and at the beginning she had enough energy points, so she was faster, and it only took a few minutes, and she dug out supplies from the soil. So soon? Li Ming said in surprise. Suji, well, the golden shovel consumes about 10 points of energy to produce supplies. Li Ming, that great. At least 9 times a day. Zhou Xueyue, and the first thing you dig out is a blue supply box. Suji smiled. Generally, new treasure digging spots will produce good things the first time. That what he said? But most people would be thankful if they could dig out a white supply box the first time. It seems that Suji's luck value is not ordinary. Of course, they won't ask. This kind of value is private. Others don't tell. It's not good to ask. Zhou Xueyue and Li Ming stayed to see the difference between the gold shovel and the intermediate shovel. Now that they knew, there was no need for them to stand there stupidly. It was time to search for supplies nearby. If they encountered the fog monster just now, they might be able to get some supplies. Suji stayed here to dig for treasures. He also turned on the light screen to pay attention to the chat channel and the distance between Yanchen and him. He seemed to have taken a long detour. It was only 1 kilometer away, but now it seemed to be farther. He probably couldn't get through. So he changed another way. But he didn't speak in the group. Probably because he was busy on the road. And no one urged him. In the chat channel, many people have discovered that killing fog monsters can get supplies. But some people were also injured by the fog. The consequences of being injured by fog tentacles are much more serious than inhaling fog. The toxins enter the blood directly through the wound. And you must take detoxification pills immediately to save your life. It is not a complete detoxification, but only a temporary control to prevent the spread of the toxins. To completely detoxify, you must take a detoxification pill every day for 3 consecutive days. During these 3 days, you will be in a negative state of poisoning. Your physical strength will slowly drop, and it will be difficult to dig for treasure. Suji did not expect that the injury from the tentacles would be so serious. It is not something that can be solved with detoxification pills. Even if you have detoxification pills, you will be sick for 3 days. You know, if you don't dig for treasure for 3 days, you will fall behind other players. After hearing this news, Suji thought to himself, it seems that I have to be more careful in the future. And I can't think that I am not afraid of poison fog just because I have detoxification pills in my hand. If you get hurt, it will be troublesome. Many players, who don't have antidote pills, are worried about their lives. There are complaints in the chat channel. Some people are anxious and afraid because they don't have antidote pills. And some people think that there is no prompt at the beginning of the game. And they don't tell the players in advance that there are monsters in the fog. They just give a teleportation stone and ask everyone to come to the lake area. As a result, these things happened. And no one was mentally prepared. What there to argue about? Don't forget, this is a survival game, not a business simulation game. Haven't you seen the movie The Mist? There were monsters in the fog, but we just didn't find them. No wonder I felt that the fog was wrong before. There seemed to be something inside, and there really was a monster. But why didn't it appear before? But only now. Or are they only in the lake plate? Is there any need to ask this? The game must have become more difficult. As time in the game increases, the difficulty will only increase. The first era is so difficult. What will be there in the future? I think the fog season is difficult enough. But if there is an ice season in the future, hail, acid rain, etc., that would be hellish. Let's focus on the present first. In this situation, you need a good weapon to kill the fog monster. My teammates have blue weapons, and can easily kill the monster. I took a machete and chopped it for a long time, but couldn't kill it. The fog can condense again, but it's useless to get the Ganoderma lucidum. Even if you have it, you can't make the detoxification pill. Some monsters can drop detoxification pills after being killed. I now understand why the system allows us to form a team. If we form a team, even if one of us is injured, the other teammates can still kill the monster and get Ganoderma lucidum or detoxification pills. Otherwise, we can only wait to die. Suji thought of a way. After returning, he can produce detoxification pills on his own. 1 Ganoderma lucidum can be exchanged for 2 detoxification pills, or other materials can be used to exchange for detoxification pills. As long as there is nothing else to do, it doesn't matter if you make more detoxification pills and masks. Now these things are in great demand, and can be exchanged for a lot of useful materials. Not only can it help everyone, it is also good for Suji's own development. Why not do it? While thinking, she dug up another thing. Obtained egg X1. Another egg. Not bad, she can take it back to hatch chicks. She continued digging. For the next hour, Suji kept digging for treasure. She was so focused that she didn't even check the group messages, and didn't even know that Yen-Chen was almost there. The last thing she dug out was a red supply box. She was quite happy, and was about to put it in her backpack, when she heard a sound. Suji thought a fog monster was coming, and immediately went on alert. As a result, when he looked up, he saw a kayak on the lake, and a person was sitting on the kayak. The kayak was about to dock, and Suji suddenly realized that the person might be Yen-Chen. He opened the map, and saw that the two people were indeed very close. Suji put away the shovel, and opened the team group chat. It turned out that everyone had talked a lot before. Zhou Shuiyue said that they found a bamboo forest, where they were cutting bamboo, and digging bamboo shoots. Li Ming found a fruit tree, and was picking fruit. The two planned to come back after collecting all the resources. Yen-Chen also sent a message saying that he was almost there. Zhou Shuiyue asked him to go directly to Suji, and wait for them there. Suji, Yen-Chen has arrived. When will you be back? Zhou Shuiyue, soon. I think I saw fog. I plan to go over and see if I can kill a big one. He was still thinking about the space stone. Suji reminded him. Be careful. If you get hurt, you may not be able to dig for treasure for 3 days. Zhou Shuiyue hadn't had time to check the chat channel today. Seeing Suji say so much, she was a little surprised. Okay. He turned to Li Ming and said, hold your shield. Hide behind. And it better not to come out. He was also worried about letting Li Ming go back to Suji alone. What if she encountered trouble on the way? Suji saw the kayak approaching the shore. At this time, she could see Yen-Chen's appearance clearly. He had a pair of very beautiful eyes. His hair was like natural curls. His facial features were deep and sharp. He was wearing all black, holding a homemade wooden paddle in his hand, and was slowly standing up. Suji took a few steps forward to greet him. But her attention was all on the kayak, because the frame of the kayak was made of bamboo. It was wrapped in plastic wrap. The plastic wrap wrapped the frame layer by layer, and it looked very solid. Suji didn't expect there was such a way to build a boat. This person was really creative. Hello. You are Yen-Chen. Right? Yen-Chen, yes. You are Suji? Yes. It me. The two of them will be here soon. We just need to wait here. Yen-Chen looked at Suji. He seemed to think that Suji was different from what he imagined. The two of them were a little awkward after the opening remarks when they first met. You looked at me, and I looked at you, and it seemed that we didn't know what to say next. Suji thought, maybe this Yen-Chen is also an I person. Yen-Chen took the kayak from the lake and wanted to find a place to put it. Because the boat body was wrapped in plastic wrap, you had to be extra careful not to scratch it. Suji saw his intention and took the initiative to say, why don't we put it on that tree? Yen-Chen nodded. Suji, you have been here for so many days, haven't you encountered fog? Yen-Chen, I have, but the fog doesn't seem to have any effect on me. As expected, Suji guessed it, otherwise how could Yen-Chen be fine without a shelter? Suji, will the things in the fog not attack you? Yen-Chen, no. The fog seemed to ignore him when they saw him. Maybe it because he is not a player, and is an outsider in this game. Yen-Chen thought so. Suji, then you are very safe. Yen-Chen, in addition to no supplies, there is no place to live, so to speak. Suji, then if you take the initiative to attack those fog monsters, wouldn't it be a great advantage? They don't care about you, you go to deal with them. Chapter 33. When Zhou Shuiyue and Li Ming came, they saw Suji and Yen-Chen standing by the lake fishing. Suji had promised to give Yen-Chen a fishing rod before, and brought it this time. The bait was the earthworms that had just been dug out. Yen-Chen tried it, and the fish took the bait quickly and caught a catfish. He didn't expect it to be so easy to fish with the system tools. It was quite difficult for him to catch a fish before, and he lived in the open air every day, and his life was really miserable. Hearing the sound, Suji looked back, and saw that they were back, and asked with a smile, "How is it? How did you get it?" "Zhou Xueyue, I got a big one, but unfortunately there is still no space stone." "Suji, don't worry, there is still time." Zhou Xueyue also knew that space stones were rare, so this was expected. Zhou Xueyue was very excited when she saw the kayak that Yinshin brought. "Did you make this?" Yinshin, "Yes, I traded some things with others and made this." "It's amazing." Zhou Xueyue also saw a kayak made of plastic wrap once. Li Ming asked curiously, "Can this really be put into the water?" Suji, "Yes, he just used this to paddle from the other side of the lake." "Then can we go fishing in the middle of the lake?" Suji, "I thought so too. The fish in the deep water must be bigger. I used to fish by the lake, and the fish were not very big." Yinshin, "I go to the middle of the lake and try it later." Suji thought of the spear gun in his backpack. "If it can be put into the water, I can also use this." She actually wanted to go down to the water to have a look. Yinshin, "I'm a good swimmer. I go down to check the situation later." Suji was just worried about the fog in the water, but Yinshin was not afraid of the fog, and the monsters wouldn't look for him, so it was really good to let him lead the charge. "Okay, if they're no problem, I go down with you." Li Ming, "Everyone is here, why don't we have lunch first?" "Yes, it's getting late, and after lunch, I have enough energy to continue working." Suji nodded. "By the way, this is what I just got from treasure hunting. I posted it to the group." She took a screenshot of the backpack and posted it to the group. "So many, and they're also a red supply box." "Really good, it's our turn next." Zhou Xueyue took out her red shovel. "You guys eat first, I eat after I finish digging." He wasn't very hungry yet, and when he finished digging, Li Ming could continue digging, so it wouldn't waste time. Li Ming agreed. "Then when you finish digging, I come." Suji took out the waterproof cloth from her backpack, found a flat place, and spread it on the ground. She had thought about it last night, and this could be used as a picnic blanket. Li Ming took out the food that had been prepared long ago one by one. Suji had known what Li Ming had done, so she was mentally prepared, but she was also overwhelmed by the fragrance. This smell makes you drool. Yinshin's eyes were wide open. He hadn't had a decent meal in all these days here, and he ate wild fruits every day. The best meal he had was a steamed bun and a bowl of vegetable soup, which was tasteless. "I never thought that I would be able to have such a feast today." Li Ming arranged the food, and seeing that they were not moving, urged them. "Why are you standing there? Sit down and eat." Li Ming, "Your cooking skills are really unparalleled. It's so delicious." Suji ate without any image. Although he didn't eat like a wolf, he ate one mouthful after another without stopping. Yinshin was like a beggar who had been hungry for 3 days. He didn't have the chance to speak at all. He just ate. Li Ming looked at them like this, and thought, it a good thing that she made a lot. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough. Suji looked at Zhou Xueyue, who was digging for treasure. "We should leave some for Zhou Xueyue. He hasn't eaten yet." Li Ming, "Don't worry. His portion is still in my backpack. I left it for him. These are all ours. Eat them without worry." Upon hearing this, Suji nodded repeatedly. In fact, she didn't eat much, but the food Li Ming made was really delicious. I don't know if it was because of the game. These ingredients were particularly fresh, and the quality was different from that in reality. Moreover, they consume a lot of energy every day. Even if they eat a lot, they will not gain weight. Their metabolism is very fast. They eat too fast. After they finish eating, Zhou Xueyue has not finished digging. Suji decides to digest the food first and look for materials to collect nearby. Yinshin uses a kayak to go to the center of the lake to fish. After digesting the food, he will go into the water to have a look. Li Ming is waiting here to take over the treasure hunting. After everyone has divided the work, they act separately. Suji found a lot of mushrooms again. She likes to eat mushrooms very much. They are delicious, have high nutritional value, can be stir-fried, mixed with cold dishes, or cooked into soups, and can be paired with many ingredients, mainly because she now has Li Ming as a chef. Suji is more enthusiastic about finding ingredients. She wants to find more ingredients for Li Ming, so that she can eat delicious food every day. The ingredients now are actually relatively simple, so it is better to find more. and she plans to give the grouse in the cage to Li Ming after returning home, and make a chicken stew with mushrooms. If only she could find rice seeds. Suji is now thinking about eating a bite of rice. While she was daydreaming, she was picking mushrooms, and soon she had a basket full of mushrooms, and this time she found several new varieties. Cercidiella, Boletus, milk mushroom. Just as Suji was about to go back, she found an unexpected harvest. Wild potatoes, a variety of potatoes that grow in the wild, rich in antioxidants, and different in taste from ordinary potatoes, more delicate. Potatoes? Good stuff. Because the collection icons all look the same, they were put together. Suji didn't find the potatoes at all. Potatoes grow in the soil, and Suji didn't recognize the leaves on them. At first, she thought that the collection icons were also mushrooms. As a result, she was more casual and found potatoes. Good. Potato stewed chicken seems to be delicious, and you can also make baked potatoes. The collection of potatoes is a bit troublesome. You need a hoe. Luckily Suji brought a hoe this time. It was a hoe that came out of the planting bag, so it was very suitable for hoeing the soil. It was easy to use, and soon the small potatoes in the soil were turned out. It was indeed different from the potatoes Suji had seen before. It was smaller, irregular in shape, and red in color, but not very red. Just yellow with red. 7 or 8 potatoes could be dug out from one. Suji shook it, removed the soil, and put them all into the backpack. Since there were potatoes here, he probably could find more nearby. So Suji squatted down and began to look carefully. I should be able to grow these potatoes myself after I take them home. I will have an endless supply of potatoes to eat in the future. Potatoes can be used to make a variety of delicacies, so just leave it to Li Ming. Hard work pays off. Suji searched for more than 10 minutes, and indeed found the second potato. This time, 9 small potatoes were dug out. It was almost done. Suji planned to stop. She opened the group chat to see what others were doing. Yinshin was fishing in the middle of the lake, and had a good harvest, catching several large trout and a tilapia. Each one weighed more than 20 kilograms, all big stuff. Suji was itching to try it. Yinshin said he was ready to go in the water to have a look. Li Ming and Zhou Xueyue took turns digging for treasures. Li Ming was still digging, and Zhou Xueyue went to look for supplies nearby. He mainly wanted to make a big fog monster, and he had to get the space stone today. Suji thought about it, and took out the map of the lake plate from her pocket. She put it in her pocket, and didn't put it in her backpack. Originally, she wasn't sure whether to share it. After all, their team was only cooperating this time. But after spending time with them today, Suji felt that they were good people, and should be trustworthy. Although everything on this map was clearly marked, she did not know where she was on the map without any reference points. Moreover, the lake plate was so large that it would be impossible for her to explore it all by herself. After all, she did not live here like Yinshin. It would be better for everyone to brainstorm, take a photo and keep it, and then give the map to Yinshin. This thing would be most useful to him. Since they want to cooperate, it is not a pity to give this map to Yinshin. As for what Yinshin can give back to her, there are also quite a few. In addition to various lake resources, there are also materials exploded by fog monsters. If the fog monsters do not attack him, he can kill them at will. The poisonous fog has no effect on him. This is simply a super god, regardless of what the situation will be in the future. At least now, as long as Suji is willing to provide him with various tools. Yinshin has an absolute advantage in the fog season. In this case, it decided. Suji returned to the treasure hunting spot just now. I'm back. Are you almost done digging? Li Ming, I've dug several times. How did you get? I got a lot of mushrooms and some potatoes. Take a look. Everyone can share a little. The main ones are for you to make delicious food. Suji took out the basket and showed it to Li Ming. Li Ming smiled and said, there are a lot, but why do these potatoes look a little strange? Suji, this is a wild potato. I haven't eaten it either. Take it home and try it. Suji looked around. Your brother hasn't come back yet. Li Ming, no, he nearby. He said that if there's anything, just call him. Has Yinshin already gone into the water? Li Ming, yes, I saw him jump in just now. Suji thought, then let's wait until everyone is together. She walked to the shore, observing the water surface, and didn't know what was going on underwater. Many lake bottoms are very dangerous, especially if she didn't know how deep this lake bottom was, and what was inside. In the past, Suji watched some science programs, which talked about many strange lakes. Some lakes had giant unknown creatures at the bottom. And some lakes had many jellyfish, which were very dangerous if stung. That's why Suji didn't dare to go down easily. But she also had a guess. What if the treasures in the lake section were all at the bottom of the lake? It's not impossible. After all, the treasure caves in the forest section are all in the forest. And the treasure digging point happened to be by the lake. What if the treasure cave was connected to the bottom of the lake? Suji had many ideas. And she didn't know which one was right. So she had to verify them slowly. Yinshin happened to be a bug-type existence. He was willing to go to the bottom of the lake first, and Suji could wait for him to come out. If there was no problem, she also planned to go into the water. Li Ming, it hollowed out. Suji, come and see. Suji turned back quickly. So fast, how many times did you dig? Li Ming, you dug 9 times, my brother dug 6 times, and I dug 6 times. Suji, then call him back quickly, and let go down and take a look together. Li Ming, yeah, I've sent him a message. Suji really wanted to go down and take a look. After all, this was the first treasure cave dug in the lake plate. Maybe there would be something good inside. He said he would be there soon. So we could go down first. Suji, there's no rush. Let wait for him. Li Ming, Yinshin hasn't come up yet. Should we let him go down with us? Let's take a look. We can ask him if he wants to go. The two stood beside the deep pit and discussed enthusiastically. By the way, Li Ming, do you have any weapon blueprints? I have learned the forging skill and can make a weapon for you. Li Ming was surprised and asked. Really? Yes, I made this dagger myself, and it called Nightlight. Suji showed Li Ming the Bowie knife. It amazing. Li Ming took the Bowie knife and touched it lovingly. It a pity that I don't have a good weapon blueprint. Suji, it doesn't matter, what if I get one later, and you don't have a weapon, I give you the weapon blueprint first. She now has 2 blue weapons, and they haven't been used for a long time, so she doesn't need the weapon blueprint for the time being, plus, helping Li Ming make weapons, can also increase her forging skill proficiency, why not? Li Ming looked at Suji's eyes, and saw some changes. She didn't know how to express herself, thought about it, and had to say, I make delicious food for you every day when I go back. Chapter 34. Yinshin came out from the bottom of the lake, all wet. He climbed onto the kayak first, and then paddled back. When he reached the shore, Zhou Xueyue just came back, and the 4 of them could go down together. The road leading to the treasure cave was particularly dark, and wet, and it felt like it was still dripping. There was water under my feet, and I didn't know where this cave would lead to. Suji, you have to look carefully to find the things in the treasure cave. I found 2 treasure caves before, and I searched every corner before I found the things. Li Ming, I was the same before. If I didn't know there must be something in the treasure cave, I might have left. Suji, I hope there will be something good in it. You are so lucky. There must be something. Li Ming has seen Suji luck. Today, the material she and Zhou Xueyue dug together only caught up with the material Suji dug. But it was mainly because Suji dug the red material box. The number of things in the red material box may not be much more than that in the blue material box. But the value is much higher. And basically they will open high-level drawings. By the way, Yinshin, did you see anything at the bottom of the lake? Suji suddenly remembered this, and asked Yinshin who was walking at the end. Yinshin, yes. I saw it. Just now everyone was in a hurry to go down the cave. And they were talking about the treasure cave. He didn't have time to say anything. Anyway, it doesn't matter if he talks about it later. What is it? There is a large group of fog gathered together. And there is a place that is glowing. Suji knew there was something good when he heard it. The fog gathered together. So there must be a big fog monster at the bottom of the lake. If it glows, then it's obvious. It must be high-level supplies. Zhou Xueyue also heard that there was something good. And she couldn't wait to go and see it. But she had to explore the treasure cave. Suji didn't say anything. But he was already thinking about going down to the lake. Zhou Xueyue's swimming ability was average. And she was afraid it would be unsafe to go down. Suji, are you going to go down? Suji, yes. I should go down and take a look. Yinshin, the things down there are quite big. Why don't I go and deal with them and bring the supplies up? Suji, let me go with you. Don't you have a weapon? Besides, that thing won't attack you. I don't know if it will drop supplies if you kill it. It's better for me to kill it. What if you kill it and nothing happens? Wouldn't it be a waste? Zhou Xueyue, What Suji said makes sense. You are outside the rules. What if supplies only drop when you are killed by players? Okay, I go down with you later. It was agreed that the supplies they got today would be divided among the three of them. It had nothing to do with Yenshin, but he could get benefits. As for what benefits, the three of them had the final say. Although it is unfair to Yenshin. In fact, as an outsider, it is not very meaningful for him to get these things. He also needs to trade with others to exchange for what he needs. So what does he need? In fact, it is some basic supplies for survival in the wilderness. Others are surviving in the end of the world. Avoiding poisonous fog. Upgrading and killing monsters. But he is simply thrown into the wilderness, and has to make a living here. The most needed supplies are pots, pans, axes and hoes, which can also be obtained by trading with players. But he needs a partner who can provide him with living supplies for a long time. Suji is one of the partners he is optimistic about. Now he has joined Suji's team. After having another perfect lunch, he thinks it not bad to have 2 more partners. As long as he can help get more things this time, and prove his value, long-term cooperation in the future will definitely not be a problem. If he gets more supplies they need here, he can exchange them for what he wants. It's so wet in here, it won't be all water. Right? Li Meng whispered. It might be connected to the lake next to it. Suji stepped into a puddle. This cave is too deep. I walked for a long time, but couldn't reach the end. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Xueyue, who was walking in front of her, suddenly stopped. It seems there is a sound. Suji also listened carefully, and heard the sound of water. The others quickened their pace, and found that this cave was more complicated than they had imagined. There were some large and small caves hidden inside. Most of them were not accessible to people. There was only one main road. The sound of water came from the cave on the main road. Maybe there is an underground river inside, Zhou Xueyue said. Suji, that shouldn't be the case. It doesn't look like there is an underground river here, and there is a lake next to it. Go over and take a look and you know. After walking for a few more minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of the treasure cave. The treasure cave is like another world, like another paradise. There is a very small river inside, which emits blue light and looks very mysterious. It really is an underground river, but it's too small. Zhou Xueyue was surprised. There seems to be something in the river. Suji had sharp eyes, and saw a large box in the middle of the river. Li Meng asked, is it a supply box? Suji, if possible. I go get it. As soon as she finished speaking, she was stopped by Zhou Xueyue. Don't. The color of the river water, what if it's poisonous? Suji stopped and carefully observed the river water. Only then did he find that there was indeed a layer of light mist floating on the surface. Because the river water was blue, the color was bright, so the light white mist was not obvious at all. There is a layer of fog on top. It is probably poisonous. Why don't I go get it? Yenshin took the initiative to say, anyway. The fog has no effect on him. He has encountered it countless times here in the lake plate, and it's okay to breathe it in. Sometimes he even walks through the fog. No one has any objection if he goes. After all, he said that he would not be poisoned. Soon, Yenshin took out the box. It was really a big box, and there was a lock on it. Because of the blue light, and it was a little dark in the cave, it was hard to see what color it was. Until it was brought in front of us, we realized it was a purple supply box. Purple. It was the first time for everyone to see a purple supply box. Did you bring the key? Zhou Xueyue asked. Suji, no, but now we can just go to the trading center and buy one. Everyone wanted to know what would come out of the purple supply box, but no one was eager to open the red supply box before. But it's purple. Zhou Xueyue also agreed with this approach. I go change it. The price of the key is expensive now, and it's not easy to change it. Because more and more people find high-level supply boxes, the key is in short supply. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the child. For the purple supply box, you have to be willing to buy a key. Soon he got the key. There's no need to discuss who should open it. Zhou Xueyue directly handed the key to Suji. You come. Suji was shouldering everyone's expectations. She nodded. Okay. I open it. Yenshin didn't know that Suji had a good luck value. But he saw that the other 2 people believed in her. Is there any skill to open the box? Zhou Xueyue, it does require some skill. But it depends on the person. Li Meng laughed out loud. Yes. It has to be Suji. We don't have her skills. Suji was a little embarrassed by what she said, and quickly opened the box. Open the purple supply box. Get Random Blue Weapon Blueprint X1. Alchemy Table Blueprint X1. Random Skill Book X1. Mysterious Parts X3. Metal Fragments X10. Copper Ore X10. Ganoderma Lucidum X2. Rare Land X2. Land Nutrient Solution X2. The things Suji opened stunned them. Li Meng, great. Zhou Xueyue, very good. Even Yanchen looked at him in surprise. Opening a box yielded so many high-level items. Yanchen knew what good things were just by watching others chatting. This box yielded all top-level supplies. Next time there are boxes, I open them all for you. Zhou Xueyue said. Li Meng, next time I get a red supply box, I open it for you. 2. Suji, okay. Okay, I'm now a box opening master. Suji backpack couldn't hold so many things. So he gave half to Li Meng. Anyway, he had to divide it again before. Zhou Xueyue, look for other things in here. And look separately. Suji, knock on the wall. Maybe you can knock something out. This is her experience. Li Meng took out a hammer and knocked on the wall. Even in the corners. Unexpectedly, she actually knocked something out. Damaged computer CDX1. What is this? Suji came over and took a look. I have one too. But it broken. I don't know what it does. Keep it for now. And study it later. Zhou Xueyue also found something. Whiskey X1. Their wine. Zhou Xueyue picked up the bottle that fell on the ground. This is not bad either. Suji also found something. Chili Seeds X1. I found something good too. Li Meng liked this thing very much. They're chili. Yeah, you like spicy food too? Li Meng, not bad. I haven't eaten chili for a long time. I really want to eat it. Suji, then I go back and plant it, and give it to you when the time comes. Li Meng, have you started growing vegetables? Yes, I planted some vegetables and fruits. I guess there will be a harvest in a few days. Yanchen, I think I found something too. Everyone was shocked. How could Yanchen find it too? But think about it, this is not treasure hunting, he is not a player. But he can find it, it's nothing strange. What is it? Everyone said in unison. It seems to be a stone. Zhou Xueyue, space stone? Suji, teleportation stone? Chapter 35. Know it iron ore. Zhou Xueyue. Suji. Li Meng, this? Yanchen didn't seem to think it was anything, but turned around and gave the iron ore to Suji. You take it. Suji took it hesitantly. It was still heavy, and a little wet. There should be nothing here, let go out. Zhou Xueyue whispered. But Suji wanted to explore more. She always felt that there would be other things here. But they had carefully checked every corner. If there was something, where else could it be hidden? Suji looked around and suddenly she had an idea. Why did Yanchen find an iron ore? Could it be that this place is actually a mine? To verify this conjecture, Suji asked Li Meng for a hammer, and then exchanged it for a pickaxe at the trading center. He started to dig at the place where Yanchen had found the iron ore. After a few hammers, all the stones were smashed down. In addition to the gravel, iron ore was indeed found. Hidden under the stone wall, as long as you chisel off the surface layer of stone, you can see the iron ore inside. Suji, it seems that my guess is right. There is iron ore hidden inside. Li Meng, great, I didn't think about it that way. Zhou Xueyue, luckily you tried it, otherwise we would have just left. Suji, everyone chisel it, but be careful, I'm afraid it will make too much noise and this place will collapse directly. Zhou Xueyue, it shouldn't be that serious, or let Li Meng and I take care of this. You and Yanchen go up first. I'm afraid we won't have enough time. We should act separately. Anyway, Li Meng and I can't go into the water. That true. It already afternoon. If we spend 2 or 3 hours here, no one knows if we will have enough time to explore underwater later, and no one knows if the monster underwater will be difficult to deal with. 2 people are enough here. Suji agreed with Zhou Xueyue's proposal. Okay, we go out first. She took Yanchen out of the treasure cave, and the two returned to the shore. Take a kayak to the middle of the lake first, and then go into the water, which can save some energy. Suji, okay. Are you strong enough? Okay. What wrong? Suji was thinking. Giving Yanchen a weapon. But he was not sure whether to give him a hunting knife or a Qinghan sword. Although the Qinghan sword is convenient, it is probably difficult to exert force underwater. So a hunting knife is more convenient. This is for you. After we go into the water, it's hard to communicate underwater. Let make gestures. This way we go up and fight. And this way we retreat and float up. Suji made a few gestures. Yinshin took the Chihan sword and whispered, "Okay. I do as you say. Suji, you go up first. I see what happens next." "Okay." Yinshin, "No problem." Suji was worried that the mist in the water was poisonous. But she had to hold her breath underwater. As long as she fought quickly, she should be fine. After the two of them discussed it, they went into the water decisively. At first, Suji was actually a little worried that she wouldn't be able to perform well underwater. But after going down, she found that her swimming skills had really improved by leaps and bounds. Apart from the slow speed and the discomfort of holding breath, there were no other problems. The lake water was very clear, so Suji could see the underwater world clearly. There were many fish here, and they were not afraid of people. There were many water plants at the bottom of the lake, and groups of fish were swimming around, and some swam around them. Suji soon found the fog that Yinshin mentioned. It was indeed very strange. A large group of fog gathered together, about half the size of a person, surging like a spring, and the surging fog seemed to have life. There was no change at first, but when Suji swam slowly over, the fog suddenly became agitated. Suji found that it had grown bigger. Yinshin had come down before, but he didn't say that this happened. It was estimated that the fog monster really ignored Yinshin's existence and only sensed the player. Suji stopped and didn't move. And sure enough, it became quiet again. So Suji reached out and grabbed Yinshin, gestured to him, and asked him to go up first. Yinshin understood and nodded. Suji waited on the side, and waited until the situation was almost right before going up, which was safer. When he got something good, he would give Yinshin some more benefits. The plan was very good, but something went wrong as soon as Yinshin went over. The fog was swirling, and the color changed. It was white at first, and suddenly it turned blue-black. This color was scary, and no one knew what was inside. The lake water also became cold, and Suji suddenly felt gloomy. This monster seemed different from the ones he had encountered before. Suji wanted Yinshin to give up, but he didn't seem to be afraid at all, and swam over directly. The mist did not attack him. He almost melted into the blue-black mist, and could not be seen clearly. Suji was not far away, but he could only see a tall figure swaying vaguely in the thick fog. However, soon, he could see that the Chihan sword was raised high, and then chopped down heavily, cutting through the mist. The weapon was cut in half, but it immediately merged, as if it had never been split. She decided to go over and help. It was too worrying to just stand by and watch. Besides, she couldn't hold her breath for too long. She would have to go up to breathe soon. So Suji made a quick decision and swam over there. As soon as she went over, the fog became more turbulent. But Suji also saw Yinshin in it. He was waving the Chihan sword like an acrobat, slashing horizontally and vertically. He messed around and dispersed the fog in the middle, so that it couldn't condense immediately. From Suji's perspective, she could see a fist-sized black shadow in the middle of the mist. Could that be its real body? Yinshin had been hacking at the mist beside him, but he didn't cut anything off. Unlike before, when they cut off the tentacles of the mist monster, at least a section would fall off, and then the tentacles would spread out and turn into mist, and then merge. Now it seemed that there was no change after hacking for a long time. After Suji came over, the mist had already sensed her presence and was actually trying to bypass Yinshin and come towards her. She took a deep breath, hardened her heart, swam over quickly, clenched the bowie hunting knife in her hand, clenched her teeth, and dared not close her eyes this time. She stared at the shadow with wide eyes, focused on it, and stabbed it hard with the hunting knife. There was a touch. It stabbed, but it was very hard. The tip of the knife was against the surface, it seemed. Suji's heart tightened, and her heart was about to stop beating, but soon, she felt that her hands were controlled by something, and a closer look showed that the mist had turned into tentacles, binding her and preventing her from stabbing in. Suji turned her head to look at Yinshin. Without her signal, Yinshin had already come over and stabbed with a sword, hitting the black shadow. But he couldn't penetrate. Is it so hard? Suji frowned. She shook her head, but she was already tied up and couldn't move. She couldn't speak, and wanted Yinshin to help cut off the tentacles that trapped her. She had to go up to breathe soon. She moved too much just now, and she couldn't hold it anymore. She looked at Yinshin eagerly, but she didn't expect him to understand. Yinshin raised his hand, and cut off the tentacles formed by the mist. The moment Suji escaped, she flashed under the water and came to the other side. It was now. Suji held the handle of the hunting knife with both hands and used all her strength, finally piercing the surface. Behind her was Yanchen, also holding her wrist and exerting force together. The two of them worked together to pierce the main body of the black shadow. Instantly, the black shadow turned into a pool of something like black blood and spread out. Did it work? Suji suddenly felt something was not right. She quickly covered her mouth and nose and swam far away. The black water was thick and disgusting, and directly polluted the entire area of water. The toxin must be very strong. Suji quickly fled. She did not care to pick up anything. Killing the black shadow dropped a lot of equipment, she just saw it. But picking it up would definitely cost her life. Suji still cherished her life. Before the black water completely spread, she had to escape immediately. She swam very fast, and after floating to the surface, she found the location of the kayak, and climbed onto the kayak as quickly as possible, and after going up, Yanchen had not come up yet. Suji thought, nothing will happen. He shouldn't be afraid of the black water. Right? But what if the black water is too toxic? Many possibilities flashed through Suji's mind. As soon as she climbed up, the lake's surface turned black. If she was a minute later, it would be too late. Suji didn't dare to go down to see, and could only send a message to Yanchen. How are you? Are you okay? Chapter 36. Suji stared at the lake with worry. After waiting for a long time, no one came out. Zhou Shuiyue and Li Ming came back, and were shocked to see that the lake water was black. Li Ming asked her loudly, Suji, what wrong? What happened? Suji was soaked, a little weak, unable to shout, so she had to send them a message. Then she gestured for them to read the group message. Zhou Shuiyue and Li Ming saw what Suji had asked Yanchen in the group before. Suji, Yanchen hasn't come up yet. We killed a fog monster. I suspect this black water is poisonous. As the color of the lake water got darker and darker, no one could guarantee whether Yanchen was okay. Suji didn't dare to paddle the kayak away, in case Yanchen came out again. Without the kayak, he could only swim to shore by himself. He probably didn't have much strength left. It was not something that ordinary people could do to stay underwater for so long. If Yanchen got into trouble, Suji felt that she also had some responsibility. After all, they went down together, and now she was the only one coming up. However, when the black water spread, Suji couldn't take care of Yanchen at all. Things happened too quickly. Suji was anxious, not knowing what to do. Zhou Shuiyue sent her a message, asking her what happened underwater. Suji was in no mood to answer. She kept observing the lake. Finally, she saw a whirlpool. The black water rolled into the whirlpool, and a person seemed to emerge from the whirlpool. Suji stood up in surprise, staring with wide eyes to see if it was Yanchen. Yanchen. Suji saw the Chihan sword in his hand. Yanchen seemed to have fainted. He was lifted out of the whirlpool, and there was still white light on his body. Suji quickly paddled the kayak over. When she touched Yanchen, the whirlpool disappeared. Suji had to use all her strength to pull Yanchen onto the kayak. After he fainted, he was very heavy, and almost capsized the kayak. Suji was still frightened, and put her finger under Yanchen's nose. Fortunately, he was still breathing. She pressed his chest a few times, and patted his face. How to do first aid for drowning. Besides pressing the chest, what else is there? Artificial respiration is definitely not an option. Suji recalled it in his mind. At this moment, Yanchen coughed hard twice. Suji was overjoyed. You woke up? Yanchen whispered in agreement. Well, what happened to me? Suji, how would I know? After I came up, you didn't come up for a long time, and then I waited for you for a long time, and saw you float out of a whirlpool. Yanchen frowned and thought for a while. Oh, it might be because of this. He took something out of his pocket. Water-repellent beads. A small bead, emitting a faint green light, looking inconspicuous, and the luster is a little dim. But the effect of this thing is very magical. Water-repellent beads. Carry it with you, and you can walk in the water as if walking on flat ground, and automatically avoid the seawater in rivers and lakes. With this, you can move freely in the water. It is really a treasure. Just now you killed that monster, and a lot of things exploded. I picked them all up, and was about to come up. Didn't I say there was a place glowing before, and I happened to see some movement there, and something came out from the bottom of the lake, so I went over, and ended up getting this, but I happened to hold my breath for too long, and I probably fainted. Suji nodded. I guess so. If it weren't for this thing, I doubt you would be able to get up. This black water looks wrong. You are not a player. And you are immune to the poisonous fog. We may not be. Although he and Yinshin are teammates. They have to risk their lives for him. Normal people can't do it. After all, they just met today. But watching Yinshin die in the lake, everyone will feel a great burden. Fortunately, Yinshin is fine. Fortunately you came out. Suji was the happiest. Yinshin saw her smile from the bottom of her heart, was stunned for a moment. The corners of his mouth slowly rose. Well, good luck. Suji then let go ashore quickly. The two of them must be very anxious. Yinshin, let's show you the supplies that the monster exploded. Suji nodded while paddling. Okay. Yinshin took out a few things from his clothes. Space Stone X1, Metal Fragments X3, Key X2, Primary Collection Skill Book X1, Detoxification Pills X2, Blue Weapon Blueprint X1. Not a few. Suji saw so many good things. And smiled even more brightly. She was soaked. Her hair was wet. The water on her forehead flowed down along the contours of her face. Her eyes were sparkling. And her whole body seemed to glow. Fortunately, you are not afraid of black water. Otherwise, even if we killed that monster, we would not be able to get these things. Suji sighed from the bottom of her heart. It was a correct decision to team up with Yinshin. Yinshin, I can't do it alone. The two returned to the shore and told Zhou Xueyue and Li Ming what happened in the water. They were also a little scared after hearing it. If Zhou Xueyue went down, he probably wouldn't be able to come out. Fortunately, he didn't try to be brave. Suji learned swimming skills to save his life. Although Yinshin would be fine if he didn't take the water-repellent bead, he took the risk to get this treasure. In the future, he will be even more powerful in the lake sector. Yinshin suddenly asked, "Do you want this water-repellent bead?" Suji and Zhou Xueyue looked at each other. Actually, everyone wants this thing. With the water-repellent beads, you can go to any lake, and it will definitely be useful in the future. But they know in their hearts that this thing can only play the greatest role in Yinshin's hands. Because Yinshin is not a player, he is not afraid of poisonous fog. With the water-repellent beads on him, he can take all kinds of resources at the bottom of the lake at will. What more, he lives in the lake sector, unlike them, who usually live in the forest sector. It's rare for him to have the opportunity to come here. The supplies obtained by killing the monsters at the bottom of the lake are so good, maybe there will be some at other bottoms of the lake. After they leave, Yinshin can also go to the bottom of the lake to look for supplies by himself. Suji suggested, since this thing was found by Yinshin, why not give it to him? Zhou Xueyue, I think so too. Li Ming, do you agree? Li Ming, I have no objection. Zhou Xueyue, that fine, we have so much harvest today, even if we divide it equally among the three of us. It will be a great harvest. Li Ming and I dug a lot just now, 200 or 300, we will divide it when we go back. Suji, it's getting late. We should hurry up and collect some more resources. We will be going back soon. 1 hour countdown. Everyone can split up and go find some things they need. For example, Suji just found some sand and wants to pack a few boxes to take back. Sand is a material for upgrading the shelter and can also be used to make glass. Although she doesn't need it to upgrade her shelter, it is necessary for level 4 players to upgrade to level 5. Get some back and exchange it for wood and stone, so she doesn't need to cut down trees. After all, the value of sand is still higher than that of wood. Anyway, the boxes she brought with her have not been used yet. If she can find bamboo, Suji wants to cut some bamboo and bring it back. After saying that, Suji suddenly remembered something. She hasn't taken out the map of the lake plate yet. I have a map of the lake plate here. I plan to share it with everyone, but there is a condition. The map cannot be passed on to others. Only the 4 of us in the team can see it. Do you agree? No one thought there would be such a good thing. The map of the lake plate, I have never heard of it before. Li Ming, of course I agree. Zhou Xueyue, you are already taking advantage of us by bringing it out, so we will naturally do as you say. Yinshin also nodded. Okay, I will take a screenshot and send it to the group, so everyone can see it. Suji took out the map. She could choose to take a screenshot of anything she saw, and the pictures she sent to the group were very high definition, and they could be viewed by clicking on them. From the map, we can see that the lake plate is very large. I can't tell where we are now for the time being. It will probably take a lot of time to explore to figure it out. This matter can only be handed over to Yinshin. Of course, if you have a teleportation stone, You can come to the lake plate. Maybe you can also use this map. Let's improve the map together. It's best to mark all the features of each place and what resources are there. In case there are no restrictions on coming to the lake plate in the future, it will be more convenient to find resources. Zhou Xueyue, you are right. Yanchen, thank you for your hard work. Just tell us what you need, and we will provide you with everything we can. This is what Yanchen wanted. He has no relatives here, and if he can only rely on himself, exploring such a large map is simply a pipe dream. Suji, weapons, equipment, and some daily necessities. I will try my best to make them all, and send them to you when I go back tonight. If you have any other requirements, just mention them in the group. Yanchen, okay. I know. Li Ming, you can come to me if you want to eat anything. Suji smiled and said, you will have a good time in the future. Yanchen nodded. Yes. Zhou Xueyue, okay. It getting late. Then we will look for resources separately first, and then go back separately later. For safety reasons, Li Ming followed Zhou Xueyue, and Suji chose another direction. Yanchen took the kayak and planned to cross the lake back to where he was before, and try to get back before dark. He built a simple shelter for people to live in, and there were some things there. It was so late now. If he moved to another place, he would not have time to build a shelter. It was better to go back first. The journey was not too far. Suji used the last hour to collect 3 boxes of sand. She did not find anything else, but 3 boxes of sand were enough. Seeing that the time was about to run out, she clicked to use the teleportation stone and returned to her shelter. It was a hard day today, but there was no time to rest after returning. They all have a lot of things to do. The 9th day of survival in the game is about to end. According to the system, the settlement will begin after the 10th day, and the difficulty will increase, turning into a difficult survival mode. No one knows what will happen. So before that, it is best to make more preparations. Moreover, players whose shelters are not up to level 5 will be eliminated. The resources for upgrading to level 5 are very popular now, and the sand brought back by She can be exchanged for many things. There are 300 pieces of sand in 3 boxes. Each piece can be exchanged for 5 stones or 5 pieces of wood. Suji plans to exchange them all at the trading center. At this time, Li Ming sent a message in the group. Li Ming, what do you want to eat tonight? I'm going to make dinner now. In the future, just report in the group, and you can tell me what you want to eat in advance. Suji quickly said, I have a grouse here. Let me cook it for you. I happen to have mushrooms, so I can make grouse stewed with mushrooms. Li Ming, sure, everyone has worked hard today. I make more. Do you want anything else? Then I make another braised fish, and cook some vegetable soup. Yanchen, sure. Zhou Xueyue didn't say anything, probably busy. Suji, wait until I open all the boxes later, and then I collect and distribute the supplies, and everyone will share them equally. Li Ming, okay, wait until after dinner. I have some here, and we sort them out together then. Before closing the team group chat, Suji opened the chat channel. There are so many resources in the lake sector. It would be great if we started in the lake. I caught several fish in the lake today. I think it okay to start in the forest sector. There's not so much wood in the lake sector for you to upgrade. You need so much wood to upgrade. I'm having fun chopping trees every day. There are only a lot of lakes in the lake sector, and you can't use fish to upgrade. Speaking of this, I'm so exhausted now. There's only 1 day tomorrow. I have to upgrade to level 5. There's no chance at all. If you don't upgrade, you will be eliminated. Who knows if elimination means death? If you don't want to die, just try your best. At worst, you can go to the forest to get supplies, and cut trees, to exchange for supplies after dark. You still have to upgrade. Has anyone been to the forest after dark? It's unnecessary. There's still time tomorrow. Suji was also thinking about this question. What will happen in the forest after dark? Will the poisonous fog become more poisonous, or will there be fog monsters everywhere? I guess everyone will not enter the foggy forest after dark unless they are forced to do so. Suji didn't want to mess around. She took out several boxes she had dug up today, and opened the red supply box first. Killing the fog monster at the bottom of the lake gave her several keys, and now she still had a lot of keys. So she just opened the red supply box. Obtained 100 home cooking dishes X1, metal fragments X5, copper ore X5, plantable land X1, soil nutrient solution X1, loofah seeds X1, latex mattress X1, cast iron pot X1. All very practical supplies. This recipe book is especially suitable for Li Ming. After using it, you can increase your cooking skill proficiency by 5 points. What Suji wants most is copper ore, because she doesn't have much copper ore. At present, other materials are easy to upgrade to level 6, but copper ore is hard to come by. If you could upgrade to level 6 before settlement, there may be extra rewards at that time. Chapter 37. Suji also found a lot of things in the remaining 2 boxes. They are Encyclopedia of Plants X1, Protective Gloves X1, Warm Clothes X1, Cling Bag X1, Cling Film X1, Dry Hair Cap X1, Mango X1, Tomato X1, Cotton Cloth X1, Fishing Line X1, Tar X1, Hemp Rope X1, Abandoned Iron Block X2, Metal Fragment X1. The things found in several boxes, plus other gains, the backpack can't fit them all. Suji had to put the things into his backpack in 3 batches, and took 2 screenshots of these things, and sent them to the group. Suji, look! I've opened all the boxes. And the things are here. Zhou Shuiyue also sent a list. I've sorted them out here too. Li Ming didn't reply. Probably cooking. There was no rush. Suji still had a lot of other things to do. The purple supply box that was opened this time contained rare land and plantable land. But it was currently a public resource and had not been distributed yet. If Suji could get one, he would use it to plant other plants. Suji planned to make some detoxification pills and N95 masks, and asked to trade them with copper ore. Copper ore was hard to come by. So Suji set the price at 1 detoxification pill or N95 mask for 2 copper ores. She made 5 detoxification pills in one go. After they were put up, they were sold out in seconds. Suji saw the name of the person who bought the detoxification pills, and it was Bai Yun. She didn't know how he moved so fast, and he probably had been keeping an eye on her inventory. This time, she asked to trade copper ore, and it seemed that Bai Yun had a lot of copper ore. He bought these detoxification pills, not knowing whether to use them for himself or give them to his gang called Freemasonry. If the detoxification pills are so popular, when the materials are distributed later, Suji will try to get all the Ganoderma lucidum and make them into detoxification pills, which can be exchanged for copper ore. It takes 100 copper ores to upgrade, and Suji still needs a lot. These 2 days, the players in the whole area are very busy, the organization is also busy, and it has been a long time since I left a message under the cheese shop, and Suji still doesn't know that Tong Haocong left a message for him. Because there were too many comments under the cheese shop, she didn't have time to read them one by one. Suji thought the organization probably didn't want to care about her anymore, because now other people have also made N95 masks. She is not the only one. The organization can completely win over other people. However, her name was on the list. As a member of the organization, Lucci has been trying to persuade her to join the organization recently. Maybe she told her superiors that she and Suji were good friends, so it became her task to get her to join. Lucci always sent messages to ask her what she was thinking. Now, there was another message. Suji had to pretend that she didn't see it. She was busy enough all day long, and really didn't want to waste her breath on these things. Lucci was a very nice person, and it was fun to chat with her, but Suji didn't want to talk to her about this. It would be better to make more supplies in exchange. Originally, she wanted to make some masks, but Li Ming sent a message, saying that the food was ready, and now she should send her share, and after dinner, she would sort out the harvest, and then they could discuss the distribution of the things. Almost as soon as the colleague saw the message, Suji saw Li Ming initiate the transaction. The food was put in bamboo tubes. Li Ming probably didn't have bowls and plates, so it was better to put it in bamboo tubes. Bamboo tubes are clean and sanitary, and they also have the fragrance of bamboo. As mentioned before, grouse stewed with mushrooms, braised fish, and vegetable soup were enough for Suji to eat. It was a pity that there were so many delicious dishes, but no staple food. Suji was thinking about when he could plant wheat or rice, and get some flour or rice. After dinner, the group materials were finally summarized. Zhou Shuiyue has summarized the gains of the 3 people and classified them. Drawings, daily necessities and tools, materials, special items. Suji, you choose first. You have made the greatest contribution to getting so many materials. Originally, Suji had the best luck. Without her, so many good things could not be obtained. And it was because of him that Yanqin joined. The materials at the bottom of the lake were also obtained by the 2 of them. so it was understandable to let Suji choose first. Suji did not shirk. She did want a lot of things. At most, she could take less items. She only needed the things she needed the most. Random skill book. Plant encyclopedia, copper ore, rare land, plantable land, land nutrient solution, loofah seeds, Ganoderma lucidum, eggs, mysterious parts, warm clothes, fishing line, abandoned iron ore tar. I take these things. In addition, give me 1/3 of the iron ore. And you can divide the rest. Is this all you want? Do you want to take more? Li Ming felt that Suji took too little. Suji, that enough, you can divide the rest. She had already made her first choice, and took what she wanted most. There was nothing else. Zhou Xueyue, then you choose. Li Ming, and give me the rest. Li Ming, then I take a blue weapon blueprint, a primary gathering skill book, a recipe, a cast iron pot, a latex mattress, a detoxification pill, and vegetables, fruits, and fish. Li Ming picked out some of the most useful things for him, and took away the remaining half. They all left the space stone to Zhou Xueyue, because they knew he wanted it the most, and left him the alchemy table blueprint and blue weapon blueprint. There were still a lot of scattered daily necessities and metal fragments left, all of which were given to Zhou Xueyue. Everyone got what they wanted, and they had to rush to sort out the supplies and study the skill book, so they didn't waste time chatting in the group chat. Suji first used the random skill book. Random skill book, after using it, you will randomly learn a player's skill. Get primary mining skills. You can discover and collect various basic ores, and learn the skills of finding ores, and mineral resources can be used to make weapons and armor. This looks pretty good. Isn't Suji just short of copper and iron ore? After learning mining skills, maybe you can find the mine faster. Plant encyclopedia. It introduces the growth habits and functions of various plants in detail. After using it, it can randomly increase the player gathering skill proficiency, no more than 10 points. This is very suitable for her. After she used it, it will be more convenient to go out for gathering in the future. Then she took out the Ganoderma lucidum, and put it on the alchemy table to make detoxification pills. The Ganoderma lucidum will be automatically made when it is put on the alchemy table. After a certain period of time, it will become a detoxification pill. Suji didn't need to keep watching, and went to the balcony. Rare land, not upgradable high-level arable land, because it is rich in organic matter and black. It is the most fertile and most suitable soil for growing crops. Plants grown on rare land grow 3 times faster than ordinary arable land, and twice as fast as high-level land. Rare land is much more effective than the other 2 types of land. If you grow vegetables on it, you can harvest them in 2 or 3 days. For example, the spinach planted before, now in the advanced planting land, has a growth cycle of 3 days, but if it is placed in rare land, it can be picked and eaten in 1.5 days. Suji got 2 rare lands. She needs to think carefully about what to plant with them. There is also a piece of planting land, which can be upgraded with soil nutrient solution. It is a bit late today. Suji plans to plant the loofah seeds and cucumber seeds first. First try the effect on the rare land, after all. She has nothing better to plant now. Wait until tomorrow to cut the potatoes into pieces. Let the potatoes sprout, then plant the potatoes, and the cranberries dug today. It took an hour to sow the seeds, because they still needed to be watered. There was still a lot of lake water left from the previous transaction with Yenchen, which was just enough for watering. When crops are full of water, they will grow better. At present, Suji can check the status of each crop, all of which are healthy, and the growth countdown is displayed on them. The spinach can be picked tomorrow. This kind of vegetable usually grows again after being picked, and it can be eaten many times. When it is eaten, it will disappear, and the land will be free, and it will be prompted to plant other crops. The watermelon seedlings next to it are also growing well. They have grown watermelon vines. It is estimated that small watermelons will be produced tomorrow. When the watermelons grow slowly, you can eat fresh watermelons. It's just that the mysterious seed has not responded yet. The changes in the saplings are not big. They are different from ordinary crops. They do not show growth cycles. Suji thought of some cherry pits and cantaloupe seeds that he had left. I will dry them tomorrow and plant them in the soil in a few days. At night, Suji did not sleep. There was still 1 day left before the settlement. 1 day and 1 night. And she still needed a lot of things to upgrade. How could she quickly earn so many supplies? Suji thought of a way. That is, hard work. As long as she continued to make N95 masks and detoxification pills from now on. She could exchange for thousands of iron ores, and then use the iron ores to exchange for copper ores. Because many people are currently in a hurry to upgrade to level 5. And level 5 requires a lot of iron ores, not copper ores. Suji could take this opportunity to exchange copper ore from players who had copper ore. Even if they didn't want iron ore, Suji could also take out other things, whether it was food or medicine. In short, the cheese shop was putting goods on the shelves all night. Suji was not the only player who didn't sleep. Seeing that there was only one day left before elimination, many players couldn't sleep at all. As long as there was a workbench, there was always a final struggle. In fact, as long as you work hard, the difficulty of upgrading to level 5 is not that high. An ordinary player, even with an ordinary shovel, can dig for treasure 4 to 5 times a day. The rest of the time can be used to chop trees. You can chop at least 300 pieces of wood a day, and up to 500 pieces. Or you can dig soil. Sand and ordinary soil can make cement. If you are lucky, you can find a stone mountain or sandy land, and you can dig a lot of stones and sand. As long as you work hard, you can level up within the specified time. What I am afraid of is people who are unlucky and lazy. The last day was also the last time they could struggle. Some people had given up on themselves and exchanged all their supplies, just to have a big meal. Li Ming made some food and posted it in her food shop, which was snatched up by a group of players. She was not anonymous, and the food shop had just opened, and it quickly became famous. Many players were willing to spend a lot of money to exchange food with her. After all, many people could only eat steamed buns every day, which was bearable at first, but it had been more than a week, and who could live on steamed buns all the time, and they had to eat meat to change their taste. A small portion of grilled fish cooked by Li Ming can be exchanged for 15 iron ores. If Li Ming didn't cook so little, her food shop business might be better than the cheese shop. However, after returning from the lake today, she harvested a lot of food, and Li Ming decided to stay up late to cook more food. Although her supplies were enough to upgrade to level 5, she couldn't relax. Suji gave her most of the ingredients, because she would be responsible for the meals of several people in the team in the future, and Li Ming planned to take out a small part of the ingredients and cook them for trading. For example, wild vegetables, mushrooms, can be made into 20 portions. Fish can be made into a big one. The big fish that Yenshin caught in the middle of the lake today can be divided into 10 portions of fish meat. And the 10 portions of fish meat are cut into 20 small portions by her. She always trades with small portions. Each of the 20 portions of fish meat must be carefully grilled, which takes a lot of time and energy. But it can be exchanged for many things after it is done. She needs to make a bigger grill, and the current grill is too small, and can only grill 2 portions of fish meat at a time. If there is a big grill, I can grill 5 or 8 portions at a time, which will be much faster. Finally, the fish is grilled. Looking at the time, it is already 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Li Ming remembered that she had not given her weapon blueprint to Su Ji yet. She had to ask Su Ji to help her make the weapon. Although it was late, Li Ming still sent a message to Su Ji and sent the blueprint. Unexpectedly, Su Ji was still awake and replied to her in seconds. Li Ming, why are you still awake? Su Ji, I have something to do. I am busy. How about you? Li Ming, I made a lot of food. By the way, do you want to have a midnight snack? Su Ji, yes. Of course I would. I am so happy to have a midnight snack after working so hard. Li Ming sent another grilled fish. Here you are. It just been grilled. Su Ji, great. By the way, I have a grill here. I just don't need it. How about I give it to you? Li Ming. Really? This is like someone giving a pillow to someone who is sleepy. Li Ming never thought that Su Ji would give her a grill when she was just worrying about the grill she made being too small. The one made with the blueprint is definitely different. Su Ji, of course, it can only work if I give it to you. I just give it to you directly. It's very convenient to use for grilling. Li Ming, thank you. What do you want? I trade with you. Su Ji, if you have copper or you can give me some. Although Li Ming is reluctant to part with it, the grill can increase her efficiency in grilling. I can exchange it for copper or later. Chapter 38 Misty Season, Day 10. Before going to bed, Su Ji sent a lot of things to Yenshin. Fishing rod, spear gun, bench, kettle, small trap, water purifier, backpack, tar lamp, quilt, waterproof cloth. Some of them belonged to Su Ji herself, and some of them were made by her using the blueprint. Although she only had one, she still gave it to Yanchen, since she couldn't use it now, and with the blueprint in hand, she could make it for herself when she had time. The three of them divided the supplies for today. But Suji promised him that he would provide him with various daily necessities and tools. So he naturally did it. He sent it late at night, and Suji thought Yanchen would reply to the message tomorrow. But he was still awake. Yanchen, thank you. Suji, what is it like at night there? Send it to me. Since he was still awake, he could still chat. Yanchen immediately sent a picture. The night sky was full of stars, which was beautiful beyond words. And the beautiful Milky Way could be seen. Suji never left the shelter after dark, and she didn't know what the forest looked like at night. But she looked out from the balcony, and she didn't see so many stars. Maybe this is the unique beauty of the lake plate. Suji, let me know if you need anything else. Yanchen, okay. They also gave me a lot of things, which is enough. I will go fishing for supplies tomorrow, and send them to the group. You can divide them among yourselves. Suji, I should be free after tomorrow. I will make you a better weapon then. What kind do you like? Just use the sword you. In the early morning of the 10th day of the fog season, the sun had just risen. There were few players in the 10th zone who were still sleeping. All of them got up early to work. Today was destined to be a busy day. Suji didn't sleep much last night. She worked until midnight, finally couldn't bear it anymore. If she wasn't worried about not getting enough stamina points back, she could have endured a little longer. When she woke up, she saw that her stamina points had only returned to 90 points, which was almost enough sleep time. So it was probably because of poor sleep quality. She really didn't sleep well. She woke up with sleepy eyes and yawned all the time. However, staying up late is not without results. Last night, she earned more than 300 iron ores and 50 copper ores, together with the iron ores she got yesterday. Suji has collected enough iron ores for level 6. The inventory of copper ores has reached 80. Only 20 are left. But there are still a lot of metal fragments. But Suji is not in a hurry. There is still hope for the upgrade today. She got up and decided to go treasure hunting first. She didn't need Li Meng to provide breakfast. She also had a lot of things to do. It was impossible for her to cook 3 meals a day. If she had time, she would cook 2 meals. If she didn't have time, she would just cook dinner. Everyone is very busy today, and I guess they will have to take care of lunch by themselves. Suji still has some food in her backpack. It just so happens that her stamina points are not fully restored today. So Suji decided to eat 2 pan-fried buns. 2 pan-fried buns can restore her stamina points. And then she will drink a glass of milk. She decided to sign in and draw cards while eating. By the way, today is the 10th day, and the Moonstone Mall she has been looking forward to is open. Sign in successfully. Receive a plate of spicy duck head, Moonstone X1, and card draw opportunity X1. Spicy duck head, bright color. Strong spices and spicy flavors are perfectly blended, which is unforgettable. Eating one can increase stamina points by 8 points. Friendly reminder, medium spicy and spicy. When Suji saw this introduction, she couldn't stop saliva from her mouth. She wanted to eat it but didn't dare to eat it. It seemed very spicy according to the prompt. But she hadn't eaten spicy food for a long time. It was very refreshing just by looking at the description. But it's not suitable to eat this in the morning. You can have it as a snack at noon. Let's draw cards first. She especially hopes to get a double card today, so there will be no problem with upgrading today. After so many days, the double card should appear. Suji prayed silently, and was particularly nervous when drawing cards. The card she got in the end was an upgrade card. The upgrade card is a good thing, but it's still not as good as the double card. Suji randomly opened the Moonstone Mall. The Moonstone Mall can be opened by clicking on the use of Moonstone. It has been temporarily closed before. Today, a page with lights and colors appeared, which is quite festive. There are a lot of things in the Moonstone Mall, but many of them are not unlocked. All that can be bought are the things that he will get when he signs in. It is divided into 6 categories: blueprints, weapons, cards, food, and special. There are not many choices of blueprints. Currently, some furniture blueprints and tool blueprints can be purchased, such as coffee tables, desks, wardrobes, scissors, chicken coops, rabbit cages. These are sold cheaply, for 2 or 4 moonstones. Weapons that can be bought are blue weapon blueprints, and red and higher level blueprints are not unlocked yet. A blue weapon blueprint costs 8 moonstones. Cards are the cards that Suji draws every day when he signs in. They are sold at a high price. Basically, 8 moonstones are needed to buy one. Food can also increase physical strength points. For example, the duck head I drew today, you can buy one with 1 moonstone, and 1 plate requires 4 moonstones. Special items are upgrade materials, such as metal fragments, mysterious parts, space stones, teleportation stones. The prices vary. 1 space stone and 1 teleportation stone cost 10 moonstones. There are many products in the Moonstone Mall. But Suji doesn't have many moonstones. She only gives 1 a day. Now she has only saved 10. So she must spend money wisely. She needs to think about it carefully. Suji ate a pan-fried bun in 1 bite. She didn't dare to eat it in small bites for fear that the soup inside would splash out and splatter all over her body. However, it was a little hot after eating it in 1 bite. The gravy exploded in her mouth, and the sweet taste overflowed, which made her feel satisfied. After eating, Suji ran straight to the forest. Today's goal is to dig for treasure as quickly as possible, come back after digging, and then exchange all the supplies for upgraded supplies. She put on all her equipment, ran into the forest as quickly as possible, and didn't want any of the messy supplies on the road, because today she was going to dig for treasure. Try to dig more supply boxes, and get some useful things out. There will probably be metal fragments in the supply boxes. She brought a lot of food to increase her stamina points in her backpack today, if she ran out of stamina points, but the harvest was average. Suji could still eat something to replenish it, and then continue digging. But at most, she could only dig twice more. She tried to get back to the shelter before 2 p.m. After digging for 2 hours, Suji stopped to rest. She habitually opened the chat channel. It's the last day. I still need 50 iron ores. Where can I get them? I'm really fed up. The whole area is short of iron ore now. It would be best if we could find an iron ore mining area. Isn't it said that there is a lot of iron ore in the forest? There are also coal mines. That's what they say, but no one has found the mine at all. In the mountains and forests, you can find some stones. And you can get iron ore by breaking them. You are talking about another game, right? I give up. Funny. I know what game the above person is talking about. But it's the last day, so I might as well go look around in the forest. Maybe I can find it. I also played a game before that required digging iron ore, which was behind a mountain mine in the forest. Maybe this game has something in common. Yes. If there is no iron ore, there is no way to upgrade. So I just give it a try. When Suji saw this, she had an idea. She seemed to have acquired the mining skill. They found iron ore in the lake plate yesterday. If she could find the mine, she could harvest a large amount of iron ore. If it was copper ore, it would be even better. Moreover, the mine might be in the treasure cave. She had dug at this treasure spot many times. Maybe she could dig through it today. Suji did not rest, but continued digging. And she also increased her speed. If she dug through the cave and found iron ore, she could take some out and trade with other players for metal fragments. To reach level 5, she needed iron ore, not metal fragments. So she could use iron ore to exchange for more metal fragments from these level 4 players. And if she verified that there was ore in the treasure cave, she could share the news with others. Anyway, it was all single player at the moment. So if others found ore, it would not affect her. It was getting late. Before Suji found the treasure cave, most players had already used up half of their stamina points. Only a few players could dig out the treasure point today. Suji had already dug up 2 blue supply boxes and some useful supplies. A rough calculation showed that he had dug this treasure point for 17 or 18 times. If he dug a few more times, it should be possible to dig it out. Suji looked at his stamina points. He could dig twice more. If he failed these 2 times, he would just eat to increase his stamina points. Suji continued to dig. Obtained a damaged computer disk X1. This thing again. Suji already has 3 of these, but he just doesn't know what to do with them. But he definitely can't throw them away, so he keep them. Obtained a copper tube X1. Copper tube, high-level material, can be decomposed into copper or X5 on the workbench. This is good. As expected, the treasure point was not emptied. Suji took out a shrimp dumpling from his backpack. Eating one can increase 5 points of physical strength. Forget about that. Just eat 2 first. Suji ate 2 at once. The shrimps were sweet and fresh. The glutinous rice used for steamed buns was soft and sticky. and the mouth was full of salty fragrance. Each grain of rice was covered with fat. After adding some stamina points, Suji dug again. Obtained, apple sapling X1. Have it reached the bottom yet? Suji simply ate 2 more pan-fried buns. Although these things were very filling, they tasted good, and she had spent a lot of stamina, so she could still eat them. But if it didn't work this time, she would have to drink wine. She burped and continued digging. Chapter 39 Obtain, Primary Pickaxe X1. Primary Pickaxe, upgradable. There are teeth on both ends. It looks ordinary, but it is actually a special iron tool used to dig soil and stone, a must for mining. Suji's eyes lit up. This thing is a must. Yesterday, she wanted to mine in the lake plate. She bought a pickaxe at the trading center. It worked well, but it was just an ordinary pickaxe, and it was different from the primary pickaxe in front of her. It liked the difference between a primary shovel and an ordinary shovel made from a workbench. Primary shovels can dig treasure, but ordinary shovels can only dig soil. The digging point has reached the bottom. Please change the digging point. Finally, Suji felt relieved, because she didn't want to drink wine. In case she got drunk, there were still many things to do later. She was not in a good state, and didn't want to eat anymore. Her stomach was already full. She first dug the hole a little bigger, so that it could accommodate one person to jump in. Going to the treasure cave again, Suji was no longer as nervous as before. She did not bring a torch with her, so she hurried to the trading center to buy one. She held the torch to illuminate the road ahead, and held the Bowie hunting knife in her hand, to prevent any sudden danger. It was right to be careful. In the light of the fire, she saw a gray-black fog at the entrance of the treasure cave from a distance. The fog was surging, as if there was something strange hidden inside. It was a bit like the shape of the fog monster at the bottom of the lake. Suji's heart tightened. She had already thought about how to cut the fog apart. Now that they were not in the water, she was much more flexible, and could use her strength. It shouldn't be that difficult to solve, as long as she took the initiative. Suji made a prompt decision and rushed forward. Before the fog could react, she had already stabbed it with a hunting knife. The black fog almost surrounded Suji. Her vision was affected by the black fog. She could not see everything clearly. The fog condensed into tentacles that seemed to be turning into entities. Suji thought of the mist at the bottom of the lake using tentacles to bind her hands, making her unable to move, so she reacted immediately. She had suffered this loss last time, and she would definitely not let it succeed this time. Before the tentacles touched her, Suji quickly cut off the mist with a hunting knife, and took advantage of the fact that the mist had not recondensed. She went straight to Huanglong, and stabbed the hunting knife into the center of the mist, where the black mist was, and the thickest place. She used a lot of force, for fear that if she failed to pierce it once, she would never find a better opportunity. There was a sizzling sound, and something spurted out. Suji dodged immediately. It was indeed the same thing as the monster at the bottom of the lake. When it was injured, black water would flow out. She had to be careful not to touch the black water. The black water fell on the ground, and corroded a large area of the ground. At first, it was bubbling, and then it started to smoke. The black water was too toxic. Suji thought of the previous time in the lake. If she had escaped a little slower, she might have been disfigured. She thought of Yenshin again. He was not hurt at all. Such a bug-level existence is really enviable. Suji had no time to think about it. Since the monster was already injured, she stirred the hunting knife in her hand vigorously, and then stabbed it a few more times. Gradually, the black fog dissipated, leaving only a pool of black water on the ground. Suji still stood far away. Obtained Lake Teleportation Stone X1, Metal Fragments X4, Key X1, Ganoderma Lucidum X1. A lot of supplies were exploded. Suji picked up the items with one click, and all the items went into her backpack. Walking into the treasure cave, it was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything clearly. Suji held a torch and carefully checked every corner. She really found something. She saw a strange stone on a wall, thanks to her mining skills. Otherwise, she couldn't tell what was different here. She took out the elementary pickaxe she had just obtained and started to chisel the wall. The efficiency was indeed different. A layer of stone on the surface of the wall quickly fell off, revealing some shiny ore inside. Suji continued to chisel. Iron ore X2. Iron ore X1. Iron ore X2. The iron ore on this wall was unevenly distributed, but every time she chiseled, she could harvest something. She was so excited about chiseling. Iron ore was free. Suji chiseled for half an hour, and her hands were sore, But she couldn't stop. She could chisel out 2 pieces of iron ore every minute. Just now, she harvested more than 100 pieces. There was more iron ore here than in the whole yesterday. And she doesn't have to share it with others, it's all hers. Suji dug for nearly an hour straight. She was so tired. Suji's hands were so sore that she couldn't stop shaking. She leaned against the wall to rest, opened her backpack, and saw the fruits of her labor, and smiled with satisfaction. 300 more iron ores. She planned to work on iron ores here today, until she had collected all the iron ores in the cave, and then went back. This was not faster than making masks to exchange for iron ores. It was just too tiring, but she was also tired and happy. It was not until 3:30 that Suji finally came out of the treasure cave. She took away all the ore inside. Later, she only stopped when she chiseled out all the stones. She took everything away without leaving a single cent. There were more than 500 pieces of iron ore in total, which made Suji rich. These more than 500 pieces of iron ore were a huge sum of money. Suji had to plan how to use them. At least, she could exchange them for the materials for upgrading. Suji could not wait to rush to the shelter. She was dirty, covered in dirt and dust, and had sweated a lot. She needed to go back and take a shower. However, she encountered fog monsters twice along the way. Suji was a little surprised. The fog appeared too frequently today. Could it be that the difficult mode mentioned by the system has begun? Or was it just a sign that the difficulty would be higher after tomorrow? Fortunately, the 2 times she encountered were small minions, very fragile and stupid. Otherwise, her hands would be sore and painful, and she might not be able to resist. After killing the fog monster twice, she obtained several metal fragments and key fragments. Suji finally returned to the shelter at 4 o'clock. After taking a quick shower and changing her clothes, she slumped on the sofa and finally relaxed completely. Her body was relaxed, but there was still a lot to do. Suji opened the light screen and started to operate. It showed that iron ore was listed in the trading center, in addition to the 500 iron ores she needed to upgrade. Suji had an extra 500, so she planned to use half of them for trading. The cheese shop itself has always been a hot topic. The large amount of iron ore on the shelves directly ignited the chat channel. Damn, who is the boss behind the cheese shop? Such a big deal to take out hundreds of iron ores for trading. Doesn't he need to upgrade himself? He must be level 5 at this level. But you need iron ore to upgrade to level 6? I saw that the item she traded was metal fragments, which is a high-level material, which is generally required for the processing of high-level items. Upgrading to level 6 requires a lot of metal fragments. She probably wants to upgrade to level 6. Where did she get so much iron ore? Did she find a mine? I knew there was a mine. What else could it be but a mine? Not only the organization, but also several gangs in District 10 held internal meetings at the same time. The content of the meeting was to quickly find the mine, or contact the owner of the cheese shop, and spend a lot of money to get information about the mine from him. But she never responded to any comments, and he couldn't be contacted at all. Someone suggested, since she wanted metal fragments, I would trade with her for more metal fragments in exchange for information. After Suji put it on the shelf, he soon received many orders. There were too many people who needed iron ore. 8 iron ores for 1 metal fragment. The price was not expensive. Some people only needed a few dozen iron ores to upgrade, so they naturally traded all the metal fragments in their backpacks. Suji received Chirong's message. Chirong, have you found the mine? Suji knew that there was no need to hide this matter. Even a fool would know that. So much iron ore can only come out of the mine. Suji, yes. Chirong, found it in the lake plate? Suji did not answer immediately. Chirong then said, excuse me, I want to make a deal with you. I can give you whatever you need in exchange for the news of the mine. Don't you want the space stone? I can also find a way to get it. Although Suji didn't need the space stone so urgently, the more the better. Now her backpack has a lot more space, but there will be more and more supplies in the future. Looking at Chirong's appearance, it seems that she can give more benefits. Suji didn't reject sharing the news of the mine with others, because this matter will be known sooner or later, and seeing that the 10th day is about to end, Suji didn't want to see so many people eliminated. She was worried before how to share this matter. There is no need to use the name of the cheese shop, and she can't go to the chat channel in person to say it. It's too conspicuous. Suji just wanted to make money quietly. At first, she thought it would be best if not too many people paid attention to her. She only occasionally expressed her ideas in the chat channel. But later, the ranking list had exposed her level. Fortunately, she didn't add many friends, and she made the cheese shop anonymous, so not many people could find her. Why not let Chi-Rong post the news on the forum? Anyway, he is a good guy, a recognized god, and she can also make some money from Chi-Rong. Su-ji, okay. Then 1 space stone. Plus 2 blue weapon blueprints. Su-ji knew that he was asking for too much. But with the information about the mine, he could at least get a few hundred iron ores. And it's not impossible to buy these 3 things with a few hundred iron ores. So, all in all, this request is not too much. Chi-Rong, deal. Chi-Rong was really straightforward. But, you have to wait for me. I'm currently short of a weapon blueprint. Wait for me for a few minutes. I contact my friend and ask. Su-ji thought, it seems that Chi-Rong is really anxious. Okay. The reason for 2 blue weapon blueprints is that Su-ji plans to make a weapon for Yanqin, and keep the other one as a backup. After the difficult survival mode begins, there will be a great demand for weapons. Ordinary weapons will not be enough to deal with powerful fog monsters. If Su-ji makes more weapons, she can also increase the proficiency of forging skills, and the weapon she makes will be better. She has been too busy these 2 days, and has no time to practice swordsmanship. After reaching level 6, she will have to make some time to practice swordsmanship every day. If she encounters a more powerful monster, she doesn't know if she can beat it. While planning, Su-ji took out the supply box he dug today, and prepared to open the box. It's time for the most relaxing and happy unboxing session every day. Chapter 40. Open the blue supply box. Get Kayak Blueprint X1, Metal Fragments X2, Iron Ore X5, Scythe X1, Cheese X1, Hand Cream X1, Candle X1. Open the blue supply box. Get Lawn Mower Blueprint X1, Copper Ore X2, Plastic X1, Glass X1, Blueberry Yogurt X1, Bayberry Juice X1, Red Helmet X1. Open the white supply box. Get Mineral Water X2, Sesame Paste X2, Herbal Ointment Formula X1, Parasol X1, Bamboo X3, Flour X1. Who understands the joy of opening a box? You can get something you want to play with every day. Su-ji clicked on the kayak blueprint. Kayak. A simple small boat that can carry up to 2 people and needs to be paddled. Material, Plastic X7. Rubber X2. This kayak looks much more solid than the one Yanqin made by hand. And it is not easy to be cut. She will make one and send it to Yanqin when she has time. The materials are not very hard to come by anyway. There is also a lawn mower blueprint, which can be used to reclaim wasteland. She can't use it for the time being, but Yanqin should be able to use it. There is a lot of grass over there, and the grass is half a person tall. After cutting it, a large area can be freed up to build a shelter or a warehouse. However, the production materials need metal fragments. At present, the metal fragments have not been collected. We will talk about it after she upgrades. You can use the sickle for now. The other things are all used in daily life. Especially the red helmet Su-ji likes very much. Next time you go mining, you can wear a helmet. It can protect your head and not dirty your hair. She came back today, and her hair was tangled, all covered with dust. The flour can be given to Li Ming. I don't know if she can make noodles or dumplings, fish dumplings or vegetable dumplings. Su-ji piled the supplies aside first. Opened the trading center to check his orders. And opened the chat channel to see if there was any information. Many people want to win over the cheese shop. Have you seen the messages from the organization? The Freemasonry. And the Tianzi team to the cheese shop? They all said they could give her metal fragments and ask her to reply to the message. The owner of the cheese shop is too mysterious. He hasn't shown up for so long. But he must be someone on the level ranking list. Now there are more and more level 5 players. And the level ranking list has also been refreshed. There are already tens of thousands of level 5 players in our area. I don't know about other areas, but I think those with higher levels will get rewards this time. I just happened to exchange some iron ore at the cheese shop, and finally I can upgrade. I'm at level 5. There are hundreds of thousands of people, but only more than 10,000 can upgrade. Are all the others eliminated? Impossible? Can what the system say be false? Su-ji was also skeptical. Hundreds of thousands of people, could that many really be eliminated? But she couldn't do anything about it. She could only focus on upgrading. It was very efficient to exchange 300 iron ores for copper ores and metal fragments. In 1 hour, Suji had collected all the upgrade materials. Now she was only 5 points away from the shelter score. The comprehensive score had to reach 60 to upgrade, which was currently 55. Although she was not sure how to improve the score, adding furniture and soft furnishings would be helpful. Suji opened the trading center and began to search for relevant drawings. Soon, she found several nice curtain drawings. American pastoral floral curtains, blue and white double curtains, tropical rainforest curtains. Suji chose a simple blue and white double curtain, which is the most versatile, one layer of blue blackout curtains and one layer of white gauze curtains, which is also very practical. Although it requires 10 iron ores, Suji now has the ore, so she bought it without hesitation. The materials needed for production are cotton cloth and white gauze. She has the cotton cloth herself, and she has to exchange the white gauze with others. After the replacement, it has to be made with a sewing machine. Suji has to find someone with sewing skills to help make it. She remembered that when Chirong invited her to form a team, he said that there was a player with sewing skills in his team. Why not ask him to help contact them? Chirong came as soon as he said. Chirong initiated a transaction. Space Stone X1, Blue Weapon Blueprint X2. The speed was quite fast. Suji clicked to receive, and then shared her experience of finding the mine twice with him. Although iron ore can be found without mining skills, it is not that easy. The first time she found iron ore was because Yinshin happened to find one, so she wanted to try it out. The second time was because she learned mining skills, and then she found the specialness of that wall. If a normal player wants to find it, they'd probably have to dig through the treasure cave, which is quite troublesome and time-consuming. For Chirong, the information Suji told was enough. Suji, can you help me? Suji thought that he had black scales, which could be used to make armor, and sewing skills were also needed. Since he needed help, he might as well do it together and give more thanks. Chirong, you tell me, don't you have a friend who can sew? I want to make a curtain in armor. Can you help me ask? I will give you benefits. Ask him what he wants. Food or iron ore will do. While waiting for the reply, Suji was not idle. He hurriedly looked for armor blueprints in the trading center. In the end, he only found a basic cloth armor blueprint. It actually requires space stones or teleportation stones to trade. Suji thought it not worth it. It better to exchange it in the Moonstone Mall. The basic armor blueprint in the Moonstone Mall is worse than this cloth armor. It a basic breastplate. It only takes 6 moonstones. But the space stone needs 10 moonstones, which is nearly half the price. The materials for making the primary breastplate are 2 metal fragments and 2 black scales, which Suji happened to have, but whether to spend 6 moonstones, Suji was a little hesitant. She clicked on the introduction of the primary breastplate. Primary breastplate, after wearing, reduce close-range damage by 20%, reduce long-range damage by 10%. It looks pretty good. Tomorrow is the hard mode, why not just buy it? Anyway, she didn't know what else to buy. Weapons and space stones were not lacking, and she didn't want teleportation stones at the moment. Chirong, I asked, she said yes, I create a group and you can contact each other. Seeing this message, Suji made a decision directly. Buy it. Chirong added Suji and a girl named Lin Tang to a group. The other party was very warm and friendly. Hello, do you need sewing skills to make something? Suji, yes, a breastplate and a curtain, I will provide the materials myself, what do you want? I want blueprints. Either weapon blueprints or armor blueprints. Do you have any? Do I need blueprints to help make something? But things are valuable because they are rare. And she doesn't have the ability to sew. If Suji forges a weapon, wouldn't she also be able to get such a high profit? It's normal to think about it. She just happened to have 2 weapon blueprints on hand, so it's not impossible to trade one. But before she could even get the warmness in her hands, it was about to change hands. She opened the trading center and took a look. And there were indeed no finished curtains or armor. Suji, yes, I can, but I want to get it as soon as possible. This needs to be agreed in advance. She needs it right away, and I can't wait a day or 2 to make it for her. It would be best if the transaction is completed within an hour. And after sending the drawings, Suji was still worried that this person would take her drawings and materials and run away. Although Chirong was in the middle, there was still a risk. If you say it in advance, you can avoid trouble. So she added, have you ever received such an order before? I give you the materials and drawings. Can I have some iron or as collateral? You're afraid of problems. Right? Lin Tang asked. Almost. And I need it urgently. The curtains should be ready within an hour. And the armor should be ready today. Lin Tang, you were introduced by Qi Rong. How about this? You give me the curtain drawings and materials first. I give you another drawing of similar value. You could exchange it with me when I'm done. The same goes for armor. As for the reward, you can trade it with me after the armor is ready. Seeing that she was so easy to talk to, Suji thought that she might be too cautious. But it was definitely right to be cautious. She couldn't relax just because she met a good person this time. If something went wrong, she couldn't hold Qi Rong responsible. Lin Tang made a deal with Suji using the drawings of a set of bedding, and promised to make the curtains for her within an hour. Suji was not sure how much the curtains would add to her score, so she had to be prepared. She planned to buy some other soft furnishings, such as carpets and ornaments. There are many trading centers for this kind of thing, but all you can find are ordinary ones. It is estimated that even if you use it, it will not add 2 points. Suji wants to find good quality. She searched for more than 10 minutes and finally found a carpet drawing. Hand-woven cashmere carpet drawing. This carpet looks pretty good. The main color is white, with delicate patterns, and it can be made on a workbench. This is what Suji likes. The price is not expensive. Only 5 iron ores. So cheap. Suji quickly bought it. She thought of something. Would there be a lot of good things of this quality sold at a very low price? Because level 4 players have not yet realized the need to increase the shelter score. They think these decorations are useless, with many consumables and no use. So they are sold at a low price, which is not even as good as a living tool. Then she can stock up more of these things. And when everyone reaches level 5, they will naturally need them. She can then take them out for trading and make a profit. Or she can directly make finished products and sell them in bulk, which can raise the price. Take this carpet for example. If the carpet gets more points, she can produce more. She did it right away. Suji quickly clicked on the carpet introduction and checked the materials needed for making it. Wool X2, yarn X1, cotton cloth X1. But Suji didn't have wool and yarn on hand. She searched in the trading center, but she didn't have them either. Okay, I bought the blueprint, but I don't have the materials. I was dumbfounded. But Suji didn't regret it. This only shows the value of this blueprint. The materials used are currently unavailable to everyone. It is estimated that the finished product will be a good one. Keep it for now. Suji began to look for other similar drawings. She actually found a few more for her. Copper carved candlestick, goldfish sculpture, blue crystal wind chime. They are all sold very cheaply. The most expensive one is the wind chime, 6 iron ores. After Suji bought them back and looked at them, there were basically no materials. Only the copper carved candlestick could be made, which required copper or in candles. It just so happened that she had a few candles. The production time was very short. 10 minutes later, the finished candlestick appeared on the workbench. Copper carved candlestick, exquisite retro candlestick, elegant pattern, fine workmanship, it is a good decoration. Suji placed the candlestick on the table, and then clicked on the shelter information. The score actually increased by 2 points. If I make another one, to make a pair, I wonder if I can add another 2 points. Suji immediately made another candlestick. After putting it up, it only added 1 point. It seems that the points added for this thing are not always cumulative. Maybe even if you put another one, it won't add any points. The iron ore that Suji put in the cheese shop is now sold out. But the comments are still increasing. Suji hasn't read the comments for a long time. I remembered that I saw someone in the chat channel today saying that many gangs are looking for her, so I opened it and took a look. I found that several hot comments were pushed up. The comments of the product are still hot. Suji didn't notice it before. The top post was from the leader of the second group of the organization. Suji thought that it was the leader of the third group who came to her before, but now he has been promoted to the leader of the second group. Hello, the organization wants to talk to you about cooperation. As long as you are willing, we can take out 100 metal fragments to trade with you. Suji was a little surprised. 100 metal fragments? That too much. Organizations with deep pockets are different. You can't comment below the comment, but other players can like it. This comment has 20,000 likes, which is why it became the most popular comment. These are just the comments under iron ore. Suji thought, there are still a few products. Why not check out the comments under other things? She opened the N95 mask, and then saw the top comment below, which had 100,000 likes. The person who commented was Tong Haosong. Suji was stunned. Isn't this the leader of the organization? When did he comment? Looking at the time, it seemed like a long time had passed. Suji felt embarrassed. She didn't know it all. She didn't pay attention to it a few days ago. She was just busy digging for treasures and working. She ignored Tong Haosong. In the eyes of the organization, was she a little too arrogant? But the leader of Group 2 came again just now, and they probably weren't angry. Suji thought about it, and felt that it was nothing. After all, even if Tong Haosong came, she would not join the organization. But if they wanted to cooperate, it was not impossible, but she really didn't want to expose her identity. Suji had already made a deal with Qi Rong about the information of iron ore. Otherwise, let Qi Rong do a favor and be his spokesperson to discuss cooperation. It didn't seem impossible, and he could also make some more money from other gangs and organizations. Suji sent a message to Qi Rong. I want to discuss something with you. Chapter 41. Suji and Qi Rong talked about his plan. Let him exchange the mine information for materials on his behalf, and the materials will be divided equally between them. Suji does not need to show up, and Qi Rong has a certain prestige, so all parties should be able to trust him. Qi Rong originally wanted to write this matter directly into a strategy, post it on the forum, tell other players how to quickly upgrade to level 5, and how to obtain more materials in the shortest time. He has already written half of the strategy post, and only needs to add a few points before posting it. Seeing Suji's message, he hesitated a little. It is true that he could get a lot of supplies by exchanging it for supplies. And most players have joined gangs or organizations. Trading with them is basically equivalent to telling most players. And the organization and the gangs will first pass the message among themselves, and will not tell it to others for the time being, which means that they can earn several supplies for one piece of information. And their forces will not find out in a short time. After listening to Suji's analysis, Qi Rong had to admit that what Suji said did make sense. Half the benefit, to be honest, Qi Rong must be tempted. It is true that Suji did not want to show up, so he thought of cooperating with him, but before that, Qi Rong himself had already exchanged the news of the mine, and he could also go to trade, but the person contacted was the owner of the cheese shop, not him. Anyway, both parties can achieve the goal by cooperating, so why not do it? Qi Rong was not too hypocritical. He also needed to upgrade the materials, and it was his choice not to join the organization or gang, and it was his pursuit to help others as much as possible within his ability. Since it kills 3 birds with 1 stone, then this thing can be done. Okay, how do you plan to do it? Suji, I will initiate a transaction with them anonymously at the same time, give them a message, and let them contact you. Suji did not choose to send a private message, but traded through the store, so that his information would not be exposed, in the name of the cheese shop, and the information can be noted when trading. Suji traded with a green onion. Note, contact Qi Rong for details. Thinking half an hour later, Suji got the blue and white double curtains from Lin Tang. She hung up the curtains without stopping, and the rating was increased by 3 points. The effect was not bad. Not only beautiful but also practical. Suji traded the drawings and materials of the armor, and Lin Tang chose a shoe drawing and sent it over. Although the value of this drawing was not as good as the one provided by Suji, it was estimated that it was not because they did not want to, but because they could not provide something of equal value. Before Suji spoke, Lin Tang sent a message. Your armor is too effective. I don't have anything similar. If you are worried, I can't do anything. At most, I will send you another ordinary drawing. I won't run away with the things. If you trust me, the transaction will continue. If it doesn't work, you can cancel it. For the curtains made before, I will charge you 20 iron ores for the processing fee. Suji thought, let it be, because she has no sewing skills, she is still worried, but Lin Tang spoke frankly. Suji 5 points of worry, turned to 2 points. No need, you are introduced by Qi Rong, I trust you. I am just afraid of problems and troubles. Let it be. How long will it take you to finish it? The armor will take a little longer, if you are not in a hurry. I will do it tomorrow, if you are in a hurry. I will try to do it tonight. Lin Tang is also busy with the upgrade. It is impossible for him to do nothing else just to earn a weapon blueprint from her. Although it was just a matter of using the sewing machine. The armor blueprint was indeed time-consuming. And she had other work to do. Okay. It depends on your arrangement. As soon as possible. Suji was not in a hurry to get the armor. As long as it could be given tomorrow. The score was only 2 points away from 60. Suji searched around the trading center, and found 2 paintings. The price was very cheap. 1 iron ore could buy 2. Suji bought them quickly. It was a bargain. She had a flash of inspiration and opened the man's shop. I found out that this person was selling a lot of things, including other decorations and materials. Wool dolls, fish food, ceramic flower pots, scented candles, glass bottles, bottle openers, broken blueprints. They were sold at extremely low prices, all for 1 iron ore. Suji's eyes lit up when he saw them, and he waved his hand and bought them all. You can't lose money or be cheated by buying 1 iron ore. It's so cool to buy so many things. I guess this shop owner is in a hurry to upgrade and needs iron ore. So he took out all the materials that he thought were useless and sold them off. Seeing that the items were put on the shelves just a few minutes ago, it is estimated that Suji just happened to search for something he put on the shelves, and then found his store, so that he could get so many good things. However, these things are good things in Suji's eyes, but many players think they are useless. Seeing that all the items in his store were bought by the same person, Xiaoxichu's expression changed from surprise to astonishment, and then to suspicion. Who is such a sucker? He bought all the items he put on the shelves randomly, some of which were not worth an iron ore at all. He just randomly marked the price, thinking that some fool would buy them. As a result, a fool really appeared, and he was quite foolish. Buying so much, Xiaoxichu earned 20 iron ores in one go, which was enough for the upgrade materials. I want to see who bought it, Xiaoxichu muttered while clicking on the buyer information. He was not even in a hurry to upgrade, but wanted to know who this person was. Looking at the name, it seems to be a girl, Xiaoxichu muttered. No wonder girls are all shopping maniacs. They also like to buy things in the game, but they can't buy everything. It's a waste. Xiaoxichu felt that he needed to remind this person, don't buy too much, take it easy. Anyway, all his stuff has been sold, it doesn't matter if he reminds him. So Xiaoxichu sent a private message to Suji. Hey, it's not good for you to buy so many useless things, save the iron ore for upgrading, or you can buy something useful. After Suji hung up the painting, the score was enough. She just clicked to confirm the upgrade. The system deducted a lot of supplies. She immediately went from being well off to being well off. Alas, the purse that was originally full is now empty again. It seems that I still can't relax, but these 2 paintings are worth buying. The 2 paintings add 3 points. When she is free, she will go shopping again. Maybe there are similar shops like the one just now. Just at this time, she received a message from Xiaoxichu. Suji, okay. Do you still have those useless things? Xiaoxichu, why are you asking this? Suji, if there are, I will take them all. Xiaoxichu showed a black question mark face. It turned out that what he just said was nonsense. He actually asked him if he had any more. Xiaoxichu had a lot of supplies, and they were all thrown in the corner. Today he sorted out some junk that he thought had some value and hung it up. But if you ask him if he has any other junk, then he must have it. Every day he opened a lot of boxes, and he always dug up strange things when he was digging for treasure. He didn't know what to do with them. Others didn't have them, and didn't want them either. He couldn't put them in his backpack, so he piled them there. 1 piece of iron ore. Although Xiaoxichu advised Suji not to waste iron ore, if you want to buy his things, he would welcome it. Show me what it is first. Suji didn't want everything. She bought them all just now because she wanted them all. Some of them can be used as decorations, and some are daily necessities. Xiaoxiguang, do you really want to buy them? Don't tease him. If you want, he will sort them out. Otherwise, he is too lazy to sort them out. He still has to work on upgrading the supplies. He is currently short of 10 iron ores. If Suji can buy some more, it will be enough. The upgrade takes 16 hours. It is estimated to be the next morning. During this time, Suji was not idle either. She has been working at the workbench. Suji made all the non-woven fabrics and cotton on hand into N95 masks. She kept 1 Ganoderma lucidum and used all the rest. When all the materials are used up, Suji will help Yanqin make weapons. She currently has 2 blue weapon drawings, and will give 1 to Lin Tang tomorrow. Suji sent both blueprints to Yanqin, and asked him which weapon he wanted. Choose one, and I give it to you when I make it. Flying spear. Orange snow sword. Yanqin replied after a few minutes. I take the sword. Suji thought. That fine. He also wants to practice sword. And if he has a chance to go to the lake, he can practice with him, so he can improve faster and test each other. Okay. Is there any change over there today? Suji wanted to ask if there were more fog monsters in the lake area, or if there were any strange phenomena. Because she entered the forest today, there are many more fog monsters. Yinchen, the fog is thicker. There is fog on the lake from morning to night. I went into the water today, and found that fog was coming out from the bottom of the lake. The situation on Yinchen side is even more frightening. Suji thought, it seems that the hard mode is really coming. She can't sell all the masks. She has to stock up some for herself. Maybe a mask can't be used for a few days in the future. Maybe it will take 2 days to change one, or 1 day. There are also detoxification pills. Suji just made them, and left them in the backpack without hanging them up. Let's wait, and see what happens tomorrow. Qi-Rong is negotiating with him. If the negotiation goes well, he will probably get a lot of benefits. There are still 2 hours before it gets dark. If we can negotiate the terms within half an hour, it will be the best for all parties. After getting the news of the mine, we can use these 2 hours to go to the treasure cave to mine. Qi-Rong himself also needs time to find iron ore. Although he has reached level 5 a long time ago, he has been busy with other things for a long time today. His stamina points have not been used up yet. He needs to leave some time to enter the forest again. He has dug the treasure point more than 10 times. If he is lucky, he can also dig through it. He and the organization had the first negotiation, because it was Tong Haotsong who came to negotiate with him personally. Tong Haotsong and him were actually very familiar with each other, but he was unwilling to join the organization, so Tong Haotsong would not tell others. He had a good relationship with Qi-Rong. Let's talk about business first. After the conditions and other things were negotiated, then we started to talk about personal matters. Okay. Then let's do as you said. I let the leader of Group 2 trade with you. After that, switch the status. Tong Haotsong, do you know the owner of the cheese shop? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask me either. Qi-Rong said confidently. Tong Haotsong, why did I ask you to come and talk? Are you familiar with each other? Not really. We just get what we need. And we have a cooperative relationship. Qi-Rong always speaks like this. Tong Haotsong, can't you introduce me to him? Qi-Rong, then I need to ask him. I don't know. Tong Haotsong, you can tell me whether it's a boy or a girl. Right? Qi-Rong, you can tell me after I ask him. Tong Haotsong, are we still buddies? Qi-Rong, yes. Chapter 42. It was getting dark, and the chat channel was in a state of panic. There were still half of the players who had not upgraded, but there was no iron ore in circulation. At this time, even if you took out N95 masks or detoxification pills, you might not be able to exchange for the same amount of iron ore as before. Other materials needed for upgrading were easy to deal with. There were no shortage of trees in the forest area, and you could dig up sand and stones by finding a small hillside. Will the system really eliminate half of the players who have not upgraded? Eliminate all 70,000 or 80,000 people? This is too cruel. I doubt that new people can be recruited after being eliminated. Maybe one batch every 10 days. There is no shortage of people. There are billions of people on the earth. Don't be so pessimistic. There will always be a way out. What a fart way. I am desperate. Join the organization now, and get the iron ore for upgrading. Just now. Each member of our group was given 30 iron ores. Damn. It is just enough for me to upgrade. Join the Freemasonry. We can also help members upgrade. Suji got half of the benefits he negotiated from Qi-Rong. Not to mention, Qi-Rong was good at negotiating. Suji shared the mine information with Qi-Rong and got a space stone and 2 blueprints. Qi-Rong transferred it to the other 3 Sioux organizations. And the benefits she got were more than 3 times as much. Qi-Rong generously showed her the screenshots of the chat records of his negotiations with those people, proving that he didn't take more. Suji soon received the supplies. He said Blue Weapon Blueprint X2, Space Stone X1, Alchemy Table Blueprint X1, Rare Land X2, Pump Blueprint X1, Key X1, Lake Teleportation Stone X1, Food Processor Blueprint X1. These things are the most advanced supplies at present. Suji already had a medicine table, but Qi-Rong also had one. So Suji didn't ask for another one. It would be the same if she exchanged it with others. The information that she had decided to tell others could be exchanged for so many good things, which was completely beyond her expectations. However, she tied the cheese shop and Qi-Rong together, and it was estimated that she couldn't hide it for much longer. But it was better to hide it for 1 day, as long as she upgraded well and lived a good life. In front of the forging table, Suji stared at the orange snow sword that was about to be completed with full concentration. She spent a lot of time on this sword. In order to make beautiful patterns, she used the skills she learned from the forging encyclopedia. The steel was made through an extra process, folding and flattening. In this way, there are regular patterns on the blade. However, since it was the first time to do this, she had no experience and worked very slowly. It was also a new attempt. If it was done well, the style of the weapon would not look so monotonous in the future, and it could be distinguished in appearance. The upgrade card she got today was used on the forging table. The primary forging table became an intermediate forging table. Not only did the appearance change, it looked twice as big, but the functions also changed, with more controllable details. There are several adjustable buttons on the intermediate forging table, which can select the mode. There is a fully automatic mode, which means you just put it on and make it according to the drawing. And there is also a semi-automatic mode, which requires the forger to manually handle several steps. There is another mode that relies entirely on the blacksmith to control it. This is the most difficult. But the weapons forged are good and bad. The good ones can far exceed the standard level of the automatic mode, and the bad ones just make a bunch of garbage. Another advantage is that the weapons made in the full automatic mode can basically not be optimized and upgraded, and there is no room for improvement. However, the blue weapons made by the semi-automatic or manual blacksmith have a chance to be upgraded to red weapons. So Suji chose semi-automatic this time, on the one hand to test herself, and on the other hand, thinking, in case she could upgrade it in the future. First practice, and improve her proficiency, and when her forging skills are upgraded, the weapons she makes will only get better and better. Suji was busy at the forging table until dark, and then the system prompted that the treasure hunting time was over. Li Ming sent a message, saying that she had just finished her work, and was going to make dinner, and asked them what they wanted to eat. Zhou Xueyue was talking. We caught some birds the day before yesterday, but we haven't eaten them yet. How about stewing them? Li Ming, they are more delicious when roasted. Zhou Xueyue, there is not much meat when roasted, but you can drink the soup when stewed. Although Suji likes roasted food, he has to say that Zhou Xueyue words make sense. Stewing is nutritious. You can drink the soup, and the portion is large. Li Ming, then ask them what they want to eat. Suji, I want roasted food. Yinshen, roast. The two of them replied almost at the same time. Zhou Xueyue voted for 1, and the others voted for 3. His opinion was not accepted. But Suji said, let's do them tomorrow, there are a few anyway. Li Ming, okay. Okay, roast a big one, and stew a small one. Suji smiled when he saw the message. The production of the orange snow sword has entered the final stage. I have been watching it from the voice, just waiting for it to be released. Suji opened the chat channel. It was already dark, but many people in the chat channel said they didn't plan to go back to the shelter. They couldn't level up even if they went back, and they would definitely be eliminated. If they stayed in the forest, they might be able to find more supplies to exchange. Many members of major organizations also dug into the treasure cave when it was almost dark. Some had just found iron ore in the mine, and now they were not willing to leave. Some cherished their lives and thought about digging again tomorrow. But some were brave enough to not fear death and stayed. There were even some people who were live streaming text and pictures in the chat channel, sharing their experiences in the forest after dark. Suji couldn't help but pay attention, and stared at the chat channel while working. It's so dark, I can't see the road clearly even with a torch. You dare to go to the forest in such darkness, I really admire you. Just treat it as an adventure, maybe you will return to reality after you die. Picture, see, there seems to be something moving in front. I see. What is that? Why don't you run away? It feels like a huge fog monster, you're waiting to die if you don't leave. Under the urging of everyone, the player did not reply to the message again. Everyone said that he should be dead. There are other people in the forest. There is a man who is digging iron ore in the mine, thinking that he is hiding in the treasure cave, as long as he mines until dawn and then goes out. He should be fine. But he felt something was wrong while digging, as if there was a sound at the entrance of the cave. He was going to send a message to the organization leader to report, but he sent it to the wrong place. To the chat channel. There seems to be something at the entrance of the cave. Is there a monster coming? Picture. One person just died. And this message was seen again. The chat channel exploded. Suji also happened to see it. She saw the picture and found that it was in the cave. She guessed that they were probably still mining. Where is this? A cave? It looks like black poisonous fog, which must be extremely poisonous. It was just a cloud of white fog just now. That person is dead. Isn't this black fog more terrifying? You guys are all reckless. Why don't you go back to the shelter when it gets dark? If you can level up, who wouldn't want to stay in the shelter? It's the system that forces us. What's so scary? I'm also in the forest. I just killed a fog monster. A lot of supplies dropped. Picture. Damn, so many. I'm rich. Can a monster drop so many? Do monsters drop more supplies at night? And they are all good stuff. Suji was refreshed. It's true. The two pictures are full of supplies falling on the ground. Although it's not clear, but I can see that there are 6 things before, 2 of which are blueprints and 2 metal fragments. I don't know what the others are. It's too dark. Fortune is sought in danger. It's really right to come to the forest at night. Otherwise, how can I get these? With these things, I can definitely exchange them for upgraded supplies. I'm envious. Why don't I go to the forest and try my luck? What are you thinking about? Have you forgotten those people who died before? Suji looked out the window. She hadn't reached that point yet. Entering the forest at night was risking her life. She wasn't that confident in her own abilities. Blindly pursuing more supplies was not a good thing. She might as well take it slow and do more things. At most, she could just work hard and stay up for a few hours. The orange snow sword was about to be finished. She sorted out her gains today. The backpack is full again. So Suji used up both space stones. Now her backpack space has become 35 grids, which should last for a while. As for the other weapon blueprints, Suji also plans to make them all. She feels that it is more cost-effective to make them, and then sell them instead of selling the blueprints directly, because making them can increase proficiency. She likes forging. At least she thinks it is more fun than refining medicine. Every weapon she makes is unique. At present, the weapon blueprints in her hand are all blue. They are flying spear, meteor hammer, butterfly knife. She decided to give the flying spear blueprint to Lin Tang. She will study the other 2 blueprints and make them at some time. When the forging table issued a prompt sound that the orange snow sword was ready, dinner came. Li Ming sent a piece of roasted bird meat, a piece of roasted fish meat, and 2 vegetable cakes. The vegetable cakes were made with a flour given by Suji. Bake until the surface is golden brown. And brush with a layer of cranberry sauce, which adds a sweet and sour flavor. Suji picked up a piece of green vegetable cake and took a bite. And once again felt that it was great to have Li Ming. She would give her flour next time. Then she walked to the forging table and took out the glowing orange snow sword. Orange snow sword, blue, upgradable orange snow sword that can cut iron like mud. With gorgeous patterns, exquisite workmanship, extraordinary power, and the work of an unknown forging craftsman. Dear forger, congratulations on successfully making your first fine weapon. Please leave your signature on the weapon. Suji thought about it and left an X on the weapon, in an inconspicuous position. So you will find it if you look closely. Congratulations. Complete the Junior Forger mission, unique weapon. Rewards: Scrap Iron X10, Damascus Steel X2, Smelting Stone X2, Ruby X1. Damascus Steel, high-grade fine steel, the favorite material of forgers, can forge the finest weapons. Smelting Stone, adding smelting stone to weapons can improve the quality of weapons, increase the hardness and sharpness of weapons. Ruby, gorgeous decoration, can be used to make weapons, clothing, accessories. I didn't expect to be able to complete hidden tasks. The rewards are not bad. Suji opened her character information and found that her forging skill proficiency points increased by 5 points. Reading a book only increased 5 points. But making the orange snow sword this time actually increased so much. It seems that her efforts were not in vain. She really spent a lot of effort to make the orange snow sword this time. Although she was a little reluctant to keep it for herself. She thought that she could make better ones in the future. And she had already agreed with Yen Shin before making it. So she did not keep it and gave it to him. When she received the weapon, Yen Shin was still eating. He spent a lot of time and effort today to rebuild his shelter. It is not yet finished because it is a big project. He found a good place and planned to build a wooden house with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The frame has been built today. Thinking that he might have to live here in the future. He still needs a decent house to live in. Those players can upgrade their houses as long as they have materials. Unlike him, who has to build everything by himself. The gap is too big. But he has nothing to complain about. Fortunately, he has met a few good teammates who will find a way to provide him with any tools he needs. And the food is also solved. The only thing missing is a handy weapon. Receive the orange snow sword sent by Su Ji. Chapter 43. Even though it was night, the orange snow sword also radiated light, as bright as the moon in the sky. It seemed to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. Under the moonlight, the patterns on the sword became more gorgeous. Yinshin felt that the sword was heavy, but it felt very good. He gently stroked the sword, as if he had found a treasure. Thank you. Yinshin sent a message to Su Ji. I like this sword very much. Su Ji, that good. Su Ji himself liked it too. However, she believed that she could make something better. She would make a red weapon for herself. Since making weapons increased her proficiency a lot, she might as well help Li Ming and Zhou Shuiyue make their weapons in the next 2 days. Su Ji sent a message to Li Ming. Ask her if she wants to make weapons. Li Ming wanted to ask Su Ji for help, but she was too busy these 2 days. She thought Su Ji must be busy too, so she didn't say anything, planning to wait until the settlement was done before talking. Unexpectedly, Su Ji took the initiative to ask. Yes. If you are free, I leave it to you. Sure. It will take about a day. Do you have the materials? Yes. I will provide the materials. Just tell me what you need. I can't let you do it for nothing. Su Ji didn't lack anything. Besides, Li Ming made delicious food for her every day. She could improve her proficiency by making a weapon for her. There was no need to take any benefits. No need. I tell you if you need anything later. That embarrassing. What are you going to eat for lunch tomorrow? Give me 1 portion as well. Okay. What is your weapon blueprint? Show me. After that, Su Ji received the blueprint and materials sent by Li Ming. Tiger whip. Whips can be soft or hard. This tiger whip is a hard whip. Hard whips are usually made of copper or iron. The main material of this tiger whip is iron ore. It looks like bamboo, with sections, and the end is sharp. It can be used in many ways, such as chopping, sweeping, stabbing, pulling. It looks short, so it is very convenient to use. If it is to be used in actual combat, Su Ji feels that it would be better to make a double whip. Holding the whip with both hands is also more heroic, but this hard whip is a bit heavy. I don't know if Li Ming can use it well. Su Ji told Li Ming his concerns. This whip is not light. If you don't like it, I have other weapon drawings here that I can exchange with you. Li Ming, it doesn't matter, I like it very much. Let's make this one. Su Ji, okay. Su Ji looked at the time. It was already late. She first synthesized all the materials needed for several weapon drawings, and left the others for tomorrow. Even though it is just a synthesis process, it still takes some time. The waste iron blocks need to be synthesized into steel. And then the iron ore is smelted. The materials of the tiger whip are iron ore X10, steel X1. Although the materials are not much, the production method is more difficult, because it is made in sections, so it needs to be made separately. As for the other 2 weapons, meteor hammer and butterfly knife, the meteor hammer is relatively simple. It is a soft weapon with 2 metal hammer heads tied to the 2 ends of a rope. This kind of rope is not an ordinary rope. It requires a kind of fiber rope. 50 plant fibers can be synthesized into a fiber rope. Although the materials used for the metal hammer are simple, the production process is very troublesome. If the smelting table is used in full automatic mode to make it, a lot of work can be saved. But Su Ji wants to do it himself, which is a big project. Apart from treasure hunting tomorrow, the rest of the time will probably be spent on making weapons. At this time, more and more people have entered the forest late at night. Seeing that the number of online people in District 10 is decreasing rapidly, it is estimated that most of them have encountered accidents. At this time, Shi Rong suddenly posted on the forum. Strategy for upgrading to level 5 in the last few hours. 1. Use the materials you have on hand to make material transactions. Those who have learned skills can help with processing. For example, sewing skills can help make curtains, quilts, clothing, protective gear. Forging skills can help make weapons, and collect iron ore as a reward. 2. In addition to the materials needed for upgrading, put all other materials in the trading center for exchange. It is important to upgrade first. After upgrading, you can start all over again. 3. Use the last few hours to venture into the forest. Kill monsters and get high-level supplies. This method is the most dangerous. If you want to return safely from the forest at night, a good weapon is essential. If you don't have a suitable weapon, It is recommended to adopt the first two options. His strategy does not seem to have much dry goods. It is just to say that he will give everyone a suggestion at the last minute to give some blind players a direction. The settlement will be made at dawn. If you haven't upgraded yet, it will be too late if you don't do something. With only a few hours left, not all players are suitable for adventures in the forest. As you can see from the mortality rate, entering the forest at night without any skills will only lead to bad luck. Someone asked Rong under the post whether he had ever been to the forest at night. After all, he also mentioned this method, and probably he went in himself, but because he was strong and had good weapons, he came back unscathed. Rong later replied to this comment. I went in for an hour, and there were dangers everywhere. I suggest that you don't go in unless it is absolutely necessary. This reply did dispel many people's plans to struggle to enter the forest. Going in would mean death, and it might be a miserable death, so it would be better to just sit in the shelter and wait for death. After reading the post, Su Ji suddenly thought, since weapons are so important, would the weapons she may be able to sell for a good price? When she makes them tomorrow, she will give them a high price and see. Su Ji lay down contentedly. When she wakes up tomorrow, her shelter will be at level 6. When Su Ji woke up, she found that the shelter had changed a lot. The layout of the room has changed. And the layout is also a little different. But the main thing is that the space is much larger. She immediately ran out to see the exterior. It was a 2-story brick house before. But now it is a small house with white walls and red roof. Although it is still a 2-story building, it occupies half the area. Looking up from downstairs, you can also see the vegetables planted on the balcony on the 2nd floor. There is also a fenced area outside the house. And a small pond is not far away. The environment around the shelter seems to have improved. Su Ji walked to the small pond, and the fish in it were alive and well. She returned to the shelter and checked the changes in each room. The kitchen became larger, and there was a storage room next to the kitchen. As soon as she entered, she heard the system prompt. Primary storage room, upgradable, can be used to store all kinds of food. Food placed in the storage room grid is not easy to spoil, and the shelf life will be longer. The so-called storage room grid is actually like a storage cabinet, and the storage room is like a large refrigerator. The vegetables, fruits or meat placed in it can be kept fresh, but it is not like in the backpack grid, which can be stored for a long time and can be kept warm and fresh forever. But this is already pretty good. Su Ji just needs to harvest some vegetables today. It would be best to put them here. There is no need to worry about not being able to finish them in a short time. The storage room has 20 compartments, which is enough for the time being. Su Ji thought, now it is just a primary storage room. If it is upgraded, the space may be larger, maybe there will be more freezers. She came to the bedroom, and saw that there was also a balcony in the bedroom. You can go out by opening the French window. The small balcony can be used to dry clothes. There is also a clothes drying pole on it. The space is not small. Put a table and a chair here. Sitting here to enjoy the scenery and drinking some tea is also very comfortable. Moreover, the small balcony is connected to the large balcony next to it, and you can see the fruits and vegetables growing thrivingly, full of vitality. Su Ji likes the current house very much, and she hurried to take a look at the workshop. The current workshop faces north and south, and has 2 more windows, which looks particularly bright. The morning sun falls on the workbench. Su Ji opened the shelter information. Level 6 Small House Defense Index, 2 stars Beauty Index, 2.5 stars Overall Rating, 70 Upgrade Conditions, High Grade Wood X 5000, Stone X 5000, Glass X 500, Iron Ore X 1000, Copper Ore X 1000, Metal Fragments X 1000. Overall rating reaches 100. The next upgrade is much more difficult, though it becomes high-grade wood, and the number of other materials is also doubled. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 6. Rewards: Washing Machine X1, Rice Cooker X1, Plantable Land X2, Roasted Whole Chicken X1, Instant Noodles X5. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 6 in the top 10 of the 10th district. Rewards: Random Skill Gift Pack. Settlement completed. Players who have not reached level 5 have been eliminated. Players who have upgraded will receive a survival gift pack, which will be distributed via email later. Please check it. Now entering the difficult survival mode. The difficulty has increased. Mist monsters have been upgraded. Resources have been upgraded. The number of treasure digging points has increased. The available materials have increased. Please be prepared. The countdown for the Mist season has begun. Players who have not reached level 6 in 10 days will be eliminated. District rankings will be open soon. All district rankings will be open soon. Players who are on the rankings with their real names will receive rewards. The number of survivors in each district is being counted. The top 3 districts with the most survivors will receive rewards. The district with the least survivors will receive compensation. When Suji put the upgrade rewards and settlement rewards together, he was dazzled. She hadn't had time to sign in yet, and had been looking at the notifications sent by the system. Do you want to enter the ranking list with your real name? If you choose yes, you will get metal fragments X100, iron ore X100, and lake teleportation stone X1. Damn. It seems a bit tempting. Actually, it's okay to enter the ranking list with your real name. She has been on the list before. But this time, what the difference between entering the ranking list with your real name and the previous ranking list? It feels different. Otherwise, how can there be rewards? Suji clicked on the details to check. As expected, if she chose to enter the list with her real name, her level and score would be displayed. And there would also be a combat power evaluation. Moreover, she herself did not know her combat power, and she would probably have to enter the list to see it. The reward was still attractive. 100 metal fragments could make a lot of good things. And there was also a lake teleportation stone. Do you want to enter the list with your real name? The system asked again, and a countdown appeared, asking her to make a decision within 10 seconds. Suji looked up and sighed, and she could not go against the reward. Clicked. She chose yes. Not long after, a ranking list popped up on the screen. You can choose to view the ranking list of the whole district or the district. You can only view the 10th district in the district. The default is the ranking list of the whole district. Suji's name is not on it. But she saw the names of Tong Haotsong and Chi Rong. Tong Haotsong ranked 3rd, Chi Rong ranked 10th. Suji opened the ranking list of the 10th district again, and found that she was just behind Chi Rong, and the comprehensive scores of the two were almost the same. The ranking of the leaderboard is based on the comprehensive score, which is based on the score of the shelter, the combat power, and the system information evaluation of the player. Ranking of District 10, 1st place, Tong Haotsong 73. 2nd place, Su Tianyi 71. 3rd place, Chi Rong 69. 4th place, Su Ji 68. 5th place, Bai Yun 66. 6th place, Zhou Shuiyue 65. Chi Rong 69 points, Su Ji 68 points, just a little short. As for Tong Haotsong, his score is not high either. But the first place in the district ranking is a player from District 2, who actually has 83 points. Tong Haotsong ranked 3rd with 73 points. The second place was a player from District 1, with a score of 78. The strength of the rankings in the entire district was even more different. Suji was just a little bit away from getting the rewards of 2 rankings. The number of survivors has been counted. Please check your email. Suji was very curious about this, so she clicked it without thinking. Ranking of survivors, 1st place, District 1, 128,000, 2nd place, District 3, 112,000, 3rd place, District 10, 111,000, 10th place, District 2, 58,000. The top 3 and the 10th place can get gift packs, but Suji was shocked to see that there were only more than 50,000 people left in District 2. She thought that many people had died in District 10, but she didn't expect to be ranked 3rd. Why did so many people die in District 2? Chapter 44, Season of Mist, Day 11. And the players in District 2 were able to take 1st place, which made people wonder what terrible things had happened in District 2, but Suji couldn't figure out what the players in District 2 had experienced. Anyway, the only connection between the districts now was the district-wide ranking list, and the system didn't say when the districts would be reunited, so they couldn't communicate with each other, and even if they guessed here, they couldn't get confirmation. Suji still put his attention back to the ranking list of District 10. There were many of my acquaintances on it. There were 3 of my friends, Chi Rong, Bai Yun, Zhou Shuiyue. Suji thought, I have already reached level 6. Zhou Shuiyue and Bai Yun's scores were not much different from mine. Could they also be level 6 players? Although she was curious, she did not ask. She received 2 gift packages in the email. One was a survival gift package, and the other was a survival reward gift package. Received, Workbench Blueprint X1, Water Dispenser Blueprint X1, Plantable Land X2. Received, White Weapon Blueprint X1, White Armor Blueprint X1, Jacket X1, Camouflage Pants X1. The rewards were all good, especially the survival gift package. All the items were very practical. Workbench blueprint, and white quality weapons. She doesn't need armor, see if anyone needs it, and sell it. But this gift pack is available in all regions, and I don't know if everyone gets the same thing. After opening the gift pack, it's time to sign in. The usual process is completed. Suji got a total of Sugar Cake X3, Moonstone X1, Double Card X1. Finally got the double card. The surprise came too suddenly. Every time I prayed for it to come, it never came. Today. Because I got too many good things just now, I didn't have any hope at all, and the first thing I got was a double card. Suji was very disappointed. The 2 gift packs were opened too early. I didn't get the double card. But there was nothing he could do. Suji had to hurry up and do other things. Since we had already entered the hard mode, I didn't know what the forest would look like now. Suji sent a message to Yenshin first. Is everything normal over there? The system said that we had entered the hard mode. Are there more monsters? Yenshin, I don't know. I'm still lying down. I worked until very late to build the shelter last night. I was exhausted. I have no strength today. But Suji didn't know this. He just thought, it's so late, and he's still lying down. I guess Yenshin is the only one who hasn't gotten up in the whole game. Others have been woken up by the system notifications. With so many new messages. How could they sleep? But it was still early. It wasn't time to go treasure hunting in the forest yet. Suji planned to eat something first. Put the drawings and materials of the water dispenser on the workbench. And make the water dispenser. The water dispenser is a cabinet-style one. With a large plastic bucket on it. No need to plug in. Press the switch to get water. And boil water. Choose cold water or hot water. With it, Suji will be able to drink hot water at any time in the future. The materials needed for making it are mysterious parts X2, metal fragments X5, iron or X5, and copper or X2. Although there are many materials, this thing is indeed very practical. And there is a double today. So Suji can make 2 by making 1. You can make more things in a hurry. While putting the materials up, Suji opened the chat channel to see what others were talking about. She was also very curious whether the things in everyone 2 gift packs were the same. If they are not the same, then it is okay for her to trade these things. If everyone has them, no one will want them. I didn't expect our district to be ranked 3rd. I thought that with so many people dying, we would definitely not be ranked. There is no harm without comparison. There are more people dying in other districts. This game is really cruel. I don't know what happened in District 2. The number of people is scary. Don't think too much. At least those of us who survived got 2 gift packs. And we got a lot of good things. Have you seen the rankings? 3 people from our district are on the overall rankings, which shows that our district is still very strong in the whole district. Yes, there are a total of 10 people, and our district has 3, which is amazing. Tong Hao Song from our district is only ranked 3rd. How powerful must the first one be? Who knows, there is always someone stronger among the strong. Several people on the rankings this time are newcomers. Didn't you notice the numbers? That Su Ji, Bai Yuan, Zhou Shuiyue are all newcomers. It seems that there are many talented people among the new players. Suji looked for a long time. No one said what they got, so she had to ask Li Ming. Recently, she and Li Ming have been close, and they chat privately every day. Li Ming generously sent her screenshots of the materials from the 2 gift packs. They were completely different from Suji's. Although the items were also good, there were only 1 or 2 overlaps. This made Suji feel relieved. She directly hung all the unnecessary items in the shop. The workbench blueprints were snatched up the fastest. Even in the late stage, there were still some non-Africans who had never opened the workbench blueprints, and no one was willing to trade them before, because most people can only open one. As soon as Suji put it on the shelf, it was sold out. Some other white blueprints also sold very quickly. Under the effect of the double card, Suji's supplies from selling things were all doubled. To be honest, she didn't want to go treasure hunting anymore, so she might as well take advantage of the double effect today and keep buying and selling. But this won't work either. Treasure hunting can get different good things, and entering the forest can also kill monsters and drop supplies. Both can be doubled, can't lose one for the other. That right. Suji suddenly remembered that. She hadn't harvested the vegetables yet. The harvest could be doubled. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed to the balcony. Most of the vegetables planted a few days ago could be harvested. Suji clicked one button to harvest. Prompts popped up in the air. Get spinach X10. Get spinach x8. Get spinach x10. Double card takes effect. The harvest is doubled. Get spinach x10. Get spinach x8. Get spinach x10. Then the loofah and cucumber on the rare land also matured. Get loofah x4. Get loofah x5. Get cucumber x6. Get cucumber x5. Double card takes effect. Double the harvest. Get loofah x4. Get loofah x5. Get cucumber x6. Get cucumber x5. Awesome. Vegetables are free. Suji looked at the watermelon seedling next to him. It has already bloomed. It will bear fruit in a few days. When the watermelon grows up, it can be picked. And the mysterious seed has also sprouted a little bit. Although it is only a little green, it is also exciting. The unknown sapling seemed to have grown taller, and its branches and trunks had become much stronger. The potatoes that Suji had cut into pieces beside her had also sprouted. She would plant them when the double card effect was over in the evening. She didn't have time to plant vegetables now. Leaving the balcony, Suji first put all the vegetables in the storage room, so that they would not take up space in her backpack. Although she had plenty of space now. What if she harvested too much today? It was almost time. So Suji ran back to the workbench. Half an hour has passed. The water dispenser is ready. Double card takes effect. 2 water dispensers are put into the backpack. Suji plans to sell one. At the same time, he puts the same materials and drawings on the workbench and continues to work. The water dispenser uses a lot of materials, so of course, it has to be sold at a good price. Suji directly marked the price, 25 metal fragments. Although it may seem expensive, it is worth it. The cost is already high, and currently no one is selling this, who doesn't want to drink hot water at any time. She didn't sell this thing to non-Africans, but to those lucky Europeans who have plenty of supplies, want to enjoy themselves, are not in a hurry to upgrade, and can live a peaceful life as long as they are not eliminated. Not to mention, there are many such people. Suji put the water dispenser on the cheese shop, and there was no need to advertise it herself, and someone talked about it in the chat channel. The cheese shop has a new product. I saw it too. The water dispenser is on the shelf. It's so expensive, who can afford it? Damn, it was bought right after I said it. Suji also saw the message. The person who bought the water dispenser was Bai Yun. Bai Yun also sent her a message, asking her if she had any more, and that he was planning to buy another one. Suji ignored him, because she would put it on the shelf when she had it. She always felt that this person was asking this question to test her. It takes time to make a water dispenser, and in half an hour, it will be time to dig for treasure. She can only wait until she comes back to get it. If only she had more helpers, helping her make things at home every day, she would go out to dig for treasure and work. Next time a copy card comes, can she copy herself? Suji's mind was full of ideas, but she was just thinking about it. If she really copied it, it might not be a good thing. However, Suji thought that she could still make a water dispenser when she came back, so she might as well sell the one she was going to use first, since she didn't need it urgently. The person who bought the water dispenser this time was Tong Haosong. Tong Haosong also sent a message. Brother, it okay if you don't join the organization? Can you get to know me? Suji chuckled. Tong Haosong was really curious about who was behind the cheese shop. He asked Chi-Rong several times, but couldn't get the answer. Chi-Rong said that the other party didn't want to reveal it, but in fact he didn't ask Suji at all. Tong Haosong suspected that the owner of the cheese shop was the person on the list, but he only ruled out a few people. There were still a few suspicious people, who needed to be checked one by one. Su Tianyi had known him for a long time, and he was definitely not him, and Chi-Rong was not either. The people behind him were Su Ji, Bai Yun, Zhou Xueyue. But Bai Yun was very active in the chat channel, and joined the Freemasonry. He was not even willing to join the organization, so Tong Haosong didn't think this person would be willing to join the Freemasonry. So Bai Yun was also ruled out. Tong Haosong thought Zhou Xueyue was the most likely candidate. He had already asked several team leaders to negotiate with them separately, and it was estimated that they would get the news soon. Players on the leaderboard, even if they were not the owners of the cheese shop, should be invited to join the organization with all their strength. The number of survivors in the 10th district was able to rank in the top 3 this time. And the organization also spent a lot of effort. All the people in the organization were digging treasure caves and mining. At the last minute, many mines were found. The top leaders of the organization, except for the mines they needed for their own upgrades, took out all the surplus iron ore and handed it over, and then distributed it to each member. Several team leaders didn't even reach level 6. This time, Tong Haotsong received a generous reward, and planned to take some of it out, and give it to the 2 team leaders with the highest contribution value, as a reward to them. The organization is still very harmonious. Tong Haotsong felt that, under his leadership, the organization would definitely get better and better, so why didn't these people want to join? They said they wanted freedom, but freedom is not as important as development. But while he was talking, the owner of this cheese shop was really lucky. He was the first to bring out any good stuff. When he bought the water dispenser, he was still thinking, this water dispenser was probably what he had just gotten. Others wanted one, but didn't have one, but he could bring out 2 to sell. But the other party still didn't reply. Tong Haotsong sighed, is this guy really determined? He didn't give up and sent another message. I just want to make a friend, is this not okay? Su Ji didn't read the message, because Lin Tang had made the protective gear, so he sent her a message to ask if it was convenient for her to trade now. Su Ji was very happy. She came just in time. The armor can be doubled after receiving it, and I need armor today when I go to the forest. Su Ji, okay. Lin Tang just finished her work and had time to come to her. She initiated the transaction, and waited for Su Ji to put the weapon blueprint, and the blueprint she set as collateral, and then clicked agree after confirmation. Double card effective. Primary armor X2. Perfect. Double card, my god card. Chapter 45. Su Ji did not put the extra armor in the trading center. Because Lin Tang made the armor by herself, just gave it to her 1 second ago, and put it in the cheese shop the next second, wouldn't it be a fool who would suspect that it was her? Su Ji simply took it to ask Chi Rong if he wanted it. He definitely needed it, and he could also offer the price. He was also on the list, and he must have received a lot of rewards, which was just right for him to make a fortune. Chi Rong was very knowledgeable, and immediately replied after receiving the message, what do you want? Su Ji, it up to you, you name a price. The main reason is that Su Ji doesn't know what Chi Rong has. She has everything she needs now, and wants to see if Chi Rong has any good things to exchange. After dealing with Chi Rong more and more times, they are more familiar with each other, and Su Ji's tone is not so polite. Chi Rong, do you want materials, blueprints, or stones? Su Ji, do you have any books that increase skill proficiency? If there are any books related to forging, that would be fine. Chi Rong flipped through her backpack, and actually found one. How the sword is forged. Su Ji thought this one was pretty good. Okay, this is fine. How about adding a blue weapon blueprint? Chi Rong, not worth it. Su Ji said quickly, I spent a blue blueprint to get someone to make this armor, and I provided the materials and blueprint myself. Chi Rong. He knew this. Although Su Ji also made a curtain at Lin Tang Place, the materials and blueprint were indeed provided by her, and it was just a processing, but she also had to pay a blue weapon blueprint. Selling him the finished armor, the price is a bit expensive, but it is acceptable. It just happens to be useful today, if you don't want it. I put it in the store. I'm doing this for our good relationship. Chi Rong smiled helplessly. Okay, didn't you put some mushrooms and wild vegetables on the shelves in your store before? Give me some. Su Ji, okay. I give you 2 cucumbers. The deal was done. Su Ji used 1 armor and 2 cucumbers, and exchanged them for 2 copies of How the Sword is Forged and 2 blue weapon blueprints Lotus Hidden Weapon. 2 identical blueprints, Su Ji couldn't use them, and could sell them off. This can be hung in the cheese shop, after all. Chi Rong knew her identity. Su Ji chuckled, put How the Sword is Forged and Lotus Hidden Weapon. In the cheese shop, she quickly ate breakfast, equipped herself with protective gear and weapons, put the materials on the workbench, and set out to dig for treasure in the forest. When she stepped into the forest, it was exactly 1 second after 10 o'clock. The forest was a little unusual today. Fog enveloped the entire forest. The steaming mist seemed to be bubbling out from the depths of the forest, as if hundreds of large iron furnaces were burning in the depths, and the white mist was the smoke from the furnaces. There is an illusion that if you walk in, you will be refined into an elixir. Today, time is tight. Every minute and every second must be seized. Su Ji must find a treasure digging point first. The system said that a treasure digging point has been added. It is true. Su Ji found the treasure digging point after walking a few steps. It is under a big tree, but there is a lot of white fog around that area. The whole tree is entangled in white fog, and there is a huge fog monster lying next to the treasure digging point. Su Ji clenched the Chihan sword in his hand, and stepped forward. She moved lightly, walked quickly around the tree, catching the mists off guard, dispersed them all, and then pointed her sword at the center of the mists, breaking them one by one. As for the larger one, it still reacted slowly. After Suji dealt with the minions, it discovered Suji, but it was aggressive, and its tentacles were much thicker than other mists. And there were so many tentacles, Suji almost didn't defend himself, and was hit in the stomach by a tentacle. Fortunately, she was wearing protective gear, which blocked most of the damage. But she was still stabbed in pain. She groaned in pain. The tentacle wanted to take advantage of the victory. But Suji changed her weapon in a flash, holding a bowie knife, and directly cut off the tentacle that hurt her. Then she went straight to the core and stabbed it hard. There was a hissing sound, and the sprayed black water splashed on Suji's clothes. Her jacket was smoking. Damn! The clothes were ruined. Suji was furious. She only had a few pieces of clothing. She poked the monster a few more times. The monster turned into a pool of black water. A pile of supplies appeared beside it. Black scale armor X3, metal fragments X5, mysterious parts X2, copper or X5, abandoned iron blocks X5. Double card takes effect. Black scale armor X3, metal fragments X5, mysterious parts X2, copper or X5, abandoned iron blocks X5. Sure enough, the amount of supplies that exploded also increased. Risks and opportunities coexist. Although there are more monsters, the more supplies, the faster the development will be. The game will become more and more cruel. Only the fittest will survive. Without good weapons and protective gear, most players will be in danger of their lives. After killing the monster, Suji immediately started to dig for treasure. After a few shovels, she dug up the red supply box. Today luck is bursting. Double card is effective. Red supply box X2. Suji was so happy that she was spinning around. Since she was so lucky, she decided to eat all the things that increase her physical strength today and go treasure hunting. Get blue armor blueprint X1. Double card takes effect. Get blue armor blueprint X1. Suji sang happily. I am a treasure hunter with strong treasure hunting skills. I want to dig up all the supply boxes. I dug up the keys and dug up the boxes. The shovel was flying. Oh! My little nose has changed. I am a treasure hunter with strong treasure hunting skills. Although it was just these 2 sentences, Suji was very happy. An hour later, Suji had dug up a lot of things. Blue supply box X2. Key X2. Incubator X2. Ruby X2. Deerskin X2. Horn X2. She didn't dare to delay for a moment. She had been digging for so long, and she didn't stop to rest. And she didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she was more and more excited. There were so many supplies, and they could be doubled. She was so happy that she dug one without saying a word. And she had dug up a lot of fresh supplies today. Explosive barrel X1. Suji exclaimed. There is such a thing. She curiously opened it and read the detailed introduction. Explosive barrel can be used at the treasure digging point. After using it, it can blow up the passage leading to the treasure cave, which may damage the materials at the treasure digging point, and may also blow up special items. Suji frowned, feeling that there are pros and cons. After using it, this treasure digging point is destroyed, but you can directly reach the treasure cave, and the materials are destroyed. Which is a pity, but seeing the word special items, Suji's heart is moved again. I'm so lucky today, or else I take a gamble. I just doubled my money, and got 2 explosive barrels. This means she can blow up 2 treasure digging points today. If she doubles it, the profit may be very considerable. Just do it, without hesitation. Suji clicked to use the explosive barrel. I saw the fuse on the explosive barrel ignite automatically, and Suji threw it into the treasure digging pit. Then she ran quickly and hid farther away. There was only a loud bang, and the explosion was deafening. Then the soil around the entire treasure digging cave collapsed. Suji waited for a while before going over, only to see a lot of debris on the ground, and several supply boxes were blown up, and the things inside were all destroyed. Suji felt a little distressed. But there were still a lot of intact things in the soil. For example, iron ore, copper ore, and discarded iron blocks. There was no need to dig, all of them were blown out. Suji quickly picked them up. Iron ore X5, copper ore X4, discarded iron blocks X2, key fragments X2. Double effect. Iron ore X5, copper ore X4, discarded iron blocks X2, key fragments X2. There was also something I had never seen before. Golden nutrient solution X1. A golden bottle contains a bottle of golden liquid. Is this the special item the system mentioned? Excited heart and trembling hands, Suji quickly picked it up. Double effect. Golden nutrient solution X1. She clicked on the details. Golden nutrient solution, advanced item, can be used to promote plant growth, forge weapons, refine medicines. After adding it, it will have a significant optimization effect. Big profit. This thing is simply omnipotent. Got 2 bottles at once. Suji didn't know where to use them. Of course, she had to try 1 bottle to forge weapons, and wait until she got the red weapon blueprint. She searched in the soil for a while, and didn't find anything else, so she jumped directly into the treasure cave. Because it was blown out of a barrel of explosives, the whole hole was very large. After entering, it was full of dust, and the road was not easy to walk. But fortunately, there were no obstacles on the road, and she soon arrived at the entrance of the treasure cave. First look for a treasure chest. Then look for ore. Suji had already thought about it on the way. Today, she must make a lot of money. And it was still early. She had saved some stamina points. And there was a lot of food in her backpack to increase stamina points. She could also find another treasure digging spot. Dig 5 times first, and then blow it up with a barrel of explosives. As soon as she entered the treasure cave, Suji felt something was wrong. There was a strange smell inside. She could smell it even with a mask on, which meant that the smell was very strong. She immediately became alert. Because the cave was dark, Suji could only hold a torch and carefully check. But at a glance, the space of this cave was very small, smaller than the one she had been to before, and could only accommodate 3 people at most. The ground was full of broken stones, and the walls were also dark, as if there was no ore. Suji did not dare to put down her weapon, and could only take out a primary cross pick with her left hand, intending to smash the wall first. As a result, as soon as she smashed it, she found something wrong. This is not a wall, it is soft when you smash it. Chapter 46. If it not a wall, then what else could it be? Suji reacted immediately, throwing the pickaxe aside and slashing it with the Chihan sword. It broke. It was indeed a mist tentacle. And it was black. Suji was shocked, and quickly chopped it, but soon a tentacle wrapped around her wrist. Suji was restrained, but fortunately she still had one hand, and immediately picked up the hunting knife. But she couldn't see clearly in the black, and was worried that she would be chopped. But she had no choice but to make a decision quickly, and if she hesitated for a few seconds, the poisonous mist tentacles would trap both of her hands. Suji felt that all the nerves in her body were tense, and she dared not relax. Her hair stood up, and the tip of the knife stopped the moment it touched her arm. The blade rubbed against her skin, and she felt a little pain under the cold touch. But she soon ignored it because of the tense atmosphere. She heard the sound of the tentacles pumping the air. In the dark, her hearing was extremely sensitive, and she could hear the slightest movement immediately. By listening to the sound, she could roughly tell where the tentacles were. Although she didn't know the exact location, she could react in advance to prevent it. Suji used the Chihan sword to poke the entire wall of the treasure cave. Not every time she stabbed the entity, but sometimes she really stabbed the wall. And Suji's arm was shaken. But as long as she felt that the Chihan sword had cut off the tentacles, she would immediately use the hunting knife to make a few more hits to prevent them from reuniting. Suji said angrily, "You are still not dead." Just when Suji thought the crisis was over, a large cloud of fog surrounded her and bound her body. Suji was startled, but she quickly calmed down. She couldn't panic at this time. The fog this time was different from the previous ones. It was huge, and even occupied the entire treasure cave. She had nowhere to escape. She had to find the core of the monster and stab it to death. Fortunately, Suji was wearing armor, and although she was wrapped by the fog monster, she didn't suffer any damage. She first burned the monster body with a torch. Although it didn't cause any damage to it, it could burn away the fog that condensed into tentacles. In this way, Suji could seize the opportunity to break free from the mist. Although she felt very hot when the torch burned the mist, she could not care less now. When the mist dispersed a little, she quickly cut the tentacles. Fortunately, she had experience after many times. When she felt the sword was about to touch her, she stopped and only cut the mist. She chopped for a long time in the treasure cave, and she didn't know how many tentacles she cut off, until the cave was quiet and there was no movement. She was sweating profusely, and couldn't even lift her fingers. Finally, she could breathe a sigh of relief. A large pile of supplies appeared on the ground. When the torch was shown, the supplies glowed, waiting for Suji to pick them up. Black scales X3, metal fragments X5, key X1, soil nutrient solution X1, corn seeds X1, fertilizer X1. Double effect takes effect. Black scales X3, metal fragments X5, key X1, soil nutrient solution X1, corn seeds X1, fertilizer X1. Suji picked up the supplies and put them into his backpack. The torch just now had gone out. Suji quickly took out a new one. The wall was destroyed by Suji. When he shone a torch on it, there were sword marks all over it. Under the sharp marks, you could see the luster of the ore. It seemed that there was still ore here. The fog monster must be dead. Suji looked down and picked up the elementary pickaxe that had been thrown on the ground. She found the right position and chiseled the wall hard a few times. Sparks flew everywhere soon. The pickaxe rubbed against the ore, and some ore gravel and stones were chiseled off. Get Energy Stone X1. Double effect. Get Energy Stone X1. There's something new. Let me see what this is used for. Energy Stone. Advanced material, rich in energy, can be used to make red advanced items. It a material used to make red items, needless to say it a good thing. Suji happily put it in her pocket. Then she started to dig, and dug a lot of ore from the wall of the treasure cave, and found a lake teleportation stone in the corner. It seems that after finishing her work today, she can find time to go to the lake again. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Suji came out of the treasure cave. Although it took a lot of time, she gained a lot. With the blessing of the double effect, she dug more than 500 iron ores. The main reason was that this treasure cave was too small, there were relatively few iron ores inside. And there was only one wall. At this time, she was already tired like a dead dog, but she still forced herself to eat a few sugar-coated cakes opened this morning, and the leftover food. After her stomach was filled, her body slowly regained strength. It was probably impossible to blow up the treasure cave again, because the treasure cave just blown up was quite dangerous. Suji suspected that the side effect of using explosive barrels to quickly reach the treasure cave would make the monsters here bigger. She was very worried that she would not be able to deal with another powerful monster in her current state. After all, she was not in the best condition. Although she had replenished her physical strength, she was also tired for a day, and her agility and strength were reduced. But you can find a new treasure hunting spot and dig for supplies a few more times, then blow it up first, pick up the things, and come back tomorrow. After using the explosive barrel just now, a lot of good things were blown out, including a bottle of gold nutrient solution. Suji thought, with the double magic card in hand, you must do everything you can to get more good things, and save a few boxes to open back. She ran around without touching the ground, and found another treasure hunting spot at the bottom of a hill. This treasure hunting spot was also guarded by monsters. By comparison, the fog monsters outside were relatively easy to deal with. Suji swung his sword and slashed them to death with a quick and decisive move. Supplies were scattered all over the ground, with the most metal fragments. The next step was to happily dig for treasure. Under the double effect, Suji dug 5 times in total and got it. Obtained blue supply box X2, white supply box X2, random skill book X2, candy jar X2, damaged blueprint X2. With only 5 points of stamina left, Suji stopped. It time to use the explosive barrel. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. After the explosion, Suji heard a rumbling sound, and when the ground was calm, he began to search for the materials that were blown up. Golden silk X1, fiber rope X1, broken crystal stone X1, energy stone X1. Double effect. Golden silk X1, fiber rope X1, broken crystal stone X1, energy stone X1. Suji dug in the soil for 10 minutes, and finally picked up these. Call it a day. She was ready to go back to the shelter. She had been out for long enough today. She would spend the rest of the time trading and producing. The fastest way to earn materials under the double effect was actually production and trading. Because it was quick money. She could double her money with just one transaction. She could make a lot of money by selling anything. She dug for materials to get high-level materials that were not available in the trading center. On the way back, there was some fog that got in the way again. The shapes were all kinds of strange. Suji also saw a fog spider. The spider coiled on the tree trunk, looking scary. Fortunately, it was not big. Suji took advantage of it not noticing her, and attacked it by surprise, rushed forward, pierced its head with a hunting knife, and killed it. At the moment of its death, it actually sprayed a lot of misty spider silk, which stuck to Suji's clothes. Suji's clothes were already tattered, and now they became a little disgusting. She thought, luckily, this dress is scrapped. She shook her clothes, trying to shake off the spider silk, but it stuck tightly. Suji rubbed against the tree with some disdain. If she couldn't get rid of it, forget it. She hurried back to change clothes. Just as she was about to leave, she found that there was an energy stone under her feet. It was probably from the fog spider she just killed. It was too stingy to only drop one energy stone. Suji poked the ground, muttering as she ran back. On the way back, Suji had thought of another good way to earn supplies. The food made by Li Ming could definitely be exchanged for a lot of good things. She could use her double to help her trade, and then they would each take half. If Li Ming gave her food, it would double. And if she sold it, she could get double the supplies. However, she felt that this was inappropriate. Her double effect was not available every day. If she gave Li Ming so many supplies, she would definitely feel strange. Suji had no intention of telling others about his golden finger yet. If she took the majority and only gave Li Ming a small portion, she would not be suspicious. But this did not seem good. Forget it. There was no end to the supplies. And it would be bad if she was too greedy. People were greedy, so they would not make more trouble. Suji opened the trading center and found that the items she had posted before departure had all been sold. She set up a half-hour auction mode, and only the player with the highest bid could get the items. Therefore, the armor and drawings were sold at very good prices. Suji also finished making the water dispenser on the workbench. She put it in her backpack and got 2 water dispensers. She immediately posted them on the trading center. This time she continued to make the water dispenser. This took half an hour, which was not too long or too short. She didn't have to stay at the workbench all the time, and could do something else. 1 water dispenser can be exchanged for 25 metal fragments, which is 50 if doubled. That means she can get 100 metal fragments in half an hour. After calculating this account, Suji couldn't stop smiling. She had to take advantage of the fact that many metal fragments were rewarded today, and everyone was still rich to earn the metal fragments of those high-level players. Suji thought. After going out today, she realized the importance of protective gear. If she didn't have protective gear, she would probably have to eat a pot today. Large fog monsters are not so easy to deal with. You will inevitably get hurt when fighting. With protective gear, you can avoid most of the damage. The protective gear Suji wore today has been damaged, but it can still be worn. It is estimated that it will need to be replaced after a few uses. After all, it is just a primary protective gear. If you want to use it for a long time, it must be upgraded. If I knew it earlier, I would not sell all the protective gear. Although it was sold at a good price, I guess I still need it. But there is no rush. She can still get it. Suji thought of the vegetables in the storage room. It is better to sell those too. Put them on the shelves in large quantities. I guess I can make a lot of money in one go. Suji did what she said. She rushed to the storage room, put the vegetables into her backpack, and only left enough for 2 days. Then she put them all on the shelf in the cheese shop. What price should she sell them at? Suji thought about it. What she needed most now was steel, which she could use to make weapons. Or she could exchange it for scrap iron. Suji marked the price and clicked to confirm. Chapter 47. It was dinner time, and Li Ming sent the food on time. Suji was so busy that she didn't even have time to eat. Because of her experience, and because she had been looking forward to the arrival of the double card these days, she had already thought of many ways to use the double card to the fullest. So this time she sold all her existing resources in just a few minutes and made a lot of money. When she finally stopped, she realized that it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Now she has so many supplies in her backpack, even she herself didn't expect that she could earn so much today. Iron or X1210, copper or X360, metal fragments X950, abandoned iron blocks 368, black scale armor 18, key X5, key fragments X8, energy stone X6, gold nutrient solution X2, blue weapon blueprint 6, blue armor blueprint 2, damage blueprint 2, random skill book 2, blue supply box 4, red supply box 2, white supply box 2, ruby 2, gold silk 2, corn seeds 2, damaged multi-crystal stone 2. These are all the harvests today. The validity of the double card was less than 4 hours. Suji planned to take a short breath. eat something and then continue working. Of course, eating time could also be used for two things at the same time. She took out two random skill books and clicked to use them. A white light flashed, and one of them became a sewing skill book, and the other became a gathering skill book. Suji thought, just right. She just needed sewing skills. And with this, she didn't need to ask others to help her make armor. As for the gathering skill book, she sold it in the shop, also in an auction mode, hoping to get a good price. Gathering skills are the most basic and practical skills. They will probably be snatched up as soon as they are taken out. After learning the sewing skills, she has to find a way to get a sewing machine, which is a necessary tool for sewing skills. She has accumulated more than 20 mysterious parts for a long time. Suji plans to synthesize them all at once today. She came to the workbench and put 10 mysterious parts on it at a time. Click to synthesize. Get basic archery. Double effect. Get basic archery. This is useful. Suji also wants to learn archery, so that she can hunt by herself in the future. Let's synthesize it again. Obtain French crystal chandelier blueprint. There is such a thing. Suji clicked it and took a look. It increases the shelter score and can also provide lighting. Required materials: 1 energy stone, crystal stone, 5 iron ore, 2 copper ore. It requires a lot of materials, but this thing is really practical. With it, it won't be pitch black at night. Before, we could only use candles or tar lamps, but the light was still very dim. Suji worked for a long time at night, and his eyes hurt easily. She has all the materials, except for the crystal. Actually, it's not that she doesn't have any, but what Suji got today was a broken crystal. Not a perfect one. It can't be used. She has to wait until she gets the repair card. Repair the crystal, and then make it. It's a pity, but there's nothing she can do about it. However, she can use the blueprint to exchange for a perfect crystal. After doubling, it becomes 2 pieces, so she can trade one of them. Suji hung the blueprint of the crystal lamp in the shop again, asking for a crystal plus 10 copper ores. She originally wanted to exchange for 2 crystal stones, but then she thought, the person who exchanged the blueprint must want to make a crystal lamp. If she gave all the crystal stones to her, what would be the use of the blueprint? So she changed it to 1 crystal stone plus 10 copper ores. However, crystal stones are probably rare. Suji finished dinner and did not complete the transaction. She did not care too much, because there were many other things to do. When there was only half an hour left until 12 o'clock, Suji traded crazily again. The water dispensers and egg incubators that she had just made were all sold. She exchanged them for some scrap iron. She had hoarded a lot of scrap iron for forging. She had originally wanted to make some weapons in the double time, but it took too much time to make weapons, and she didn't want to make them casually. The water dispensers were almost sold out, so she switched to making egg incubators, which were also surprisingly popular. She took advantage of the remaining 10 minutes to buy a lot of miscellaneous items from other people's shops. She can double the amount she buys. With a small amount of money, she can buy more things. She is very willing to spend money. First, she buys various seeds and saplings. Grape seeds X1, peach saplings X1, tomato seeds X1, broccoli seeds X1, chili seeds X1, rose seeds X1, onion seeds X1, carrot seeds X1. Then, there are some daily necessities she needs. The trading center now has a complete range of things. She wants to buy some of what she doesn't have. Hand sanitizer X1, towel X1, shampoo X1, shower gel X1. Suji also saw someone selling water plants. Thinking that he could grow them in a small pond, he bought some too. There are many varieties of water plants. Suji bought 2. Someone was also selling seasonings, but the price was so expensive. 20 iron ores could only buy 10 milliliters of soy sauce. This was too much. Suji was a little reluctant, but after thinking about it, he decided to buy some, since there was double. Give it to Li Ming to cook. She must be very happy to receive it. I always eat steamed fish recently, changed the taste. It's not bad to eat braised fish. The person who bought the soy sauce probably opened a bottle of soy sauce, divided it into dozens of small bottles, and sold them. I guess a lot of them have been sold. If it were normal, Suji would not buy it, but today is different. If she buys it and sells it, isn't it the same as getting it for free? After thinking about this, Suji bought things more unscrupulously. She wanted to buy everything in the trading center. She found a shop where she had bought paintings before. This shop had a lot of random things. And the prices were cheap. Last time, Suji had almost bought out everything. Unexpectedly, Suji ran into the shop owner again. It was probably because he opened a lot of new things today. Suji glanced at the things in the shop: beer bottles, jewelry boxes, stockings, buttons, hairbands, wooden combs. If the shop owner was a boy, these things would be really useless to him. Suji smiled and bought a hairband and a comb. Xiaoshichu saw the familiar name and immediately recognized Suji as the person who made a large purchase from her yesterday. To Xiaoshichu, Suji was a big customer. Xiaoshichu was very enthusiastic. "You are here again." "Uh-huh. Yes." Although time was tight, Suji thought this person was quite interesting. So he replied with a few words. Xiaoshichu saw that Suji didn't buy much, and thought that she probably didn't like the things she got today. To be honest, Xiaoshichu also felt that they were all useless. Otherwise she wouldn't have sold them. However, Suji could buy so many before, but only bought 2 today, which made Xiaoshichu a little disappointed. Everything Suji bought was doubled. After she filled her backpack, she took out half of the items that were in smaller quantities and continued to buy. It was so nice to buy things based on whether you wanted them or not, without having to look at the price. After shopping in the small shop, Suji came to the organization big mall. The items in the organization mall are the most complete, and the prices are also relatively expensive. It like the things in the street stall grocery store and the high-end mall. Although the items are almost the same, the prices will be different when they are sold in different places. However, this is in the game, so the difference will not be too big. Suji scanned it. He directly bought all the keys and drawings. In fact, Suji didn't want to be so exaggerated. In the past, she was very cautious when buying anything, and she didn't dare to buy it in her own name, for fear of being exposed. But now it's different. Anyway, she already on the list with her real name, so she can't keep a low profile anymore. Moreover, today double card is hard to come by, and I don't know how long I have to wait for the next one. She has to buy more. Suji's behavior of sweeping the organization mall. It immediately attracted the attention of the leader of the 5th group, who managed the organization mall. The leader of the 5th group immediately reported to Tong Haosong. "Leader, someone has bought out all the keys and blueprints in the mall." Suji saw that everything in the backpack was in even numbers, and was very satisfied. Just when Suji was satisfied with his purchase, and was about to close the trading center, he received a message. "Xiaoshichu, do you want frog eggs?" Suji, ? Is there such a thing? Frog eggs will become tadpoles after hatching, and tadpoles will become frogs when they grow up. Frogs are not only beneficial insects, but can also be eaten. Thinking of the stir-fried frogs sold in those late-night snack shops, and various dry hot pots for eating frogs, Suji was drooling. Although frogs are not bullfrogs, they have less meat, but they are also delicious. Suji, yes. How much do you want? Xiaoshichu saw that Suji wanted it, and smiled. I have no use for it. If you want it, I will give you 2 iron ores, all of them. Xiaoshichu sent a picture, which showed a large group of frog eggs, each of which was very small. There were so many. These were only sold for 2 iron ores, making a profit. It was probably because this person had no place to raise them. After all, not everyone was like her, who had their own small pond. Suji felt that she was a bit Versailles. She quickly initiated the transaction. As a result, the transaction was completed just in the last second of the double effect. Obtain 187 frog eggs. Double effect. Obtain 187 frog eggs. It a bit too much. A small pond can't support so many frogs. Don't look at these frog eggs now. There are not many. Even if they become tadpoles, they won't take up space. But once they become frogs, that's different. 180 frogs are enough to fill the entire pond, the kind that is densely packed. Besides, the small pond is very close to the shelter. The croaking of frogs will keep her awake all night. Suji seemed to have heard the croaking of frogs in her mind. Although she was a little annoyed by the silence now, she couldn't stand it if it was too noisy. With so many frog eggs, it better not to keep them all. It better to give some away. Who should she give them to? Suji first sent a message to her friends. She sent a group message. Do you need frog eggs? She wasn't in a hurry to give them away. Anyway, frog eggs couldn't suddenly turn into frogs. She could keep them first, And it wouldn't matter if she gave them to others after they turned into tadpoles. Now that he was done, Suji was ready to open the boxes. Because the supply boxes had already doubled, so the opening of the boxes would not double again. That's why he kept so many supply boxes until now. Xiaoshichu, do you have a place to raise those frog eggs? Suji didn't tell him that he had a pond. I raised them in the fish tank first. Xiaoshichu, okay, why do you buy everything? I just asked casually, I didn't expect you to really want it. Suji, where did your frog eggs come from? Xiaoshichu, I opened a box today. I often get some weird things. I'm speechless. It really special. At least Suji has never opened such a thing. Then you can ask me if you have such a weird thing next time. I like to collect weird things. Xiaoshichu, okay, add me as a friend, if you don't mind. Suji, okay. After a while, Xiaoshichu asked again. Is that Suji on the leaderboard you? Suji burst out laughing. This guy asked a really interesting question. It me. Awesome, then you are a big shot. No wonder you are so rich, you can buy whatever you want. Xiaoshichu had advised him to buy less useless things, and save more, but his overall strength is in the top 10 in the district. There is no need for him to worry. Suji, it okay. Xiaoshichu, although I didn't think of hugging someone before, but since I've added you as my friend, I can't waste it, hee. Do you have any weapons to sell? I want to buy a weapon. I was almost killed by the mist tentacles in the forest today. My machete is broken. The weapons in the trading center must be exchanged for blueprints. I don't have any blueprints. You've asked the right person to buy weapons. But the weapons made by Suji are not cheap. It depends on whether he can afford the price. It doesn't matter if there are no blueprints. Suji doesn't lack blueprints now. Suji asked directly, then what good things do you have to exchange with me? Xiaoshichu knew there was a chance when he heard this, and quickly said, I have this. Golden nutrient solution. I dug it today. This is not bad. Suji also dug it today. It seems that although Xiaoshichu always gets a mess of things, he is actually not bad luck. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now with only a machete. Anything else? Suji wanted to know his old stuff. Xiaoshichu thought, you don't like this either? He thinks the golden nutrient solution is pretty good. Do you really have a weapon you can exchange with me? Xiaoshichu was also afraid that Suji would not trade with him. So he was just testing what good stuff he had. Suji sent him a few weapon blueprints. Of course. And I can choose for you. As long as you have good stuff. Xiaoshichu, shocked damn. The boss is different. Xiaoshichu took a screenshot directly. And you can see some of the items in his backpack in the picture. Energy stone. Crystal stone. Teleportation stone. Gold nutrient solution. Mysterious seed. Rare metal. Suji's eyes lit up. This guy is something. Seems to be a treasure player. She just needs crystal stones. This is a surprise. The blueprints put in the shop for sale have not been traded yet, which means that most players don't have crystal stones, or don't want to trade the chandelier blueprint. But Suji thinks, if crystal stones are abundant, they will definitely want the chandelier blueprint. Who doesn't want to have lights on at home at night? In short, Xiaoshichu is more powerful than she thought. Xiaoshichu, what do you want? Suji, 1 crystal stone plus a bottle of gold nutrient solution. Exchange for a blue weapon. Weapon type. You can choose any one from these drawings. 2 high-level materials for a weapon. Xiaoshichu thinks it okay, not a loss, after all. Everyone knows now, weapons are important. Today Misty Forest is extremely thrilling. It's hard to upgrade to level 5 and survive the settlement, but today there are 100 or 200 players who died in the Misty Forest. The chat channel is all talking about this. It's been talked about all night, otherwise. Xiaoshichu wouldn't be in a hurry to change weapons. Chapter 48 Misty Season, Day 12. Xiaoshichu happily chose a big knife. He liked to use a machete before. It was very convenient to cut anything, and when he saw a blue machete in the blueprint, he chose it without hesitation. I want this one. Suji had never made a knife before, so it would be good to practice. Okay, I still have 2 weapons to make now. You are the third one. I will give it to you when it is done. You pay a deposit first. Xiaoshichu, okay, you won't lie to me. Right? Suji, of course not. I'm already on the list. Don't you think so? Yeah. What deposit do you need? Crystal stone. Suji wanted this. Xiaoshichu was a little hesitant. What if you take the crystal stone and ignore me? I don't think I can do anything to you. Suji, how about this? I give you a blueprint of another weapon. And when I'm done, you can give it back to me. Xiaojichu, hee. This is fine. Suji randomly picked a weapon blueprint that she didn't like and traded it with him. Even if the trade didn't go through in the end, exchanging a blue weapon blueprint for a crystal stone, it wasn't a loss for Xiaojichu. Suji also got the crystal stone in advance. After a while of talking to Xiaojichu about the box, Suji planned to open it tomorrow, because she was exhausted today. She asked Zhou Xueyue, asking him to send the weapon blueprint, and Zhou Xueyue sent it quickly, and also gave her some daily necessities, saying that she didn't need them. Take this, and tell me what you want after it done. I have to say, Zhou Xueyue is quite good at handling things. After Suji received it, he said he would make it for him as soon as possible. She hadn't turned off the screen yet, and saw a few new messages. Originally, she would not reply to private messages from strangers, but the person who came this time was Tong Haotsong. Seeing this name, Suji paused and clicked to read it. Tong Haotsong, hello, I'm sorry to bother you so late. You just bought dozens of keys and more than 10 drawings in the organization mall. Can I ask, why did you buy so many? Suji, no. Tong Haotsong was speechless. Originally, he didn't need to contact Suji in person. But thinking that Suji was also one of the candidates for the owner of the cheese shop that he suspected, he came in person. To get to know her, to see what kind of person she is after all. They are on the same leaderboard. Both are high-level players in District 10. And it's good to get to know each other. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Plus, she is not a member of the organization. The organization must have tried to win her over before, but she didn't join. Tong Haotsong also wanted to ask her in person. But Suji said no, which directly put his brewing emotions back. Tong Haotsong, sorry, but you bought out the 2 high-level materials in the mall at once. I still need to ask the reason. Suji saw that he was so polite, and deliberately said no to see his reaction. Before placing the order, she knew that the organization would be suspicious. But in order to double the effect, Suji didn't care so much, because other stores didn't have so much inventory. Suji spent 1,000 iron ores to buy so many things. Who would suddenly use so much iron ore to buy these things? The organization probably suspected that she had some conspiracy. Seeing Tong Haotsong asked again, Suji began to talk nonsense seriously. To stock up? Shouldn't we stock up in the end of the world? Stocking up is human instinct. Tong Haotsong didn't believe it. The problem is that you bought very expensive supplies. Stocking up shouldn't be for things with high demand. Suji, it's normal. Keys and blueprints are like gold in the real world. They are hard currency, and will be easy to sell in the future. Besides, there will be more and more high-level supply boxes. Keys are just needed. Now everyone knows that weapons are important. So I stock up more blueprints and sell them at a high price in the future. Tong Haotsong was silent for a moment. I have to say, Suji's remarks seemed to make sense. But you bought too much. You just bought more than 1,000 iron ore. I always feel that there is something wrong, but they all have reasons. After hearing so much, I can't seem to get anything else. Tong Haotsong had to change the subject. Since you have already reached level 6, normal people don't have that much iron ore. Right? How can you easily come up with so much iron ore? Suji, haha. Then this is my business. I just settled a lot of rewards. How do you know that my reward is not iron ore? Suji threw the question to him. Tong Haotsong became more and more curious, afraid that he would ask questions again. Suji quickly said, It's late. I have nothing else to do, and I'm going to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. Tong Haotsong still had many questions, but he had to swallow them after seeing this sentence. Okay. He stared at Suji's name, clicked on her personal information. Except for her name and serial number, all her other information was hidden. After hesitating for a while, Tong Haotsong sent a friend request to Suji. The 12th day of the misty season. Suji slept in, and was awakened by the system notification sound at 10 o'clock. She opened her eyes in a daze, and was shocked to see how late it was. She wanted to go to the lake today, but it seems that she should forget it. It's so late, and she hasn't prepared anything. Although there is nothing to prepare. But let's make weapons at home today. Suji got up quickly, thinking about what to eat for breakfast. Yesterday I bought a few bottles of milk at the trading center, enough for her to drink for a week. First, heat up the milk. There are still 2 small cakes left in the previous snack blind box. Today, eat them all. She quickly signed in. After signing in successfully, she got Mapo Tofu Rice Bowl X1, Moonstone X1, Blind Box Card X1. Blind Box Card. You can choose to get any category of blind box, such as food, equipment, materials, tools. Another blind box card. She likes this one quite a lot. Unlike opening a supply box, each blind box contains the same type of items, which is very interesting. Last time, it was a snack blind box. Suji hopes to give herself a surprise this time. She clicks to use the blind box card. The card emits a dazzling light and soon turns into a huge box. It is quite heavy, much heavier than the previous snack blind box. What will it be this time? Suji still can't hold the box, so she just opens it. Screws X3. Waste iron block X1. Meteorite X1. Wood steel X1. Stainless steel X1. Wow! All forging materials. No wonder it's so heavy. It's just right for forging weapons today. Suji was overjoyed. This blind box is really what he wanted. It better to come at the right time than to come early. This blind box came early and well. It seems that I can make a good weapon today. There are so many kinds of materials. Suji actually doesn't know much about them. Some of them have never been used. She picked them up one by one to check the introduction, to see what kind of weapons they are suitable for making. Screws can be used to fix the handle and the blade, but in general, the blade and the handle are embedded together in other ways. Meteorite. Meteorites from outer space, harder than bronze. Wood steel, made from high manganese ore, bamboo charcoal and plant leaves, excellent toughness and hardness, very suitable for making weapons. These two materials are new to Suji, but he knows stainless steel. Today, we need to finish the tiger whip. This weapon has been finalized, and no other materials can be added. The weapons that can use new materials are Zhou Shueyue and Xiajichu weapons. Suji planned to make weapons in the morning, and then go treasure hunting in the afternoon. Now she was very enthusiastic about forging. Even more enthusiastic than treasure hunting. And there were still many supply boxes that were not opened yesterday. The weapon blueprint Zhou Shueyue gave her was a machete. And the name was also nice. Called the Star Moon Scimitar. It matched his own name. Suji planned to make it for him using two materials, Damascus steel and wood steel. As for Xiajichu machete, it was called a machete. Although the name was very rustic and ordinary, it had a lot of consumables, and was very powerful according to the introduction. The machete was developed from a hatchet, and it was very functional, which meant it was very practical. It can not only chop wood, clear bushes, prune branches, chop bones, cut meat, but also be used as a weapon with great lethality. Suji wanted to directly use Damascus steel, and add some discarded iron blocks to make it for him. Before making it, Suji still planned to open the supply box first, in case he found something useful. And he bought a lot of weapon blueprints yesterday. Suji didn't look at each one carefully, he would study it later to see if there was anything interesting. First, open a red supply box to try your luck. Open the red supply box, get Cutter Blueprint X1, Soil Nutrient Solution X1, Rapeseed Oil 200 ml X1, Orange X2, Snail Noodle X1, Whetstone X1, Gauze X1. There are some useful things. For example, this cutter blueprint, the cutter can be used to cut wood and steel. This makes it easier to make weapons, and can accurately make the desired weapon shape and size. After cutting and stacking, you can also make more complex patterns. There is also snail noodles. You can cook a pack at noon. Add some vegetables, and it will be delicious. Suji continued to open. Open the red supply box. Kit, Alchemy Table Blueprint X1. Bandage X1. First Aid Kit X1. Key X1. Damascus Steel X1. Life Jacket X1. Extended Sickle X1. Walk X1. Whiskey X1. She already has the alchemy table. But the other things are very practical. And there are many kinds. Next, there were 4 blue supply boxes, and 2 white supply boxes. Suji opened them all at once. There were so many. After she finished opening them, she felt like she had no place to step. There were supplies everywhere. This was the most boxes she had opened at one time since she came to the game. A lot of food came out of one of the blue supply boxes. Iron ore X2. Kitchen knife X1. Ceramic plate X1. Preserved egg X2. Soup dumplings X1. Mango juice X1. Tofu brain X1. Fried dough sticks X1. Meat buns X1. There was also a collection of daily necessities. Glass X2. Kettle X1. Tissue box X1. Apple cider vinegar X1. Cat feces coffee beans X1. Socks X1. Knitted gloves X1. A collection of small furniture. The white supply boxes only contain some basic materials, which can be used to make many small items. There are too many things. It takes a lot of time to sort them. Suji doesn't have time to sort them. She plans to put them all here. Pick out some that can be used to make weapons, and come back to sort them later. Suji has thought about today's work schedule. Make weapons in the morning, and dig for treasures in the afternoon. If there is still time after returning, plant vegetables. I bought a lot of seeds yesterday, but I don't have time to plant them. Suji really wants to find a helper for herself. How about giving some seeds to Yenshin? Suji suddenly had this idea. It doesn't seem impossible. Planting vegetables is the same in any place. Let him find land for planting in the lake. Chapter 49. In order to increase the hardness of the crescent star scimitar, Suji added smelting stones and a little bit of gold nutrient solution to the smelting furnace. Smelting stones can increase the hardness and toughness of weapons. Suji planned to add one to each of the two knives to try. As for the gold nutrient solution, Suji only added a little bit. She couldn't bear to add more. Although this was a friendly gift, Zhou Shuiyue was also very generous. If the weapons were of good quality, he would not be stingy with the materials. And she also wanted to try the effect of the gold nutrient solution. After adding the gold nutrient solution, the color of the smelting furnace changed, and it kept emitting orange-red light. But the color was not bright. The early processing was relatively simple. Suji had made weapons several times and had experience. It was just that the materials used this time were different. Advanced materials were more complicated to process. Moreover, the difficulty of the crescent-shaped scimitar was to make the blade curved. The material used this time was relatively hard. Suji tried many methods to make the shape to his satisfaction. She had to be extra careful in every step. Although it was much more troublesome than fully automatic production, it also had its advantages. Before the knife was made, Suji's forging skills had improved a little. Suji found the joy of forging, so she was not afraid of hard work. And she made the cutting machine as soon as she got the cutting machine blueprint. This thing helped a lot. It was very convenient to cut iron blocks, and it could also adjust the shape of the weapon. While waiting for the Star Moon scimitar to come out, she remembered that she had not given the tiger whip to Li Ming yet. She also sent some cooking utensils that she had just unpacked to Li Ming. The iron pans and kitchen knives produced by the system are of good quality, and they are easy to use at first glance. Li Ming will definitely like them. She also gave Li Ming some daily necessities. She bought a lot yesterday: toothbrushes, toothpaste, shower gel, etc., and they were all doubled. She couldn't use them all herself, so it was okay to give some to Li Ming. Li Ming was treasure hunting in the forest, and suddenly received a bunch of things from Suji and hadn't reacted yet. Li Ming, why did you suddenly give me so many things? Suji, not much, just a few. The tiger whip is ready. It's a waste to keep these kitchen utensils with me. I'd rather give them to you, so that they can be used. I have too many daily necessities. I give some to you. Li Ming didn't reply. Suji thought she was busy, but after a while, Suji suddenly received something from Li Ming. Abandoned iron block X10, black scales X5, pearl necklace X1, practice dummy X1, fishing net X1, wood steel X1, primary shield X1, golden feather X1. Take these. I don't know what you need. I think you should be able to use these. Just tell me if you need anything else. Li Ming is not good at expressing herself, and she hopes Suji can feel her gratitude. Li Ming is indeed considerate. Most of the supplies she sent are what Suji wants, except for the pearl necklace, which is useless. Although it looks pretty, who would wear a necklace in a doomsday survival situation? Unless it can add buffs. However, Li Ming gave it to her, and Suji did not return it. Among these things, Suji's favorite is this training dummy. She has been too busy recently, and has delayed her sword practice. When she has time, she must improve her sword skills. Otherwise she is not very confident in dealing with more difficult monsters. Wood steel is also a good material for forging. As for the golden feathers, they seem to be used to make arrows. The blueprint she received yesterday includes bows and arrows. She will see if it can be used later. After the crescent-shaped scimitar was made, Suji couldn't wait to pick it up. This knife looks very cool. The blade shone with a faint golden light, probably because of the addition of gold nutrient solution. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that the name of this knife was appropriate. She thought about it, and then carved a crescent-shaped pattern on the handle, and then left her mark. She stroked the star moon scimitar, and waved it twice. It felt good. TSK, such a good knife, she made it herself. She wanted to test its power. After all, she made it herself, so she could test it if she wanted to. It wouldn't be too late to test it before delivering it. So Suji put the star moon scimitar into her backpack and came to the forest. Although she learned swordsmanship, it would be no problem to use the knife to deal with some small minions. She didn't go deep, just tried the knife. There were many fog monsters outside the forest, but they were all weak. When she waved the scimitar, she felt a floating golden light in the air. The machete cut through the air and made a subtle sound. She just turned around and chopped casually and killed 2 of them, and their tentacles fell all over the ground, and then they dispersed into mist. These were low-level mist monsters, and they dropped very few supplies, and they were all basic things. Suji picked up the supplies with one click, and tried to use it to chop trees, and it worked well. A tree as thick as an arm only needed 1 chop, and a larger one fell after 2 chops. This knife is really good. Suji ran back to prepare the next machete. She first sent the star moon scimitar to Zhou Xueyue. It done. I just tried it out. It works well. Zhou Xueyue didn't know how good a weapon she had gotten before she got it. He was also digging for treasure, and didn't see the news in time. When he stopped to rest, he opened the light curtain and received the knife. Just looking at the small picture in the backpack, you can see that this is not an ordinary weapon. The blade exudes a faint golden light that cannot be ignored. He took the crescent-shaped knife out of his backpack out of curiosity. The blade was sharp, and the curved shape was neat and beautiful, like a crescent moon. The handle of the knife was also very delicate, and it could be seen that the details were carefully considered. Before trying the knife, Zhou Xueyue was already very satisfied. He did not expect Suji to make such an excellent weapon for him. He was very surprised, and after holding the knife for a few times, he felt better. It seemed that this knife was tailor-made for him. He stood up, chopped at the tree next to him, and with a clatter, the trunk broke. Zhou Xueyue, these are my rewards. Thank you for your hard work. Metal scraps X50, iron or X50, scrap iron blocks X10. Suji exclaimed, such a generous gift. Zhou Xueyue is really generous. She spent so much good materials. Suji chuckled. Got it, thank you, boss. Suji continued to work hard. Making a machete is not easy, because it is big, consumes a lot of materials, and is also a laborious job. If it is normally thrown to the forging table, it only takes 2 hours, but Suji spent more than 3 hours to basically complete it. Finally, some details were processed, but the result satisfied her. The machete looked rough, but Suji liked it quite a bit. It was just a little heavy. After Suji finished it, he contacted Xiaojichu immediately. It done. Can I trade it now? You can send it directly to Zhou Xueyue and Li Ming, but you have to trade it with Xiaojichu. Xiaojichu, sure. Sure. Suji initiated the transaction, put the machete on it, and waited for him to put the supplies on it, and then she clicked to confirm. 10 minutes later. Xiaojichu, fuck. Crazy. What kind of magic weapon is this? Is it really for me? Chapter 50. I am addicted to making weapons. After receiving Xiaojichu's super exaggerated praise, Suji began to plan to make the next weapon. She bought a bunch of weapon blueprints yesterday, all in 2 copies, and she could sell one of them. But they can't be put up in the cheese shop. The organization will definitely be able to match them. Suji plans to ask Qirong for help. Every time there is something troublesome, Suji thinks of Qirong first. Because he knows why he asked him for help. If he troubles others, he has to make up a reason. Suji doesn't want to lie to his friend. Besides, Qirong had many friends. Give him the blueprints and ask him to go to Chu to ask. After exchanging them for materials, Suji could give him some benefits. Suji took out 10 blueprints. 1 blueprint could be exchanged for at least 3 special steels, or 2 smelting stones, a bottle of gold nutrient solution. It would be even better if there were books related to forging. Suji needed to stock up more high-level forging materials now. Just now, she used up her only 2 smelting stones to make 2 weapons. Seeing what Suji wanted, Qirong immediately understood that Suji had learned forging skills, and it must not be new otherwise. He would not have used so many high-level materials. So Qirong did not raise any other conditions, just wanted a weapon. He could provide the blueprint himself, but Suji had to provide the materials. Suji could totally accept this condition, since she just didn't know what weapon to make next. Suji, then show me your blueprint. Red weapon mace. Suji's eyes widened. Chi-Rong already had the red blueprint. Envy. But the next second, Suji became happy again. Chi-Rong wanted her to help make the red weapon. She can make red weapons. Great. Although it not hers, but she made it. Mace, this weapon is quite special. It probably very challenging to make. After receiving the blueprint, Suji started to sort out the materials. It a red weapon blueprint indeed. All the materials needed are high-grade materials, and gold nutrient solution is also needed. Suji immediately said to Chi-Rong, the materials used in this blueprint are too good. You have to provide some, such as this gold nutrient solution. She only had that much in total. She had used half a bottle before, and she wanted to keep the rest. If Chi-Rong had it, she would have to ask him for it. If not, forget it. Chi-Rong, okay. I think you want half a bottle. Right? Suji, if you want a better effect, you can add more. This thing can increase the quality. At least half a bottle. Suji thought that if conditions permit, she could add more. So Chi-Rong sent a bottle of golden nutrient solution. I give you this one. Suji replied with a smile. Okay. It will probably be done tomorrow. You wait. Okay. Let trade together tomorrow. Suji gave him 10 drawings, and he needed a day to process them. Although Suji wanted to make the mace now, she had to go treasure hunting. Time waits for no one, and it will be dark if she delays any longer. Although she said she would give it to him tomorrow, Suji planned to stay up all night tonight to make the mace. She had no time to rest, so Suji didn't even have lunch. But she had enough food now. All the food she opened yesterday was refrigerated in the storage room, and she could eat it by heating it on the stove. Suji heated up a hand-pulled pancake. Maybe she was too hungry. She ate it in big mouthfuls, but she still felt a little hungry after eating one. Suji showed off another orange. The orange was bright in color, and the skin was very thin. After peeling it, you could see the crystal flesh. Each slice was full of juice, and it was sweet and juicy when you bit it. It was really delicious. After eating it, she put the seeds in her pocket, planning to plant them later, to see if she could grow an orange tree. After returning from the forest, Suji received a message from Yenshin. In the morning, she sent some seeds to Yenshin, asking him to find a place to plant them. He just replied now. But the reply was good news. I found some land that can be planted. Would you like me to dig some for you? Suji refused. Oh, you plant it first. I'm too busy here. I want to hire someone to plant my own land. She thought she could be a landlord. Rent out the land that can be planted, and only take half of the harvest. But this is not convenient to operate. If the land is sent to others, and they don't return it, there is no guarantee. If you are too busy, then you can be too busy. Sooner or later, you will have time to farm. Look, Yenshin has found land for farming. He took the seed she gave him, and planted vegetables. Wouldn't she have a share of it? That not bad. Suji asked him, do you have the tools to grow vegetables? If not, I send you some. Yes, just a hoe and a shovel will do. Suji, show me how big the land you found is. Yenshin sent a photo. Oh, this piece of land is not small. It's just full of weeds, so you need to remove the weeds before you can sow seeds. And this piece of land is not small, it better to cultivate it. Suji, how about I take some time to come over tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and see if I can find you? Yenshin, do you want to come? Okay. By the way, do you think there is such a thing as a forest teleportation stone? If you find it, can you come to the forest? Yenshin, I haven't heard of it. That right, no one has found it, so I guess there is none. Anyway, the players in District 10 are all in the forest zone, and I don't know where the other zones are. After sending the message, Suji went to the bathroom. She was dirty in the forest again. She had to take a shower and change clothes every time she came back from treasure hunting. Today harvest was not as much as yesterday. She only found 2 supply boxes, one blue and one white. But she dug up a nest of bird eggs and a lot of copper ore. The bird eggs were small, and Suji put them all in the incubator. The eggs that were put there before had been there for some time. It is estimated that chicks will hatch in a few days. The incubation time of bird eggs is relatively short, and they can be hatched in 5 days. Suji was looking forward to it. He didn't know what kind of bird it was, but it seemed a good idea to keep it in the yard. Although she didn't have a yard yet, she already had a pond. So how far would a yard be? Maybe soon her shelter would be upgraded again, and she would get a yard. All villas in the real world have yards. If not, then she would keep it on the balcony on the second floor for the time being. Li Ming sent dinner. Suji looked at the time. It was just past 8 o'clock, and Li Ming probably just finished her work. Today we have mushroom soup, braised fish, and baked potatoes. Suji, wow! A feast. Li Ming, eat more. It's great to know you. I can eat delicious food every day. Suji said this sincerely. Even if she is lucky enough to get food often, but freshly made home-cooked dishes are different from pastry snacks opened from boxes. And the food cooked by Li Ming can bring beauty and heal people's tired hearts. From the chats in the chat channel, we can see that most players don't have much to eat. After eating steamed buns, they eat some wild fruits. If they are lucky, they can get instant noodles. A bowl of instant noodles is enough to show off. After the lake plate was opened, many people ate fish. But this is also the best food that has appeared in the chat channel. The grilled fish made by Li Ming is also well received. Many people beg to buy it. It is estimated that few people have opened the cooking skill book. The food she made with her cooking skills tastes better than the food made by ordinary players. Li Ming, today I used the iron pan you gave me, which was very useful. This braised fish was made with the iron pan, and the soy sauce you gave me. Suji, haha, not bad. If you cook every day, would your cooking skills improve? Li Ming, yes, sometimes I will add a little every 2 days. Li Ming found that she could improve her proficiency by making new dishes, but if she made the same thing every day, there would be no change. So I need to study more new dishes, which require more new ingredients. Suji quickly said, okay. I send you all the ingredients I have. She certainly wanted Li Ming cooking skills to upgrade quickly, so that she could enjoy the delicious food. After dinner, Suji opened the light curtain and checked the cheese shop inventory to see if there was anything that needed to be replenished. She didn't have time to make masks and detoxification pills recently, and they were sold out a long time ago. But many people started selling these two things one after another, and the market was already saturated. The vegetables and meat that were hung up before were the best sellers. Food is scarce in the forest area. If you live in the lake area, you don't have to worry about food. There are wild vegetables everywhere, and there are fish in the lake. Suji couldn't help thinking that if Yinchen was not in the lake, but in the forest, his life would be even more difficult. It was because he was in the lake that Suji was willing to cooperate with him and brought Zhou Xueyue and Li Ming with him. Otherwise, Yinchen could only cut trees and exchange supplies with players every day. Unlike now, he can go to the water to catch fish every day, give them to Li Ming in exchange for food, and trade them with other players. Suji put up all the unused materials that she got twice as much yesterday. You spent so much iron ore yesterday. Suji felt sorry for you, and tried to sell more things today to make up for it. Suji was also thinking about whether to put up a weapon and sell it at a high price. She searched around the trading center, and all the weapons on it were white, and the quality was not high. No one was selling the blue weapon yet. Suji was thinking about what price she should sell the blue weapon at as she sold it. Currently, everyone gets blue weapon blueprints to make weapons for themselves because the game's survival difficulty has increased. It's too dangerous to go out without weapons. It's not enough for personal use, and no one is willing to trade. There are also very few players who have learned forging skills. Like Suji, players who have been improving their forging skills are even rarer, because high-level forging materials are rare. Players who have learned forging skills now are all making white weapons. Suji feels that he can set a higher price, but she didn't think about hanging the weapon now, because she was going to make a red weapon tonight. But it should be possible tomorrow. If she didn't go to the lake, even if she didn't sleep tonight, she would make the mace, because she was too curious about what the red weapon looked like. Suji poured a whole bottle of gold nutrient solution into the smelting furnace, and the smelting furnace became very dazzling with golden light, and there was a gorgeous light flashing inside. 5 hours later, Suji was already sleepy and tired, but the mace was finally done. The forging table was enveloped by golden light. She took a deep breath. Her first red weapon was ready. Congratulations to the player for being the first to make a red weapon. Unlocks title, Advanced Forger. Reward, Red Weapon Blueprint X1, Gold Nutrient Solution X2, Forging Skill promoted to intermediate level. Release task, Forge 10 red weapons, reward Purple Weapon Blueprint.